Chapter 6. A profound master-disciple bond as Wang Guangwei set down his bag in the changing room and began to change clothes in preparation for the upcoming training session. The team captain, Li Tielin, strode in and clapped his hands to garner the attention of his teammates. "Everyone, put aside what you're doing. Han Xiangfei, hurry up and put on your shorts. It's quite the eyesore." The singled-out Han Xiangfei hurriedly donned his shorts. Captain Li Tielin continued, "In a little while, our new teammates will come to meet everyone, officially becoming a part of our team. I want to emphasize that you all need to be spirited. Do not embarrass us in front of Lin Ge." A hand was raised. "Li Tielin, when Lin Ge arrives, will you hand him the captain's armband?" As soon as this question was posed, silence fell over the changing room, and all eyes turned to their captain, Li Tielin. It was a rather sensitive matter. Given Qin Lin's reputation and experience as a dual captain of the national team and the South China Tigers, shouldn't he continue to lead in a second-tier team? In other clubs, the captain is either the longest-serving player or directly appointed by the coach. In such circumstances, a player like Qin Lin could easily assume the captaincy with just a word from the coach, forcing Li Tielin to relinquish the armband without hesitation. However, the situation at Shining Star was different. An awkward expression crossed Li Tielin's face. "What are you thinking? I will do as the coach decides." "That's not how it works. Li, isn't our team captain voted in by the locker room? We chose you, which signifies our recognition of you as captain." The individual who initially raised the question expressed dissent. "Enough, Hurriedly. You're speaking nonsense when you know nothing about the situation," Li Tielin replied, unwilling to address the issue, using his authority as captain to silence the outspoken Hurriedly. Hurriedly attempted to speak again, but was restrained by the goalkeeper, Yu Jiming, who whispered in his ear, "Don't put our captain in a difficult position." Reluctantly, Hurriedly mumbled under his breath, "What do I care about his status as national team captain? I hardly know him." Li Tielin frowned at this, but ultimately refrained from voicing any objections. The team was not performing well, and tensions were high. When the team was promoted to the second tier, they boldly proclaimed their goal of ascending to the top league within 3 years. Yet, this year marked the final stretch of that ambition, and the team was now battling relegation instead, facing the grim possibility of dropping into the relegation zone. The goal of promotion had already slipped out of reach. In such trying circumstances, it seemed that any trivial matter could stir discontent within the locker room. Some fans might perceive the arrival of a star player like Qin Lin as a boon for Shining Star. However, the existing players viewed it differently. After all, the club made grand proclamations about a new player. Was it merely to have him warm the bench? If he was joining, he would undoubtedly take a starting position, thus impacting the roles of the current midfielders. Hurriedly is currently a key player for the team, and his fixation on Captain Li Tielin's armband likely stems from his concerns regarding the positional conflict with Qin Lin. Wang Guangwei observed this scene in the locker room, yet chose to remain silent, acting as a quiet observer. The distinctions between professional teams and high school teams are indeed vast. In high school, players generally share a singular goal, fostering a relatively straightforward environment. Even if there are personal agendas at play, they rarely disrupt the camaraderie. Wang Guangwei held a prominent position in the Jiaxiang High School football team, and any minor rivalries did not directly involve him, rendering him largely oblivious to them. However, upon joining a professional team, he quickly realized that everyone harbors their own ulterior motives, each individual meticulously considering their interests, complicating matters far beyond the simpler dynamics of school. This is, of course, understandable. In a professional setting, players depend on their performance for their livelihood, and neglecting one's own interests could lead to dire consequences. Wang Guangwei, having transitioned from the Shining Star youth team to the first team, has witnessed the ruthless nature of the professional football elimination system. Some players, who joined the youth team before him, ultimately failed to secure a professional contract and had to leave, seeking opportunities elsewhere. Others, fortunate enough to switch teams, found themselves with contracts and playing time, while some wandered from club to club, never garnering the attention of professional clubs, culminating in an unceremonious retirement. As for what became of these retired players, Wang Guangwei is unaware. Given that football has evolved into a profession, an essential means of survival, one must prioritize personal interests rather than relying solely on passion. Yet, witnessing the current situation, Wang Guangwei harbors concerns for Hurriedly. He is not worried about Qin Lin. After all, not everyone possesses the stature of Hurriedly, nor do they have direct conflicts of interest with Qin Lin. Moreover, Lin has navigated the Chinese professional football landscape for many years, encountering myriad situations. If he cannot handle such trivial matters, he would not have captained both the national team and the South China Tigers, a figure often referred to by the media as the last magnate of Chinese football. In truth, while Xi Junde's words may resonate within the locker room, should he dare to voice them in front of the media, he would likely face severe backlash from both the press and fans. After all, in terms of achievements, he cannot compare to Qin Lin, even tenfold. However, Hulai's situation is markedly different. As the least prominent among the three, arriving at this unfamiliar team, he must ponder how to integrate himself while navigating potential animosities. With Hulai included, the first team's attacking lineup comprises 6 players, not accounting for versatile talents like Lin Ge, who can play both midfield and forward. Currently, Shining Star employs a dual striker formation, making the competition for 2 positions exceedingly fierce. Furthermore, Hulai is not the type of versatile player with significant tactical impact. His optimal role lies centrally. Distinctive characteristics also imply a certain singularity, thereby narrowing the scope of selection. In fact, last night, Wang Guangwei encountered a perplexed fan of Shining Stars on the team's forum, questioning why, despite having numerous forwards, the team would invest in a youth player. Upon investigation, it was revealed that Hulai had previously been under the tutelage of Zhao Kongming at the Haishan youth team. However, the inquirer remained bewildered. If Hulai were indeed a player with first-team experience, it would be reasonable for Zhao Kongming to recruit his former subordinate. Yet, Hulai evidently had yet to establish himself even within the youth ranks, rendering Zhao Kongming's decision rather puzzling. Faced with such inquiries from fans, Wang Guangwei could only respond with silence. Although he had always believed in Hulai's potential, their encounters had been limited to a single match, in which Hulai had come on as a substitute. Moreover, he had only witnessed one complete game featuring Hulai, which was nearly 2 years prior during the Anton Cup semifinals between Dongchuan High School and Jiaxiang High School. As for Hulai's current capabilities, to be honest, he was uncertain. This lack of clarity prompted Wang Guangwei's astonishment at Hulai's signing with Shining Stars, leading him to speculate whether Hulai was unaware of the circumstances at the club, having been summoned by his mentor from the youth training camp. In the locker room, while Li Tielin was addressing his teammates, head coach Zhao Kongming was meeting with the 3 new recruits, Qin Lin, Hulai, and Su Wentao, in his office, representing the coaching staff and welcoming them. Though they had met at yesterday's welcoming ceremony, the contexts were distinct. A welcome at the training facility carries a different significance compared to one in the VIP lounge at the home ground. The previous occasion had included media presence, whereas the current setting was intimate, with only the 4 of them, allowing for more private and direct discussions. Addressing Qin Lin, Zhao Kongming spread his hands and remarked, "Qin Lin, the captain of Shining Stars, is elected by the players themselves." Understanding the implication, Qin Lin quickly interjected, "I am not here to assume the captaincy, Coach Zhao. I will support the current captain and vice-captain in their duties." Zhao Kongming smiled and nodded in response to Qin Lin's attitude. In truth, Qin Lin was not Zhao Kongming's preferred choice. He had not contemplated poaching from the South China Tigers, but was acting on the recommendation of the club's general manager, Dong Wan, who was perhaps more focused on brand development. Nevertheless, since the general manager had made the decision, Zhao Kongming, as head coach, naturally accepted it and endeavored to cooperate. After all, in Chinese football clubs, transfer operations are predominantly dictated by the general manager. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Kongming also proposed the club acquire another forward. Although Dong Wan found this somewhat perplexing, given the team's existing forwards, he considered Zhao Kongming's cooperation in facilitating Qin Lin's acquisition, which had progressed smoothly, and thus was inclined to reciprocate by agreeing to Zhao Kongming's request, delegating the responsibility of recruiting a forward entirely to him without further inquiry. It was not until Zhao Kongming revealed the name of the forward he intended to recruit that Hulai vaguely recalled having heard it before. Watching Zhao Kongming turn to speak with Su Wentao, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Coach Zhao's hair. At 46, Coach Zhao was not considered old in the coaching profession. During his time at the Haishan Club's youth training camp, he still had a full head of dark hair. Yet, in less than half a year, their reunion presented Hulai with a Coach Zhao who seemed to have aged a decade. His hair was now streaked with gray, and the wrinkles on his face were markedly more pronounced than during their time with the Haishan youth team. Additionally, there was a persistent, almost imperceptible trace of sorrow etched between Coach Zhao's brows. After deciding to join Shining Stars, Hu Lai had paid closer attention to the team and was well aware of the reasons behind Coach Zhao's transformation. The pressures of a professional team were indeed immense. In front of Qin Lin and Su Wentao, Zhao Kongming did not say much to Hu Lai, merely inquiring if he was adapting well. When Hu Lai retorted, "Coach Zhao, I'm from Anong. What do I need to adapt to?" Zhao Kongming burst into laughter, playfully tapping his forehead. On their way to the team locker room, Zhao Kongming deliberately lagged behind and quietly told Hu Lai, "I apologize, Hu Lai. When I called you here, I never anticipated that I would find myself in such a predicament at Shining Stars." Hu Lai shot him a glance. "You're not planning to leave right after I arrive, are you?" Zhao Kongming quickly waved his hand. "Not at all. I signed a 3-year contract with Shining Stars. They would have to compensate me a considerable sum to let me go, and I doubt they would want to." Hu Lai rolled his eyes. "If you really lead the team to relegation, do you think they would hesitate? Can't you say something positive?" "Coach Zhao, let us not be so formal. Is this a matter of formality?" Zhao Kongming sighed softly. "I initially underestimated the complexities of coaching a first team. However, I now have a sense of it. If we can successfully avoid relegation this season, I am confident I will remain with the team next season. But if we fail to deliver results next season, that is uncertain. However, this is not something you should worry about. Focus on training under my guidance. As long as you are as diligent as you were with Haishan, coupled with the experience from professional matches, your improvement will be evident. By then, even if I am no longer with Shining Stars, you will have secured a place here or with another team based on your own merits." Hu Lai felt a surge of emotion upon hearing Zhao Kongming's words. Coach Zhao was the first discerning mentor he encountered after joining a professional team. From the moment Zhao Kongming approached him after a national competition, they shared a sense of having met too late. Despite being a former national player and nearly old enough to be Hu Lai's father, Zhao's character and philosophy made their interactions remarkably comfortable. Coach Zhao was down to earth and had a keen understanding of his own talents. This raises a pertinent question. Why was Hu Lai so resolutely determined to join Haishan Club in the first place? It was because Zhao Kongming, upon meeting Hu Lai, echoed a sentiment nearly identical to what Li Qingqing had once expressed to him. "You, my boy, possess tremendous talent. You instinctively know the direction of the goal." Although Coach Zhao shared many insights, including his accomplishments in the Haishan Youth Training Program, the standing of the Haishan Club's youth training in China, and various resources available at the club, Hu Lai absorbed none of it. It was a single statement that solidified his resolve to join Coach Zhao's team, for he felt understood by him. Encountering a coach who comprehends one's essence is indeed a fortunate occurrence, a realization not lost on Hu Lai. Of course, no one could have predicted the events that unfolded subsequently. In truth, Hu Lai did not blame Coach Zhao for his sudden departure. After all, the decisions made by higher management were beyond Zhao's control. Now, upon hearing Coach Zhao's heartfelt words urging him to join the Shining Stars, concerned that remaining with the Haishan youth team might hinder his progress due to the likes of Sun He, Hu Lai recognized that he did not expect to be of assistance to Zhao in any significant way. Some Haishan fans online characterized Hu Lai's relationship with Coach Zhao as akin to that of father and son. Yet Hu Lai felt such claims were utterly absurd. The understanding and care Coach Zhao showed him surpassed that of his biological father. At that moment, Hu Lai was suddenly struck by an emotionless voice echoing in his mind. Task: express gratitude to Coach Zhao through tangible actions. Task reward: unknown. Hu Lai was taken aback. What did an unknown task reward entail? This was a novel experience for him. As for what actions would suffice to express gratitude to Coach Zhao, he pondered this while fixing his gaze on Zhao. Suddenly, with earnestness, he declared, "Thank you, Coach Zhao." Zhao Kongming was bewildered by Hu Lai's unexpected gratitude. As such sentiments were rarely exchanged between them, he did not require Hu Lai to express thanks. While Zhao was momentarily lost in thought, Hu Lai too was in a daze. For the system had not indicated that he had completed the task. Clearly, merely uttering a thank you did not fulfill the requirement. Resolving to take it further, Hu Lai bowed deeply to Coach Zhao and reiterated, "Thank you, Coach Zhao." This gesture caught the attention of Qin Lin and Su Wentao, who turned around in surprise. Finally regaining his composure, Zhao Kongming widened his eyes and exclaimed, "What are you doing? I've told you, we don't engage like this. You are a player, and I am a coach. Teaching you is my duty." Hu Lai wondered if merely bowing would not suffice, and if he truly needed to kneel before Coach Zhao in front of everyone to demonstrate his gratitude through action. However, seeing that Coach Zhao was genuinely upset and disapproving of such behavior, he abandoned the idea of kneeling. Yet, he remained perplexed about how to fulfill the task. Having been impressed by Hulai during the welcome ceremony, Qin Lin had gleaned some understanding of the relationship between Hulai and Coach Zhao. Witnessing Hulai's respect for his mentor, Qin Lin could not help but nod in approval. Unaware of the intricate relationship between Zhao Kongming and Hulai, Su Wentao stood in stunned silence, utterly astonished by the lengths to which Hulai would go to curry favor with the head coach. Recalling the flattery directed at Qin Lin during the welcoming ceremony, Su Wentao couldn't help but marvel inwardly at the audacity of this young man. Chapter 7. The First Training of the Shining Stars. Hulai, alongside Qin Lin and Su Wentao, was introduced to their new teammates under the guidance of team captain Li Tielin. Captain Li took it upon himself to present each player to the trio of new recruits, including the 2 foreign players on the team. As they approached one individual, Qin Lin was engaged in a handshake when someone suddenly stepped forward and fixed a gaze upon Hulai, saying, "We meet again, Hulai." Looking puzzled, Hulai inquired, "Excuse me, who are you?" To which Captain Li Tielin promptly introduced, "Ah, this is Wang Guangwei." "Wait, what?" Hulai exclaimed, his surprise evident as he observed the spirited young man with a buzz cut before him. He couldn't help but voice his curiosity. "What happened to your slick-back hair?" "Slick-back hair?" Even Captain Li Tielin cast a bewildered glance at Wang Guangwei's head. Since the first time he met Wang Guangwei, the young man had consistently sported that hairstyle. He had never seen him change it. In fact, upon reflection, it seemed that he had never even noticed any growth in his hair. Not just Captain Li, but others in the locker room also turned their curious gazes toward Wang Guangwei upon hearing Hulai's exclamation. To everyone on the team, the buzz cut had become synonymous with Wang Guangwei's identity. They had grown accustomed to this image. Now, hearing Hulai mention that Wang Guangwei once had slick-back hair, vivid images of that hairstyle flashed through their minds, prompting collective headshakes as they struggled to envision the young man sporting such a mature look. Wang Guangwei's expression turned slightly awkward upon hearing Hulai's remark. He hadn't anticipated that after nearly 3 years, this young man would still recall that detail. However, in front of everyone, he candidly admitted, "I cut it after that match." Hulai's face brightened at this. "You actually took my advice? See, from now on, no one can mess up your hairstyle during matches." Captain Li, perplexed, turned to Wang Guangwei and asked, "What is going on, Guangwei? What do you mean? Mess up your hairstyle?" Realizing that everyone in the locker room, including the prominent Qin Lin, was now looking at him with eager anticipation, Wang Guangwei had no choice but to explain the history behind his relationship with Hulai. "After that match, I decided to cut my hair," Wang Guangwei recounted, prompting Shi Juanda to whistle. "Wow, a haircut to signify a vow." The others then shifted their attention back to Hulai. Among the 3 new players joining the team, everyone was most familiar with Qin Lin, given his prominence. Su Wentao, as a player from the 2nd division, had crossed paths with them previously. However, very few knew much about Hulai, leaving everyone puzzled as to why the club had chosen to recruit him. From Wang Guangwei's account, everyone has finally gained a preliminary understanding of Hulai. It is astonishing to discover that this new recruit shares a complicated past with Wang Guangwei. Even more surprising is the revelation that Wang Guangwei, once deemed the most likely to become a professional player during his high school years, has faltered in the presence of a freshman. As his teammates are well aware, Wang Guangwei has reached a commendable level at such a young age. He occasionally trained with the first team last season and even made 4 substitute appearances. This season, he has been officially promoted to the first team, with local media in Annong suggesting that his exceptional talent may well lead him to become a top-notch central defender in the future. It is hard to believe that such a promising player could be outperformed in close defense by the very individual he was tasked with marking. Were it not for Wang Guangwei's own admission, few would dare to accept this reality. Today, Wang Guangwei is no longer the somewhat inexperienced high school player he once was. However, the question remains, Hulai is no longer the naive freshman he once was either. Having trained with the Haishan youth team in the Chinese Super League for a year and a half, it is widely acknowledged that the youth training standards at Haishan Club are among the best in the country. Thus, it is reasonable to assume that Hulai has made significant progress during his time there. The way some individuals now regard Hulai has undoubtedly shifted, particularly among the forwards, who initially dismissed him as a non-competitor. Yet, Wang Guangwei's remarks have caused them to reconsider. Qin Lin's perception of Hulai has also transformed, but not because he sees him as a rival. Rather, After hearing Wang Guangwei's stories, he reflects on the unexpected impressions this young man has made since yesterday's welcoming ceremony. Who among them, upon entering the field, thinks first of competing earnestly rather than playfully tousling the captain's hair? After the team members had met, Captain Li Tielin assigned them their lockers, allowing the three of them to store some personal items and avoid the hassle of carrying them back and forth. The contents of each locker vary. Some players prioritize personal care, storing skincare creams and sunscreen, while others focus on appearance, keeping mirrors, combs, hair gel, and perfume. While one might assume the locker room is filled with the odors of sneakers, socks, and feet, the reality is quite the opposite. The predominant scents are those of various shampoos, body washes, and fragrances. Some individuals even place peculiar items in their lockers, such as lucky coins or talismans, while others display family photographs to draw strength from their loved ones. For instance, Qin Lin has affixed a photo of his wife and children inside his locker door with transparent tape. Though he hails from Anong, his wife is a foreign student he met during his time studying in Europe, originally from Lingnan in Nanning Province. After returning to China, he joined the South China Tigers in Lingnan, where he settled down, married, and started a family. Although he has transferred back to his hometown, he remains separated from his wife and child, who are still in Lingnan due to concerns regarding their education. In the absence of his family, he resorts to relying on photographs for solace. Hu Lai's locker is rather unremarkable. He harbors no particular beliefs or superstitions, nor does he indulge in self-care rituals, such as applying perfumes or lotions. Consequently, his locker merely contains a bottle of shampoo, which he uses daily after training to wash his hair in the changing room. As for shower gel, a man of his disposition would certainly not engage with such frivolities. After tidying up his locker and changing his clothes, Hu Lai joined his new teammates for training. Unlike the mainstream European leagues that extend across years, Chinese leagues operate on a calendar year basis, meaning that despite the European summer transfer window being a period of respite, domestic competitions continue unabated. In 3 days, Shining Stars will face off against the Tongji Province Eagles as guests. During training, Qin Lin quickly became the center of attention. His unwavering dedication and practice belied the fact that he was nearing 40. Having just flown in from Lingnan 2 days prior, he exhibited no signs of fatigue. Even Shi Juanda, who had previously been grumbling in the locker room, fell silent upon witnessing Qin Lin's performance. Everyone recalled Carlos Lehmann's earlier commendation of Qin Lin's professionalism, which further solidified his status as a focal point and star player. Meanwhile, Wang Guangwei, engaged in defensive drills, would periodically cast glances towards the other side of the training field, where forwards and midfielders were conducting offensive exercises. Unlike his teammates, who were keenly observing Qin Lin, Wang's attention was drawn solely to Hu Lai. He did not expect to glean much from a mere fleeting glance. Instead, he relied on auditory cues to ascertain whether the coach would call out Hu Lai's name for critique. Thus far, he had not heard the coach mention Hu Lai, which he deemed a commendable performance for someone participating in their first training session. Qin Lin was engaged in a passing drill with 2 other midfielders, while 2 forwards, at the coach's behest, would sprint and then suddenly reverse direction upon reaching the dummies representing defenders, darting into the penalty area. At this juncture, the midfielder in possession was tasked with delivering a through ball to the advancing forward. The choice of which forward to pass to was entirely contingent upon the midfielder's observational judgment. While each midfielder's criteria might vary, there existed general guidelines. For instance, one should never pass to a forward who had not retreated properly, as that would result in an offside. Nor should one pass to a forward whose movement post-reversal lacked coherence, as that could easily lead to an intercepted pass. The training focused on ball possession for forwards and midfielders aims to achieve 3 primary objectives. Firstly, it seeks to enhance the player's ability to judge timing. Secondly, it guides the athletes in utilizing depth and executing incisive passes during offensive organization. Thirdly, it cultivates a synchronized understanding and connection between players in their movements. For the passer, timing is of utmost importance, while for the forwards, the moments for making incisive runs and choosing routes are equally crucial. After personally participating in and observing several training sessions, Qin Lin suddenly shifted his attention more towards Hu Lai. To ensure the training was both effective and closely mirrored real-game scenarios, the coaching staff imposed certain restrictions before commencing the drills. They mandated that both the midfielders responsible for passing and the forwards making runs could only touch the ball a maximum of 2 times. This meant that a player could receive the ball once and then either pass or shoot, with absolutely no third touch allowed. Failure to adhere to this rule would result in starting over from the initial position. Consequently, midfielders could not afford to leisurely observe and wait for the forwards to position themselves before delivering a pass, as this would negate the training's purpose of improving timing judgment. Under such constraints, not every pass could be made at the ideal moment for the forwards' runs, nor could every pass reach the correct position. Although during his time with the South China Tigers, he primarily functioned as a metronome due to positional and coaching demands, he was not devoid of the ability to make decisive passes. For an experienced veteran like him, who possessed a far superior awareness than his teammates, such training requirements posed no significant challenge. However, excelling in timing judgment is not solely reliant on one individual's performance. After all, timing is a combination of passing and running. If the running is subpar, passing becomes futile. After collaborating with several forwards from the Flash Star team, Qin Lin discovered that the player whose movements aligned most harmoniously with his passing was not one of the other forwards, but rather the young Hu Lai. His positioning, whether in terms of timing or route selection, was almost flawless. This realization was remarkable, even leading Qin Lin to doubt the credibility of Hu Lai's choices. Given his age and presumed lack of experience, Zhao Kongming, observing from outside the training area, smiled upon witnessing that in every drill involving both Hu Lai and Qin Lin, the latter consistently passed the ball to Hu Lai. He believed that with Qin Lin's experience and insight, he could not have overlooked the subtle distinctions between Hu Lai and the other forwards. The repeated passes directed towards Hu Lai served as clear evidence of this. Seeing this unfold, Zhao Kongming felt a weight lift from his heart. Both Qin Lin and Su Wentao were seasoned professionals, having faced the transition to a new team and the immediate necessity to engage in training numerous times throughout their careers. However, Hu Lai's situation was different. He had been training with the youth team of the Sea God Club and lacked any experience with transfers. Zhao Kongming felt uncertain about Hu Lai's adaptability to a new team and unfamiliar environment. Despite his familiarity with Hu Lai, a sense of concern lingered. Currently, Hu Lai is adapting smoothly to his first training session at Shining Star, demonstrating his usual level of performance. This is indeed reassuring, for Hu Lai's normal performance equates to excellence. Chapter 8. Hu Lai and Wang Guangwei. After the morning training concluded, Zhao Kongming and his colleagues from the coaching staff departed from the training ground, heading back to the office to summarize the session and prepare for the afternoon's practice. Wednesday is the only day of the week that features 2 training sessions, and it also boasts the highest intensity. On their way back to the office, assistant coach Chen Mo inquired of Zhao Kongming, "So, how do you feel about Hu Lai's performance? Are you satisfied?" Just 2 days prior, Zhao Kongming had approached him to modify the training content for the day, which initially did not include any attacking drills with forwards and midfielders. At first, Chen Mo was perplexed by Zhao Kongming's request, but after witnessing the training, he understood that Zhao Kongming wished to assess Hu Lai's current level and condition. After all, despite their previous familiarity with Hu Lai, it had been nearly 6 months since they last saw him. Following their departures, Hu Lai had persevered alone for several months in a rather challenging environment, raising concerns for both Zhao Kongming and Chen Mo regarding how this adversity might have impacted his training state. Zhao Kongming smiled. "Yes, very satisfied. This lad has a commendable mindset. You wouldn't believe it. He was even joking with me on his way to the locker room." "I'm not at all surprised," Chen Mo remarked. "That's just his nature." As Hu Lai's head coach at the Haishan youth team, Chen Mo was well aware of Hu Lai's character. "Exactly, which is indicative of his strong mentality. I was genuinely worried that this transfer might unsettle him, but it seems I was overthinking it. Now, it's all about how he interacts with his new teammates," Chen Mo continued. "I don't foresee that being a significant issue," Zhao Kongming pondered. "I have come to know that Wang Guangwei is acquainted with Hu Lai. He could assist in integrating Hu Lai into the team." "Wang Guangwei, you say?" Chen Mo recalled Wang Guangwei's composed demeanor, which indeed seemed reliable. He nodded in agreement. After the morning training, Hu Lai returned to the locker room alongside his teammates. Wang Guangwei approached him. "Shall we go for a meal together?" he invited. "Sure. I actually don't know where the restaurant is," Hu Lai replied eagerly. Thus, after showering and changing, the two set off towards the restaurant together. The dining facility was located within a building near the southern gate of the training base, not far from their location. Nevertheless, Wang Guangwei took the opportunity to acquaint Hu Lai with the training facility as they walked. The gym is in the same building as our locker room. You've seen it, right? Hu Lai nodded. Yes, I have. Wang Guangwei glanced back at Hu Lai, noticing that he appeared somewhat more robust than he had during the Anong Cup. However, it was only a slight difference. Curiosity piqued, he asked. Didn't you engage in strength training much at Haishan? I did, but the results were rather mediocre, Hu Lai replied. Zhao, my coach, remarked that I am not inherently a power player, advising me not to invest too much effort in enhancing my strength. Of course, if I must train in that area, it is not impossible. However, I would first need to build muscle, which may impede my agility. Hu Lai observed Wang Guangwei, who appeared significantly more robust than during the Anton Cup finals, and remarked on his evident progress. Wang Guangwei smiled and replied, our positions differ. As a central defender, physicality is paramount. Forwards possess distinct styles and focal points. You are not the type of tank-like forward. We were standing by the youth team's dormitory, with the training ground situated behind it. I initially resided and trained in this very place. Wang Guangwei gestured towards a small building on the left and inquired, is the training academy of the Sea God more prestigious than that of the Shining Stars? Hu Lai nodded. Its scale surpasses that of the Shining Stars. Sea God indeed places greater emphasis on youth training. Before transferring here, he had also resided in the academy's dormitory. In truth, he knew little about the city of Lingnan, as he seldom ventured beyond the training base except when his team invited him out. Looking at Hu Lai, Wang Guangwei suddenly remarked, had we not lost to you in that final, I too might have joined a team in the Chinese Super League. Hu Lai crossed his arms in front of him, saying, brother, I truly never anticipated we would find ourselves on the same team later. Wang Guangwei laughed. What are you implying? Do you think I would seek revenge? We were merely representing our respective sides at that time. He shook his head with a smile. I am not complaining. Rather, I feel fortunate that I did not join a Super League team. Otherwise, I might still be struggling to secure a position in the first team. The midfield teams sound impressive, but when it comes to providing opportunities for young players, I believe Shining Stars is superior. Upon hearing Wang Guangwei's words, Hu Lai finally relaxed, lowering his crossed arms and smiling. Indeed, I have been with the Sea God youth team for so long that I do not even know which way the first team locker room door opens. Wang Guangwei continued his guiding tour. That over there is the southern gate of the training base. In fact, I usually enter and exit through this gate, rarely using the main entrance. Why is that? Hu Lai asked. Because the southern gate is closer to the bus stop for Route 12. I take that bus every day to training. Do you not have a car? Hu Lai asked, somewhat surprised. He had seen several youth team players drive to training and was astonished that Wang Guangwei, who had long since joined the professional ranks, still relied on public transport to commute to the training facility. Do you have a car? Wang Guangwei countered, noticing Hu Lai's expression of assumption. Of course I do. Hu Lai replied, surprising Wang Guangwei with his enthusiasm. What kind of car? Quite a few. Hu Lai proudly responded. A little yellow bike, a little blue bike, a little orange bike, a little white bike, and a little green bike. I can tell you, I change colors every day. I could go an entire week without repeating. Wang Guangwei was left speechless. You mean shared bicycles? Why the expression? Do you look down on the concept of environmentally friendly, low-carbon travel? What does that have to do with anything? Wang Guangwei, after several years, found that Hu Lai remained as unrefined as ever. Wasn't this lad supposed to have reached adulthood by now? Simultaneously, he realized that despite the passage of time, he still felt a sense of helplessness when confronted with Hu Lai. For instance, at that moment, he could only explain, the apartment I rent is merely 8 stops away. My training schedule is staggered from peak commuting hours, making it quite convenient to take the bus. It is also a green and low-carbon mode of transportation. Hu Lai had no retort. Indeed, taking the bus was a sustainable and eco-friendly means of travel, especially now that many buses were electric. Are you currently residing in a hotel? Wang Guangwei inquired again. Hu Lai nodded in affirmation. Surely, you cannot continue living in a hotel indefinitely? Does the Shining Star Club provide any rental subsidies? Hu Lai did not directly answer, but posed another question instead. No, Wang Guangwei responded, shaking his head. The funds for your hotel accommodations are not limitless. At most, you'll have to vacate within a month. Upon hearing this, Hu Lai frowned. Noticing his expression, Wang Guangwei asked, what is the monthly allowance from the Sea God youth team? 1,000 a month. If there are matches, the starting players receive an additional 700, while substitutes earn 300. If you don't play at all, you don't earn a cent, Hu Lai explained. That's a bit more than what I received in the Shining Star youth team, Wang Guangwei acknowledged. After all, It is a Super League club, Hu Lai remarked. Yet, Wang Guangwei, being a local of Jinqing, realized his expenses were relatively lower compared to Hu Lai, who was venturing alone in Lingnan. Thus, he understood why Hu Lai frowned upon hearing that the club did not offer rental assistance. Although Hu Lai had signed a professional contract with the club, the funds were not immediately available, and the salary was unlikely to be substantial. Presently, he only earned 10,000 a month before taxes. It was reasonable to assume that Hu Lai's salary was not higher than his own. After taxes, the income dwindled to a few thousand, which had to cover rent, food, and living expenses. Many people mistakenly believe that professional athletes earned vast sums. Yet, like all professions, the most lucrative rewards were reserved for those at the pinnacle. The vast majority of lower-tier professional players often earned modest incomes, some even less than ordinary white-collar workers. Nonetheless, earning several thousand a month at around 20 years of age could hardly be considered impoverished. It was certainly better than many of his peers. If you are looking to rent, I happen to have a 2-bedroom apartment with 1 room available. How about we share the rent? Wang Guangwei suggested tentatively. Upon hearing this, Hu Lai's eyes brightened. Sure, that sounds great. We can split the rent and utilities evenly. Initially, he had aspired to earn a significant income to help his family repay a debt of 350,000. Yet the money from the youth team barely sufficed for his personal expenses. Not to mention, he had yet to repay the 5,000 owed to Song Pongzi. With Wang Guangwei proposing to share accommodation, Hu Lai had no reason to refuse, embracing the mindset that every penny saved mattered. As they conversed, the two had already arrived at the entrance of a quaint 3-story building housing the restaurant. The first floor houses the dining hall, where I dined during my time in the youth team. However, the youth team must wait until the first team has finished their meal before they can use the dining area. As Wang Guangwei spoke, he led Hu Lai towards the entrance of the restaurant. We have to wait for the first team to finish? Hu Lai inquired, a hint of surprise in his voice. The Haishan Club features a 2-story dining hall, with the first floor designated for the youth teams, while the second floor is reserved for the first team. The staircases are located outside, ensuring there is no interference between the 2 levels. Being a club in the Chinese Super League, Haishan is certainly more affluent than Shanxing. Wang Guangwei was not taken aback by this revelation. Furthermore, apart from differing meal times, Shanxing maintains the same standards, providing 3 meals a day for 150 yuan. Oh, that's a decent meal allowance. Haishan only allocates 200 yuan. What a delight. As they approached the entrance, Hu Lai inhaled deeply, captivated by the enticing aromas wafting from within the dining hall. Wang Guangwei chuckled. Can you smell the flavors of home-cooked dishes? The chefs at the club's cafeteria possess commendable culinary skills. He guided Hu Lai into the dining area, which, in Hu Lai's eyes, appeared slightly smaller than Haishan's restaurant. Yet it was well appointed, embodying the adage that good things come in small packages. The kitchen, visible through transparent glass, faced the entrance, allowing patrons to observe the bustling activity inside. A testament to the chef's confidence in maintaining cleanliness. In the space between the kitchen and the entrance lay the self-service buffet, from which the delightful scents emanated, enticing diners. Before them, several first-team players were already collecting their meals at the buffet. Hu Lai, following Wang Guangwei, picked up a tray at the entrance and joined the queue, eagerly peering over to see the array of dishes available. Beef stewed with potatoes, mapo tofu, steamed sea bass, poached shrimp, spicy chicken pieces, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, shredded potatoes and vinegar, oxtail soup, 7 dishes, and 1 soup. In addition, there were vegetable and fruit salads, with staples including white rice, steamed buns, and noodles. Moreover, fresh fruit juices, coffee, and yogurt were available as beverages. The enticing aromas made Hu Lai swallow hard. He felt a pang of hunger. Wednesday's training session was indeed the most grueling of the week, lasting 100 minutes with an intensity surpassing that of his time in Haishan's youth team. Thus, the modest breakfast he had consumed at the hotel had long been depleted, and it was no exaggeration to say he was ravenous. Before becoming a professional player, Hu Lai, as a fan, had only a vague understanding of what professional athletes consumed, naively believing they subsisted solely on boiled chicken breasts, steak, mashed potatoes, and broccoli. However, since joining Haishan's youth team, he discovered that, at least in Chinese football, the dietary restrictions were not as stringent as rumored. Even players in the Super League indulged in home-style meals, albeit with pork entirely omitted, focusing instead on a high-protein diet. Additionally, Clubs in different regions often incorporate local specialties into their meal offerings. For instance, Haitian emphasizes seafood with a lighter flavor profile, catering to the local palate. It is said that the dishes served at the club restaurant across the mountains and seas tend to be excessively sweet. Hulai pondered that if the boiled beef were to be sweetened, he truly would not know how to stomach such a culinary abomination. Upon arriving at Shining Star, he found that the flavors of the dishes here were notably robust, characterized by a piquant and spicy profile. The dish of braised beef with potatoes, for instance, presented a stark contrast between Shining Star and the Sea Goddess restaurant. The former's dish was tinged with a deep crimson hue, laden with an abundance of chili peppers and bean paste, while the latter's offering appeared much more subdued, with peppers serving a more symbolic role. Of course, not all the patrons in these clubs were locals. In consideration of the diverse palates of others, there were also dishes that featured non-local specialties. For example, if one was averse to spicy food, the steamed sea base would be entirely devoid of heat. As he perused the menu, Hulai exclaimed, "Truly remarkable. Old Wang, you were right. The fare at Shining Star is exceptional, easily rivaling that of the Super League teams. To be honest, during my year and a half at the Sea God, I felt as though my mouth could barely muster a taste." Wang Guangwei replied, "Fortunately, you weren't at Green Athletic." "Green Athletic? What is that?" Hulai inquired. "An English League 2 team." "How do you know about a League 2 team?" Hulai asked, intrigued. "Recently, a social media marketing account circulated news about them, mentioning that the club's owner is an environmentalist who advocates for vegetarianism. At his behest, the club restaurant serves only plant-based meals, devoid of meat, eggs, or dairy," Wang Guangwei explained. Hulai's eyes widened in disbelief. Are they out of their minds? Do they think they can thrive on grass? How can professional players train and compete without meat, eggs, or dairy? Do they really fancy themselves as Popeye? No wonder they languish in League 2. At this point, Hulai ladled another generous scoop of beef onto his plate. After finalizing his selections, Wang Guangwei did not lead Hulai to a solitary seat, but instead guided him to a round table where several others were dining. Upon seeing Wang Guangwei and Hulai, the group waved them over. Hulai recognized Wang Guangwei's intent to help him acclimate to his new teammates, so he smiled and joined him at the table. A quick glance allowed Hulai to match the faces to the names previously introduced by Captain Li Tielin. There were the team's goalkeeper Yu Jiming and Tang Xian, as well as defenders Han Di and Zhang Xiaolei, alongside midfielders Han Xiangfei, Ma Wenyi, and Lung Jinyu. As soon as he sat down, Hulai promptly clasped his hands together and greeted everyone. "Greetings, esteemed brothers. I am but a newcomer, and I hope to rely on your guidance henceforth." Upon hearing this, the others quickly waved their hands in dismissal. No need for such formality. From now on, we are teammates, and it is only right that we look out for one another. Indeed, mutual care and support. Wang Guangwei quietly observed his teammates' responses, noting that their smiles appeared more genuine than the forced politeness typically seen in the locker room. It was evident that Hulai's endearing approach had left a positive impression on many. He had previously worried that Hulai might struggle to integrate into the team and experience difficulties in building rapport with his new companions. Yet, it seemed that such concerns were unfounded. Chapter 9. How to accomplish the task. That afternoon, after the training concluded, Wang Guangwei accompanied Hulai back to the hotel where he was currently residing, assisting him in transporting his luggage to the house he had rented. "You certainly have quite a bit of stuff," Wang remarked as he entered Hulai's room, immediately drawn to the sight of 3 large suitcases and 1 smaller one. "I brought back all my belongings from Lingnan. Of course, it's more than I expected," Hulai replied. "If it weren't for the difficulty of fitting the comforter, I would have brought that back as well." It was a stark contrast to the single backpack he had carried when he left Jincheng for Lingnan. At that time, he had fled from home in a hasty escape. Now, while it couldn't be said that he was returning in triumph, his year and a half in Lingnan had indeed allowed him to accumulate many items, most of which he was reluctant to discard, as they were still quite useful. With this much stuff, even a taxi might not accommodate it all. "The trunk won't fit your luggage," Wang Guangwei said, frowning. He then pulled out his phone. "Let me call Tao Gu to help you with your luggage. He has an SUV that can hold it all." "Who is Tao Gu?" Hulai inquired. "Daiza Tao. He traveled all the way to Lingnan to persuade you to join Shining Stars, but you ignored him." Hulai recalled, saying, "Who said I ignored him? I simply turned him down." Wang Guangwei was speechless. "You would have been better off ignoring him entirely. When he returned, he complained to me. baffled as to why you rejected him so decisively when he mentioned that Shining Stars was close to home. Hu Lai found it difficult to explain to Wang Guangwei that he feared being pulled back home if he joined a team so near to his family. So he could only chuckle awkwardly to ease the tension. Are you sure it's okay to call him for help? Wang Guangwei shook his head dismissively. Not at all. I have a good relationship with Tao Ge. Besides, he would be the happiest to see you join Shining Stars. He has long wanted to treat you to a meal. Upon hearing that there would be a meal involved, Hu Lai felt that the awkwardness was hardly a concern. Then hurry and call him. Indeed. When Dai Zitao learned that it was about helping Hu Lai move, he readily agreed without hesitation. Hu Lai even caught a hint of excitement in Dai Zitao's voice through Wang Guangwei's phone. What is going on? He.S. both helping out and eager to treat us? Hu Lai suddenly felt that he had been rather unfriendly towards Tao Ge during his time in Lingnan. Since he was now at Shining Stars, he resolved to engage more with Tao Ge in the future, fostering their friendship. After all, he had only a few acquaintances at Shining Stars. Aside from Coach Zhao and assistant Coach Chen, there were only Wang Guangwei and Tao Ge. While waiting for Dai Zitao's arrival, Hu Lai packed his belongings into the suitcases. He then sat on the bed, conversing with Wang Guangwei, starting from the Anton Cup final and continuing to discuss their respective experiences in their youth football clubs. This exchange inevitably led to some poignant reflections, especially when Wang Guangwei learned that Hu Lai's father did not support his football ambitions, leading him to leave home and borrow money from classmates to join the Haishan club. Wang's eyes widened in disbelief at this revelation. Approximately 20 minutes later, Dai Zitao knocked on the door of Hu Lai's room. Upon seeing Hu Lai, Dai Zitao appeared quite elated, excitedly patting Hu Lai's shoulder and exclaiming, "You actually came. I assure you, choosing Flash Star will not lead to regret. Although our hopes for promotion this season are dashed, we have a long-term plan that will surely come to fruition." Hu Lai thought to himself that as long as they did not drive Coach Zhao away, he would consider their long-term ambitions credible. Nevertheless, when faced with the Flash Star scout who had come specifically to assist him and even treat him to a meal, Hu Lai could only internally critique the scout's employer. With Dai Zitao's assistance, the task of moving luggage became significantly easier. Each person carried a suitcase, while Hu Lai also had a backpack as they exited the room. In the corridor, they encountered Qin Lin. Upon learning that Hu Lai had found a place and intended to move out of the hotel, Qin Lin inquired about the details of the accommodation. When he discovered that Hu Lai would be sharing with Wang Guangwei, he glanced at Wang Guangwei and nodded. Having friends around is always beneficial. After bidding farewell to Qin Lin, it was only in the elevator that Dai Zitao revealed to Hu Lai that the club had found Qin Lin a place. Yet Qin Lin was still hesitating and had not made a decision to move in. What is there to hesitate about? Hu Lai wondered. Living in a hotel day in and day out is hardly sustainable. Having one's own place allows for personal expression and customization. Dai Zitao explained that Qin Lin was pondering whether to bring his wife and child over. As an insider at the club, he was privy to details that ordinary players might not know, and he shared this with Hu Lai and Wang Guangwei out of trust. If Qin Lin were to bring his family, he would need to consider the children's schooling, and the requirements for housing would differ significantly from those of a single individual living alone. This dilemma was precisely why he had not been able to decide which apartment to choose right away. Upon hearing this, Hu Lai shook his head, saying, "So, Lin Ge actually lacks confidence in Flash Star? What do you mean by that?" Wang Guangwei inquired, puzzled. Although Lin Ge had signed a 3-year contract with Flash Star, given his age, this contract was essentially a retirement deal. Once the contract expired, he would likely retire. However, if Flash Star were to be relegated this season, could the esteemed former captain of the national team and Asian Footballer of the Year truly follow us to play in the second division? Dai Zitao and Wang Guangwei stared at Hu Lai in astonishment, surprised that he had drawn such extensive conclusions from the matter of renting a house. "Are you overthinking this?" Wang Guangwei frowned. "No, Hu Lai is correct," Dai Zitao responded, shaking his head. After a moment of hesitation, he continued, "In the contract between the club and Qin Lin, there are indeed stipulations regarding relegation. If Flash Star is relegated, his contract with the club will automatically terminate, allowing him to regain his freedom." Hu Lai queried. "I imagine that at 38, Lin Ge would still have opportunities in the transfer market even as a free agent, wouldn't he?" The other two remained silent. In this atmosphere of silence, the elevator reached the underground parking garage. As the elevator doors slowly opened, Wang Guangwei suddenly asked, "We won't actually be relegated, will we?" As a player who has been with this club since his youth team days, Wang Guangwei has developed a deep affection for his hometown team. Hu Lai remained silent, for he had no answer to offer. Dai Zitao reassured him, "There's no need for concern. We are still 6 points clear of the relegation zone." Hu Lai thought to himself that the gap was indeed substantial. With Dai Zitao's assistance, Hu Lai successfully completed his moving task. After placing his luggage in Wang Guangwei's rented apartment, he chose to dine out with the two rather than unpacking first. Dai Zitao treated them to a meal of barbecued meat. Naturally, due to the dietary management of professional athletes, their barbecue did not include pork. While everyone understood that boiled chicken breast and steamed broccoli were beneficial for professional players, few could endure such a monotonous diet daily. After all, professional athletes are human beings with their own desires and material needs for a quality life, and eating is undeniably one of the most significant pleasures. If one were to eat unhappily and suffer through every meal, no matter how nutritious the food might be, they would likely not reap any benefits from it. In fact, when a foreign coach initially arrived to manage a certain Chinese Super League team, he aimed to reform the players' diets to align with international standards. He did not impose an extreme regimen of solely boiled chicken breast and broccoli. Rather, he merely requested that they adopt the eating habits of European and American players. However, the players could not adapt. A group of Chinese athletes, accustomed to traditional Chinese cuisine, found it challenging to transition to a daily diet of steak, toast, and pasta. Ultimately, the foreign coach had to abandon his dietary reforms, realizing that if his players did not enjoy their meals, they would encounter physical and psychological issues. No matter how healthy the food was in theory, if players disliked it or felt repulsed by it, it would serve no positive purpose. It was far better to allow them to eat joyfully and comfortably, ensuring they performed well on the field. Even in more professional European clubs, head coaches typically do not impose strict dietary restrictions on players. On one hand, professional athletes are aware of what they should and should not eat without needing reminders from their coaches. On the other hand, even the most seasoned coaches understand that permitting players the occasional indulgence in less healthy meals will not necessarily hinder their performance. A typical example is that while carbonated drinks are known to be detrimental to athletes, many professional football clubs prominently feature soda machines in their dining facilities, allowing anyone to serve themselves as they please. Even more astonishingly, beverage companies producing carbonated drinks are among the major sponsors of football. As for smoking and drinking, practices that undoubtedly harm a professional career, countless athletes still partake in them. Thus, there is no need to be overly critical of professional players for not leading sufficiently disciplined lives. After their barbecue meal, Hu Lai and Wang Guangwei were driven back to the apartment by Dai Zitao. They bid farewell to him at the roadside and returned indoors. Subsequently, Hu Lai began to tidy up the room. In truth, there is little to arrange. First, I shall extract my toiletries and bedding, lay the sheets, and then encase the quilt I purchased from the supermarket after dining. As for the other items, I shall tend to them at a later time when I have the leisure to do so. However, it need not be a prolonged wait. Tomorrow, the team has a training session, one per day. After completing the morning training, we will have lunch at the base's cafeteria, leaving the afternoon free for me to return and organize at my own pace. Having bathed and changed, Hu Lai reclined on the bed, surveying the modestly sized room. The slightly larger master bedroom belonged to Wang Guangwei. Naturally, as this was a rental, one would choose a room with better conditions, which is perfectly reasonable. Aside from a wardrobe and a bed, there is scarcely room for any substantial furnishings. Even a table must be a small desk tucked in the corner, just large enough to accommodate a laptop. Hu Lai was indifferent to these particulars, as long as he had a place to sleep and could close the door to claim his own private space. He felt quite content. Moreover, this arrangement required him to pay only half the rent, truly perfect. He stretched languidly on the bed, feeling more at ease than during his time at the Haishan youth team dormitory. Regardless of the circumstances, he was undeniably a professional player now. If he continued to exert himself and relied on the system's support, he believed his future would only improve. Of course, it would be best if the Shining Stars could avoid relegation, for that way, Coach Zhao would not be dismissed. The instability of personnel could indeed impact his career, a lesson he had already gleaned from Coach Zhao's departure from the Haishan youth team. Relegation, dismissal. Avoid relegation, avoid dismissal. Suddenly, Hu Lai recalled the task he received that morning at the training base, expressing gratitude to Coach Zhao through tangible actions. In essence, this was an act of repayment for the coach's recognition of his talent. But what would constitute true gratitude? Ensuring that Coach Zhao could continue coaching the first team would surely be a form of repayment. How could this be achieved? By assisting the Shining Stars in evading relegation. Chapter 10. We need goals. Thus, Li moved out of the hotel and shared an apartment with Wang Guangwei. They trained together daily, returning home after practice and, on the way back, visiting the market to procure ingredients for dinner. As Li was not adept at cooking, they had agreed that Wang Guangwei would handle the culinary duties while Li took care of washing dishes and tidying up. Life was calm and orderly. 2 days later, Li returned to the rental alone, while Wang Guangwei accompanied the team on an away match. This weekend, the Shining Stars were set to challenge the Eagles Club in Tongxi Province, with the match scheduled for Saturday afternoon at 3:30. Consequently, the players selected for the matchday roster had their lunch at the training base after morning practice before boarding a bus to the airport for their flight. As Wang Guangwei was included in the matchday lineup, he would not be returning home with Li. Thus, that evening, Li dined on takeout. He ordered 3 servings of beef and vegetable salad through a food delivery app, complemented by various dressings, and consumed every morsel, leaving not a single kernel of corn behind. The following day, with no training scheduled for the team, he meandered through the nearby university campus and supermarket in the morning to familiarize himself with the surroundings. After enjoying a modest lunch outdoors, he returned to his rented accommodation and, precisely at 3:30 in the afternoon, tuned into the sports channel of Anong Satellite TV to watch the match featuring the Shining Stars. The television broadcasts of the China League 1 differ significantly from those of the Chinese Super League. The broadcasting rights for the Super League have been sold to the sports channel of China Central Television, which transmits live coverage nationwide. Simultaneously, rights for individual team matches are also sold to local satellite channels, permitting them to broadcast within their specific signal coverage areas without satellite transmission. Conversely, the broadcasting rights for the China League 1 have not been acquired by any national broadcasting entity. Instead, they have been delegated to various local television stations, which can only air matches involving their respective teams, rendering broadcasts of other teams' matches impossible. This is largely due to the lesser fame and entertainment value of the players in the China League 1 compared to those in the Super League, resulting in no organization willing to invest significantly in acquiring the broadcasting rights for all teams. Consequently, these rights are fragmented, allowing local stations to support their teams by purchasing only their matches' broadcasting rights, thereby saving a substantial amount of money. For this reason, Li had never watched a complete match of the Shining Stars before arriving, as he was unable to access Anong Satellite TV in Lingnan City. Only Anong Satellite possessed the capability to transmit the broadcast signal to satellites, while the subordinate channels lacked this qualification. Local sports channels are only viewable within their respective areas. Additionally, the Shining Stars did not boast any prominent star players before Qin Lin's arrival, resulting in low popularity and a scarcity of complete match recordings uploaded by enthusiastic fans online, with only sporadic highlight reels available. Today, Li regarded watching this live match as an exceptional opportunity to understand the team better, having been with them for just half a week. He had only recently begun to match names with faces within the squad. No amount of prior research through online news could rival the experience of witnessing a complete match. The current season of the China League 1 had already seen 17 rounds of play, with the Shining Stars accumulating 24 points, positioned 14th. A mere 6 points above the relegation zone, represented by Yanshan Kaiyun in 16th place. While 6 points may seem substantial, it is merely the equivalent of 2 matches. Moreover, there exists only one team separating the 14th place from the 16th, rendering their position precarious. Li was acutely aware that Coach Zhao had shifted the focus of their efforts from promotion at the beginning of the season to survival in the league. With half a season remaining, the team would be fighting to avoid relegation. Ultimately, in their match against the Tongxi Eagles, the Shining Stars managed a 0-0 draw away from home, which was commendable considering the Eagles ranked second in the league this season. It is noteworthy that in their previous match, the Eagles had suffered a 0-1 defeat at home against Hurriedly. His roommate, Wang Guangwei, started in this match, playing the full 90 minutes and contributing significantly to the team's ability to secure a draw against the league's second-place team. In truth, this is not the first occasion this season that Wang Guangwei has played the full match. Since Zhao Kongming's arrival, there has been a substantial promotion of young players, granting them ample opportunities. This approach, of course, carries inherent risks, as some young athletes may falter under the pressure of the first team. leading to the potential for premature advancement. However, such issues do not pertain to Wang Guangwei. Meanwhile, Qin Lin made his entrance in the 64th minute of the match, contributing with 2 pivotal passes, yet neither Li Kai nor foreign player Macaulay Murphy could find the back of the net. While Hu Lai felt elated for his roommate gradually establishing himself within the team, he also discerned the current issue, a lack of offensive prowess. This season, the Flash Stars have participated in 18 rounds of league matches, scoring a mere 16 goals while conceding 18. While their defensive performance cannot be deemed the best in the league, it certainly ranks among the commendable, with only 2 teams, Tongchi Eagles and Capital Athletic, having conceded fewer goals. For a team languishing at the lower end of the standings, such defensive statistics are quite respectable. Likely influenced by Zhao Kongming's background as an exceptional central defender prior to his retirement, as he excels in coaching defensive strategies. In stark contrast to their commendable defense, the Flash Stars' offense has been rather lackluster. Scoring only 16 goals across 18 league matches, they fail to achieve even a single goal on average per match. What does this performance signify? Among the 18 teams in the second division, only Wuzhou Dongshan, coached by Jiang and Sheng, has scored 14 goals fewer than them, currently sitting second to last in the league, excluding Hu Lai, who has yet to play. The Flash Stars boast 5 forwards but have managed a mere 16 goals, a rather embarrassing statistic. Hu Lai finalized his transfer to the Flash Stars back in April of this year, shortly after the commencement of the league. At that time, Coach Zhao could hardly have anticipated such dismal performances from the attacking line. However, witnessing the team's struggles sparked a bold thought in Hu Lai's mind. If these forwards can take the field, why shouldn't he? Given their current performances, he reasoned that he might not fare any worse. At worst, he might fail to score, which would hardly differ from the others' current display. With seasoned players supporting him, Hu Lai felt fearless. Yet, despite his eagerness to play, he pondered his approach. Should he boldly approach Coach Zhao, saying, "Coach Zhao, I wish to play. Could you arrange for me to do so?" He imagined he would swiftly be shown the door. Regardless of their cordial relationship, it was not quite at that level. If he wished for Coach Zhao to consider him for a match, he understood he must excel in training. After all, the pitch is a realm where merit prevails. Earning a draw against the league's second-place team away from home was regarded as meeting their established objective. Thus, the mood on the return journey was generally positive among the players. However, head coach Zhao Kongming was not in quite the same frame of mind. He was engaged in strategizing with assistant coach Chen Mo regarding their upcoming opponent, the Kunying City team from Jiangnan Province. This match is crucial for Flash Stars' quest for survival this season, as they are direct competitors. After this round of the league, Flash Star sits in 14th place with 25 points, while Kunying City is in 13th with 26 points. If Flash Star can triumph over the similarly matched Kunying City on their home turf, it would provide a temporary cushion in their relegation battle. Our primary concern lies in our ineffectual attacking front, remarked assistant coach Chen Mo. The absence of goals in this match could be attributed to our tactical arrangements. After all, facing the league's second-place team away, we must prioritize defense to ensure we do not concede. However, in the upcoming match against Kunying City, we cannot simply aim for a draw, can we? Zhao Kongming nodded in agreement. Indeed, we must strive for victory. A draw holds no distinction from a loss. We do not necessarily need to score a multitude of goals. With our defensive capabilities, even a single goal would suffice. Regrettably, our forwards struggle to find the net. Zhao Kongming frowned. If Qin Lin continues to perform well, perhaps we should consider pushing him to the forward line for the next match, Chen Mo suggested. Recalling that he had previously played as a forward, Zhao Kongming chuckled at his assistant's remark. That was many years ago. While he indeed started as a forward, he swiftly transitioned to a center back. If he were truly proficient as a forward, would he have moved to defense? Initially, Qin Lin played as a forward in the youth team of Anong Xingqing, and when he joined a professional team, he also played as a forward. However, within a season, the then-coach repositioned him as a center back, where he shone brightly, ultimately earning a place in the national team. Over time, Qin Lin also played as a fullback and an attacking midfielder. As he aged and gained experience, he settled into the defensive midfield role. Now, Chen Mo's suggestion to utilize such a defensive midfielder as a makeshift forward reflects his despair regarding the performance of his forwards. Throughout this half-season, various combinations of forward personnel have been attempted, yielding little success. They have experimented with 2 forwards, 3 forwards, and a lone forward, but to no avail. Just as Qin Mo was at a loss for words, he heard Zhao Kongming propose. Why not let Hu Lai give it a try? Hu Lai? He has only just joined the team. Thus, we should observe his training and integration for another week. At the very least, during practice. He and Qin Lin seem to exhibit some chemistry. However, if he is thrust onto the pitch under immense pressure and fails to score, what then? Well, it would be what it is. It cannot worsen much. Besides, I have faith in Hu Lai. Our current issue is not in the midfield or defense generating opportunities. As evidenced in this match, Qin Lin delivered 2 exquisite passes. Rather, it is our forwards who fail to capitalize on those chances. And Hu Lai, as you know, excels at seizing opportunities. Although his style is somewhat singular, he scores goals. At this moment, that is precisely what we require. Qin Mo was swayed by Zhao Kongming, as he is the head coach of the Haishan youth team, directly training Hu Lai and leading him in matches. Thus, he possesses a profound understanding of Hu Lai's characteristics and capabilities. When evaluated through the lens of a professional athlete, it is evident that Hu Lai exhibits numerous shortcomings. His physical strength is inadequate, and he is overly slender. Moreover, his speed is mediocre, and his dribbling skills are lacking, rendering him nearly devoid of breakthrough potential. His passing, while competent enough not to miss 5-meter distances, lacks precision. One cannot expect him to deliver accurate crosses after reaching the flanks. Consequently, after Zhao Kongming and Qin Mo departed, Hu Lai swiftly lost his position within the Haishan youth team. It is apparent that other professionals, including Sun He, held little faith in such a one-dimensional player becoming a qualified professional athlete. However, in the eyes of the experienced youth coaches Zhao Kongming and Qin Mo, Hu Lai possessed a singularly outstanding quality that surpassed his peers: his ability to seize opportunities. The capacity to capitalize on chances is a multifaceted skill, not limited to mere scoring. Similar to how coordination is not solely defined by physical agility. The second aspect of this skill was honed through diligent training. Qin Mo, as his head coach, was acutely aware of the extent of Hu Lai's dedication. Residing in the dormitory at the training base, conveniently located adjacent to the youth team's training grounds, Hu Lai could often be seen practicing shooting alone after the team's training sessions had concluded. After investing double or even triple the training time compared to his peers, his shooting ability naturally ascended to become the best in the Haishan youth team, consistently outperforming others during shooting drills. Indeed, Hu Lai's forte lies solely in scoring goals. Yet, as Zhao aptly stated, what we require now is simply to score. Chapter 11. The opportunity arises, we need to score. At the season's outset, there was fervent determination that this would be the final year for promotion, with firm belief in achieving that goal. Yet here we are, no longer contemplating the possibility of promotion. My sole concern is whether we can maintain our position in the China League. How did it come to this? Some may hastily place the blame squarely on head coach Zhao Kongming, but I refuse to do so. To be candid, Zhao Kongming has indeed brought about some positive changes since his arrival. The team's defense has markedly improved compared to last season, a fact observable to all, and a testament to Zhao's contributions. Were our defense inadequate, we would likely find ourselves entrenched in the relegation zone rather than merely struggling outside of it. However, Zhao's prowess in coaching the offensive side of the game has proven less effective. The current dilemma facing the team is a lack of attacking potency, with numerous forwards failing to find the back of the net. It is rather peculiar that Li Zikai, who netted 16 goals last season, has managed to score only 2 this season. This stark contrast has left his fans speculating that he is better suited to playing as a lone striker. However, the team has indeed employed a single striker formation this season, as Li Zikai shown in those instances. Murphy, on the other hand, possesses commendable technical skills, though his shooting leaves much to be desired. His dribbling and breakthroughs are satisfactory, yet his finishing lacks precision. Despite this, he currently stands as the team's top scorer with 5 goals, which is somewhat amusing given that 5 goals qualify him as the leading scorer. Nonetheless, those 5 goals represent approximately 1/3 of the entire team's tally. Truly, he is the undisputed key player. Is the current situation of the team solely the fault of coach Zhao Kongming? Certainly, he bears some responsibility. As the head coach, he cannot evade accountability. However, to attribute all blame to him would be unjust. I believe the forwards also have significant shortcomings. After his impressive 16-goal season, Li Zikai sought a salary increase. But when the club declined, his performance plummeted. One wonders if dissatisfaction over the lack of a pay rise has led him to exert minimal effort, Let Li Zikai's fans understand that my statement is a hypothesis, not a certainty, so please refrain from unnecessary disputes. Ni Xiong also had a commendable 9 goals last season, but after only 6 matches this year, he sustained an injury and remains in recovery, with no clear timeline for his return. To speak candidly, even if he does recover, it may hold little significance given his age of 32. Should he endure another severe injury, one must question how much of his former prowess will remain. During our inaugural season in the China League, Ni made significant contributions to the team's survival. However, we must respect the laws of nature. With age and a serious injury, physical capabilities decline, and many endeavors become unattainable. As for Zhang Jinzhong, he can manage as a substitute, but his abilities do not suffice for a starting position. Then there is Nie Jin, a young player promoted from the youth team, whose inexperience renders him unreliable for the time being. With 6 forwards on the roster, one must wonder how many of them are truly effective. With the summer transfer window open for half a month, why have we not acquired a striker capable of scoring? In the forum of Flash Star, a local fan penned a technical analysis that evaluated each forward, leading to considerable debate and attention due to its unfavorable conclusions regarding certain players. Many fans of Li Zikai were incensed by the perceived disrespect towards their idol and promptly rose to defend him. Do not incite discord. Who says Li is not putting in the effort? Do not hastily question the professionalism of a player. Indeed, fluctuations in a player's form are entirely normal. Furthermore, last season's coach was not Zhao Kongming. This season has seen a complete overhaul in coaching, tactics, and formation. Yet it seems unreasonable to expect Li to maintain the same form as last year. Moreover, as the team's leading scorer last season, is it unreasonable for him to seek a salary increase this season? It is only fair. The club's refusal to grant this raise has led to a decline in his performance. Should he bear the blame for that? It is evident that the club's stinginess is the issue, yet it is being twisted to portray him as ungrateful. Are you perhaps an apologist for the club? The original poster seems to possess an abundance of energy, responding vigorously to each dissenting voice with a firm stance. Even those who are not fans of Li Zikai find themselves swiftly confronted if they dare to disagree. For instance, when someone asked him if he could count, pointing out the number of forwards he had mentioned, he was quick to retort, speaking of Li, I realize I wronged the club. They did not fail to acquire a forward, but what did they actually buy? A substitute forward from the Haitian youth team. Don't accuse me of unjustly criticizing. I've specifically looked into Li's performance, and the country's football data statistics are lacking. Not every youth match is documented, and the available data is not detailed. Regardless, he surely is just a substitute forward in the Haitian youth team, and in the past 3 months of matches, his name scarcely surfaced. I understand that Zhao Kongming and Li seem to have a good relationship, and Zhao is renowned for nurturing young talent. Thus, I shall consider Li as a potentially brilliant player with a bright future. However, what we truly need at this moment is a forward who can score immediately upon arrival, not one who requires time and patience to develop over the next few years. Zhao Kongming may excel in coaching young players, yet he has also made misjudgments and faced failures. Was Zhang Qinghuan specifically requested by Zhao Kongming? The club acquiesced. And what was the result? A DUI incident, and he is still in detention. A promising talent purchased at great expense, who was expected to deliver, has proven inconsistent. With a troubling attitude in training and persistent off-field troubles, does Zhao Kongming truly believe he can redeem a wayward soul? Such arrogance is unfathomable. The original poster's assertions are overly extreme. The club has indeed considered various solutions to the issue of ineffective forwards. Have they not been tirelessly negotiating for Fang Xinjie? Speaking of Fang Xinjie stirs my ire. He undoubtedly possesses talent, yet with his contract with Shaojiang Linhai nearing its end and negotiations for a new agreement faltering, the club intends to offload him while he still holds some market value. The transfer fee was settled, and the next step was to negotiate personal contracts. However, at this juncture, the club acquired Qin Lin and offered him an annual salary of 4 million RMB. This is not mere speculation. It has been reported by the media, 4 million RMB. Our captain Li previously had the highest income within the team, and it was merely 1.5 million. To offer a 38-year-old veteran, clearly nearing retirement, for $1 million a year is simply astounding. Even if he were a former national team captain, this is utterly perplexing. The former shining stars were notoriously frugal. When did they become so generous? As soon as Fang Xinjie assessed the situation, He realized that a veteran who might retire in less than 2 years could command a sum of 500,000. Therefore, as the fourth top scorer in last season's China League One, and at the prime of his career, is it unreasonable to request a salary of 260,000? However, Shining Star was not in agreement. Consequently, both sides found themselves at an impasse. Just then, good news arrived. Upon opening the car door and preparing to get in, Fang Xinjie received a call from his agent. He was not in a hurry. Instead, he settled into the car, closed the door, started the engine, and placed his phone on speaker mode in the cup holder of the center console. As he gently drove out of the training base parking lot, he conversed with his agent. What good news? I can't even get on the field. What could possibly be good news? I have news that could resolve your current predicament. The agent cheerfully replied. The Shining Star Club seems to be softening their stance. An opportunity has arisen, Xinjie. Oh, have they agreed to our figures? Upon hearing this, Fang Xinjie perked up. Not quite. They mentioned that the annual salary figure is negotiable. Is that all? I thought they had agreed. Fang Xinjie felt a tinge of disappointment. Considering how resolutely they had previously refused, their willingness to negotiate now sparked his curiosity. What does that imply? You don't realize it yet, do you, Xinjie? It indicates that they are under significant pressure and struggling to maintain their stance. I told you to be patient. The situation is favorable for us. Shining Star's forwards are underperforming and failing to score. Sooner or later, they will buckle under the strain. And look, they are now approaching us, aren't they? The agent spoke with evident satisfaction over the phone. That sounds promising. Can we push for a higher figure? Perhaps 300,000? An additional 40,000 doesn't seem excessive. What are you thinking? The agent scoffed. Securing 260,000 has already been a Herculean task. 300,000? If you can make it onto the national team, forget 300,000. I dare to ask for 600,000. But can you? All right. If I can't make it, then 260 it is. You take care of this matter. I'm driving now. Fang Xinjie grimaced, revealing his disdain. Rest assured, I will handle it all. I'll reach out to you with any developments. After hanging up, Fang Xinjie muttered, if I could make it onto the national team, why would I need you as my agent? He pressed the accelerator hard, and the engine of the Porsche Panamera emitted a powerful roar as the car surged forward like an arrow, racing past a traffic light just as it turned yellow. With a thunderous sound, it left behind a trail of astonished gasps from the vehicles and pedestrians at the intersection. Wow, a Porsche. What is so impressive about driving a mediocre car? Running a yellow light like an idiot. Old Zhao, I've heard news that the club's negotiations with Fang Xinjie are progressing. Assistant coach Qin Lin informed Zhao Kongming as he entered the head coach's office. Oh, if he truly joins us, that would indeed be a positive development. However, the club is willing to grant him an annual salary of 2,600,000, Zhao Kongming replied while studying today's training plan. It is a necessity imposed by circumstances. Our forwards are failing to score. If we do not invest in new forwards, we will surely face the ire of our fans. The club must recognize that if they are reluctant to spend, ascending to the Super League will not be a simple endeavor. Zhao Kongming focused on the training schedule and pointed to a specific exercise, saying to Qin Lin, the training content and objectives of Offensive Routine 3 need to be adjusted. We must encourage our forwards to actively exploit the spaces behind the opposing defense to receive through balls, and then apply the training content of Offensive Routine 3 in the final practice match to assess its effectiveness. Upon hearing Zhao Kongming's words, Qin Lin immediately understood the underlying motive. Are you keen to observe Hu Lai's performance? Zhao Kongming smiled, acknowledging that this was indeed one reason. What is the other reason? Qin Lin inquired. I want his teammates to witness his capabilities. Qin Lin suddenly grasped the significance of this approach. Given Hu Lai's playing style, if he were to take the field, it would be essential for his teammates to coordinate with him. They must recognize Hu Lai's skills and have confidence in him, thus fostering a willingness to pass him the ball during matches. Otherwise, if Hu Lai were to be introduced directly into the game, he might scarcely touch the ball. As for why the training objectives of Offensive Routine 3 were modified to encourage forwards to assertively occupy spaces behind the opponent, it was simply because this is where Hu Lai excels. He is adept at finding space behind defenders. This adjustment in training content was tailor-made for Hu Lai. Chapter 12. The clever youngster. Today's training consisted solely of a morning session, lasting an hour and a half. Following a 15-minute warm-up, the team commenced training on offensive routines. Initially, the assistant coach elaborated on the specific training content for the 11 participating players. Qin Mo utilized a magnetic tactical board, maneuvering small magnetic pieces to illustrate to the players how to run and pass. He then directed the players to the field to replicate the passing and running routes he had just explained, all without any defensive pressure. Finally, the 11 players were assembled to act as opponents, allowing the attacking team to practice their offensive routines against defenders. Today's training was entirely focused on offensive strategies, encompassing 3 distinct routines. The first routine encouraged fullbacks to deliver crosses, urging players to utilize the width of the field and adeptly exploit the opponent's defensive weak side. The second routine similarly promoted crosses from the fullbacks, but emphasized using the space along the flanks to compress the opposing defense toward the center. The third routine was specifically revised by Zhao Kongming. Its objective was to encourage central midfielders to drift to the flanks for crosses, while motivating forwards to penetrate the spaces behind the opposing defense to receive through balls, thereby creating exploitable areas between the opponent's midfield and defensive lines. Following the training on offensive routines, the session concluded with a 45-minute 11-a-side match, divided into 3 segments, with each segment emphasizing a different routine. Generally speaking, the selection of these 11 individuals for tactical training may provide some insight into who the head coach envisions as starters for the upcoming match. While not an absolute certainty, the likelihood is substantial. Any adjustments would likely be minimal, involving only 1 or 2 positional changes, rather than a complete overhaul of the lineup. After all, today's training is specifically designed for the team to rehearse strategies against the upcoming opponent, and substituting a different group of players at the last minute would render today's training rather futile. Thus, prior to the commencement of practice, when the coach selects the players, everyone is on high alert, hoping to be chosen. The names of the goalkeeper Yu Jiming, center backs Li Tielin and Wang Guangwei, left back Liu Binwei, and right back Zhang Hao mirror exactly those of the starting lineup from the previous match. However, from the midfield onward, the names begin to shift. The midfield comprises Waters, Qin Lin, Lung Jinyu, and Ma Wenyi. Shi Juanda has been replaced in the starting lineup by Qin Lin, while Lung Jinyu, who played as a substitute in the last match, is likely to return to the starting 11 this time. Shi Juanda is known for his defensive prowess as a central midfielder, whereas Lung Jinyu excels in offensive play. The arrangement in the last match by Zhao Kongming was necessitated by the need for the team to defend its goal away from home, striving to secure a draw against Tongqi Eagles. Therefore, the midfield consisted entirely of players renowned for their defensive skills. However, facing Kunying City, the Shining Stars aim for victory and cannot afford to deploy for defensive-minded players in the midfield. George Waters is one of the 2 foreign players on the Shining Stars team, capable of playing centrally or on the flanks, possessing a commendable long-range shot that leans towards offensive contributions. Qin Lin is versatile, adept in both defense and organizing attacks, with his primary responsibility being the latter, especially since Zhang Qinghuan, who typically fulfills this role, is currently detained. Lung Jinyu has transitioned from a winger to a midfielder, known for his speed, breakthrough ability, and crossing skills. To enhance their attacking potential, his inclusion is essential. Ma Wenyi, characterized by his stamina, agility, and aggressive play, is an outstanding defensive midfielder. While he shares a similar role to Shi Juanda, he exhibits superior sweeping capabilities and broader defensive coverage. When only one dedicated defensive midfielder is permitted, Zhao Kongming will naturally prioritize him over Shi Juanda. This arrangement is logical, yet Shi Juanda feels somewhat discontented, grimacing upon hearing that his name was omitted. Next, we consider the forwards, a selection that presents little suspense. Although the forwards of the Shining Stars have collectively struggled with both long-term and short-term goal droughts, the pool of players available for selection remains quite limited. Foreign player Macaulay Murphy, currently the team's leading scorer, will undoubtedly take the field as long as he is not injured. Partnering with him will naturally be Li Zikai, who, regardless of his reduced goal tally this season, will still start, as there are no other players who can outperform him. During this process, Zhao Kongming had indeed arranged for other forwards to replace him, yet none of them performed significantly better than Li Zikai. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, Li Zikai remains the team's principal forward. The forwards, Murphy and Hulai, were also part of this dynamic. Li Zikai had originally intended to leave the team, but just as he had taken a step towards the exit, he was taken aback, realizing that the head coach had not called his name. Instead, Hulai, who had just joined the team a week ago, cheerfully ran out to join the squad preparing for training. Not only Li Zikai, but also the other players were astonished by the coach's decision. Was it not too premature for Hu Li to be making his starting debut? Some recalled a rumor suggesting that Hu Li and coach Zhao Kongming were old acquaintances. Initially dismissed as mere gossip, they now found themselves believing it. The coach's actions were exceedingly overt. There were those who were not surprised, such as Qin Lin and Wang Guangwei. Wang Guangwei was well aware of Hu Li's capabilities, so he was not taken aback by the coach's arrangement. Since the other forwards had failed to resolve the issues, why not give Hu Li a chance? Qin Lin's lack of surprise stemmed from his impression during the first training session after joining Shining Stars. He sensed that this fellow named Hu Li possessed something unique. If he could perceive it, there was no reason why Coach Zhao, who knew Hu Li better than anyone, would not recognize it as well. The training commenced swiftly, with Li Zikai observing Hu Li from the sidelines, eager to discern what talents this newcomer possessed to earn a starting position after merely a week with the team. After watching for a while, he shook his head. To be frank, in the absence of a defensive challenge, where players merely followed positional instructions, he could not identify any remarkable qualities in Hu Li, without the need to evade defenders or consider offside positions. The simplicity of passing and positioning meant that any competent player could perform adequately. Yes, he was actively pushing forward, consistently attempting to find gaps behind the opposing defense. But with no defenders present, who could say whether his aggressive runs were genuinely onside, or if he was truly seeking the right openings? Therefore, what could be discerned? Nothing at all. The three attacking patterns were quickly practiced, leading to a match scenario with 11 against 11 for practical application. Li Zikai was not selected for the opposing team, which suited his intentions perfectly. He wished to remain on the sidelines and closely observe this newcomer's performance during the match. Following the assistant coach Chun Mo's whistle, the training match commenced. Although it was a training exercise, it was unrealistic to expect both teams to rigidly adhere to the previously practiced tactics. Adjustments were necessary based on the unfolding circumstances. The offensive strategies needed to broadly follow the principle of directing attacks towards the flanks. But the specific execution, whether to pass twice before shifting to the side or to circulate the ball multiple times before progressing, was left to the player's discretion. In this offensive play, the right-back Zhang Hao received the ball and attempted to advance, only to be besieged by the opposing forward and winger, forcing him to pass the ball laterally to the central defender Li Tielin. Upon receiving the ball, Li Tielin then delivered a diagonal pass to the retreating defensive midfielder Ma Wenyu, who subsequently fed the ball to George Waters, now positioned centrally. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao began his forward run. However, Waters refrained from passing directly to the advancing Zhang Hao. The opposing defenders quickly reacted, marking Zhang Hao tightly. A pass from Waters would not have facilitated an attack down the flank, but rather entangled it in a deadlock. In such circumstances, the forward Hu Li did not merely stand at the front, raising his hands for the ball and waiting for a pass, but instead, he retreated to support his teammates. Yet, he did not simply run back. He first surged forward, drawing the defender Zhang Xiaolei with him, who assumed Hu Li intended to make a direct advance. Suddenly, Hu Li executed a sharp stop and pivot, accelerating back to receive from Waters. This maneuver left Zhang Xiaolei momentarily bereft of his defensive target. Onlookers expressed their admiration. What a splendid run. It was evident to all that Hu Li's astute positioning was remarkable. Not everyone retreats by first advancing, as many tend to directly run back to assist their teammates. While the intention to support is indeed there, it often becomes glaringly obvious, making it easy for opposing defenders to anticipate. Even if one does retreat, the presence of defenders nearby complicates the possibility of receiving the ball. However, by initially taking 2 steps forward before abruptly accelerating back, Hu Li successfully misled the defenders. It may appear simple, yet such nuanced positioning is not something every player can execute in a match. Indeed, the distinction between exceptional players and average ones often lies within these seemingly straightforward movements and the subtleties of ball handling. Although the opposing players would inevitably press again, Hu Li had already gained a second or two of unmarked time for the retreating player. Provided that the teammates deliver the ball promptly, he could receive it with composure. Even if he were to find himself closely marked after receiving the ball, the player who had just taken possession could freely exploit the space left by the advancing defenders. Thus, the team's attack might flourish, rather than stagnating as it had before when the player in possession faced retreating teammates and the accompanying defenders, unable to pass the ball and stalling the offensive momentum. On the sidelines, Coach Xiao Kongming observed Hu Lai's movement with a faint smile. This was not a technique imparted by him or Chun Mo. For Hu Lai, such positioning seemed instinctual. After evading Zhang Xiaolei, Hu Lai retreated while gesturing to Waters, who promptly delivered the ball. As Hu Lai received the ball, he glanced back to assess the situation, noting that Zhang Xiaolei had re-engaged. Consequently, he did not stop the ball, but instead passed it laterally to the advancing Qin Lin. After the pass, Hu Lai swiftly turned and sprinted towards the penalty area. Zhang Xiaolei could only turn and retreat, for he was a central defender. Failure to return promptly would leave gaps in the penalty area. After Qin Lin adjusted to the ball passed by Hu Lai, he noticed a vast expanse on the right flank, and Zhang Hao had already surged forward with great speed. As the play had previously gravitated towards the center, the attention of the fullback assigned to defend him had also been drawn inward. By the time the defender regained his focus, Zhang Hao had already appeared behind him. Qin Lin swiftly executed a diagonal long pass, sending the ball soaring towards the vacant space outside the right side of the penalty area. In fact, as Hu Lai retreated to receive the ball, another forward, Murphy, had begun his run into the penalty area, making a diagonal advance towards the near post. Simultaneously, the midfielder on the left, Lin Ge, also surged forward, pressing into the box. Their forward movement compelled the defensive line to retreat. Upon passing the ball, Qin Lin decisively advanced forward. Moreover, the defenders behind him, along with Waters and Marvin E., collectively pressed forward, covering the space left by the advancing attackers. The tactical requirement for a forward press was not only to support the team's offensive play, but also to facilitate immediate counterpressing or to delay the opponent's counterattack in the event of losing possession. As Zhang Xiaolei hurried back, he suddenly noticed that Hu Lai had slowed down. As he approached the edge of the penalty arc, he even came to a halt. Why wasn't he charging directly into the penalty area? The central zone of the box was vacant. Yet, Zhang Xiaolei did not have time to ponder this. He cast a quick glance at Hu Lai and accelerated into the box. Since this lad had voluntarily relinquished his position, he would seize the opportunity to fill the void. Upon noticing Hu Lai's abrupt deceleration, Qin Lin, who had just passed the ball and was advancing, merely glanced at Hu Lai before entering the penalty area, leaving him behind and resolutely heading towards the center, confronting Zhang Xiaolei. On the right flank, Zhang Hao had received the ball and looked up to assess the situation in the penalty area. Murphy was actively making his way to the near post, drawing away as central defender. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaolei had just returned to the box, quickly positioning himself. Additionally, at the far post, Lin Ge was entangled with the opposing right back. Lin Ge charged into the area, colliding with Zhang Xiaolei, who had just settled into position. Observing this development, Zhang Hao abandoned his initial intention to deliver a cross, realizing that any pass would likely pose little threat to the opponent's goal. Thus, he opted to continue dribbling towards the opponent's penalty area, forcing the already established defensive line to shift. On the defensive end, the left back was retreating, but it was too late. A midfielder had come up to assist. As he carried the ball towards the opponent's penalty area, Zhang Hao continually raised his head to survey the field. He realized that Hu Lai, who should have been in the penalty area long ago, had only just entered. Seeing him advance with the ball, Hu Lai spread his arms wide in front of him, signaling for a pass. Instantly recognizing that this was the only unmarked receiving point in the box, Zhang Hao hesitated no longer and executed a reverse triangular pass, sweeping the ball towards the center. As Zhang Hao delivered the pass, Hu Lai suddenly accelerated, sprinting towards the ball, successfully shaking off the defensive midfielder trailing behind him. With no one marking him, he swung his right foot at the ground-hugging ball. The moment the ball arrived, his foot made contact. Bang! The opposing goalkeeper, Tang Xin, raised his arm but failed to intercept the ball, which had already soared into the net behind him. Splendid! Someone on the sidelines cheered, clapping enthusiastically. Qin Lin turned to Hu Lai, raising his hand for a high five. Clever run. Hu Lai smiled in response. That's because Brother Lin held off their center back. Qin Lin, somewhat surprised, asked, "Did you notice that?" Hu Lai smiled enigmatically. This elicited a chuckle from Qin Lin as well. Their forward partner, Macaulay Murphy, gave Hu Lai a thumbs up and remarked in simple Mandarin, "Great goal." Hu Lai reciprocated with a thumbs up of his own. On the sidelines, many teammates not involved in the training also applauded Hu Lai's goal. Although it was merely a practice goal, everyone, being professionals, recognized the finesse Hu Lai displayed. His positioning was exquisite, his passing decisive, the rhythm of his forward movement adept, and he found himself in an unmarked position, calmly executing the shot. Throughout this process, he maintained his composure, a rarity among young players. To Qin Lin, this encapsulated the dissonance he had previously sensed. Hu Lai's understanding of the game during training belied the fact that he had never played in a first-team match. Nevertheless, Qin Lin dismissed any concern regarding the reasons behind Hu Lai's performance. Talent is an unpredictable entity. Li Zikai glanced around, sensing a hint of crisis amidst the applause and cheers from his teammates. His brow furrowed, and his expression grew serious. While this was merely one instance of Hu Lai's prowess in training, it was part of a series of displays throughout the day. From these training sessions and practice matches, he had discerned that the young player possessed an exceptional instinct for goal scoring, exhibiting confidence in both his positioning and shooting. As a forward who had once netted double-digit goals in a single season, he fully understood the significance of this. His dismal performance this season was closely tied to his waning confidence. After a striker endures a dry spell, even the most talented can find their self-assurance slipping away. Truthfully, he felt a pang of envy and jealousy towards the self-assured Hu Lai. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he turned his gaze towards the head coach, Zhao Kongming. Upon seeing the smile on Zhao's face, a heaviness settled in his heart. Chapter 13. The match roster after concluding the morning training session. Hu Lai and Wang Guangwei finished their showers and dressed before heading to the dining hall together. With no afternoon training scheduled, some players opted not to linger at the training base for lunch, choosing instead to drive away, as they had ample time in the afternoon to arrange their plans and preferred not to waste time at the facility. In the past, when the Flash Stars trained once a day, their sessions were typically scheduled for the afternoon. This was primarily due to the fact that most matches took place in the afternoon, and afternoon training helped players acclimatize to the timing of the games. Additionally, it was a matter of tradition. Everyone was accustomed to training in the afternoon. However, upon Zhao Kongming's arrival, the training schedule was shifted to the morning. He discovered that when players trained in the afternoon, the prospect of not having to wake up early for the next day's morning session often led them to indulge in a vibrant nightlife, staying up late into the night. This not only resulted in skipping breakfast, but also caused sleep deprivation, lethargy, and ultimately, a decline in physical condition. After all, football is a sport that demands physical fitness. What good is it to play if one's body is failing? Initially, the players of Flash Stars were not accustomed to this change and even showed some resistance. However, they have now adapted and even come to appreciate it. The advantages of morning training are evident. With a single session completed in the morning, players have ample time in the afternoon and evening for socializing, entertainment, relaxation, and spending time with family. This contrasts with the previous schedule, which fragmented the day, leaving players with only the evening to unwind, often resulting in a frantic rush to enjoy their leisure time late into the night. Now, with a full afternoon and evening at their disposal, players feel less inclined to stay up late. The anticipation of morning training prompts many players to refrain from excessive indulgence, encouraging them to retire early to avoid the risk of oversleeping and being late for practice. Not all Chinese professional players exemplify a lack of discipline and self-control. A well-structured system can significantly raise the stakes against their potential self-indulgence, thereby ensuring their professional integrity. Presently, the first-team players of Flash Stars have grown accustomed to this training arrangement, and the outcomes have surpassed those of the previous afternoon sessions. As Wang Guangwei walked from the locker room to the dining hall, he couldn't help but scrutinize Hu Lai, prompting Hu Lai to wonder if his zipper was undone. Wang Guangwei chuckled. "Is your zipper on your face?" "I'm simply surprised." "Surprised about what?" Hu Lai inquired. "Your growth rate is astonishing," Wang Guangwei replied, shaking his head. "In the early days, during the Anong Cup finals, you were desperate to score, exhausting yourself to create a shot opportunity. Yet now, during training, whether in positioning or shooting, you appear so effortless. It's only been a little over 2 years since you started playing, hasn't it? Not even 3 years. And your growth feels like you've engaged a turbo boost." Hu Lai, taken aback, exclaimed, "Wait, how did you know I was using a cheat code?" Wang Guangwei paused for a moment before playfully punching Hu Lai's arm. "Get lost. You're quite the actor." Hu Lai sighed internally, reflecting on how no one believed his honesty, thinking he was merely putting on a show. Alas, in this day and age, how challenging it is to be a truthful person. He slightly raised his head and declared with righteous fervor, "Perhaps it's simply because I work harder than others." Wang Guangwei, however, did not perceive Hu Lai as boasting or posturing. Instead, he solemnly nodded and remarked, You must exert yourself far more than others to achieve your current performance on the training ground. Have you noticed that the way everyone looks at you when they speak has changed? What do you mean? Hulai inquired with curiosity. I cannot quite articulate it, but I sense that many people's attitudes towards you have notably improved. The locker room is a realm where prowess speaks volumes. Possessing skill naturally earns you the admiration and respect of others, Wang Guangwei explained, seemingly anxious that Hulai might misconstrue his intentions. When I first joined the first team for training, I felt as though every teammate scrutinized me with a discerning gaze, thinking they looked down upon me. Eventually, I realized they were merely curious due to their unfamiliarity with me. Therefore, do not take their gazes to heart. Huh, is that so? Hulai responded, appearing bewildered, as if he had not sensed any change in his teammates' looks at all. Wang Guangwei, having witnessed Li Zikai's altered demeanor towards Hulai, chose to remain silent, deciding perhaps he was overthinking it. Maybe I am being overly sensitive, huh? He self-deprecatingly mused. Old Wang, who would have thought you, a man of such stature, possesses such intricate thoughts? No wonder you hastily resorted to a buzz cut after I messed up your hairstyle. Enough about hairstyles. Look at you. So concerned about learning from me, utterly shameless, heartless, and ungrateful. I cannot replicate your self-deprecating humor, Wang Guangwei replied, exasperated. Hulai erupted into laughter, as if he had received a commendation of the highest order. As they entered the dining hall, they collected their meals and sat together with Han Xiangfei, Han Di, Zhang Xiaolei, Yu Zhiming, Ma Wenyi, Lung Jinyu, and Tang Xin at a single table. During the meal, Zhang Xiaolei, who had been responsible for defending against Hulai during training, continued to ponder the incident of the conceded goal. He asked Hulai, when you suddenly stopped running, were you already planning to shoot near the penalty spot at that moment? Hulai nodded. Yes, I noticed that Murphy and Lin Ge had pushed your defensive line up to the goal. I thought I could exploit the space in the penalty area. However, I did not anticipate it would go so smoothly. I must commend Lin Ge. He discerned my intention and decisively advanced, positioning himself in front of you, thus preventing you from coming over to defend against me, which granted me an opportunity to shoot unopposed. After Hulai elucidated his thought process regarding his goal, the table fell silent for a moment before Zhang Xiaolei shook his head and sighed. Lin Ge could see it because of his extensive experience. Hulai, to possess such clarity of thought at your age is indeed rare. The main goalkeeper, Yu Zhiming, nodded in agreement. Initially, when Xiao Wang recounted his experiences of playing against you in high school, I was somewhat skeptical. However, it is evident now that you are indeed a prodigy. No wonder Xiao Wang found himself in such a predicament. Hulai scratched his head, appearing somewhat bashful. Wang Guangwei, reminded of Hulai's earlier words directed at him, watched him with a thoughtful expression. Is this not a display of utter shamelessness? Upon entering the head coach's office, Chen Imo eagerly inquired of Zhao Kongming. Are you satisfied with Hulai's performance in today's training? Zhao Kongming nodded with a smile. The results were exceedingly promising. Did you notice the players' reactions? After Hulai scored, many of them applauded. Then should we have him start in the next match, replacing Li Zikai? Chen Imo asked. Unexpectedly, Zhao Kongming shook his head. No, we will maintain Li Zikai as the starter. Oh, Chen Imo was taken aback. Introducing Hulai as a starter now carries too much risk and pressure. If his performance falters or he fails to score, it would burden him with an unnecessary weight. I plan to have him start as a substitute and assess the situation. If our offense does not improve, we will bring him on. Zhao Kongming elaborated. Chen Imo furrowed his brow in contemplation and ultimately agreed with Zhao's rationale. Indeed, one must not place excessive pressure on the youth. Let the seasoned players bear the load for now. Xiaolon accessed her mobile browser and entered the schedule for the China League 1, swiftly uncovering the match details for the current round of the 2022 season. As she scrolled through the list of fixtures, she located the name of the team, Duandong Shanxing, realizing that their match was set for this Sunday at 3:30 p.m. This meant that if she took an early train to Jincheng to visit her son, she could enjoy lunch with him, stroll about, and still return after dinner. The high-speed train from Dongchuan to Jincheng took merely 35 minutes, with frequent service, making it exceedingly convenient. Why choose match day to visit her son? Because on match days, the team does not train, allowing her son some free time, and it conveniently aligns with her schedule as well. Otherwise, her son is tied up with training and she with work, leaving little opportunity for a visit. Initially, she had intended to see Hulai last weekend, but an unexpected work obligation thwarted her plans. Hulai had returned from Lingnan to Anong a week and a half ago, and as a mother, she had yet to see him. Previously, when he was in Lingnan, visiting was no easy task, and she could only catch glimpses of him through video calls. Now that he was back in Jincheng, she was determined to see him, not willing to wait a day longer after a year and a half apart. After confirming the date, she quickly booked round-trip tickets from Dongchuan to Jincheng. Once she completed the purchase, she turned to her husband, who was engrossed in his phone on the sofa, and said, "You'll have to fend for yourself this Sunday." Hu Lisin inquired, "Are you going out?" "Yes. To see my son. Since you're not going, I'll go alone," Xiaolon replied with a huff. Upon hearing his wife mention their son, Hu Lisin frowned. Yet, over the past year and a half, due to Hu Lai, the couple had argued frequently and were well aware of each other's positions. Thus, Hu Lisin merely furrowed his brow and said nothing, unless he wished to be sent to the couch for the night. Xiaolon was indifferent to her husband's feelings. She was, after all, quite pleased and eagerly anticipated the moment she would reunite with her son. To keep it a surprise, she had yet to mention her plans to him. She began to ponder what gifts to bring for her son upon their reunion after a year and a half apart. The beloved Fuji apples, his favorite, were certainly to be included. Additionally, she planned to take the national competition trophy and medals that her son had been unable to carry away, placing them beside him to inspire his relentless pursuit of dreams. Just then, a message arrived on her WeChat from her son. "Mom, good news. I've been selected for the team's roster for the next match. This Saturday, I'll be traveling with the team for an away game." Xiaolon was momentarily taken aback, holding her phone in disbelief. After a while, she applied for a ticket refund on the booking app and turned to Hu Lisin, asking, "What would you like to eat on Sunday?" "I'll go to the market." "Aren't you going out?" Hu Lisin queried, puzzled. "Not anymore." "Oh, is the sun rising in the west? Didn't you always say you wanted to find our son? Why the change?" he retorted, a hint of sarcasm in his tone. However, Xiaolon showed no inclination to argue. Instead, she beamed with joy, saying, "Because our son has been selected for the match roster. He is going to play an away game." This time, it was Hu Lisin who was left speechless. "What do you say, old Hu? The student surpasses the master. Your son is achieving more than you. He has only been with the team for a short while and is already set to play his first professional match." Xiaolon countered Hu Lisin's earlier sarcasm with a playful jab. Hu Lisin scoffed, "It's just the roster. It doesn't guarantee he will play." "Yet it is a promising beginning," Xiaolon exclaimed, her excitement bubbling over. "Getting on the roster first, then the starting lineup. I understand. You understand nothing. Getting on the field as a starter is not that simple," Hu Lisin thought to himself, but refrained from voicing his doubts. Ignoring her husband's sullen demeanor, Xiaolon replied on WeChat, "Congratulations to our son. When is the match? I'll be watching the live broadcast and cheering for you." Chapter 14. The first appearance in the professional league. The air conditioner mounted above the wall hummed industriously, its outdoor unit outside the balcony emitting a constant drone that made the glass tremble with low-frequency vibrations. Set to a comfortable 26 degrees Celsius, Xiaolon still felt the heat, fanning herself with a round handheld fan. The voice of the commentator echoed from the television. "Today, the temperature in Kunyang has reached 34 degrees, with humidity soaring to 80%, creating a stifling sensation that negatively impacts both teams on the field." Indeed, the weather in Kunyang could be succinctly summarized in 2 words: oppressive heat. The commentator noted that excessive humidity forms a thin film of water on the skin, hindering heat dissipation. Consequently, the match had not been particularly thrilling thus far, with both teams appearing somewhat fatigued. Fortunately, a water break was imminent. The televised images clearly illustrated that the match was taking place under the blazing sun. In such sweltering conditions, even the spectators were sparse, with nearly 2/3 of the seats empty in the Kunyang City Sports Stadium, which has a capacity of 40,000. Although a third of the match remains, the atmosphere is lackluster, with only a handful of fans present, their voices scarcely heard. Without the camera capturing the stands, one might easily mistake this for a match played in an empty stadium. The weather is already dismal, and with both teams yet to score as the game progresses, the fans' boredom becomes palpable. In this match, the personnel arrangement of the Flash Stars is notably more proactive compared to their previous game against the Tongchi Eagles, and they have indeed created several opportunities, yet, regrettably, they have failed to capitalize on them. Consequently, the scoreboard remains at a stalemate. Fortunately, the Flash Stars' defense has held firm against the onslaught from Kunyang City, maintaining a score of 0-0. While Kunyang City might find this score acceptable, even in their home ground, the Flash Stars certainly cannot. Should they fail to secure a victory in this match, it would mark their third consecutive game without a win, placing immense pressure on Zhao Kongming. Given the lackluster nature of the match, the commentators from Anton Sports channel resort to idle chatter. Hearing the commentators' remarks, Xiaolon cannot help but voice her frustration. If that's the case, why not simply substitute Hulai? My son is a forward too. Shouldn't we bolster our attack by switching in a forward? As she speaks, she quickens the pace of her handheld fan, as if hoping to smooth the furrowed lines of her brow with the breeze it generates. It is now 4:43 p.m. on a Sunday afternoon, and the match between the Flash Stars and Kunyang City has been underway for 58 minutes, the score still locked at 0-0. The sole reason she remains patiently glued to the television, despite her limited understanding of football, is that her son, Hulai, has yet to take the field. No one in the household answers her queries. Her husband, the only one with any football knowledge, excused himself to take a walk right after the match commenced. In such oppressive weather, she knows he is not genuinely out for a stroll. He simply wishes to avoid the match, unwilling to concede defeat to their son. Hulai is not seated on the substitutes bench. He, along with a few fellow substitutes, has been sent to the warm-up area by the assistant coach. Preparing behind the goal of Kunyang City, they begin with a 10-meter sprint, then return, alternating between slow jogging and high knees, before sprinting back again. Repeating this routine 5 times. After completing the exercises, he stands still to stretch, observing the game from behind the advertising boards, with a view of the Kunyang City goal. He believes Zhao's tactical arrangement is sound. The Flash Stars have displayed commendable performance away from home, particularly in midfield and defense. Though Lin Ge is 38, he remains an indomitable presence in the second tier, orchestrating play effectively. However, the forward line is struggling. Macaulay Murphy finds himself closely marked by the opposing defenders, making it difficult for him to seize opportunities. As for Li Zikai, it is unclear whether the defenders of Kunyang City are aware of his current lack of form, as they seem to be less vigilant in their marking of him compared to Murphy, inadvertently allowing Li Zikai some chances to shoot. However, much like his previous matches, he has only managed a single shot that grazed the goalpost. At that moment, Li Zikai forcefully attempted a long-range shot from the edge of the penalty area, but the ball soared high above the crossbar, landing far behind in the warm-up zone of Hulai and his teammates. A ball boy from the home team at Kunyang City tossed the ball onto the field and then turned to retrieve it. Observing the ball boy sprinting under the scorching sun, Hulai felt a twinge of sympathy for him. Back when he played for the Dongchuan High School team, there were no ball boys, so if someone shot the ball astray, they would be met with jeers from everyone, as no one wished to run that far to fetch the ball. Ultimately, the responsibility fell upon whoever had kicked it out to retrieve it. Li Zikai's performance in front of the goal was indeed dismal. Beside Hulai, Han Xiangfei, who was warming up with him, suddenly sighed. But didn't Li score 16 goals last season? Hulai inquired. Who can predict form accurately? Han Xiangfei replied, shaking his head. Suddenly, Hulai recalled something and asked, I heard online that Li's goal drought is due to the club not meeting his salary increase demands. Perhaps, Han Xiangfei mused. Not securing a raise might have affected Li Zikai's mindset. During that period, he constantly berated manager Dong in the locker room. Coach Li advised him to adjust his attitude, but he didn't heed it. In truth, he already earns $1 million a year. Even if the club doesn't raise his salary this time, as long as he performs well, there will be opportunities in the future. Yet, his outbursts made everyone quite uncomfortable. Here he is, $1 million a year player, lamenting about the club treating him like a beggar. What does that make us, who earn less than 500,000? After hearing Han Xiangfei's grievances, Hulai pondered for a couple of seconds before asking, If you are the beggar among beggars, then what am I? Han Xiangfei laughed heartily. Don't worry, as long as you perform outstandingly. You need not fear a lack of good contracts. Look at Guangwei. He only signed his professional contract with the club at the end of last year. Yet, given his current form, I assure you the club will offer him a new contract before the end of this season, with a significant salary increase. Hulai then asked, What about me, Brother Fei? I just signed my professional contract in July. If I perform well this half-season, could the club renew my contract and increase my salary by the end of the season? Han Xiangfei turned to Hulai, his eyes alight with amusement, and shook his head. I can't say. You need to perform exceptionally well to warrant the club renewing your contract in just 6 months. Hulai himself was uncertain about what conditions would necessitate the club to offer him a new professional contract and a salary increase within such a short span. The thought of still owing 400,000 in debts made him impatient. Just then, the referee's whistle sounded, prompting the players from both teams to pause the match and head towards their respective benches. It was time for a water break. Meanwhile, the head coaches seized this opportunity to make adjustments based on the events of the match, akin to timeouts in basketball games. The timing of hydration breaks has enriched the coach's tactical repertoire during matches. The hydration on the sidelines was inconsequential to the substitute players. Hu Lai and Han Xiangfei ceased their conversation and resumed their simple warm-ups. At this moment, the fitness coach from the Shining Stars bench sprinted towards the corner flag. Quickly reaching the area, leaning against the advertising board, he waved his hands and shouted, "Hu Lai! Hu Lai!" Initially, everyone assumed he was calling for them to return, signaling the end of warm-ups and a return to the substitutes bench. However, as they began to head back, the fitness coach waved his hands frantically. "What are you coming back for?" "I meant Hu Lai. Hu Lai, come back." He pointed directly at Hu Lai. Han Xiangfei was the first to react, giving Hu Lai a hearty pat on the shoulder. "That's great, Hu Lai. You're going on. Don't just stand there. Hurry back." Only after being nudged by Han Xiangfei did Hu Lai snap back to reality, running towards the Shining Stars bench amidst the envious gazes of his teammates. As Hu Lai approached the coach's area, he overheard Li Zikai passionately pleading with head coach Zhao Kongming to remain on the field. "I can still go. I guarantee I can score, Coach Zhao. It's only 65 minutes in. There are 25 minutes left. Just give me 15 more minutes. And if I haven't scored by then, feel free to substitute me. I want to say a word." His tone was fervent and his voice raised, making it easy for Hu Lai to hear from outside. However, rather than lingering on the periphery, he crouched down and slipped into the throng, appearing before Coach Zhao Kongming with a cheerful smile. "Did you call for me, Coach Zhao?" Fearing that Coach Zhao might be swayed by Li Zikai's arguments, he quickly leaped in to assert his presence, successfully drawing a frown from Li Zikai. After casting a glance at Hu Lai, Li Zikai redirected his attention back to Zhao Kongming, continuing, "Coach Zhao, I'm feeling great today. I almost scored in the first half." Nonetheless, Zhao Kongming remained resolute, shaking his head at Li Zikai. "In this weather, the exertion is considerable for everyone. You need to come off and rest. We will need you for the next match." Zhao Lai, realizing that even his impassioned plea was falling on deaf ears, Li Zikai resigned himself to the decision of being substituted, which left him particularly displeased. He offered no further response to the coach's words, turning sharply towards the substitutes bench. Ordinarily, if substitutions were to be made for the Shining Stars, he should not have returned directly to the bench, as he had not yet officially been substituted. He was expected to stay on the field until the coach was prepared for the next stoppage in play, at which point he would exchange places with the incoming teammate. However, he chose instead to head straight to the substitutes bench, expressing his dissatisfaction with the coach's decision in this manner. Consequently, the Shining Stars were compelled to execute a substitution immediately. Otherwise, they would risk playing with one less player, potentially conceding a goal due to their numerical disadvantage. Indeed, just after Li Zikai departed, the referee approached to remind the Shining Stars players to quickly return to the field, cautioning against turning the hydration break into a halftime intermission. Assistant coach Chun Mo hastily informed the referee of their intention to substitute. "Why the delay? Hurry up." The chief referee, displaying a hint of impatience, waved his hand. Just a moment, Chun Mo remarked as he hurried to retrieve Hu Lai's competition certificate, for without it, he could not take to the field. Meanwhile, head coach Zhao Kongming wrapped an arm around Hu Lai's shoulders and leaned in to speak softly in his ear, saying, "There isn't much time to elaborate. But I understand that excessive words may not be of much use to you." Hu Lai grinned. "You've been observing from the sidelines for quite some time, so you must have your own thoughts. The attacking strategies we practiced repeatedly during training will indeed be effective against the defense of Kunyang City." Upon hearing Zhao's words, Hu Lai nodded vigorously, confirming his own observations from the bench. He had come to believe that Zhao's previous assertion about finding his coaching rhythm with the first team was indeed true. For Zhao had consistently demonstrated his tactical acumen and had notably progressed during his tenure with the Shining Stars. "Just perform as you did in training," Zhao reassured him, gently patting Hu Lai's shoulder. "Don't feel pressured. Even if you don't score, it's not a catastrophe. The primary goal is to immerse yourself in the atmosphere and gain experience." Hu Lai interrupted Zhao's lengthy advice, saying, "I understand, coach. But why does it seem like you're more nervous than I am?" "Don't be ridiculous," Zhao exclaimed, giving Hu Lai a firm pat on the back and pushing him along. Hurry up and get on the field. Understood. Hu Lai saluted Zhao, accepted his competition certificate from assistant coach Qin Lin, tossed aside his training vest, and made his way toward the fourth official. He meticulously tucked the hem of his jersey into his shorts, and as he withdrew his hand, he noticed a slender red string adorning his left wrist. The Shining Stars were set to make the first substitution. Li Zikai had returned to the bench, indicating that Zhao Kongming intended to utilize this hydration break for a change. Entering the game was the number 33, Hu Lai. This young player had only transferred from the youth team of the Super League's Haishan club just 2 weeks prior. The television broadcast captured Hu Lai's silhouette as he tucked his jersey into his shorts, his last name, Hu, prominently displayed on the large number on his back. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiaolan leaped from her bed, swiftly opened her phone's camera, and began recording the television screen. Guanlin, what do you know about this Hu Lai? The commentator inquired. I actually know a bit about him. Prior to this, Hu Lai was a student player who caught the attention of professional teams due to his outstanding performance in the National High School Football Championship. He subsequently joined the youth team of Haishan, where the youth training director was none other than our current coach of the Shining Stars, Zhao Kongming. Surprisingly, the commentator Lu Guanlin had indeed done his homework. Rather than rummaging through notes at the commentary desk, he exclaimed into the microphone, "Can someone tell me who this is?" Speaking of student players, our own number 15, center back Wang Guangwei, was also once a student athlete. He played at the prestigious Jiaxiang High School, where he captained the team. After graduating from high school, he became a member of the Shining Stars youth team. It is noteworthy that a team has 2 players hailing from the ranks of student athletes taking the field, which serves as a testament to the remarkable progress of campus football in our nation. The commentator, however, seemed oblivious to the significance of this moment, as Xiaolan's attention was solely fixated on her son's image captured in the video on her phone. She observed him as he presented his participation certificate, walked alongside the fourth official to the sidelines, and raised each foot in turn for the official to inspect his studs. Finally, she witnessed the fourth official raising the substitution board, signaling the exit of number 9 and the entrance of number 33. Ultimately, she saw her son stride confidently onto the verdant pitch. "Go, my son," she whispered softly. Chapter 15. The birth of a goal before the match commenced. Hu Lai redeemed a lucky bracelet using 10,000 points. The significance of this match transcended the fact that it was his inaugural professional appearance. He had already surpassed his father's record in terms of professional match participation. The true weight lay in the realization that his performance in this game would directly influence his future opportunities to play. Uncertain whether he would score, he recalled Coach Zhao's reassurances that he need not worry about the pressure of scoring. Yet, how could one genuinely remain indifferent? Clearly, a goal in one's debut would pave the way for more opportunities down the line. Conversely, missing this chance could lead to uncertainty regarding future appearances. It was akin to missing a scoring opportunity in the game itself. Once that chance slips away, the likelihood of scoring diminishes throughout the match. Li Zikai served as a cautionary tale. He had come close to scoring in the first half, and it was indeed true that he had been the nearest to a goal when his shot grazed the far post and went out of play. Had that shot found the net, even if he were substituted afterward, he would not have cast a disgruntled gaze at Hu Lai's back. As a striker who thrived on scoring, Hu Lai understood the rarity of opportunities and cherished each one, never squandering them. Therefore, to secure his chances for the next match, he willingly expended 10,000 points to increase his luck. He did not employ the lucky bracelet in every game, but this first match demanded its use. After all, every journey begins with a single step. If this initial endeavor is successful, the path ahead will naturally widen. Upon entering the field, Hu Lai took over Li Zikai's position, and as the game resumed, he immersed himself fully in the action. He actively repositioned himself, adhering to tactical demands, dropping back to support his teammates, and passing the ball to those in more advantageous positions. Occasionally, he engaged in defensive duties, not only pressing to regain possession in the attacking third, but also retreating to establish a defensive presence in front of the penalty area. After all, the team had conceded the second fewest goals thus far, relying not solely on the efforts of 4 defenders and a goalkeeper. However, nearly 10 minutes had elapsed since his entrance, and he had yet to secure a single opportunity to shoot. Observing this from the sidelines, Li Zikai couldn't help but scoff. Do you think professional matches are easy? Just because you can score in practice doesn't guarantee you'll score in a game. Upon contemplating this, he suddenly felt a sense of relief. Reclining against the backrest of the substitute bench, crossing his legs and folding his arms across his chest, adopting an air of leisurely anticipation as if he were about to witness a performance. He recalled that this season, the head coach Zhao Kongming had indeed made adjustments on the front line. He had once found himself relegated to the substitute bench as well. Various personnel combinations and formations had been tried and tested, yet what was the outcome? Ultimately, the only one capable of synergizing with Murphy remained himself. Thus, he surmised that this was merely another futile endeavor by Zhao Kongming. After all, Hu Lai was a newcomer, and he had missed all previous attempts. Xialan had long since put down her phone, ceasing to record, and instead focused intently on the match. Although she found it difficult to understand certain aspects, such as when the star team approached the opponent's penalty area yet failed to pass the ball to Hu Lai, she found herself muttering in frustration at the television screen. Pass the ball. Give it to Hu Lai. To her, the players of Star not passing to Hu Lai meant she was deprived of witnessing his splendid performances. That, in her view, was the most crucial matter. She was utterly indifferent to whether Star could win or not. Now, she simply observed her son as he continuously received and passed the ball, running back and forth, without any clear purpose. It felt to her like a headless fly buzzing about in the blazing sun, and she wondered what significance there was in exhausting his energy in such a manner. In contrast, Li Ziqiang, watching the match live from the old house, paid close attention to these seemingly trivial details of the game. He noted that Hu Lai rarely allowed the ball to linger at his feet. If he received the ball with his back to the attacking direction, he would immediately pass it sideways or play it back, never once attempting a forward pass. Conversely, if he faced the attacking direction, he still opted to pass rather than dribble. He consistently dispatched the ball before repositioning himself, either by moving laterally to create an angle or by turning and sprinting forward. However, his movements did not guarantee he would receive the ball, as his teammates did not always choose to pass to him. Li Ziqiang discerned that this situation differed from the first time Hu Lai played for the school team, when no one passed to him, as he had yet to earn their trust and was somewhat disliked. In contrast, during his time at Star, Hu Lai occasionally did not receive the ball simply because it was inconvenient for his teammates to pass it to him, or because there were superior passing options available. Clearly, although this young man had only been with his new team for a week and a half, he had already garnered the fundamental trust of his teammates through his performance in training. Regardless of how Hu Lai performed in this match, Li Ziqiang perceived it as a positive omen. Additionally, he was particularly mindful of the progress Hu Lai had made during his year and a half away from the school team, as he had not been able to witness Hu Lai play since he joined the Haishan youth team. There had been no broadcasts of the Super League youth team matches on television or online, nor any video highlights available in any form. He was uncertain whether Hu Lai, after joining the professional team's youth squad, could meet the demands of the club and whether he was genuinely dedicated to his training. He recalled how he had once told Hu Lai that his talent required him to exert more effort than others to truly shine. He was not entirely convinced that Hu Lai had absorbed his words, considering that during their time together, he had always kept a close watch over him, providing special guidance. Li Ziqiang worried that Hu Lai's apparent obedience was merely a result of his constant supervision. Once at the Haishan club, a professional team, the coach could not monitor a single player incessantly, without someone overseeing him daily. It became paramount for Li Ziqiang to know whether Hu Lai could maintain a strict regimen and train earnestly. After watching the 10-minute match, he reached a preliminary conclusion. Over the past year and a half, Hu Lai had not squandered his time or talent. He had indeed trained earnestly. His poised performance on the field was testament to this. It was important to note that this was his first professional match. Yet his ability to receive and pass the ball showcased his solid fundamentals. It appeared that Zhao Kongming at Haishan's youth training had been exceptionally attentive to Hu Lai, tailoring specific training to his technical attributes. When Hu Lai joined Haishan, Li Ziqiang had harbored some concerns, fearing that the youth team might impose unrealistic expectations on him, such as demanding he excel as an all-around forward, mastering dribbling, passing, and defensive engagement. Such pressures could potentially stifle Hu Lai's development. Whether or not Hu Lai scored in this match was of little concern to Li Ziqiang. Rather, he was particularly focused on the nuances of the game. In his view, Hu Lai was still young and had just joined the team, allowing him ample time to grow. Even if he did not score in this match, it was inconsequential. After all, how many players managed to score in their inaugural professional match? The vast majority of players' first professional appearances are often far from memorable. Merely performing adequately is considered a success, and excelling in one's debut is a rare stroke of fortune. As Hulai observed Wang Guangwei with the ball in the backfield, he did not pass it to anyone but feigned a long pass before suddenly charging forward with the ball. After a couple of strides, he delivered a diagonal pass to the retreating George Waters. Although Waters had his back to the attacking direction and the ball was still in his own half, Hulai had already begun to advance. His movement prompted Kunyang City's center back to retreat as well. Not only did he move forward, but another forward, Macaulay Murphy, also pressed ahead, pulling the Kunyang defenders back with him. At that moment, the ball was passed by Waters to the advancing right back, Zhang Hao. Kunyang City's players rushed to defend Zhang Hao, attempting to thwart his advance, but Zhang Hao then passed the ball to Qin Lin, who had come to support him. The space in which Qin Lin received the pass was created by the forward movements of Hulai and Murphy. As the two strikers from Shining Stars surged forward, they drew away the defenders of Kunyang City, thus creating a modest gap between the defensive line and the midfield. Upon witnessing Qin Lin's reception, two midfielders from Kunyang City immediately rushed towards him, for he is undoubtedly the most threatening player in the Shining Stars midfield. While he may have struggled to meet the demands of the Super League, he faced no pressure in the China League 1. In the face of their pressing, Qin Lin refrained from holding onto the ball for too long. Instead, he shielded it and passed it back to his supporting defensive midfielder, Ma Wenyu. After a brief adjustment, Ma Wenyu launched a diagonal long pass, transferring the ball to the left flank, where the overlapping left back, Liu Binwei, awaited. "What a splendid transfer!" exclaimed the commentator from Anong TV. On screen, Liu Binwei received the ball and surged forward, prompting Kunyang City's right back to chase desperately. As the two engaged in a race down the sideline, simultaneously, in the central area of the pitch, Hulai, Murphy, and Qin Lin were also racing against the defenders of Kunyang City. With a coordinated assault, they charged towards the penalty area. Among them, Murphy darted towards the near post, while Hulai sprinted towards the far post. Qin Lin lagged slightly behind, advancing towards the edge of the penalty area near the arc. The remaining players of Shining Stars, adhering to their training, pressed forward to fill the spaces left by their attacking teammates. However, Lin Ge chose not to join the forward surge towards the opponent's penalty area. Instead, he veered towards Liu Binwei to offer support. Should Liu Binwei fail to shake off his opposing fullback, he needed to be ready to assist. Yet, Liu Binwei had no intention of passing to Lin Ge. He accelerated, propelling the ball forward, momentarily creating half a yard of space before delivering a cross. The ball arced gracefully, soaring towards the goal of Kunyang City. "A cross!" the commentator shouted, followed by his co-commentator furrowing his brow. "Oh, it's too high?" Indeed, it was too high. Under the close pressure from the opposing fullback, Liu Binwei's pass had a bit too much force, resulting in Murphy, who was making a run to the near post, unable to reach it. He did not even attempt to jump, merely watching as the ball sailed over him. At the far post, a central defender from Kunyang City leaped to clear the ball, managing to make contact, yet he miscalculated its height and merely grazed it. This slight touch caused the ball to abruptly descend, landing perfectly at the feet of Hulai, who was making a late run into the area. On the coaching bench, Zhao Kongming instinctively lifted half his body, leaning forward as if to leap up, only to be restrained by assistant coach Chen Mo, who, in his anxious grip, conveyed his tension without uttering a word. Meanwhile, in front of the television, Li Ziqiang was momentarily stunned, his heart racing as anticipation soared. The ball unexpectedly grazed off the opposing center back, leaving everyone astonished. It seemed like an opportunity. Yet this unforeseen twist caught Hulai off guard. He fixed his gaze on the diminutive figure on the television screen, hoping that Hulai's extensive training in ball control would manifest in this critical moment. As Hulai observed the football cascading down from the opponent's head, he instinctively lifted his right foot, his mind a blank slate, unable to formulate any coherent thoughts. Driven by muscle memory and instinct, his body sprang into action. He gently nudged the descending ball with the inside of his right foot, applying just the right amount of force at the perfect moment. It was as if time slowed. The football momentarily suspended in midair after striking the inside of his foot, its downward momentum abruptly diminished. Simultaneously, Hulai spread his arms to maintain balance, stepped aside with his left leg, rotated his body, and lifted his right leg once more, aiming at the football. Before him lay an open goal, the opposing goalkeeper still en route from the near post. There was no time to waste. The shot lacked ferocity, in a bid to save seconds. Li didn't take a full swing, but executed a rather ordinary yet precise push shot. The inside of his right foot made contact with the ball, just below its center of gravity, propelling it forward with a gentle thud. The football soared towards the goal. And only after it crossed the white goal line did the yellow-green gloves of the Kunyang City goalkeeper stretch out in a desperate attempt to intercept. This time, Chen Mo was unable to restrain Zhao Kongming. After forcefully shaking off Chen Mo's grip, Zhao charged forward with exuberance. Chen Mo, unable to hold him back, followed suit. Not to restrain Zhao Kongming, but to celebrate with him. The 17th goal of the season for the Flash Stars had been born. P.S. Please consider offering a bit of monthly support with Li's first career goal. Thank you all. Chapter 16. From high school fields to professional arenas, a stunning diagonal long pass from Ma Wen found the advancing Lu Binwei. And the Flash Stars initiated an attack down the left flank. Lu Binwei dribbled, attempting to reach the byline for a cross. Alas, it was too high. The back post was left unguarded. The Kunyang City defender misjudged the flight of the ball. Li. As the commentator's voice resonated with that name. Xiaolon stared in disbelief at the television screen, momentarily forgetting to record on her phone. In her focused gaze, her son skillfully controlled the football, then struck, sending it effortlessly into the Kunyang City net. Her son scored in his very first professional match. Xiaolon was momentarily taken aback. The goal was in. Li. This was his debut match. This was his inaugural professional goal. How incredible! Who could have envisioned this moment when he stepped onto the field? The Flash Stars had gone 2 consecutive matches without scoring, only to be broken by a 19-year-old debutante. Li. He had netted the 17th goal of the season for the Flash Stars. Meanwhile, in front of the same television, Li Ziqiang exhaled deeply, reclining slightly on the sofa. The scene he most dreaded did not materialize. Instead, he unexpectedly scored during his professional debut. He couldn't help but reminisce about the time this young man played for the Dongchuan Middle School team under his guidance, where he earned the opportunity to compete in the Anton Cup. Back then, he had only granted him a chance to play after being outwitted by a stunning bicycle kick that the lad executed, forcing his hand. However, he had no intention of truly considering this as a chance for Li to redeem himself. He was far from believing that Li would make any significant impression in this match. Initially, he planned to substitute Li for a brief stint, allowing him to flounder through the game, after which he would inform him that it was still premature for him to think he could earn playing time through his own merit, urging him instead to diligently work on the fundamentals until his second year of high school. Who would have thought that this young man would score under such circumstances? Moreover, he did so with barely any passes coming his way. Certainly, luck played a role in that goal, much like the one scored today. Yet, can such fortune alone account for scoring in 2 significant debuts? Take that recent goal, for instance. If one were to speak of luck, it could just as easily be said that Li was unfortunate. The ball deflected off the opposing defender, catching Li off guard. And many players faced with such a situation would struggle to handle it, often misplaying the ball out of bounds or right into an opponent's possession. Luck? While there may have been some element of chance in his scoring, to attribute Li's goal solely to luck would be utterly blind, mused Li Ziqiang. Sprawled on the sofa. Is this kid just incredibly lucky? How could that goal even happen? On the substitutes bench, Li Zikai sat wide-eyed, watching the field as all his teammates erupted in celebration for the goal. It was supposed to be a lofted pass, yet it had fortuitously landed at Li's feet. Why had he never experienced such luck while on the pitch? As Li Zikai lamented his misfortune, Li had already turned and sprinted toward the corner flag, determined to execute his first professional goal celebration. He dashed forward, leaping high into the air, spinning a full 180 degrees. His arms crossed over his chest, and as he descended, he dramatically swung them downwards. Once his feet firmly planted on the grass, he proudly showcased his number and name to the live camera. Li's celebration was truly unique. It seemed reminiscent of his celebratory moves from his school days, prompting laughter from the commentator. Lu Guanlin, the well-prepared analyst, remarked, indeed, during his time at Dongchuan Middle School, he frequently performed such celebratory gestures after scoring. This celebration, carried over from the schoolyard to the professional arena, felt like a beautiful tradition. One must admit, this celebration was rather impressive. As Li had just completed his full set of celebratory gestures, he was swiftly enveloped by his exuberant teammates. Cheers and shouts erupted as they rushed towards him, embracing him, patting him, tugging at his hair, and colliding their chests against his, rendering him akin to a bouncing ball. swaying amidst the crowd, feeling dizzy and disoriented. Although he had previously experienced similar celebrations after scoring during matches, it was evident that the strength of the student players paled in comparison to that of the professionals. Hu Lai had already sensed this disparity in training. When his professional teammates barreled towards him, it momentarily transported him back to his first-year training sessions, where he felt the same sensation when Coach Li Ziqiang had sent him flying through the air, akin to being struck by a truck. Finally, when the jubilation subsided and everyone returned to their half of the field, Hu Lai exhaled a sigh of relief. Qin Lin had not participated in the initial frenzy of celebration. It was only at this moment that he approached Hu Lai, raising his arms to high-five him in congratulations. Alongside this gesture, he remarked, "Well done." In response to the elder's praise, Hu Lai chuckled modestly. Following Qin Lin was Wang Guangwei, who had sprinted up from the backfield to join in the celebration, also exchanging a high-five with Hu Lai. Afterward, he embraced Hu Lai, giving him a pat on the back, exclaiming, "What a great start, Hu Lai. You should treat me to a meal for that goal, as I was the one who orchestrated it." All right, I'll treat you to a meal. You choose what to eat, and I'll foot the bill." Hu Lai replied with enthusiasm, feeling generous for once. On the sidelines, Zhao Kongming and Chun Mo exchanged glances, each discerning a shared understanding in the other's eyes. Their gamble had succeeded. They had taken a considerable risk by allowing this newcomer, who had just transferred a mere 10 days prior, to debut in the league. The tale of forcing growth is well known, and they were uncertain if their actions would ultimately be detrimental. However, it appeared that Hu Lai was quite resilient and unperturbed by such risks. His performance in his league debut was remarkably composed, displaying an air of confidence while managing the ball, truly embodying the demeanor of a great player. In that mutual glance, Zhao Kongming and Chun Mo simultaneously affirmed their willingness to continue taking risks in the future. The match between Flash Stars and Kunyang City had resumed, and the aggrieved Kunyang City launched an aggressive offensive. It was now a test of Flash Stars' defensive capabilities. Reporter Chen Jinyu, stationed at the stands, was not fixated on the defensive players of Flash Stars. Instead, his gaze was predominantly drawn to the number 33 player who had scored. This was the young man who had cleverly neutralized the negative effects of distraction during the welcoming ceremony. The most inconspicuous and seemingly weakest among the 3 players who had joined Flash Stars. Yet, unexpectedly, he was the one to break the team's 2-match goal drought. As a team reporter, Chen Jinyu was unable to observe training sessions outside of media open times. Thus, he remained unaware of how Hu Lai had gradually won over his teammates during practice. He was merely aware that he was an inconspicuous young man with little notoriety, who quickly faded into the background of the team following the welcome ceremony. Such young individuals exist in every professional team, and each one, upon entering the professional realm, harbors dreams of their future. Countless youths step into professional squads, becoming one of the cornerstones of Chinese professional football. In the ruthless tide of professional football, 99% of them face elimination, with only the remaining 1% truly emerging as professional players. He initially presumed that players like Hu Lai, despite having a high school national championship as a foundation, would find success elusive. In reality, his acquisition of a professional contract was largely attributed to the fact that the coach of Flash Stars was the youth training director from his time at the Ocean God youth team, an instance of nepotism, which is commonplace in such a social context. Little did he anticipate that, merely 10 days after joining the team, this young lad not only participated in a match, but also scored. Previously, many forwards of Flash Stars had exerted themselves tirelessly, striving to find the net. Yet here was a goal that arrived so effortlessly and unexpectedly. Chen Jinyu felt a sense of absurdity. Such an easy goal rendered the struggles of Flash Stars in pursuit of scoring almost comical. However, he understood that as an astute journalist, this goal signified that he must closely monitor this young talent to discern whether he had merely experienced a stroke of luck or if a new star was on the rise. Chapter 17. Outpacing everyone although they were on home turf. Kunyang City's counterattack following their conceded goal proved ineffective. Under Zhao Kongming's guidance, Flash Stars' defense exhibited a remarkable transformation compared to the previous season. United in purpose, even Hu Lai, who had scored, returned to the edge of the penalty area to assist in defense. During his time at Dongchuan Middle School, he had been instructed by Li Ziqiang to contribute to defensive duties, so he did not resist the notion of tracking back, despite the toll on his stamina. Tactical discipline was paramount. By employing a defensive strategy in the dying moments of the match, they withstood Kunying City's relentless assaults. While the closing stages of the game were fraught with tension, they managed to hold their ground. Ultimately, thanks to Hu Lai's goal, Flash Stars triumphed with a 1-0 victory away against Kunying City, securing their first win in the last 3 rounds of the league. As soon as the match concluded, Hu Lai was whisked away by the broadcasting team to a backdrop for an interview. First of all, congratulations, Hu Lai. This is your debut match with Flash Stars. And you've managed to score. How does that feel? The reporter inquired, microphone in hand. Having experienced pre- and post-match television interviews during the high school national competition, this scene felt second nature to him, and he felt no trace of nerves. Panting slightly, he responded to the reporter's questions, his face adorned with an unmistakable smile. Yes, I'm particularly delighted. Just being able to play is wonderful, and I never expected to score. Observing Hu Lai's beaming countenance, the reporter could not help but chuckle, fully immersing himself in the joy of this young player who had scored on his professional debut. Hu Lai, could you elucidate the meaning behind that celebratory gesture? He inquired. It is simply my way of proclaiming to everyone that the scorer is I, Hu Lai, he replied, proudly and confidently tilting his head. Having opened the scoring for his team in his inaugural match, Hu Lai expressed his elation in a post-match interview, elucidating that his celebration was intended to showcase his name and number, hoping to be remembered by all. It must be said, this was indeed quite endearing. In the evening sports news broadcast on Anton Sports Channel, a segment was dedicated to the earlier match in the China League 1, with Hu Lai, the sole scorer for his team, naturally taking center stage. Look, your son. Not only did he play, but he also scored, Xiaolon exclaimed, pointing at the television screen. Addressing Hu Lisin beside her, Hu Lisin merely grunted and rose to depart towards the bedroom door. Hey, where are you going? She queried. To smoke, he replied tersely, ensuring to close the bedroom door behind him. What are you pretending for? Xiaolon murmured. I've never seen you go out for a smoke before. The news segment regarding their son had concluded, prompting Xiaolon to pick up her phone and continue browsing the online news about the China League 1. Although there was no national broadcasting network for the league, it did not imply that national news websites were absent from reporting on it. Websites like Goal featured dedicated sections for the China League 1, aggregating all related news, some pinned by their own journalists, while others were reprints from different sites. Xiaolon focused solely on news pertaining to matches involving the Shining Stars Kunying City, meticulously clicking into each article to locate her son's name. Each time she spotted it in the news, a smile would grace her face. In the unlit kitchen, a red light flickered rapidly, alternating between bright and dim. Hu Lisin stood in the kitchen, turning to gaze out at the night sky, taking drag after drag from his cigarette, the smoke curling through the gaps in the screen, drifting towards the heavens as if yearning to embrace the clouds above, merging with them. In the enveloping darkness, he remained silent. Li Qingqing felt particularly disheartened, lamenting the absence of a China League 1 team in Shanghai, despite the city boasting 2 teams in the Super League. The lack of a China League 1 team meant she could not witness any live broadcasts of those matches. Although the local television station aired games featuring the local teams, they would face the Shining Stars twice in a season, whether home or away, and the local station would cover those matches. This way, she could at least catch 2 games featuring Hu Lai, rather than enduring the frustration of knowing he was playing today, yet seeing not a single moment of it. She could only await the match's conclusion, eagerly reaching out via WeChat to Hu Lai. How was it? Did you play? How did you perform? How did it feel? However, she did not receive an immediate response. It was not until approximately half an hour later that she received a reply from Hu Lai. First debut, first goal. What do you think? Li Qingqing widened her eyes as she read Hu Lai's message on her phone. Her initial reaction was disbelief, thinking that Hu Lai must be joking. Previously, they had a similar episode when Hu Lai was still in the Poseidon youth team, and she was unable to watch the youth team's matches live. Nor could she find any news reports. She had previously inquired whether Hu Lai had played in the youth team matches, only for him to deceitfully claim that he hadn't even made the match roster. In her attempt to comfort him, she promised to take him out for a meal. It was only after he had successfully tricked her into that meal that he revealed he had indeed played, and not only that, he had scored a goal. Thus, he managed to con her out of a meal. Of course, given their current situation, the debt of that meal had been nullified, and it was now Hu Lai who owed her countless meals. With the youth team garnering little media attention, Hu Lai's words held significant weight. Now that the updates from the China League were likely available, She could simply search online for confirmation. Therefore, she remained composed and did not respond to Hu Lai immediately. Instead, she searched for the match results. Upon discovering that in a recently concluded China League match, the away team, Anton Shining Star, secured a victory over Kunying City. Thanks to a goal scored by the newly substituted Hu Lai, she gasped in surprise. He really scored. Hu Lai had managed to find the net in his very first professional match. She quickly replied, "Congratulations. You now owe me another meal." Hu Lai responded, "How do I owe you another meal? If it weren't for my initial training and encouragement, would you have been able to play and score for a professional team? Shouldn't you be thanking me?" "All right, I understand. I'll keep a record of it," he added. Li Qingqing's eyes curved into crescent moons as she smiled, delighted not only for Hu Lai's debut goal, but also for the opportunity to increase the tally of meals he owed her. "Keep it up. Although you're a bit behind me, you've done quite well," she encouraged. In her own debut match, she had not only started but also scored twice. Hence, her comment about Hu Lai being just a tad behind her. "Hey, just wait. I will definitely catch up to you." Li Qingqing sent a triumphant emoji, twisting with glee. Hu Lai did not reply further, and she surmised he was likely celebrating with his teammates. The thought of such a scene made her smile, even though it was nighttime. The intensity of the sun's heat from earlier in the day lingered, and the gentle sea breeze did little to alleviate the warmth. Yet, this did not dampen the fervor ignited by football. The Dazuan Ocean Stadium was alive with the cheers of every Dazuan fan rallying for their team. With the Super League season now halfway through, Dazuan Golden Arrows were ranked second, with a promising chance at contending for the championship this season. This season has proven to be the most remarkable one for the Golden Arrow in recent years. At the outset of the season, the team invested heavily in new signings, acquiring several talented players from European leagues. Coupled with the outstanding performances of domestic players and the authoritative leadership of coach Wang Xiangfei, this team has been molded into a formidable collective. All the fans of Dazhong are eagerly anticipating the moment when the Golden Arrow will reclaim its throne in the Chinese Super League. Chen Xingyi sat in the center of the home team's substitutes bench, his attention diverted from the match as he surreptitiously played with his phone. Despite the coach's stipulation against bringing phones to the bench during the game, Chen Xingyi found himself unable to resist, primarily due to the tedium that often accompanies sitting on the substitutes bench. When the match is fiercely contested, one can easily remain engrossed in the action, and time passes swiftly. However, in matches devoid of excitement, resisting the urge to engage with one's phone can render the experience painfully tedious. Take today's game, for instance. The Golden Arrow had already scored 3 goals by halftime, establishing a commanding lead. During the intermission, Coach Wang made tactical adjustments, opting to slow the pace rather than maintain the frenetic rhythm of the first half. In essence, he sought to exhaust the opponent with minimal effort. Scoring additional goals became irrelevant, as a 3-goal lead significantly diminished the difference between winning by 3 or 6 goals for the Golden Arrow at this stage. The primary consideration was the players' stamina, especially in such oppressive heat. The coach's strategy was undoubtedly sound, with their robust overall strength. The Golden Arrow had firmly seized control of the match. The team had already utilized their 3 substitution slots early on, allowing key players to rest while rotational players took to the field to regain their match rhythm. Yet, Chen Xingyi remained on the bench, his name not called upon for substitution. With the outcome of the match no longer in doubt, and his own participation ruled out, the lack of excitement on the pitch naturally led him to discreetly engage with his phone. Though there were internal regulations against such behavior, it was not impossible to bring a phone to the substitutes bench if one was determined. This was not Chen Xingyi's first transgression. He wore his sports jacket with both sleeves tucked into the pockets of his shirt, creating the illusion of having his hands in his pockets while, in reality, they were hidden within the jacket itself, where he deftly browsed his phone. The ample fabric of his sports jacket effectively concealed the position of his hands and device. He merely had to lower his gaze slightly to view the screen. While it was not as comfortable as being overtly engaged, it was certainly better than nothing. Having a phone to pass the time was a welcome diversion. Had he not noticed his teammates beside him, who were so bored that they resorted to playing with bottle caps? Chen Xingyi first lifted his gaze to the field, feigning interest in the match, but soon found himself glancing at his phone again. Upon discovering a notification about new messages in his WeChat moments, he was momentarily puzzled, cautious not to draw attention. He refrained from responding to any messages or posting on his own timeline. How could there be new messages? Upon investigation, he found that it was merely a post from Hu Lai, tagging him as a reminder to check it out. The young man posted on his social media. But why did he tag me? Qin Lin, filled with such confusion, clicked on the post. Li, scorer Li, accompanied by a news photo, showcasing his signature celebratory pose from behind. Below it, a line of small text read, "Mention me damn." Qin Lin couldn't help but exclaim, "What's wrong?" His nearby teammate was startled by his outburst, turning to glare at Qin Lin. Coming to his senses, Qin Lin hastily concealed his phone and replied to his teammate, "It's nothing, just a bit regretful thinking I won't get to play in this match." His teammate chuckled, "With so many waiting for their turn. It won't be easy for you." True. Qin Lin mumbled a couple of phrases and ceased to engage with his teammate. He simply closed his eyes, pretending to doze off. Yet, the image of Li's recent post lingered in his mind. He was aware that Li had made it onto the match roster, as Li had proudly informed him of it earlier, intending to show off. Of course, Qin Lin had countered him quite harshly. So what if he made it onto the match roster? "I have been included in the roster for the Chinese Super League 6 times, and have played 4 times in both the FA Cup and the league. Am I proud? No, I am not. To flaunt an inclusion in a second-tier match roster before me is simply a classic case of overstepping." Thus, when Qin Lin informed Li of his 4 appearances in the Super League and FA Cup, Li fell silent, much to Qin Lin's amusement. Unexpectedly, Li had kept this in mind, and his retaliation came swiftly. This young man had scored in his professional debut. Qin Lin knew that although he had played 4 times in the Super League and FA Cup, he had yet to score. Not to mention, Luo Kai, who had joined the professional ranks a year before him, had only recently been promoted to the first team and had a few sporadic appearances. Yet his goal tally remained at 0. This young man had quietly surged ahead of them all. Qin Lin opened his eyes again, gazing at the ongoing Super League match. For some reason, the Super League he had longed for became utterly mundane in light of this news, much like today's match of the Golden Arrows. The cheers from the stands remained fervent, the fans' enthusiasm ablaze, rivaling the day's temperature. However, this bustle and glory felt distanced from Qin Lin, as if a barrier separated him from it, leaving him to sit on the bench as a mere spectator. Chapter 18. Be careful. Young man, after finishing their match against Kunying City, the entire team of Flash Star did not linger at the away venue. They boarded a high-speed train directly from Kunying City to the neighboring Shanghai City for their flight. After enjoying dinner together at the train station, they proceeded to the airport to check in and awaited boarding. On the return flight, the teammates were in high spirits, nearly everyone radiating joy. Li could understand their excitement at winning again after 2 winless matches, but was everyone getting a bit too carried away? Upon hearing Wang Guangwei's succinct remark, Li experienced a moment of enlightenment. There are bonuses for winning matches. Every player who takes to the field can receive varying amounts of bonuses based on their playing time and contributions, including substitutes. Initially, Li's professional contract with Flash Stars included only a goal-scoring bonus, with no stipulation for a win bonus, as the latter is subject to numerous restrictions. For instance, one must be included in the matchday squad of the victorious team, and if one participates in the game, the bonus awarded will differ according to playing time. Additionally, those who score or assist during the match receive slightly higher bonuses. For example, even if Li is a substitute, should he score the sole goal that secures victory, his bonus would likely equal that of the starting players. The specific bonus amounts are not fixed and may be adjusted by the club as the season progresses. As the season nears its conclusion and the objective shifts to relegation survival, the win bonus tends to increase compared to earlier in the season. The Football Association has also instituted new regulations concerning win bonuses for clubs across various league levels. In the China League 1, the maximum win bonus for a single match is capped at 100,000, with the average bonus for all matches not exceeding 300,000 per game. Upon learning of the win bonus, Li eagerly inquired about the amount for their team. Having been with the club for merely a week and a half, he was unaware of the specific figures, especially since he had not even made the matchday squad for the previous game. Wang Guangwei informed Li that, due to the relegation battle, the club had temporarily increased the win bonus from 200,000 to 300,000 per match. Compared to the average 1 million bonuses of clubs in the Chinese Super League, Flash Stars' win bonus seemed rather meager. However, given the differing league levels and financial capabilities of the clubs, 300,000 is still quite commendable. The matchday squad comprises 18 players, and if the bonus were to be evenly distributed, each player would receive approximately 16,000. For some players, Even the bonus from a single match exceeds their monthly salary, which is certainly the case for Li. He quickly calculated in his mind, and his smile grew ever brighter as he comprehended the warmth with which his teammates had greeted him in the locker room after the match. His goal had helped secure a bonus of 300,000. Li's personal goal bonus is modest, at 1,000 per goal, a figure he had fought to include in his contract. He did not quibble over other conditions, but insisted on this goal bonus, wishing for the club to incorporate it into his agreement. Not every club offers a goal bonus, as it may encourage players to prioritize personal scoring over teamwork. However, the club did not vehemently oppose Li's request, considering he transferred from the youth team and it was uncertain whether he would even get to play. Even if he were to receive 10,000 for each goal, what significance would it hold? The inability to participate and score renders such a scoring reward utterly meaningless. Given that players are indifferent to power in other realms, they might as well bestow this scoring accolade upon him, allowing him to revel in his self-drawn pie. This is the club's perspective, while Li contemplates that perhaps the reward for scoring is insufficient. How splendid it would have been if he had requested a reward of 5,000, with 5,000 per goal. Scoring 10 would effortlessly settle the 50,000 owed to Fat Song. Moreover, if he were to net 70 more goals, he could also repay the 350,000 borrowed for his enrollment at Dongchuan High School. Reflecting on this, he realizes he has underestimated his own confidence, never anticipating his debut would come so swiftly, nor that his first goal would follow so closely behind. Next time he negotiates a contract, he will surely demand a more substantial sum. While the players are buoyed by the prospect of victory and the accompanying financial reward, Zhao Kongming and Chen Mo are equally elated by the triumph of the match and Li's performance. I truly did not expect this young lad to score upon his debut. His progress is astonishing, Zhao Kongming remarked with a smile. I believe he will continue to surprise us in the future. To be honest, old Zhao, I once harbored a benefactor's mentality, always feeling we were aiding Li. However, I now wonder if it might be Li who is assisting us. Chen Mo reflected before inquiring of Zhao Kongming. Should we start Li in the next match? Zhao Kongming shook his head. No, let's have Li Zikai start, with Li coming on as appropriate. He possesses talent and capability, and as his coach, I must not merely focus on immediate gains, but rather prioritize his long-term development. We must pave his path to ease his journey. Otherwise, why would we have brought him from Haishan? Chen Mo nodded, in agreement with Zhao Kongming's approach. He glanced back at the players in the cabin, a smile gracing his face. It seems like it has been ages since I have seen everyone so joyful, even though we have only been without a win for 2 rounds. In the rear of the airport, Chun Jinyu, as the traveling journalist, was of course accompanying the team to the away game and returning to Jincheng with them. He was seated among other passengers, which included fans accompanying the away team as well as ordinary travelers. Shining Star had not yet reached the financial stature to charter flights for away games. In fact, even in the Super League, few teams could afford such luxury. Now, it was nearing midnight, and many passengers at the airport could no longer resist the encroaching fatigue, succumbing to sleep. Yet, in the forward section of the cabin, the occasional laughter and chatter of players pierced through the roar of the aircraft, reaching Chun Jinyu's ears. In truth, Chun Jinyu had traveled extensively with the team, enduring numerous late-night flights back to Jincheng. This season had seen many such journeys, where players would quickly fall asleep on the plane, just like ordinary passengers. Opportunities for such excitement as today were indeed rare, although it somewhat disturbed fellow passengers. Chun Jinyu fully understood, for this victory was exceptionally timely for Shining Star. All 3 teams in the relegation zone suffered defeats today, with 2 losing their matches and 1 ending in a draw. The victory of the Shining Stars has distanced them further from the relegation zone, which is advantageous for their survival in the league. Following this triumph, the Shining Stars ascended from the 14th to the 12th position in the league standings. Since this match was contested between 2 closely ranked teams, the victory over Kunyang City not only secured 3 points for themselves, but also deprived their opponents of the same, rendering it a 6-point win. Utilizing the time spent flying back to Jincheng from Shanghai, he diligently wrote his article on the plane. This piece is scheduled for publication in tomorrow morning's newspaper, necessitating submission for review and layout by late tonight, so that it can be dispatched to the printing house by dawn. Thus, as the majority of citizens remain ensconced in slumber, bundles of freshly inked newspapers will be transported by trucks to the newspaper office, where they will be distributed to various outlets. enabling the public to conveniently purchase a copy on their way to work, where they will discover the delightful news of the Shining Star's victory. Although he is a reporter for the sports channel of Anong Satellite TV, he also contributes to the local newspaper. In addition to match reports, he is responsible for writing a journalist's notebook, a form of commentary. The match report has long been completed, merely recounting the events of the game objectively. Conversely, the journalist's notebook, or the live viewing diary, offers a first-person perspective on the match, infused with abundant subjective reflections on the significance of the Shining Star's victory, expectations for their upcoming games, and opinions on the performances of players and the coach, among other thoughts. Each of these aspects could serve as a standalone topic for an article, a task not daunting for the sports journalist Qin Lin. The challenge lies in selecting the most pertinent topic, which is crucial. From the high-speed train to the airplane, he toggled his laptop on and off. Yet the document remained sparse. He found himself deliberating over one particular subject, whether to write about the newcomer, Li. Logically, a debutante scoring a goal in their first league match is a topic brimming with potential. Surely, such an account would garner attention. What was there to hesitate about? Moreover, how could he omit the player who scored the only goal of the match? Yet, Qin Lin harbored concerns that his writing might inadvertently place undue pressure on Li, a 19-year-old talent. Was he truly prepared to embrace the spotlight that comes with a singular moment of fame? Throughout his extensive career as a journalist, he had witnessed many meteoric rises, and he was uncertain whether Li would become one of those fleeting shooting stars, shining brightly for a moment before fading into obscurity. In the past, whenever a prodigious talent emerged in Chinese football, the media would descend like sharks sensing blood, eagerly bestowing myriad accolades upon the young player without restraint. Chinese football denies the hope that such a characterization is the most prevalent notion. It appears that the mere existence of a single prodigy could propel Chinese football beyond Asia and into the realm of world-class teams. After generating player fame to attract more attention, they subsequently begin to sensationalize every controversial aspect of the players, continuing to vie for the public's gaze. They remain indifferent to the consequences their actions may have on the players themselves, even positioning themselves as defenders of Chinese football. It is they who elevate Chinese players to the status of global superstars, yet it is also they who disparage them as mere figures of ridicule. They are the ones who proclaim certain players as the hope of Chinese football, while simultaneously deriding the same individuals for bringing disgrace to the sport. In essence, they wield the power of public opinion, oscillating between exalting Chinese football and casting it into the depths of despair, shaping the emotions of fans and ultimately determining the fate of players. Was not Zhang Qinghuan a prime example of this? With the media's encouragement, he initially dazzled upon his debut, only to later become infamous. Qin Lin, unwilling to conspire with such media figures, refrains from exploiting his influence to create stars artificially. Although Li's league debut was indeed nothing short of spectacular, the more remarkable it was, the more Qin Lin felt the need for caution. He did not wish to craft a narrative of a genius emerging only to witness that genius's demise. After some contemplation, Qin Lin resolved to write about Li, but with an emphasis on tempering his emotions, avoiding overly sensational language, and striving for a tone that was calm and composed, even somewhat detached. He believed this style would lend an air of sophistication to his writing and serve as a form of protection for young talents like Li. With clarity of thought, Qin Lin's fingers danced across the keyboard of his laptop. As the cabin announcement informed passengers that they would be descending in half an hour and requested that all electronic devices be powered down or switched to flight mode, the cabin lights brightened. It was then that Qin Lin penned the final words of his piece. Li leapt high, executing a perfect 180-degree turn in midair, showcasing the number and name emblazoned on the back of his jersey to the camera. It was akin to a proclamation. He was eager for recognition, for everyone to know his name. Every young individual entering professional football dreams of instant fame, yet they must remain vigilant. For what seems like fortune's favor and gift is often accompanied by an unseen price tag. After swiftly reviewing the final paragraph of his article and finding no typographical errors, he contentedly pressed the save button. Chapter 19. Why is this so? At the entrance of a subway station in Jincheng, an elderly woman was distributing newspapers to every passerby. Some walked by her unperturbed, others gently waved their hands in refusal, yet a few accepted the complimentary newspapers, tucking them under their arms as they entered the subway station. However, the number of individuals who venture out to collect newspapers has dwindled, as a greater multitude walks with their heads bowed, engrossed in their smartphones. In contemporary society, the space for newspapers to thrive has become increasingly constrained. Even traditional press agencies have adapted to the times by launching mobile applications more suited to the current era. Nonetheless, there remain those who are reluctant to embrace the modern age, or who simply relish the tactile pleasure of reading from paper. Amidst the throngs in the bustling morning rush-hour subway car, only a handful of seated passengers possess the opportunity to unfold a newspaper and peruse the news as a means to pass the time. The majority, however, continue to gaze intently at their devices. A segment of the crowd lifts their eyes to the multimedia screens within the subway car. The passengers who choose to open their newspapers quickly encounter a striking image of Hulai celebrating a goal. The headline boldly proclaims, "The Stars end 2 matches without a win, triumph over Kunying City away." The subheading, though smaller, is equally clear. 19-year-old prodigy makes his debut and scores. He seems to feel an urge to look up, just in time to see highlights from yesterday's Chinese League match appear on the subway's multimedia screen. The scrolling text at the bottom identifies the young center back who scored as Hulai. Yet, the cacophony of the subway makes it impossible to discern the audio from the television news. This is of little consequence, as he can still witness how the decisive goal was scored. The center back had misjudged the ball, inadvertently directing it to the feet of flashing Stars number 33. Wasn't that an incredible stroke of luck? After absorbing the entire sequence of Hulai's goal, he returns his gaze to the newspaper in hand, eagerly diving into the match report. This scene unfolds not only in the crowded subway, but also on numerous buses, sidewalks, and in elevators. Some individuals engage with traditional newspapers, others through multimedia news broadcasts, and yet others via their smartphones. Even those who typically pay little attention to football have now learned the name Hulai. No matter how discreet Qin Lin tries to be, the fact that a 19-year-old has scored on his professional debut, leading his team to victory and breaking a 2-match winless streak is, in itself, a tale of legend. Discussions have proliferated online as well. Among the throngs of commuters, countless heads bowed are actually fixated on their phones, tracking Hulai's rising fame. Qin Lin wishes not to burden Hulai with excessive pressure, hoping the impact of his sudden stardom remains modest. Yet, such hopes are merely his own wishful thinking. With Qin Lin's return, the number of those captivated by the Stars continues to swell. How could Hulai, with a storyline so fantastical, not draw attention? Dong Wen set down the phone after concluding a conversation with Fang Xiangfei's agent. During this discussion, the agent steadfastly demanded an annual salary of 2,600,000, showing no signs of wavering. Dong Wen was well aware of the agent's unwavering stance, understanding that the team was indeed facing challenges in their offense. Yet he was not about to acquiesce to such demands. Negotiation, indeed, is an intricate dance. Should one acquiesce too readily, it is highly probable that the counterpart may perceive an opportunity to escalate their demands. Dong Wen was reluctant to leave such a misapprehension with Fang Xiangfei's agent. Unless absolutely necessary, he was disinclined to concede to that figure. The opposing agent even invoked the example of Qin Lin, which elicited a barely suppressed chuckle from Dong Wen. What is Fang Xiangfei in comparison? Qin Lin is the captain of the national team and a former leader of the South China Tigers, having steered his team to victory in the Chinese Super League, the AFC Champions League, and the FA Cup. At the club level, he is nothing short of a Grand Slam champion. Furthermore, he has been honored as both the Asian Footballer of the Year and the Chinese Footballer of the Year. His ability to command 4 million is well-deserved. Notably, he took a pay cut upon joining the Stars, as his previous contract with the South China Tigers was worth 10 million renminbi. How can Fang Xiangfei, who has never even been selected for a national training camp, be compared to him? Another reason Dong Wen hesitated to agree to Fang Xiangfei's terms was the newspaper resting on his desk at that moment. His gaze fell upon the City Morning Post, its sports section prominently displayed, showcasing the Stars' victory over Kunying City. The entire page was devoted to this news, featuring not only match reports, but also various related articles, sketches, journalist notes, and commentary. All of these pieces revolved around a singular photograph, which occupied the most conspicuous position on the page. It captured the silhouette of the player who had netted the only goal for the Stars, arms extended behind him, legs apart, slightly bending at the waist. As he had articulated in a post-match interview, he was proudly displaying his jersey number and surname, 33, Hulai. This was the young player that head coach Zhao Kongming had insisted on recruiting. Initially, Dongwen had thought little of it. A young player, if the coach wanted him, then so be it. After all, it wouldn't cost much. Moreover, rejecting the recruitment of even a young talent would undermine the coach's authority. Unless the club was on the verge of dismissing Zhao Kongming, in which case, there was no need to create discord with the coaching staff. Thus, he acquiesced. The name, however, struck a chord. It felt familiar, as if he had encountered it before. It wasn't until the team embarked on their away match that, upon Hu Lai scoring, a realization dawned on him. This was the very prodigious student that the team scout, Dai Zitao, had previously reported about over the phone. At that time, he had even authorized efforts to persuade him to join the team. However, the deal had fallen through, and he had since lost track of the matter. Little did he know that after a circuitous journey, Hu Lai had indeed joined the Stars. Dongwon, who had previously exhibited little interest in this young man, suddenly found himself intrigued. He was uncertain if this young talent would sway his stance regarding Fang Xinjie's transfer. Yet he reasoned that gaining a deeper understanding of his players could only be beneficial. Hence, he picked up his phone once more and dialed Dai Zitao's number. Xiao Dai, where are you? Not on a business trip, I hope? At the club? Perfect. Come to my office. Dichu. Hu Lai has scored. In his inaugural match of the league, he scored a goal. It was simply astonishing. My roommate leapt from his bed, pointing at his phone screen and exclaiming to Chu Yifan, who had just entered the room. I am aware. He replied with a slight smile, acknowledging the excitement of his roommates. I have him on WeChat and saw his moments last night. Truly remarkable. One roommate remarked with a shake of his head. When he transitioned from the Haishan youth team to Shining Stars, we all thought it would take him at least a year or two to make an appearance in the first team, yet here we are. Indeed. Even though we all know Zhao Kongming understands Hu Lai better and prefers him, none of us anticipated such fervor. Hu Lai has barely been there for 2 weeks, and he is already making substitute appearances in the China League. Another roommate leaned down from the upper bunk to join the discussion. That's why they say their bond is like that of father and son. It's a pity we can't watch Shining Stars matches here, Chu Yifan said. No worries. ISNT, they're a China League team in Lingnan. I looked up the schedule for the second half of the season, and Shining Stars will be playing against Nanhai at their home ground. We can go watch the match live. His suggestion immediately garnered enthusiastic support from everyone in the dormitory. Fantastic. Watching the match live is far more exhilarating than watching a television broadcast. However, someone raised a pertinent question, lifting their hand. We need to buy tickets for the away section. Otherwise, what if Hu Lai scores and we cheer for him? Only to be confronted by the Nanhai fans? The group exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. That makes sense. We should be discreet. Chu Yifan glanced at his phone. In the Dongchuan Middle School football team group, Yin had already begun organizing their former teammates who are attending university in Jincheng to cheer for Hu Lai. In this regard, they certainly have it easier than we do. A twinge of envy surfaced. Luo Kai eventually learned from Chen Xingyi about Hu Lai's goal. They were unsure when they added each other on WeChat, but their communication had been sparse. This time, Chen Xingyi took the initiative to reach out to Luo Kai solely to share this unfortunate news. After all, he couldn't be the only one feeling disgruntled. Indeed, upon hearing the news, Luo Kai fell into a prolonged silence, conveying to Chen Xingyi just how profoundly displeased he was. Chen Xingyi, holding his phone, smiled with delight, having long since stopped caring whether Luo Kai replied. Luo Kai, indifferent to his conversation with Chen Xingyi, hurried to search for news about Hu Lai's goal. Entering keywords like Hu Lai Shining Stars into his mobile browser, he was greeted with a plethora of articles and news about Hu Lai's goal. Scoring in his professional debut and leading his team to victory. Who is Hu Lai? Today, the editor will introduce Hu Lai. A real-life tale of instant fame unfolds in the China League. Witness the splendid transformation of the former top scorer of the National High School Football Championship, who says playing school football has no future, who claims that high school players merely serve as placeholders in professional teams. Look at Hu Lai. Luo Kai and Hu Lai were once both prodigious players on the Dongchuan middle school team, yet after joining professional clubs, fate has guided their paths in entirely divergent directions. In a remarkably brief period, Hu Lai has transitioned from the youth team to the professional first team, even scoring a goal in yesterday's match. In contrast, Luo Kai has languished for nearly 3 years, only recently beginning to sporadically participate in first-team matches. It is worth noting that, initially, Luo Kai's talent was deemed superior to Hu Lai's. Yet, the outcome speaks volumes. Hu Lai, the newcomer, has already found the back of the net, while Luo Kai remains goalless. Despite possessing greater innate ability than his former teammate and joining the professional team's ranks a year earlier. Why is it that Hu Lai became the first to score a goal in the professional arena for student players? This post on the goal forum exacerbated Luo Kai's frustration, as each word struck a nerve, piercingly articulating his affliction. Indeed, he had always been the prodigy on the football field, yet why is it that Hu Lai, rather than himself, achieved the historic milestone of scoring the first goal for Chinese student players in a professional match? Why does he feel inferior to Hu Lai? That night, it was clear that Luo Kai would find little solace in sleep. Chapter 20. Listening to the elders speak of the past as a new week of training commenced. Hu Lai once again participated in the team's offensive drills, unlike Li Zikai. This led to a consensus, including Li Zikai himself, that Hu Lai would likely secure a starting position in the upcoming match. Li Zikai felt a profound unease about his circumstances, coupled with a simmering anger. He understood that Zhao Kongming favored Hu Lai due to their mentor-student relationship forged during their time in the Poseidon youth team. What could he possibly do to compete with Hu Lai? In his view, the only option was to wait for Hu Lai to outgrow this novelty phase. There is a saying that changing hands is akin to changing blades. It is not without merit. When one struggles to pass a level in a game, switching to a new controller may yield a remarkable improvement. Thus, in light of the stagnant offensive performance of the Flash Stars, introducing a new forward, regardless of his apparent lack of qualifications, might just lead to unexpected brilliance and a goal. Such changes, driven by novelty, are often fleeting. However, Li Zikai could not discern any extraordinary capabilities in Hu Lai during training. To him, Hu Lai was merely a young player with a slight advantage and extraordinary luck. He might have fortuitously chosen the right opponent to face and scored a goal, yet he could easily regress in subsequent matches. When that time comes, Coach Zhao Kongming would surely recognize who truly deserves to be the team's primary striker. After all, even if he himself could not score, he still had other roles to play on the front line, such as creating opportunities for teammates and providing assists. What prowess does that young man, who merely waits for chances, possess? He resolved to bide his time, patiently awaiting the return of opportunity and the favor of fortune. After all, nearing the age of 30, he had weathered numerous storms throughout his career. The next opponent for the Shining Stars was the Honglian club from Yujiang province, currently languishing in second-to-last place in the league. This team was fighting for relegation. Should their ranking persist until the season's end, Yujiang Honglian would face the prospect of relegation playoffs, contending against the third-from-last team and the fourth and fifth teams from the second division, ultimately determining their fate in the second tier of Chinese football. Although the Shining Stars had ascended to 12th place following their last victory, seemingly distancing themselves from the relegation zone, carelessness was still unwarranted. With only 19 rounds of the league played and 15 matches remaining, anything was possible. Moreover, they were set to confront a desperate relegation-threatened team. Anyone with even a modicum of football knowledge understands that battling against relegation teams in the latter half of the season proves significantly more arduous than facing mid-table opponents. Regardless of whether the match is home or away, these teams come to fight tooth and nail. Prior to this match, anticipation began to build around the young player named Hu Lai, with many wondering if he would grace the field. Before this, however, few had paid heed to his name on the matchday roster. The official list had been published the day before the match, not shrouded in secrecy. Easily accessible on the Shining Stars official website, their social media accounts, and the Chinese Second Division's official site. Indeed, Hu Lai, who had scored the decisive goal in the last match, was listed among the players. "Look, our son is about to play," Xiaolon exclaimed, waving her phone in front of her husband. Hu Lisin turned away, ignoring the phone. Unfazed by her husband's disinterest, Xiaolon continued with unrestrained enthusiasm. "This time he will definitely be a starter." Upon hearing his wife's statement, Hu Lisin could no longer restrain himself and scoffed. "What do you know? Just because he scored one goal, he gets to start? Do you even understand the difference between starting and coming off the bench? What's there not to understand? A starter plays from the beginning, while a substitute comes on later," Xiaolon proclaimed with pride. "That's not the only distinction." Hu Lisin opened his mouth to explain, but, upon seeing his wife's expression, closed it again. "Hey, you, if you know, just say it." Hu Lisin rose to leave. "Where are you going?" "To smoke." Watching her husband hurriedly exit, Xiaolon pouted. She had initially hoped that by discussing football to enlighten her husband, he might gradually step into their son's world. rediscovering the feelings of his own past as a professional player. Through this shared topic, she hoped to slowly thaw the ice in her husband's heart. Yet, it seemed that this endeavor would not be as effortless as she had envisioned. Hu Lai is on the roster. Someone excitedly announced in a WeChat group for the Dongchuan Middle School team, Jincheng branch. Isn't that to be expected? The important thing is not just the roster, but the starting lineup. The starters should be a foregone conclusion, right? In the previous match, when Hu Lai came off the bench and performed so splendidly, he certainly outshone the original starting forward, Li Zikai. Were I the head coach, I would undoubtedly have Hu Lai in the starting lineup. Indeed, Li Zikai's performance has been lackluster, and yet his ego seems to swell. Does he truly believe that Shining Stars could not thrive without him? I firmly believe the club's decision not to renew his contract is entirely justified. Why should such a player command a high salary? The discussion among the group was fervent when Yin Yin suddenly interjected, inquiring, "Has everything been prepared for tomorrow's match?" He simultaneously tagged Tang Yuan. The tag Tang Yuan responded with an image, revealing a folded red banner, with faint white lettering visible on the back. "The banner is ready, Captain Yin." "Excellent. Tomorrow, let us not forget to wear our school team jerseys. We must ensure that Hu Lai spots us in the stands." Yin Yin reminded everyone. The home jersey of Shining Stars is predominantly red, complemented by white, while the East Chuan Middle School football team's jersey is mainly yellow, adorned with a few blue patterns. This stark contrast will surely capture attention, as a cluster of 20 to 30 fans clad in yellow will stand out amidst a sea of red. With their banner, they are confident they will attract everyone's gaze, and if Hu Lai casts his glance their way, their goal will be achieved. They simply wish to convey to Hu Lai, "Your teammates from East Chuan Middle School are here to cheer for you." This idea was initially proposed by Yin Yin, who hoped that their conspicuous attire would serve to surprise Hu Lai, as they had chosen not to inform him in advance. Thankfully, the away jersey of Yujiang Honglian is not yellow or white, but rather a dark green. Otherwise, being mistaken for away fans would have posed a dilemma. On the eve of the home match, in accordance with head coach Zhao Kongming's directive, all players selected for the roster were required to spend the night at the training base dormitory. This was intended for better management and to prevent any last-minute distractions that could undermine team morale and performance. Such occurrences were quite common during the early days of professional football in China. Even with strict prohibitions from coaches, the allure of the outside world often proved too tempting. Many players would scale the walls of the base to indulge in revelry, returning only in the early hours, either inebriated or utterly exhausted from nocturnal escapades that sapped their energy meant for the match. However, after decades of development and progress, the influence of more professional European football philosophies has significantly reduced such incidents. The vast majority of players are now acutely aware that engaging in such activities before a match yields no benefits. Indeed, there are pros and cons to everything. While it is undoubtedly unwise to engage in frivolities before a match, the media and fans often expect professional players to embody the virtues of asceticism, as if a visit to a bar or nightclub were a cardinal sin, which is equally misguided. Qin Lin was sharing insights about the life of a professional player with Hu Lai, who shared the same room. The arrangement for collective accommodation prior to the competition was designated by the club at the onset of the season. Consequently, Hu Lai, who transferred midway, shared a room with Qin Lin. This was not their first experience of cohabitation. They had also shared a hotel room during the previous week's away game. To Qin Lin's surprise, despite Hu Lai's youth, he exhibited no signs of pressure when interacting privately with him, contrasting sharply with the demeanor of other young players who often seemed intimidated. Hu Lai actively engaged Qin Lin in conversation, posing numerous questions as if he were genuinely intrigued by him. Aside from the night before a match, I believe there is no harm in enjoying oneself at nightclubs or bars, as long as it is done in moderation, Qin Lin remarked. Hu Lai was taken aback to hear such words from someone renowned as the most professional player among Chinese athletes. He had anticipated Qin Lin to be exceedingly stern. Given his stature, to his astonishment, the esteemed player could express such sentiments. Upon noticing Hu Lai's astonished expression, Qin Lin inquired, "Are you aware that I once resided in the youth team of Anong Xingqing?" Hu Lai nodded in acknowledgement. At that time, the training base of Xingqing was the very same facility now utilized by Shining Star. Years had passed, and aside from renovations, the dormitory's location remained unchanged. Qin Lin gazed at the ceiling of their accommodation, reminiscing, "I lived here during my time in the youth team. We often trained alongside the first team, and were quite familiar with one another. Every team has its elder figures, surrounded by a flock of juniors. And I was one of those juniors. Hu Lai found it hard to envision the last great figure of Chinese football in the role of a junior, yet he remained silent, attentively listening as Qin Lin recounted his youthful experiences. There was a period when I encountered some personal issues, leading to a lackadaisical approach to training and a dispirited state. It was then that Schweb Bowen, the second in command of the first team, noticed my plight. He understood the reasons behind my struggles. My performance in the youth team was subpar, and I couldn't even secure a spot in the youth matches, leaving me somewhat disillusioned about my future. Schweb Bowen was an extraordinarily loyal individual, warm-hearted and willing to assist us young players. To help me regain my motivation, can you guess what he did? Hu Lai shook his head, unfamiliar with such player gossip, especially regarding the legendary Schweb Bowen, whose name he had not encountered until he delved into the history of Chinese football and Andong's football legacy. He recognized that Schweb Bowen was a prominent figure in the annals of Andong football. For 3 consecutive days following training, he took me to various dance halls and bars in Jincheng to indulge in food and entertainment. Hu Lai's mouth dropped open in astonishment. Observing Hu Lai's reaction, Qin Lin chuckled. That was my first experience in a dance hall, my first visit to a bar, riding in the luxury of Schweb Bowen's grand vehicle. Upon our arrival, we were greeted by a throng of heavily made-up women, who approached us with flirtatious greetings. That scene is etched in my memory forever. For a lad of 17 or 18, it was an overwhelming experience. Hu Lai nodded thoughtfully. During his time with the Sea God youth team, he had accompanied his teammates to a bar, which, although not as extravagant as what Qin Lin described, still opened his eyes to a new world. Back then, they were merely unknown players, largely ignored by others. In contrast, Qin Lin, who had gone with his older brother Schweb Bowen, surely attracted everyone's attention, becoming the most dazzling figure on the field. After indulging in 3 days of carefree fun, Hu Lai found himself slightly addicted, eagerly anticipating the training's conclusion each day, hoping his brother would take him out again. However, his brother suddenly ceased to include him in these outings. He explained that he initially took Hu Lai to these places to illustrate the beautiful life that could await a professional player, particularly a key member of the first team. He hoped Hu Lai would take this as motivation to train diligently, as such a splendid existence was in store for him. His brother referred to this method as self-discipline. Eventually, Hu Lai came to understand that while a professional athlete could indeed enjoy such a life, to achieve greater success in his career, one must not become overly enamored with such a lifestyle. Moderation is beneficial, but indulgence is detrimental. After listening to his elders' discourse, Hu Lai felt utterly exasperated. Was exposing young players to the dazzling and hedonistic world truly intended to inspire them toward their goals? It seemed reckless to lead them down such a path. Upon reflection, this approach aligned well with the ethos of the early professionalization of Chinese football and mirrored Schweb Bowen's personal style. It was indeed characteristic of Schweb Bowen, who eventually faltered in this regard, as his professional achievements fell short of those of his protege, Qin Lin. Did Schweb Bowen ever regret such a lifestyle? Hu Lai was uncertain, yet he recognized that during that transitional period from a state sports team to professional status, how many Chinese players had the foresight and career planning that is now commonplace? Not just players, but even fans and journalists lacked such concepts. It was a golden era for Chinese football, as the professionalization reform unleashed the long-suppressed enthusiasm of fans, markets, media, and players, exuberantly manifesting itself. Yet, it was also a perilous time for Chinese football. What followed the explosive outpouring of passion was an abyss of emptiness and chaos. At that moment, even the Football Association was caught in a state of euphoria, leaving few aware of the impending consequences. Thus, during the peak of professionalization, Chinese football missed the opportunity for youth training, leading to rampant violations of regulations, numerous scandals, and pervasive issues that would require much longer to rectify. In a sense, Hu Lai's emergence as a professional player at such a young age represents part of that rectification. A knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Hu Lai leaped off the bed to answer it, discovering it was the team's head coach, Zhao Kongming. Upon seeing Hu Lai, he peered inside at Qin Lin and said with a smile, "You're all here? Good. Get some rest soon. Don't stay up too late." Hu Lai quickly replied, "Don't worry, Coach Zhao. We'll wash up and head to bed right away." Zhao Kongming nodded in satisfaction, refraining from offering excessive advice to Hu Lai. With Qin Lin present, he felt a profound sense of assurance, confident that Hu Lai would not act recklessly. After inspecting the rooms of Hu Lai and Qin Lin, he continued his rounds. Meanwhile, Hu Lai closed the door, genuinely preparing to wash up and retire for the night. Thus, the calm before the match passed serenely. Chapter 21. I'm telling you, it's a hammer. All players of the Shining Stars, including Li Zikai, who made the 18-man roster, believed that Hu Lai would undoubtedly start in the upcoming home game against the Yujiang Honglian. However, upon the team's arrival at the Provincial Sports Center, located in the northern part of Jin City, Zhao Kongming announced the starting 11, and to everyone's surprise, Hu Lai's name was absent. Li Zikai retained his starting position. It was as if Zhao Kongming's previous remarks about substituting Li Zikai had been sincere rather than mere platitudes. He truly intended to rely on Li Zikai for this match. Taken aback, Li Zikai had not anticipated that his opportunity would arrive so effortlessly and swiftly. In his elation, he cast a glance at Hu Lai. Not only he, but other teammates also directed their attention toward Hu Lai. After all, they were all aware of Hu Lai's exceptional performance in training and the trust he had garnered from the head coach. Yet, despite all this, he still did not make the starting lineup. Some teammates were concerned for Hu Lai, while others were simply curious about his reaction. Hu Lai exhibited no response, his expression inscrutable, revealing neither displeasure nor confusion. After announcing the starting lineup, Coach Zhao Kongming noticed the players gaze toward Hu Lai, but chose not to provide further explanation. He believed that the tacit understanding between him and Hu Lai rendered any elaboration unnecessary. Doing so would only seem contrived and insincere. Moreover, he did not wish to explain himself before so many others. What would that imply for the other players who were not selected? Would they all require individual explanations in the future? It was far too pedantic. Hu Lai would surely comprehend the rationale behind his exclusion from the starting formation. All right, let us head out for warm-ups. Assistant coach Chen Imo stood up and clapped his hands. The players then rose and made their way toward the locker room exit. Hu Lai among them. As they exited, Wang Guangwei approached. You know, last season I had my moments coming off the bench and performing well. But it took quite a while until Coach Zhao arrived this season for me to secure a starting position in the first team. Don't lose heart, Hu Lai. Your time in the starting lineup will come. Hearing Wang's words of encouragement, Hu Lai couldn't help but smile. I'm not disheartened, old Wang. Huh, you're not disheartened? I thought you might have some reservations about Coach Zhao's decision. Hu Lai quickly shook his head. No, I have no objections. I understand that Coach Zhao has my best interests at heart, wanting to alleviate some of the pressure on me. After all, following my goal-scoring performance in the last match, I've drawn a lot of attention, and it's only natural to feel some pressure. Thus, Zhao instructed me to play as a substitute, wishing to shield me from the gaze of so many onlookers. Upon hearing Hu Lai's words, Wang Guangwei finally breathed a sigh of relief. He patted Hu Lai on the back, glanced around, and then lowered his voice to say, It's all right. I believe Li Zikai won't score today. Hu Lai grinned. Old Wang. You're quite mischievous. What? Hu Lai isn't starting. When Yin arrived at the Provincial Sports Center with his former high school teammates, the starting lineup for the Flash Stars match was unveiled. Everyone gasped in astonishment upon discovering that Hu Lai was not among the starters. Is this a joke? Li Zikai is starting? He must be the coach's pet. Indeed, it's evident that Li Zikai is out of form. Why is he still in the starting lineup? What is Zhao Kongming thinking? Damn it. I came specifically to see Hu Lai play, yet he isn't starting. What is the point of watching this match now? While Hu Lai would eventually take to the field, many believed that Li Zikai would still fail to score. At that moment, the coach would surely recognize who truly deserved his trust. That said, who knows when Hu Lai would actually enter the game? The crowd buzzed with speculation, and Yin felt surrounded by a swarm of buzzing flies. He raised his hand and said, All right, everyone, enough with the commotion. We're here now. Are we really going to turn around and leave? It wasn't easy to get these tickets. Let us wait in the stands. Even if he only plays for 10 minutes, he must see us. As the former team captain spoke, there was no dissent among the others. They gathered their belongings and made their way to the stadium. However, this situation dampened their spirits. Unlike before, they were not as exuberant and animated in conversation. Many fell silent, contemplating when Hu Lai might finally appear on the field. Would it be like the last match, when he came on with 25 minutes remaining? Or perhaps even later, or earlier? Since he was not starting, there were many possibilities, and the game's progression would also affect the chances of substitution. For instance, if Flash Stars were to have a player sent off, it would squander a substitution opportunity, leaving only 2. Would the coach still grant Hu Lai a chance then? Although the likelihood of such events was slim, concern led to anxiety. Everyone was invested in Hu Lai's performance, inevitably considering the worst-case scenarios. I told you it wouldn't be easy to start, did I not? Hu Lisin cast a glance at his wife. Upon learning that Hu Lai was not starting, Xialan's demeanor had visibly soured. When she heard her husband pouring cold water on her hopes, she frowned in discontent. Why didn't you go for a walk today? It's still early, Hu Lisin replied. Xialan huffed, ignoring him. Noticing his wife's distracted expression, Hu Lisin hesitated but continued. It's great that Hu Lai scored in the last match. However, the circumstances of starting versus coming on as a substitute are vastly different. Coming on as a substitute means facing a fatigued opponent, naturally leading to more opportunities. Starting means being closely marked by the opposing players from the outset. One cannot assume that a player, simply because he scored after coming off the bench, is guaranteed a starting position. No coach would act in such a manner. Xialan was taken aback when her husband voluntarily began to explain. After a moment's pause, she inquired, what must one do to secure a starting role? At the very least, one must consistently demonstrate exceptional performance. Excelling in a single match is insufficient. But our son scored again in this match, she replied, her eyes lighting up at her husband's words. Hu Lisin scoffed, how childish. Do you think scoring is as simple as that? As if it were akin to having a meal. I believe our son finds scoring remarkably easy. He simply runs to the goal, the ball arrives. And with a gentle touch, it finds the net, Xialan remarked. Hu Lisin felt utterly exasperated, as if he were conversing with someone utterly oblivious to the game. Although he had not witnessed that particular match nor seen how Hu Lai scored, he could not fathom the notion that reaching the goal was as effortless as his wife suggested. Did she truly believe the opponent's penalty area was akin to their living room, where one could meander casually into open space? How could the ball just arrive? Did it come running on its own? Was she aware of the immense effort and strategy behind the phrase the ball just came? The mere act of striking the ball, which reflects a forward's technical prowess, could not be simplistically reduced to luck, could it? Moreover, describing a goal as merely it went in is an overly simplistic narrative. If that were the case, every goal in every match could be succinctly summarized with those 4 words, suggesting that all goals are remarkably easy to achieve. After all, one could express it simply as shot, goal. What do you want from me? Speak. Hu Lisin retorted, pocketing his cigarette and heading towards the door. Where are you going? Clarify your thoughts, Hu Lisin. I have nothing to say to you. He shot back before exiting, slamming the door behind him, effectively sealing his wife's outburst within the confines of the house. He then lit a cigarette and descended the stairs for a leisurely stroll. Chapter 22. Offside and counter-offside in this match, Li Zikai, who started on the pitch, was indeed giving his all. He understood this was the opportunity he had long yearned for. If he could find the net, it would diminish Hu Lai's significance in the coach's eyes. From the very first minute of the game, Li Zikai displayed exceptional vigor, seeking opportunities with relentless determination. Many of his fans were moved to tears, who claimed our Li Ge lacked effort. His performance in this match would dispel all such rumors. However, the commentators and guests observed that Li Zikai was overly fixated on scoring. Upon receiving the ball, he would shoot, often disregarding his teammates, which inadvertently hindered the Shining Star's offensive strategy. Fortunately, during the first half, Shining Star capitalized on a corner kick, with their captain and central defender, Li Tielin, scoring with a header, giving them a 1-0 lead at home. Otherwise, they might have found themselves trailing. Following halftime, the Right River Red Lotus launched a vigorous counterattack, charging forth with remarkable intensity. The relegation-threatened team emerged from the break as if invigorated by a surge of adrenaline. After all, the Shining Stars are only a goal ahead. If they can score just once, they will equalize, even if victory eludes them in the end. Securing a draw away from home against the Shining Stars and earning a point is commendable. Every point is invaluable on the road to relegation. In light of the match's circumstances, Li Zikai's repeated squandering of offensive opportunities appears exceedingly imprudent. The spectators, including some fervent fans of the Shining Stars, were unable to contain their disdain, emitting boos directed at his performance. Following the initial jeers, they resorted to insults, exclaiming, "How can he still remain on the field with such a display? He should be substituted immediately to allow Hu Lai to take the pitch." Exactly. Off you go. Your performance is abysmal. The source of these boos and taunts was none other than Yan Yan and his teammates from the Dongchuan Middle School football team. Their discontent quickly resonated with other Shining Star supporters nearby, leading to a chorus of jeers directed at Li Zikai. The escalating cacophony only intensified Li Zikai's anxiety. On the sidelines, Coach Qin Mo was conversing with head coach Zhao Kongming, stating, "Old Zhao, we can no longer allow Li Zikai to start just to ease the pressure on Hu Lai. He has clearly lost his way." Zhao Kongming nodded contemplatively, responding, "Indeed. I neglected to consider Li Zikai's mental state. I had hoped that Hu Lai's goal would stimulate him, fostering healthy competition. But it seems Li Zikai has grown too complacent in his past accolades and is no longer inclined to compete. Perhaps not merely unwilling, but possibly afraid," Qin Mo replied. Fearful of the truth being revealed. "I have long maintained that Li Zikai's breakthrough last season was contingent on fortuitous factors. He is not the type of forward suited to our tactics, and his ability to seize opportunities is woefully inadequate." As they conversed, Li Zikai finally managed to score amidst the boos. However, as he celebrated exuberantly, the referee's sharp whistle and the assistant referee's raised flag doused his joy with cold reality. He was offside when receiving the pass, nullifying the goal. In a moment of disbelief, Li Zikai confronted the assistant referee, shouting, "Where was I offside? Are your eyes blind?" The assistant referee, undeterred by his outburst, communicated with the head referee via his earpiece. Meanwhile, Li Zikai's teammates rushed to restrain him, fearful that he might engage in further reckless behavior. Even Wang Guangwei felt compelled to intervene. After all, if Li Zikai were to receive a red card due to his emotional outburst, Hu Lai might miss his chance to play. Fortunately, Qin Lin intervened, persuading Li Zikai to calm down. While Li Zikai could feign madness in front of his other teammates, he dared not do so in Qin Lin's presence. Although displeased, he acquiesced to Qin Lin's urging. The head referee, however, was not inclined to overlook Qin Lin's involvement and promptly issued him a yellow card. This prompted an even louder uproar from the stands, rendering Yin Yin and his group unnecessary in rallying the crowd. Boos now resonated far more vehemently. The exact proportion of discontent aimed at Li Zikai's indiscretion versus the referee's yellow card remains ambiguous. It became evident that Li Zikai could no longer remain on the pitch. Hu Lai must be summoned to take his place. Zhao Kongming observed the scene on the field, his brow furrowing as he issued a directive to Qin Mo beside him. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Mo turned towards the substitutes bench to seek out Hu Lai. The incident in question involved Li Zikai, who was clearly offside by approximately 5 or 6 meters before receiving the ball, an indisputable violation, in my opinion, that left little room for contention. His lack of composure would only lead the team into a disadvantageous situation, as the commentator lamented. Guest analyst Lu Guanlin opined, "I suspect that his ongoing failure to score has weighed heavily on him, causing him to become increasingly agitated. His inability to find the back of the net is not a recent phenomenon. Why now, all of a sudden, is he so anxious? Previously, he was unable to score, but neither could his fellow forwards pose a threat to his position. The dynamics have shifted, however, with Hu Lai having recently made an impactful substitute appearance in the last match. It is evident that he feels the pressure from Hu Lai's presence. Look, Hu Lai has just been summoned by the assistant coach from the substitutes bench." At that moment, the television broadcast shifted to the substitutes area, where indeed, the assistant coach of the Shining Stars gestured towards the bench with his back to the camera, prompting Hu Lai to rise from his seat. "Ah," cheered Xiaolon. Watching from her television, though she refrained from recording the moment with her phone, she believed it was essential to maintain a balanced mindset. Realizing that her son would surely have many opportunities to play in the future, would she really record every appearance? Setting aside the limitations of her phone's storage, would it not seem rather unsophisticated to constantly document her son's moments on the field? Instead, she focused intently on the screen, convinced that cherishing the memory in her mind was far more valuable than capturing it on her device. As Ma Wen executed a sliding tackle to send the opponent's ball out of bounds, the referee raised both hands, signaling for a substitution. The fourth official displayed the substitution board, number 9 off, number 33 on. At last, the Shining Stars made their first substitution of the match, occurring merely in the 55th minute. Once again, the young player Hu Lai, who had previously scored upon being substituted in the last game, was called onto the field, replacing none other than Li Zikai. "Hu Lai is on the field. Hu Lai is on the field. Quickly, unfurl the banner." Yin hastily instructed his former teammates to reveal the banner they had prepared in advance. Amid their flurry of activity, other fans of the Shining Stars in the stands erupted in applause and cheers for Hu Lai's entrance. "Chun Jinyu, witnessing the scene from the media area, could only smile wryly. His intent in writing that article was to encourage a more measured perspective on the emergence of a new star. However, it seemed that the audience had missed his point, or perhaps Chinese fans had long grown accustomed to living in the moment, reveling in the present rather than contemplating the distant future. This predicament could hardly be blamed solely on the fans. After all, if one were to focus on the long term, it would render the viewing experience of all Chinese supporters rather bleak. No matter how joyful one felt at present, the reality of the World Cup qualifiers would inevitably bring forth a sobering reality. There are always those who criticize the exuberant Chinese fans, reveling in the joy of a victory or a goal, claiming they lack worldly experience, and readily finding numerous reasons to dismiss the merit of celebrating such triumphs. Yet, they fail to consider that these fans have endured much for so long. Is it not permissible for them to revel in a moment of happiness? As a seasoned football journalist, Chen Jinyu naturally adopts a lofty perspective when contemplating issues. Thus, he too has fallen into the common trap that many individuals of his ilk often encounter. The majority of fans reason that since no grim happenings loom on the horizon, why should they not indulge in a bit of joy in the present? Consequently, when a promising young player emerges unexpectedly, they cannot help but take notice, to admire him, and to cheer for him. This is merely human nature. He shook his head and turned his gaze towards Hulai, hoping that such attention and affection would not transform into overwhelming pressure and burdens. The young man, appearing somewhat slight of build, might struggle under the weight of expectation. When Hulai took to the field, he was not adorned with a red armband. His first match had been fraught with difficulty, necessitating the assistance of a lucky charm. Now that he had scored, his mindset had shifted. Hulai felt confident enough to rely on his own abilities rather than luck, eager to demonstrate his prowess in a professional setting. His previous substitute appearance had instilled in him a modicum of confidence, not from the goal itself, but from the other aspects of his performance that suggested he could manage the challenges ahead. In this match, having fallen behind by a goal, the Right River Red Lotus pressed forward in their formation to equalize, inadvertently leaving gaps behind them. If only they could pass the ball into those spaces, opportunities would arise, as he excelled at exploiting such openings. However, the intricacies of passing were beyond his control, so he could only await his chance patiently. As Hulai entered the fray, the Right River Red Lotus executed a throw-in, and the match resumed. Confronted with the compact formation of the Flashing Stars, the Red Lotus team refrained from sending the ball directly forward, recalling their previous unsuccessful attempts. Instead, they opted to play the ball back to their goalkeeper. Flashing Stars forward. Macaulay Murphy sprinted towards the opposing goalkeeper, leaving no opportunity for him to receive the ball and regroup for an offensive strategy. Instead, he launched the ball forward with a powerful kick. Upon seeing the ball approach, Wang Guangwei bellowed, "Mine." He dashed forward, leaping high to meet the ball before the opposing forward could intercept it, directing it back into play. The ball, propelled by Wang Guangwei's header, landed between Qin Lin and an adversarial midfielder. At that moment, Qin Lin did not focus on the ball but swiftly glanced towards the rear of the Right River Red Lotus defense. He noticed a fleeting figure clad in a red jersey lurking at the far end of their defensive line. Returning his attention to the oncoming ball, he surged forward, ready to seize the opportunity. Meanwhile, the opposing midfielder mirrored this urgency, both players lunging towards the football in a fierce contest for possession. Ultimately, it was Qin Lin who arrived a moment sooner, yet the rival player swiftly extended his foot, seemingly on the verge of a collision. Without a second thought, Qin Lin swung his right foot and propelled the ball towards the far end of Han Lian's defensive line. The force he exerted appeared akin to a desperate strike, merely an attempt to clear the ball from the front line, unwilling to let it fall into the opponent's grasp. As the spectators and the television cameras shifted their focus alongside the ball, they were astonished to discover a crimson figure, akin to an arrow released from a bow, racing towards the football beyond the right Jiang Honglian defense. It was Hulai? The commentator exclaimed with fervor. Simultaneously, his co-commentator, Lu Guanlin, cast a swift glance at the assistant referee above, noting that he was merely keeping pace without raising his flag. Most of the right Jiang Honglian defenders stood frozen, hands raised in protest to the referee, claiming that the 33rd player of Shining Star was offside. Only 2 players turned to pursue Hulai. Not offside. Lu Guanlin shouted emphatically. This play is not offside. In the stands, Yin Yin and the others watched Hulai sprinting towards the football with bated breath. Rising from their seats, neglecting to wave their banners or even to cheer, absorbed in the unfolding scene on the pitch. The roar of the crowd at the sports center in Annong province had already reached a deafening crescendo. Hu Lai's pace was not particularly swift, but his decisive maneuver to exploit the offside trap was remarkable. He did not even glance back to confirm the assistant referee's signal. Once he surged forward, he did so with unwavering determination, as if he never questioned whether he would be offside. Consequently, he created a nearly 10-meter gap between himself and the nearest pursuer. Such a vast distance was sufficient to instill despair in any defending player. Even the retreating Honglian players understood that this was merely a one-on-one showdown between their goalkeeper and the 33rd player of the opposing team. They could offer no assistance. A clear shot. As the commentator's voice rang out, Hu Lai caught up with the ball and guided it into the penalty area. Simultaneously, the right Jiang Honglian goalkeeper advanced from his line, yet he hesitated, reducing his speed as he approached the penalty spot. Uncertain whether Hu Lai would attempt to bypass him or shoot directly. In his moment of indecision, Hu Lai decisively took his shot. He lifted his right foot and curled the ball with a subtle arc, perfectly bypassing the diving goalkeeper and nestling into the near corner of the net. From the instant Qin Lin delivered that incisive pass, the cheers that erupted within the sports center transformed into a thunderous celebration, soaring to the heavens. Even from several dozen meters away on the north third ring road of Jincheng, every passenger in the cars with open windows could distinctly hear the jubilant uproar, akin to a thunderous clap echoing from the northern skies. P.S. There is indeed a video of the goal. Chapter 23, The Unyielding Striker. My goodness. The commentator and guest analyst of Anton Television, Lu Guanlin, exchanged a swift glance, both recognizing the astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. Hu Lai has scored again. He had just been substituted onto the field, and with his very first touch, he netted a goal. What divine efficiency is this? Li Zikai had recently received a yellow card for an offside position and was taken off, only for Hu Lai to deliver a splendid goal with a clever run that evaded the offside trap. Truly, the disparity in talent can be infuriating. Guest analyst Lu Guanlin was utterly unconcerned about whether Li Zikai would be enraged upon hearing such remarks, as he mercilessly poured salt into Li's wounds. When Li Zikai was substituted, he was seething with anger, neglecting to exchange a high-five with Hu Lai at the sidelines, and instead stormed off in a huff. He sauntered slowly towards the substitutes bench, deliberately avoiding facing head coach Zhao Kongming. His ire was less directed at Coach Zhao and more at the referee. He believed his goal was legitimate, thinking the referee had misjudged the situation by calling him offside, or at the very least, the referee could have chosen to overlook it. Right? As he trudged towards the bench, a tremendous cheer erupted from the stands, compelling him to glance back at the pitch, where he witnessed Hu Lai's goal. He stood there, dumbfounded, thinking, I haven't even reached the bench yet, and they've scored. And why is it that this kid scored? Has he bribed the players of the Right River Red Lotus? Why else would he find it so easy to score while I struggle to do so? Li Zikai remained motionless at the sidelines, allowing the overwhelming cheers to wash over him. Following Hu Lai's goal, Zhao Kongming and Chun Mo did not rush out in celebration, instead standing in stunned silence at the edge of the field. In a sense, they were akin to Li Zikai, their minds filled with questions. Even with their extensive knowledge of Hu Lai, they could not comprehend the situation unfolding before them, scoring upon entering the match twice in a row, and on his very first touch no less. Was this boy incredibly fortunate? As football coaches, they recognized that Hu Lai's goal was a remarkable instance of deft positioning to evade the offside trap, yet scoring immediately upon substitution still had a significant element of luck. After all, even those with greater prowess than Hu Lai might not achieve such a feat. What did I say? What did I say? Exclaimed Yin Yin from the stands, hands on his hips, laughing heartily towards the sky. He turned to the nearby fans clad in the Red Star jersey and declared, I told you, this kid is the chosen one. See, this proves it. The surrounding Star fans widened their eyes, evidently struck by the scene before them. Prior to Hu Lai's appearance, Yin Yin, along with his companions in the Dongchuan High School team jerseys, had been seated among a group of Star supporters, making them stand out conspicuously and naturally drawing attention. Yin Yin explained their connection to Hu Lai to those around them. And when he mentioned being Hu Lai's high school classmate, the people nearby responded with enthusiasm. However, when Yin Yin insisted that Hu Lai was the chosen one, the surrounding people looked at him as if he were a madman. One must adhere to basic principles even when boasting, yet now a crowd stood in stunned silence. their ears filled with the fervent declarations of this young man. A sensation that was inexplicably suffocating. Could it be that Hu Lai truly was the chosen one, as this young man claimed? Equally astonished was Qin Jinyu in the media section. He had refrained from exuberantly promoting Hu Lai in his reports, opting instead for a more restrained approach, hoping to encourage calmness and discourage the tendency to take rumors at face value. He feared that if he incited emotions and the public developed unrealistic expectations of Hu Lai, it could become a burden rather than a boon for the young player's development. In Qin Jinyu's view, the optimal path for a young athlete's growth was one of low-key progress, solidifying their foundations and advancing steadily, rather than suddenly appearing like a meteor, capturing everyone's attention only to be burnt up in the atmosphere, leaving not a trace behind. Yet, he never anticipated that Hu Lai would defy expectations, scoring upon his second consecutive appearance as a substitute. 2 matches, 2 goals. After Hu Lai's first goal, Qin Jinyu managed to maintain a semblance of calm and objectivity in his reporting, but with Hu Lai's miraculous performance, how could he continue to be understated? If he persisted in this approach, he might very well be derided by fans and readers as pretentious. Recovering from his thoughts, Qin Jinyu shook his head with a wry smile. This young man has indeed presented himself with a perplexing dilemma. After scoring, Hu Lai was blissfully unaware of the complex emotions surrounding him. He knew only one thing. After scoring, he must celebrate. Thus, he sprinted towards the sidelines, waving off his eager teammate Murphy, who wished to join in the celebration. "Sorry, mate, I need to finish my celebration first." He leaped high, executing his signature celebration in full. Finally, with his back to the stands and the camera, he opened his arms wide to embrace the oncoming teammates. Behind the advertising boards, photographers aimed their lenses at his silhouette, capturing this moment on their memory cards. "You young man. Incredible. Hu Lai, I can't believe your luck is off the charts. Scoring on your debut." The team members enthusiastically patted his shoulders and heads, expressing their admiration and envy. Hu Lai shrugged his shoulders, allowing them to celebrate him, his face radiant with joy. Just like last time, Qin Lin, who had been unable to join the celebration, watched this scene unfold outside, a smile spreading across his face. As he suddenly felt a sense of youthfulness amidst the scene, Hu Lai finally extricated himself from the encirclement of his teammates. Upon spotting Qin Lin, he eagerly opened his arms and embraced him, exclaiming, "Thank you, my friend." Qin Lin patted him on the shoulder and remarked, "It was your impressive run. I never anticipated that this kick would create an opportunity. How did you know I would pass in your direction?" Hu Lai responded candidly, "I had no idea you would pass this way, Brother Lin. But I thought, regardless of whether you passed or not, I would make a dash for it. Who knows what might happen? Even if you hadn't passed to me, there would be no loss on my part." Hearing this, Qin Lin chuckled. "Ah, what a perspective on loss. Are you aware that many refrain from running those extra steps simply out of fatigue? They are them. And I am me. I'm not one to dribble past defenders, nor do I possess exceptional speed. I am merely an opportunist. How can one discover opportunities without exerting a little more effort?" Qin Lin glanced at Hu Lai with renewed interest, nodding in acknowledgement without further comment. Wang Guangwei approached, clapping Hu Lai on the shoulder with evident delight. "You owe me a meal, Hu Lai." "Huh? Why must I treat you to a meal?" Hu Lai was bewildered. "I initiated that attack. I was the one who deflected the goalkeeper's long kick." Wang Guangwei pointed to his forehead. "All right then, I shall treat you." Meanwhile, in the VIP section of the chairman's box, Dong Won, the general manager of the Star Club, sat watching the match. Hu Lai's immediate goal upon entering the game left him in astonishment. Beside him, Dai Zitao appeared exhilarated, saying, "This is him, Dong, this is Hu Lai." Dong Won cast a glance at the scout he had personally brought to the VIP section. Within the Star Club's scouting system, Dai Zitao was not the most pivotal figure. Yet he was far from insignificant, having long been responsible for uncovering promising young talents for the club. For a club that operated on a modest budget, nurturing young talent was of paramount importance. With excitement in his voice, Dai Zitao continued, "This is Hu Lai's most remarkable talent, not merely off-the-ball movement, but rather his efficiency in seizing opportunities. He scored as a substitute in the previous match and has done so again today with his very first touch after coming on. Just imagine how formidable a striker who doesn't squander chances must be." Upon hearing Dai Zitao's words, Dong Wen's expression shifted. "P.S. Regarding the bonus chapter featuring the goal video, I would like to clarify that it can be accessed through the Qidian reading app, whether on iOS or Android. As long as you see a small triangle icon preceding the chapter title in your bookshelf updates, you will know that the chapter has an accompanying bonus section. The bonus chapter contains both video and image formats, though I typically opt for video, as it effectively demonstrates how Hu Lai scored. To view it, simply turn one more page after reaching the chapter's end. Presenting Hu Lai's goal through this animated format was indeed a spontaneous idea of mine. Initially, I sought merely a tactical board application to analyze the strategies swirling in my mind, facilitating my writing endeavors. However, I soon discovered that this application also featured animated demonstrations, prompting me to employ this function to illustrate Hu Lai's goals. The visual representation resembled the match scenes from my earlier experiences with CM0304, characterized by a 2D overhead perspective. It is my aspiration that this approach aids readers who typically do not engage with football or lack understanding of the sport to gain a more intuitive grasp of the game. Furthermore, I made specific suggestions regarding the product development of the Easter egg chapter, advocating for an extension of the permitted video playback duration. After accepting my proposal, the duration has now increased from 1.5 minutes to 5 minutes. I intend to share the videos I previously created as Easter eggs when time permits, hoping they will be well received. Chapter 24. The rising star. Upon his entrance onto the field, Hu Lai immediately assisted the Flash Stars in scoring, altering the score to 2-0. The blow to the Right River Red Lotus team was profound, not only due to the 2-goal deficit, but also because of the manner in which the goal was conceded, a substitute player, fresh on the field, scoring with his very first touch. This was a devastating blow to the morale of the Right River Red Lotus players. Hu Lai's demeanor suggested that scoring was an effortless task for him. The ease with which their defense was breached was a chilling realization, indicating their goal was far from secure. Whenever they contemplated a desperate offensive push to equalize, they were compelled to consider whether this ghostly adversary would exploit the gaps left in their defense. Such thoughts undermined their ability to counterattack. This was not merely a matter of staunchly defending to concede just 2 goals. It was a precarious situation where they risked conceding more while desperately seeking an equalizer. Thus, after conceding the goal, the Right River Red Lotus descended into confusion, uncertain whether to continue their offensive or to fortify their defense. Observing their turmoil, Hu Lai, in a moment of benevolence, addressed their predicament just 8 minutes after scoring his first goal, heading the ball to decisively resolve the issue. At that moment, Zhang Hao delivered a cross from the flank. Murphy drew away a Red Lotus center back at the near post, allowing Hu Lai to exploit the space between another center back and the right back, leaping to head the ball towards the goal. It was nearly an unmarked header, and Hu Lai struck it with a rebound that goalkeepers dread. The ball connected with his forehead and was directed downwards, bouncing high after hitting the ground, tracing a V-shaped arc in the air as it surged into the net. The Red Lotus goalkeeper instinctively attempted a save, yet could not prevent the ball from crossing the line. "Wow. Oh, this is unbelievable," exclaimed the passionate commentator from Anton Television. Hu Lai astonishingly scored a brace shortly after his substitution. 3-0. The Flash Stars had all but secured victory. The commentator, Lu Guanlin, was equally astonished, a player not yet 20 years old, scoring consecutively upon being substituted, and on the second occasion, netting a goal with his very first touch. What a remarkable feat. Such extraordinary skill. The commentator chuckled heartily. As the voice of the Anong Shining Stars, his allegiance was undoubtedly with his own team. Witnessing the Shining Stars on the brink of a consecutive victory filled him with such joy that he felt no reluctance in praising Hu Lai. Zhao Kongming, instead of remaining motionless alongside Chun Mo, was now exuberantly embracing his companions. Nearby, on the substitutes bench, the Shining Stars reserve players leapt from their seats, jubilantly pumping their fists in the air. Lai Zikai, however, remained seated, paralyzed by a sudden realization. The opportunity he had long awaited might never come to fruition, or perhaps it had never truly existed. Even in today's match, where he had been granted a starting position, it was merely a prelude to the emergence of a young prodigy. Years from now, when people recalled how Hu Lai made his debut in professional football, they would inevitably think of him, Lai Zikai, who squandered opportunities and whose offside goals were rendered null and void. Hu Lai's 2 substitute appearances leading to 3 goals resembled a classic narrative device of rising action following initial setbacks, without Lai's failures. How could Hu Lai's triumphant performance have been accentuated? The ascent of a young genius often necessitates the sacrifice of a less fortunate soul. And he was that unfortunate soul. Once the match concluded, he resolved to call his agent, seeking a new opportunity elsewhere. He was unwilling to remain with the Shining Stars merely to serve as a stepping stone for this young talent. He would rather explore chances with other teams. Given his 16 goals in last season's China League 1, securing a new position should not pose a significant challenge. The provincial sports center, capable of accommodating 60,000 spectators, was far from full, with nearly half of the seats unoccupied. Nevertheless, for a China League 1 match, such attendance was commendable. It is worth noting that Jincheng was once renowned as a golden market for Chinese football, and after the decline of Xinjiang, the city had entered a footballing void. The emergence of the Shining Stars had somewhat filled this gap, yet it paled in comparison to the glory of yesteryears. Now, the fervor erupting from the stands could transport every seasoned fan back to the early days of professional football in China. That was the golden era of Chinese football, and more specifically, the golden era of Henan football. It had been quite a while since the Shining Stars had delivered such an exhilarating performance at home for their loyal supporters. Yan Yan, leading his former teammates, raised a banner, vigorously shaking it in hopes of catching Hu Lai's attention. Indeed, after scoring, Hu Lai sprinted towards them, leaping over the advertising boards, and executed his signature celebratory gesture in the track area just below their stance. He saw us. Hu Lai noticed us. Yan Yan and his teammates cried out in excitement. As former players of Dongchuan Middle School's team, not all of them had the opportunity to play alongside Hu Lai. Yet individuals like Yan Yan and Tang Yuan were well acquainted with Hu Lai's unique celebration. They even understood the origins of this celebratory gesture. After all, they had observed him practicing these peculiar moves on the field during his training sessions. Who could have predicted that Hu Lai's serious yet eccentric celebration would one day grace the professional arena? Even the most audacious would scarcely have dared to envision such a scenario. As they cheered, they couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy watching Hu Lai proudly display his name and jersey number. When Hu Lai leaped in the center of the pitch, with no Red Lotus players to defend against him, Chen Jinyu couldn't resist clenching his fists. As Hu Lai headed the ball into the net, his fist also shot into the air. Among the media representatives, many mirrored his actions, predominantly local journalists from Henan province. Chen Jinyu understood that the rise of this new star was unstoppable. All he could do was bear witness to history and chronicle it. In his heart, he wished Hu Lai the best of luck. Once Hu Lai scored his second goal, altering the score to 3-0, the match lost all suspense. The Right River Red Lotus team suddenly lacked the will to fight. After all, they were not a strong side, which was evident from their precarious position in the relegation zone. Zhao Kongming utilized 2 substitutions to rotate the lineup, allowing more players to gain playing time and maintain their form. The relegation battle had just begun, with many more rounds of the league to play. He certainly could not rely solely on his current starting lineup to complete the remaining matches. The game had entered garbage time. The fans in the stands, exuberant and spirited, even engaged in a wave, an act that would not have occurred had their spirits not been high. Although Hu Lai did not score again in the remaining time, the broadcast frequently focused on him, clearly recognizing him as a key player, a privilege once reserved for star athletes. Now, Hu Lai was among them. This brought great joy to his mother, Xiaolon, who could appreciate her son better through the screen. He had certainly become much darker than before, and it appeared he had grown taller, with the contours of his leg muscles becoming more pronounced. Yet, the most striking transformation was in his face. When another close-up was shown of Hu Lai, he had just taken a shot that missed the goal frame by a considerable distance. Nonetheless, Xiaolon saw her son smiling, raising his hands in applause, and giving a thumbs up to the teammate who passed him the ball. Though she had not watched many matches, she could glean insights from her limited viewing experiences. For instance, when the camera focused on other players, their faces often bore a vacant expression, their eyes dull. In contrast, when the lens captured Hu Lai, it revealed the spark in his eyes, vibrant and spirited. Truly, he is my son. Xiaolon gazed at the close-up of Hu Lai on the television screen, her face adorned with a maternal smile. Chapter 25, Retribution. The match ultimately concluded with Shining Stars triumphing over Yujiang Honglian with a score of 30 at their home ground. As the fans of Shining Stars departed from the provincial sports center, each countenance radiated with satisfaction, akin to the warm glow of the setting sun illuminating their faces. Yet, in reality, the day was overcast, and the threat of impending rain loomed. Nevertheless, the weather was of little consequence. They engaged in spirited discussions about the recently concluded match, contentedly embarking on their journey home. Nearly every conversation revolved around Hu Lai. This young player, once obscure, had suddenly become the focal point of discussions over the past week. Last weekend, he had emerged from the bench to score a goal, securing 3 points for the team. This weekend, he once again came off the bench, netting 2 goals, thus leading Shining Stars to consecutive victories. Such brilliant performances could hardly go unnoticed. That offside goal was simply magnificent. I had a bird's-eye view from the stands and failed to spot that opportunity. I was too engrossed in following the ball. Hey, isn't that why we call him a genius? Of course, Qin Lin's pass was exquisite as well. Their synergy was impeccable. I sensed that relegation should pose no concern this season, provided Qin Lin and Hu Lai maintain their cooperation. Li Zikai can be transferred. I support the club selling him to recoup some funds. I am not at all surprised by Hu Lai's performance. I watched the national tournament. I witnessed Dongchuan High School defeating Shuguang High School in the finals. He scored a hat-trick in that match. Do you think he is an overnight sensation? I believe it was merely a natural progression. Similar discussions echoed in the square outside the stadium, at the bus station, on the subway, and across the internet. Hu Lai has scored again. A new star is rising. This post became a sensation on the Goal website's forum, with views and replies steadily climbing. Upon delving deeper, one would find that the original post was quite simple, merely recounting the news of the afternoon match, concluding with a line inviting Shining Stars fans to share their thoughts on Hu Lai. In terms of title and content, this was an exceedingly ordinary post, starkly contrasting with its soaring view and reply counts. Initially, the responses came in slowly, reflecting a modest level of engagement, as the topic was centered on the China League One. Although the Goal website encompassed a wide array of topics, the most popular sections remained European football and prominent clubs, followed by the fiercely competitive segments of the Chinese Super League. The section dedicated to China League One garnered far less attention than those aforementioned. However, beginning from the 10th reply, the number of responses to this post surged dramatically. A voice echoed from the 10th floor, exclaiming, "Do not jest, dear host." He merely entered the match as a substitute in a China League One game and fortuitously scored a goal. How can one elevate him to the status of a rising star? Have you lost your senses? This is precisely why I believe Chinese football is devoid of hope. There are too many pseudo-fans like you, who boast about the performance of a player based on just 1 or 2 matches. Moreover, it was in League One, which is hardly on par with the English League Two. What merit can be found in performances within such a league? This statement ignited the ire of numerous fans supporting League One teams, as their allegiance lay with clubs competing in that very league. How could they tolerate such a disparagement of their beloved competition? In online forums, one of the most detestable behaviors is the indiscriminate disparagement of entire leagues. Consequently, individuals quickly rallied to confront him. What is wrong with the China League One? Has it taken away your sustenance? And to suggest it is inferior to the English League Two. Are you not aware that even the 4th tier of English football is currently receiving unwarranted praise? It is likely that the original poster has never even witnessed a League One match and is merely venting his disdain. Perhaps his understanding of domestic leagues is still stuck in 2 decades ago. What a narrow-minded perspective. The fans of League One united against this poster, drawing the ire of others as well. Who could it be? It is Hu Lai. He fortuitously secured the Golden Boot in a national high school competition, and it seems luck has favored him in the professional league too. However, I advise him not to celebrate prematurely. Student players are still a novel phenomenon in the realm of professional football, and no one can predict what the future holds for them. Personally, I believe that introducing student players into professional leagues is akin to hastening growth, an idea that the Football Association clings to naively. Let us not underestimate the student players emerging from campus football. Japan serves as a prime example. Japan has advanced its professional football through the development of campus football. Yet, it is worth noting that the number of individuals who transition from Japanese campus football to professional player status is exceedingly small. Let us not be swayed by marketing hype. In this forum, several categories of individuals have long coexisted. There are fans who focus solely on professional football, those drawn to campus football due to national competitions, fans who follow Chinese football, and those who exclusively watch European leagues. There are also fans dedicated to top-tier leagues, alongside those who harbor a fondness for lower-tier leagues and football management games. Reaching a consensus among these diverse groups is a formidable challenge, and disputes are commonplace. This thread has perfectly encapsulated these various factions, for Hu Lai, as a student player, attracts fans of campus football, while simultaneously being a player for a League One team, thus garnering the attention of supporters of Chinese football and lower-tier leagues alike. Fans who focus solely on Chinese football and those who are preoccupied with European football are fundamentally at odds, leading to further discord. Consequently, all grievances converge upon Hu Lai in this particular thread. Ultimately, the discussion has shifted from whether Hu Lai possesses potential to a battleground for each faction to defend their respective positions. When Li Qingqing stumbled upon this thread, she was curious to see how others were appraising Hu Lai. By that point, the thread had already amassed over 30 pages, leaving her bewildered by the sudden surge in Hu Lai's popularity. Upon delving into the thread, she discovered that the overwhelming majority of responses bore little relevance to Hu Lai. Rather, they were mere squabbles aimed at defending personal stances. Various unrestrained comments, emboldened by the anonymity of the online realm, emerged, creating a chaotic and toxic atmosphere. Naturally, Li Qingqing was unwilling to squander her time and energy amidst such disarray. However, upon exiting the thread, she suddenly noticed that the thread's author bore the username Fox of the Forbidden Zone. Li Qingqing instinctively covered her face with her hand. Wasn't this the individual who had scored 2 goals in today's match but had not come to boast about it? Perhaps they sought validation in the forum to avoid embarrassment. Nevertheless, observing the thread devolved into utter chaos, she couldn't help but chuckle. Serves them right. Who would have thought the discussion would spiral into such disorder? Hu Lai, feeling exasperated, closed the goal app, muttering curses at the individual who had derailed the conversation. He had intended to post something enticing to encourage discussion. Curious to see how fans were currently perceiving him, whether they would laud him as a prodigy or perhaps even attract a few admirers. Yet, his plans were utterly thwarted by a misguided tirade. Frustrated by the lack of praise online, Hu Lai pondered that he shouldn't be the only one feeling disgruntled. Thus, he began sifting through his WeChat contacts. Chen Xingyi was aware that Hu Lai had a match today, though he had not been informed by Hu Lai himself. He simply knew. Moreover, he was aware that Hu Lai had come off the bench to score twice, leading his team to a consecutive victory. Again, without any communication from Hu Lai. Though he would have preferred to remain oblivious, he resolved that, come what may, he absolutely would not check his moments tonight. He could not bear the prospect of Hu Lai flaunting his success before him. However, upon noticing the red dot atop the WeChat icon, he found himself unable to resist and clicked in. To his dismay, he discovered a message from Hu Lai. 2 goals. Yay. Damn it. Chen Xingyi, unwilling to engage further, promptly clicked on Hu Lai's profile and selected the option to block him. After executing this operation, he exhaled deeply, feeling as though he had expelled the negativity festering within. What a relief. Yet, he was not entirely at ease. Chen Xingyi mused, isn't it absurd? How could such joyous news be hoarded all to oneself? Consequently, he sought out an article online detailing the news of Anton Shining Star's 30-0 victory over Yu Jianghonglian, which prominently featured the phrase rising star, Hu Lai scores twice in the headline. He chose to share this with his WeChat friends. Locating Luo Kai in his list and clicking send, WeChat notified him, message sent, but rejected by the recipient. Chen Xingyi was taken aback. After several moments, it dawned on him that Luo Kai had preemptively blocked him. Coming to his senses, he felt a surge of anger. Isn't this childish? Why block me for no reason? Is your fragile heart so easily shattered? Damn. Hu Lisin and his wife, Xialan, were engrossed in watching television in their bedroom when suddenly, Xialan's mobile alarm clock blared, startling Hu Lisin. What is the meaning of this? Why set the alarm for this time? He exclaimed. Without offering an explanation, Xialan silenced the alarm and picked up the remote control to change the channel, landing on the sports segment of Anong television. No sooner had she switched the channel than the familiar theme music of the sports news filled the room. A sweet-faced female anchor appeared on the screen, smiling gently at the camera. Good evening, dear viewers. Welcome to tonight's sports news. In a match that concluded earlier that afternoon in the Chinese Super League, the Shining Stars triumphed over their relegation rivals, the Yujiang Honglian, with a score of 3-0. Hu Lai made his entrance as a substitute in the 55th minute, scoring a goal immediately upon his arrival and subsequently netting another with a header, leading the Shining Stars to a resounding victory. The television displayed scenes from the match, with Hu Lai as the standout figure. See, I told you he would score, Xialan declared proudly, pointing at the screen. Hu Lisin finally understood why his wife had set the alarm. He cast her a sidelong glance and muttered, "You are being ridiculous," before rising to leave. "Where are you going?" Xialan inquired, pursuing him. To smoke, Hu Lisin replied tersely. He then stood in the dimly lit kitchen, shaking out the last cigarette from an empty pack. After lighting it, he took a deep drag, savoring the moment before slowly exhaling. As the smoke curled around him, he gazed out at the night sky, lost in thought. Lately, I seem to be going through tobacco rather quickly, he mused. Chapter 26. Neither early nor late on Monday, Fang Xinjia's agent received a call from Dong Wan, the general manager of the Shining Stars. During the conversation, Dong informed him that after careful consideration, the club had decided to reject the proposed annual salary of 2.6 million, urging Fang Xinjia to accept the previous offer of 1.5 million as a starting point for further negotiations. Though the message was not explicitly stated, Fang Xinjia's agent was not naive. He sensed the club's firm stance. It was as if they were saying, "This is our offer, take it or leave it." This left the agent perplexed, as he could not fathom how the situation had escalated so dramatically. Just last week, although the club had not acquiesced to his salary proposal, their demeanor had not been so rigid. What had transpired? Determined to uncover the truth, the agent began to search for recent news regarding the Shining Stars. This search led him to a singular name, Hu Lai. This name seemed to pervade every piece of news related to the Shining Stars. 2 substitute appearances had yielded 3 goals, and particularly noteworthy was the previous match in which he had scored immediately upon his substitution, ultimately achieving a brace and aiding the Shining Stars in their 3-0 victory over Yujiang Honglian. Upon further investigation, the agent quickly grasped the origin of the club's unwavering attitude. It appears that a young forward has emerged, leading some to believe that this prodigious newcomer could alleviate the team's scoring drought, thereby diminishing the urgency surrounding Fang Xinjia. How utterly ludicrous! How can a professional football neophyte, who has yet to substantiate his prowess, be compared to the seasoned forward Fang Xinjia? Merely having made 2 substitute appearances and scoring 3 goals has apparently caused the management of Shining Star Club to lose their senses. What an overinflated opinion of oneself! Upon discerning the true circumstances, the agent found himself less anxious, as the club's optimistic calculations were bound to unravel. He smirked while glancing at Dong Wan's name in his contacts, envisioning that it would not be long before Dong would humbly beseech him to persuade Fang Xinjia to sign. The sole inconvenience was that he would have to call Fang Xinjia and convince him to exercise a bit more patience. Just the thought of Fang Xinjia's impetuous nature caused the agent's brow to furrow. He felt that dealing with Dong Wan was far less taxing than managing Fang Xinjia. In the 21st round of the China League 1, Anton Shining Star faced off against Capital Athletics away from home, and finally, Hu Lai made his debut in the starting lineup. This brought a collective sigh of relief from many. When a player consistently performs admirably in consecutive matches, scoring goals, it becomes indefensible if he is not included in the starting 11. If such a player does not make the starting lineup, the fault lies with the coach. Fortunately, Hu Lai finally received his opportunity. It was his first start in his professional career. However, he was unable to find the back of the net during the match. Shining Stars suffered a 0-1 defeat to Capital Athletics, causing their league ranking to plummet from 11th to 12th. On the flight back to Jinsheng from the capital, Chen Jinyu penned a commentary overnight, ostensibly defending the team's loss, but in truth, he was advocating for Hu Lai, who had started yet failed to score. He asserted that Hu Lai had performed at his normal level, yet he felt compelled to remind fans and readers alike that football is not dictated by a single player. After all, it is a collective endeavor. If the entire team underperforms, relying on one individual cannot alter the outcome. Moreover, Hu Lai is not the type of player who can single-handedly turn the tide of a match. Chen Jinyu called upon everyone to maintain a balanced perspective while celebrating Hu Lai's initial 3 goals, emphasizing that he is not an omnipotent deity, but rather a talented young player. He will undoubtedly have moments of brilliance, as well as times of mediocrity or even subpar performance. Regardless of this match or those to come, should Hu Lai's performance falter, fans ought to reflect on how they initially lauded him, avoiding the folly of self-contradiction. Chen Jinyu diligently endeavored to alleviate the pressure on the young player, and it cannot be said that his concerns were unfounded. Following this match, indeed, criticism of Hu Lai began to surface online, with some suggesting that he had become complacent after scoring in consecutive games. Some believe that he has finally revealed his true self, suggesting that his remarkable performances in the previous 2 matches were merely the result of extraordinary luck and do not signify any substantial ability. Conversely, it is this match, characterized by an unremarkable performance, that is deemed to most accurately reflect Hu Lai's genuine level of skill. It is indeed peculiar that these critics, while Hu Lai has only played 3 matches, choose to define his talent based on the less impressive outing rather than the 2 outstanding performances. This is precisely why Chen Jinyu felt compelled to pen this article. With his understanding of Chinese football, its fans, and the media, he anticipated such reactions. The phenomenon of praise following victories and criticism in the wake of defeats is commonplace in competitive sports, albeit particularly extreme within the realm of Chinese football. Chen Jinyu's actions can hardly be considered premature. Xinjie, look, the agent remarked with pride as he handed his phone to Fang Xinjie. What did I tell you? I predicted this kid wouldn't last. Fang Xinjie took the phone and read the news. Anong Shining suffers a 0-1 defeat against Capital Athletics, with the prodigious Hu Lai, who had scored in the previous 2 matches, failing to find the net in this one. A smile crept across Fang Xinjie's face. That's why I always emphasize patience. As long as you remain patient, the initiative lies with us. The agent continued to drone on, reiterating points that Fang Xinjie had long since grown weary of hearing. Fang Xinjie returned the phone to the agent. All right. I shall patiently await your good news. Actually, you won't have to wait too long, the agent replied confidently. Next week, your team, Green Forest, is set to play away against Shining. I'll accompany you to Jincheng, and right after the match, I'll speak with Dongwen. You needn't rush back with the team. We can finalize the contract right there in Jincheng. Sounds good, Fang Xinjie mused, nodding in agreement. Once the contract is signed, arrange for my car to be transported to Jincheng via flatbed. I want to be returning right away. I wish to stay in Jincheng for a while to acclimate. Not a problem, the agent assured him, adding, you can also start looking for a place to stay. I've heard that Shining's training base is located in Luqing, which is quite distant from the city center. Consider whether to find accommodation in Luqing or in the city itself. The city is livelier, I assent it, but Jincheng often experiences traffic jams. I worry that living in the city might complicate your commute to training. Traffic in Yujiang is even worse. And I've never let it hinder my training, Fang Xinjie replied dismissively. When transitioning to a new place, it's crucial to immerse oneself in the local environment for a smoother adaptation. Finding a vibrant neighborhood to reside in will facilitate my integration into local life, ultimately enhancing my performance in training and matches. Though the agent articulated such sentiments, he privately mused that Fang Xinjie was merely enamored with Jincheng's vibrant nightlife. The two proceeded to discuss and plan Fang Xinjie's future in Jincheng, as if his transfer to Shining were already a foregone conclusion. Fang Xinjie sat on the visiting team's bench, surrounded by teammates who cradled their heads in despair. The air was thick with the fervent cheers of the home team's fans, akin to being at the mouth of an erupting volcano. The ground beneath him trembling with intensity. He had played here last season representing Shaojiang Green Forest, yet the atmosphere had never been this frenzied. Perhaps it was the fact that the home team had lost back then. Today, at this very moment, the scoreboard in the distance had just been updated, with the home team, Anong Shining Stars, leading Shaojiang Green Forest 21. He directed his gaze towards the corner flag in Shaojiang Green Forest's half, where a figure soared high, executing a flawless 180-degree turn mid-air before landing firmly on the grass, displaying his number and surname for all to see. Hu Lai. He had just scored a goal, reclaiming the lead for Anong Shining Stars. Wasn't it said that this lad's scoring streak would soon falter? The thought flickered through his mind, prompting him to glance back at the stands. At that moment, Fang Xinjie's agent stood in the VIP section, gazing blankly at Hu Lai on the field. As an agent, one would expect him to possess a discerning eye, yet he genuinely believed that this young man named Hu Lai could not sustain such a performance. It defied logic for an inexperienced player to continuously score upon his entrance into professional play. After all, hadn't he failed to score in the last match? Yet, how could one explain his extraordinary fortune in finding the net? A thought crossed Fang Xinjie's mind. Why did he choose this moment to score? Was he deliberately trying to thwart his plans? He recognized the absurdity of such a notion. It was inconceivable for a player to time their goals. Nevertheless, the timing of this particular goal was indeed unfortunate. Prior to the match, he had contacted manager Dong, hoping to finalize a contract following the game. Dongwen had not provided a definitive strategy, merely suggesting they discuss matters afterward. Confident in his judgment, he had refrained from pressuring Dongwen further, agreeing to wait. However, it seemed that Dongwen was also biding his time, awaiting Hu Lai's performance in the match before making a decision. With this thought, He turned his gaze toward the presidential box, where Dong Won, the general manager of the Shining Stars Club, sat. After the team had taken the lead, Dong Won rose from his seat, applauding the players on the field. In that moment, it appeared he sensed something, glancing back towards his right-hand box. Yet, he quickly returned his focus to the field, smiling as he watched Hurriedly celebrate his goal. Chapter 27. The former prodigy Anong Shining Stars triumphed over Shaojiang Green Forest with a score of 21 in their home ground, marking their return to the 11th position in the league standings. They held a 10-point lead over the 16th-ranked Haining Province, Jingyang Xingjing team. The relegation situation looked promising, and one could hardly argue that the Shining Stars' objective was merely to avoid relegation. The transformation began with Hurriedly's introduction into the team, as he has participated in 4 league matches so far, making 2 appearances as a substitute and 2 as a starter. The team, known as the Shining Stars, boasts a record of 3 victories and 1 defeat, amassing a total of 9 points. It can be confidently stated that Hurriedly is the architect of these 9 points. Evidence lies in the fact that, during these 4 matches, the team scored 6 goals, with Hurriedly netting 4 of them. The defense of the Shining Stars has remained steadfast, conceding only 2 goals across the matches, and thus, the rise in their ranking is entirely attributable to the notable improvement in their offensive play. After the match, the atmosphere on the bus returning from the stadium to the training base was jubilant, with players singing and harmonizing in merriment. For the coach, fostering a positive team spirit is quite straightforward. Consistent victories are the key. Winning naturally cultivates camaraderie among teammates, creating an environment devoid of rivalry or discord. This is a truth universally acknowledged. However, achieving victories is no simple feat since Zhao Kongming joined the team. It took him half a season to gradually acclimate to the nuances of coaching at the first-team level. It was only with the arrival of Hurriedly and Qin Lin that he glimpsed a solution to the team's struggles in attack. Qin Lin's orchestrations in midfield, coupled with Hurriedly's opportunistic prowess, have rendered the team's recent successes almost inevitable. Yet, this apparent ease is underpinned by the relentless dedication, effort, and sacrifices made by countless individuals. For instance, Li Zikai has willingly forfeited his own playing opportunities, potentially jeopardizing his position within the team. After starting in 2 consecutive matches and scoring once, there is little doubt remaining about Hurriedly's place in the starting lineup for the next game. Would anyone worry about a fit and healthy Julius Caesar being excluded from the starting 11? Certainly not, for as long as the head coach remains rational. It is inconceivable that Caesar would be omitted from the lineup. Seated in the front row of the bus, Zhao Kongming and Chun Emo shared in the buoyant atmosphere created by the laughter and songs of the players behind them. They felt a sense of contentment, having finally navigated through the fog of uncertainty to discern a path forward. This revelation brings even greater joy than the recent victories themselves. Besides Hurriedly's impressive performance, Qin Lin has also emerged as an unexpectedly valuable acquisition. To be candid, I never anticipated that the 38-year-old Qin Lin could exhibit such remarkable form and stamina, completing matches in their entirety and still maintaining energy until the final moments. The timely defensive sprint he made today was astonishing, challenging the belief that a man nearing 40 could perform at such a level, remarked Chinemo. The pivotal moment he referred to occurred in the penultimate minute of injury time during today's match, when Shaojiang of Green Forest initiated a rapid counterattack. Qin Lin sprinted back from midfield, pressuring the opposing player into the corner flag area, thereby granting his fellow Shining Stars the time to regroup defensively. Had he not acted promptly, Green Forest might have equalized. This moment evoked a chorus of cheers from the stands, as fans were deeply impressed by Qin Lin's professionalism and fighting spirit. Zhao Kongming is 47 years old this year, 9 years senior to Qin Lin. However, he retired at the age of 35. In fact, such an age for retirement is considered relatively late among Chinese players, as many choose to retire around 33. Meanwhile, at the age of 35, Qin Lin led the Lingnan South China Tigers to victory in the Chinese Super League as their captain. Zhao Kongming and Qin Lin were teammates for a period in the national team, primarily during the 2004 Asian Cup held on home soil. At that time, they formed a formidable partnership as central defenders, with Qin Lin still a youthful talent, while Zhao Kongming was a well-established veteran. Their synergy in that tournament was remarkable, as Qin Lin frequently leveraged his speed and technical prowess to surge forward and engage in offensive plays. Notably, during the final, he executed a breathtaking solo run that nearly breached the Japanese team's defenses. In these moments of attack, Zhao Kongming provided crucial protection from behind. The success of the Chinese team in reaching the final of that Asian Cup was intimately linked to the seamless collaboration between these two defenders. Regrettably, in the World Cup qualifiers a year later, Zhao Kongming was sent off due to a foolish red card, resulting in a critical loss for the Chinese team and ultimately denying them a spot in the final 10 teams and consequently, the World Cup. Following that match, despite being nearly 30 years old, Zhao Kongming effectively faded from the national squad. Although he never formally announced his retirement from the national team, he was never called up again, regardless of who the coach was, whether foreign or domestic. Conversely, Qin Lin rapidly ascended within the national team ranks, eventually becoming its undisputed leader. However, the runner-up finish in the 2004 Asian Cup alongside Zhao Kongming remains the pinnacle of the veteran's achievements with the national team. Reflecting on Qin Lin, Zhao Kongming expressed a hint of nostalgia to Chen Mo. Initially, when Dongwen insisted on signing Qin Lin, I was not particularly enthusiastic. Yet, in hindsight, Dong made an astute acquisition, enhancing the team's brand value while also addressing our midfield command issue. Back then, I still believed that Zhang Qinghuan could redeem himself. At the mention of Zhang Qinghuan, an awkward silence enveloped the two. It was only after Chen Mo sighed and quietly remarked that Zhang Qinghuan seemed poised to return from the reserve team that Zhao Kongming's smile faded. He scoffed. Even if he returns, he shouldn't expect to see the field. Observing Zhao Kongming's demeanor, Chen Mo understood that the veteran was genuinely disappointed with Zhang Qinghuan. It was likely that anyone would feel the same, as Zhang Qinghuan was indeed a complex character. As a player for the Shining Stars first team, Zhang Qinghuan had been relegated to the reserve team for a month. Why? Because he had been caught driving under the influence and was administratively detained for 10 days. This was not his first offense. 2 years prior, while playing for the capital Tunglong, he had made headlines for a similar incident after being apprehended for drunk driving. At that time, it was his first offense, so he faced no detention. But the scene of him being cornered by reporters in the traffic police office quickly spread across the nation, igniting widespread discussion and scrutiny. Why has a player's first DUI ignited such a significant public outcry? The answer lies in the immense fame of Zhang Qinghuan, a prodigious talent nurtured by the capital Tunglong Football Club. Zhang was once the recipient of countless hopes and dreams as a midfielder, renowned for his agility, exquisite technique, and keen tactical awareness. At the dawn of his career, he was heralded by the media as China's Francis, a reference to the illustrious French midfielder, Louis Francis, a current elite organizer known as the Grand Commander, presently gracing the ranks of the prestigious Real Madrid. To be dubbed the Chinese Francis underscores Zhang's formidable prowess. Many fans entrusted their aspirations for the resurgence of Chinese football to him, envisioning a future where he would lead the national team to the World Cup finals. Indeed, Zhang is a remarkably gifted individual. However, such brilliance often accompanies an unruly disposition, making him difficult to manage. In stark contrast to his talent lies his indulgent lifestyle. After debuting in the Chinese Super League at the tender age of 17, he initially dazzled for 2 years before succumbing to arrogance. Frequently seen cruising in his Ferrari 488 amidst the vibrant nightlife, reveling in a life of excess. His notoriety within the nightclub scene of the capital earned him the moniker Prince Qinghuan, King of the Workers' Stadium, a title not indicative of his on-field exploits, but rather his dominance in the surrounding nightlife. The once promising Chinese Francis faded into obscurity as his exploits became the subject of social gossip. How could such a fallen star, once brimming with potential, not capture public attention? Observing his despondent expression as he appeared before the cameras, vowing never to air again, one could only wonder how many felt pity for him and how many merely viewed his plight as a farce. Following the scandal, the once notorious Prince Qinghuan adopted a more disciplined approach, committing to rigorous training, punctuality, and bidding farewell to the nightlife, seemingly intent on reforming his ways. His performances on the pitch rekindled hope as he delivered exquisite assists and scored goals, once again earning the adoration of fans and reclaiming the title of China's Francis, appearing poised to become the true king of the Workers' Stadium. Alas, the respite was short-lived. Just as everyone believed the prodigy had returned, Zhang was spotted once more frequenting nightclubs, embracing women, and arriving in his crimson Ferrari. What followed was a rather cliched narrative of a once promising genius descending into the depths of debauchery as a nightclub prince, leading the media, fans, and the club to ultimately lose patience. Those who once adored him now turned harshly critical, and the capital Tunglong Football Club, which had nurtured him and granted him numerous chances, also found their tolerance waning. At the beginning of this year's transfer window, the Flash Stars secured the signing of Zhang Qinghuan through a lease-to-purchase agreement, bringing him from the capital to the splendid city of Anong. The decision to sign him was made by Zhao Kongming, who had recently assumed the role of head coach for the Flash Stars. This coach, renowned for his ability to nurture young talent, felt a profound sense of regret over Zhang Qinghuan's decline and aspired to guide him back to the right path. After all, Zhang Qinghuan's innate talent was indisputable. If one were to assess pure ability, he might well be considered the finest player in the country, without exception. However, upon his arrival, Zhang Qinghuan's performance mirrored that of his time with the capital Tunglong. Initially, he displayed commendable behavior and indeed showcased impressive performances on the field, seemingly validating the Flash Stars' investment. Thus, Zhao Kongming was unconcerned about the impending arrival of Qin Lin, believing he already had a midfield commander and questioning the necessity of another. Yet, it was not long before the infamous Red Ferrari, renowned within the nightlife circles of the capital, was transported to Jincheng, and Zhang Qinghuan began to frequent the city's nightclubs once more. His habitual tardiness to training became a recurring issue, and even when present, he appeared lethargic and disengaged, resulting in lackluster performances on the pitch. Ultimately, he found himself apprehended by the traffic police for driving under the influence once again. This second offense brought with it no leniency. He was detained for 10 days, and his driving license was revoked, before Hu Lai and Qin Lin joined the Flash Stars. This incident had dominated the headlines. The public outcry was so severe that Chun Jinyu decided to leak the news of the Flash Stars signing former national team captain Qin Lin to mitigate the attention surrounding Zhang Qinghuan's scandal. Initially, Zhao Kongming held high hopes for Zhang Qinghuan, wishing he could turn his life around and realize that he had fallen from a traditional powerhouse in the Super League to a team in the China League One. Without earnest effort, his professional career could very well be at an end. Zhao Kongming, with a touch of arrogance, believed that he could achieve what others could not. If other coaches were struggling with Zhang Qinghuan, surely his own expertise in developing young players would yield different results. Yet, Zhang Qinghuan repaid Zhao Kongming with nothing but disappointment. His DUI arrest was akin to a slap in the face to the coach. Following the revelation of this incident, Chen Mo recalled that the club's general manager, Dong Won, had contemplated securing Zhang Qinghuan's release, as the scandal tarnished the club's image. However, Zhao Kongming vehemently opposed any efforts from the club to bail him out, insisting that the player should serve the full 10 days in detention, allowing not a minute less. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo understood that Zhao was genuinely furious. Confronted with players, particularly the younger ones, the amiable old Zhao, always adorned with a smile, could be driven to such exasperation. Chen Mo truly believes that Zhang Qinghuan is indeed a prodigy. The initial rental agreement between Flash Stars and Tunglong lacks the stipulation that mandates a purchase following the loan period. After a season's rental, Flash Stars may choose to activate the buyout clause based on Zhang Qinghuan's performance during the loan. Should they find his contributions unsatisfactory, they have the option to return him. Chen Mo suspects that Zhang Qinghuan's recent detention for driving under the influence has irrevocably jeopardized his future with Flash Stars. It is unlikely that either the club or the coaching staff would deem it necessary to invest in a source of negative publicity. For Flash Stars, it represents a timely cessation of losses. Conversely, Tunglong Club faces the dilemma of how to manage this once promising talent. As for Zhang Qinghuan himself, Chen Mo wonders if, in the future, he may look back on his career with regret for his youthful recklessness. Yet, what relevance does that hold for him? After half a season of interaction with Zhang Qinghuan, Chen Mo finds himself devoid of any feelings of pity. The Chinese professional football scene has seen individuals like Zhang Qinghuan before, and indeed, the global football arena is not devoid of such talents. Who can ascertain how much talent these prodigies squander amidst their indulgence and capriciousness? Chapter 28. The person and affairs of Zhang Qinghuan. Although a match had just been played on Wednesday, Zhao Kongming did not permit the team to rest. Instead, he scheduled recovery training for the following morning, with no afternoon obligations, allowing the players to return home and recuperate. Any training specific to their next opponent would have to wait until Friday. If Saturday were the match day, the only substantial training opportunity would be Friday, which would entail 2 sessions to adequately ensure the required training volume. Should the match be on Sunday, the team would benefit from an additional day for training. Thus, while everyone is aware that playing twice a week significantly impacts the team, few understand the specific reasons behind this considerable effect. It is not solely a matter of stamina, but also a consequence of insufficient training time. With weekly matches, the training schedule aligns perfectly. However, introducing an additional match midweek not only eliminates training on Wednesday, but also necessitates a reduction in training time and structure on Tuesday and Thursday. The originally planned 2 sessions a day must be condensed into a single session, transforming tactical drills into set-piece training and recovery exercises. Consequently, both the duration and content of training diverge sharply from the standard routine of 1 match per week. The increased physical toll on the players during back-to-back matches results in diminished recovery and tactical training, with at least 3 training sessions lost preventing the team from achieving their tactical objectives. The players' fatigue further constrains the team's capacity to engage in rigorous tactical training or match simulations. This predicament is unavoidable and a challenge every professional team coach must learn to navigate. Li sat before his locker, changing clothes in preparation for a new day of training, which, strictly speaking, was merely a half-day session. Typically, prior to training, the players would engage in casual conversation within the changing room, discussing a myriad of topics ranging from distant lands to current affairs and social issues. If a match had been played the day before, discussions would often revolve around its nuances. In essence, these professional athletes were not dissimilar to ordinary individuals. In fact, in non-professional realms, their insights might even pale in comparison to those of common folk, given that most professional players possess limited cultural literacy and educational attainment. Many hold merely a junior high school diploma, while someone like Wang Guangwei, who has a high school certificate, is considered highly educated among the team. As the banter continued, the door to the changing room swung open, revealing a tall figure. He was strikingly handsome, with pale skin that accentuated the dark circles beneath his eyes, suggesting a less than optimal state of well-being. Without the need for a seasoned physician, any onlooker could discern that this individual was not in the best of spirits. The newcomer did not step inside immediately. Instead, he scanned the room before striding directly to his locker, adorned with a numerical sticker displaying the number 10, his jersey number. Upon the entrance of this individual, Li recognized him, albeit vaguely, struggling to recall his identity until he saw the number. It dawned on him, it was Zhang Qinghuan. Since deciding to join the Stars, Li had begun to follow news about the team, and naturally, he had heard of this illustrious figure. Yet, even before his decision to join the Stars, he had quickly learned of Zhang Qinghuan upon arriving in this world. After all, he was an unavoidable name for anyone who followed Chinese football. Once the darling of countless Chinese fans and deemed the finest successor to Qin Lin, Zhang Qinghuan had ultimately become a pariah. Li was aware of Zhang Qinghuan's past troubles with the law due to a DUI incident, although that was a distant memory. How was it that he was only encountering him now? To be frank, since joining the Stars, Li's thoughts and energies had been wholly devoted to acclimating to his new environment, striving for playing opportunities, and relishing the joys of being a professional athlete. He had long forgotten about Zhang Qinghuan's prior transgressions. It was only today that he suddenly realized the Stars had been without a number 10, a fact that had slipped his mind until now. As Zhang Qinghuan entered the changing room, a brief silence enveloped the previously animated discussions, as if someone had pressed the pause button. However, it was not long before everyone resumed their conversations, seemingly ignoring the presence of the team's number 10. Zhang Qinghuan appeared unfazed by his teammates' indifference, opening his locker and beginning to stow away his belongings. Li cast a glance and faintly discerned numerous glass bottles and jars. As a straightforward man, he could not identify the contents of these containers. However, he noticed in the changing room that someone had stuffed his locker with such an assortment. At that moment, the team captain, Li Tielin, approached and stood behind Zhang Qinghuan, saying, "Zhang Qinghuan, while you were away, the team welcomed 3 new teammates. Allow me to introduce them to you." Unexpectedly, Zhang Qinghuan did not turn around but shook his head dismissively, replying, "No need, Captain Li. I have seen the news and am already aware of who they are." This response genuinely caught Li off guard. He observed Captain Li Tielin open his mouth to speak, but then relent, simply stating, "Very well, it's your choice." With that, he turned and walked away. What was that supposed to mean? "Captain, are you giving up so easily? What happened to your authority as the captain?" Li silently criticized. He looked again at Zhang Qinghuan, his gaze filled with even more confusion. Wasn't this person supposed to have been detained for drunk driving? How could someone with such a past exhibit such an attitude? To confront the team leader with such fortitude was astonishing. Pondering this, he leaned over and quietly inquired of his companion, Wang Guangwei, "What is the situation with Zhang Qinghuan? Why does he act so arrogantly? He is a super genius." Wang Guangwei replied, lowering his voice as well. "Damn, he has been detained and still puts on airs. By the way, wasn't the detention supposed to last 10 days? How come I've been here for a month, and this is the first time I've seen him? He just finished his detention and was sent by Coach Zhao to the reserve team for a month. He should have just returned," Li realized, understanding at last why he hadn't seen the person during his time there. But he was left even more perplexed. With both detention and a stint in the reserve team, how could he maintain such an attitude? "It's just because he is a super genius. It's only natural for him to look down upon us ordinary players," Wang Guangwei remarked, although it was difficult to discern whether he was being sarcastic or sincere. "Li, you must have heard many stories about him, correct?" Li nodded. "The illustrious young Master Qinghuan, the king of the workers' stadium. Discussions, news, legends, and anecdotes about him abound online. It was said that he made nightclubs his second home, being a VIP in all the clubs around the workers' stadium. Not long after arriving in Jincheng, he had already made a name for himself in the local nightlife. The king of the workers' stadium was on the brink of becoming the king of Jiukong Bridge," Wang Guangwei said. "So Li, what kind of performance do you think such an unprofessional professional player could deliver?" "What kind of performance? I scoff at it," Li replied disdainfully. "Just look at his excessive indulgence. I suspect he is nothing but a hollow shell. Yet still, he managed to accomplish feats in training that were exceptionally challenging for the rest of them. If he were to dedicate just a few more days to earnest practice, Coach Xiao would likely choose to have him start. You see, Li, this is the gap between us and a super genius. For a starting position, you exert yourself in training and score continuously in matches to earn that spot, right? But Zhang Qinghuan only needs to show a modicum of seriousness in training to qualify for a starting role." Starting position? If my memory serves me correctly, prior to his detention, he had already been sent to the bench by Coach Zhao. This was due to Zhang Qinghuan's apparent lack of diligence, as he seemed disinclined to engage even slightly during training. Upon hearing Wang Guangwei's remarks, Li opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately uttered no words. Simply gazing at Zhang Qinghuan's retreating figure, Zhang Qinghuan sensed a piercing gaze on his back, an uncomfortable feeling akin to a thorn pricking him, which left him distinctly displeased. Consequently, he furrowed his brow and turned around, only to find a newcomer seated beside Wang Guangwei, brazenly staring at him in a rather impolite manner. This unfamiliar face appeared to be one of the 3 new recruits mentioned by the captain. However, Zhang Qinghuan had little interest in discovering who this individual was. He merely shot a warning glance before intending to turn back. At that moment, he felt an inexplicable urge and lifted his gaze toward a distant corner. There, he spotted Qin Lin, who was also looking at him. This time, he did not issue a warning glance but swiftly averted his eyes, turning away with his head down. Noticing that Zhang Qinghuan had only fleetingly glanced at him before looking away, Qin Lin withdrew his gaze as well. During the subsequent training session, although it was merely a recovery exercise, Li witnessed the talent that Wang Guangwei had spoken of regarding Zhang Qinghuan, along with the somewhat peculiar attitudes of his teammates toward him. At the conclusion of the recovery training, a 5-on-5 match was held. Devoid of tactical arrangements and free from the coach's interruptions, solely intended for relaxation and to enliven the atmosphere. The first team players were divided into several teams, taking turns to participate. The team that conceded a goal not only had to be replaced, but also had to perform push-ups in front of their remaining teammates as a form of punishment. When Zhang Qinghuan found himself with his back to the goal, he was firmly obstructed by the center back, Zhang Xiaolei, unable to turn. Li noticed that Zhang Qinghuan's teammates were not actively positioning themselves to support him. Rather, they stood idly by, merely observing the spectacle. Zhang Qinghuan showed no inclination to pass the ball. Instead, he leaned against the taller Zhang Xiaolei, lifted the football with his foot, and then deftly nudged it upward with his thigh. Before Zhang Xiaolei could react, he suddenly arched his body backward and executed an acrobatic bicycle kick. With a resounding thud, the football was struck towards the goal, disappearing before Zhang Xiaolei could even blink, only to reappear in the small goal behind him. Li, witnessing this scene from the sidelines, could hardly believe his eyes. He recalled how, during his school team training, He had managed to score a bicycle kick using a World Wave experience card, a feat he had boasted about for quite some time. Yet here was Zhang Qinghuan, effortlessly and casually executing a stunning bicycle kick, the motion both graceful and precise. He remembered Wang Guangwei's words. Even so, he could still accomplish with ease what many of us found exceedingly difficult. Subsequently, he also took note of the differing attitudes of his teammates towards Zhang Qinghuan compared to others. Generally speaking, during a training match, such a spectacular goal would typically elicit cheers, applause, and whistles, filling the training ground with an atmosphere of exuberance. However, after Zhang Qinghuan scored, there was no cheering, no clapping, and certainly no gasps of astonishment. The team that conceded the goal did not voice any complaints. Instead, they simply dropped to the ground to begin doing push-ups. In that moment, the training ground fell into an awkward silence, reminiscent of the time Zhang Qinghuan had unexpectedly appeared at the locker room door. Yet, the protagonist of this silence seemed wholly unperturbed. He rose from the ground, brushed off the grass clippings from his clothes, and appeared somewhat disheartened. Chapter 29. A beautiful scenery since there was only morning training and no plans for the afternoon or evening. Wang Guangwei suggested taking Hu Lai on a stroll around the city, followed by dinner. Hu Lai had been in Shining Star for a month. Yet his activities had largely been confined to the vicinity of the Shining Star Luqing training base and their rental accommodations. Aside from participating in matches at their home ground, he had never ventured into the city, let alone explored the renowned commercial street and a scenic spot, Sunway Road. This stood in stark contrast to those who had yet to arrive in Jincheng, but were already dreaming of the vibrant nightlife along the Jiukong Bridge by the Jin River. Of course, this does not imply that Hu Lai was a saint consumed solely by football, indifferent to all other matters. Nor does it mean he was apathetic towards topics of mutual interest. He simply understood the importance of priorities. At that moment, the two of them were seated outside a Spanish restaurant. This establishment, located on the first floor of a shopping mall, was primarily indoors and boasted 2 levels. Yet it was adorned with a charming courtyard outside, embellished with potted plants and bamboo, exuding a rustic charm. However, the juxtaposition of this quaint Chinese Antong-style countryside with the predominant Spanish cuisine seemed somewhat discordant. Yet, this was typical of Antong's unique, bourgeois café culture, where several mahjong tables were ostentatiously displayed. Have you ever seen such a sight? They were ubiquitous in Jincheng, with even signs advertising mahjong games hanging outside, inviting patrons in with the promise of air conditioning. This was a city where the populace could hardly survive without playing mahjong, a place where diverse cultures seamlessly intertwined, blending Eastern and Western influences. It was a locale where hot pot skewers were complemented by fine wines, and where Lolitas mingled with women in Hanfu, enjoying street-side barbecues. Hu Lai and Wang Guangwei chose not to dine inside the restaurant, but opted for the outdoor seating, partly because it afforded them the chance to observe the elegantly dressed women passing by, some of whom came within mere meters of their table. As they walked past, the lingering scent of their perfume was almost a compliment to their meal. Old Wang, Hu Lai remarked, following the path of a lady who had just walked by. I can't help but feel that everyone's attitude towards Zhang Qinghuan is a bit off. He voiced the lingering confusion that had accompanied him throughout the training session and in the locker room. Wang Guangwei also noticed the enchanting beauty before him, adorned in a midriff-bearing top paired with an ultra-short skirt, raising concerns that the slightest movement might lead to an inadvertent exposure. Consequently, he averted his gaze after a fleeting glance, in stark contrast to Hu Lai, who fixated intently on her. This fixation was perhaps facilitated by the fact that she had her back to Hu Lai, allowing him to indulge in his brazen admiration without fear of being discovered. What is amiss? Wang Guangwei pondered as he turned his attention to Hu Lai, whose gaze remained extended towards the distant crowd in the bustling square. Earlier, the locker room had been filled with lively chatter until his arrival, which abruptly silenced the atmosphere, creating an awkward pause that lingered for several seconds, yet felt conspicuously deliberate. Furthermore, during training, after he executed a stunning bicycle kick, there was no applause or cheer from his peers. Nor did the opposing team voice any grievances, an evident departure from the customary reactions seen in other teams. Oh, you refer to this? It is simply because he is not well liked, Wang Guangwei elucidated. When he first joined, the team was not so dismissive. However, he possesses a certain arrogance, which, while initially understandable given his extraordinary talent, evident in his superior performance on the training ground, has since become less forgivable. After failing to secure a position in the matches, it became apparent that even a so-called prodigy could fall short of expectations. As you mentioned in the locker room today, being detained for drunk driving and subsequently relegated to the reserve team, such demeanor is bound to be unappealing. Wang Guangwei clarified for Hulai. Moreover, he is merely on loan. Although the contract stipulates that after a year, the Shining Stars may opt to purchase him, with his current performance, manager Dong would certainly not consider such a purchase. After this season, he will return to his original club, Tonglong in the capital. Thus, there is little reason to forge connections with someone who is fundamentally not aligned with the team. Upon hearing Wang Guangwei's insights, Hulai furrowed his brow in contemplation. No wonder, despite being here for a month, I have scarcely noticed the absence of Zhang Qinghuan. His name has not been mentioned at all. I had not perceived this oddity until now. Indeed, it is simply because he is not favored. Naturally, he is seldom mentioned. His presence contributes little to the team. Hulai reflected, recalling the various tales surrounding Zhang Qinghuan, and nodded in agreement. Yes, I too harbor no fondness for him. Wang Guangwei was taken aback. Others had grown to dislike Zhang Qinghuan through their interactions, yet Hulai had only just encountered him for the first time. What prompts your disdain? Old Wang. You know me well. I would even leave home for the sake of playing football, Hulai replied. Wang Guangwei nodded, recalling how he had felt a twinge of sympathy when Hulai had shared his story. For Wang Guangwei, the path to pursuing a professional football career had been relatively unencumbered, as his parents had readily supported his aspirations with no objections. As a result, Hulai has become disillusioned, realizing that to pursue a professional football career, he must forsake his home, akin to a refugee. I began my journey in football training only in my first year of high school, where our team coach tirelessly honed my skills, and I matched his fervor with my own dedication. But why, you may ask? It is simply because my foundation was weak, and I entered this realm late. My relentless efforts are essential for me to step onto the professional pitch. Yet, what of that individual? Despite his abundant talent and favorable circumstances, with the support of all around him, he squanders his potential. Hulai shook his head in dismay, his words harsh yet sincere. He genuinely believes that Zhang Qinghuan's waste of talent is utterly unforgivable. He, who cherishes football and dreams of grandeur daily, finds himself reliant on fortuitous circumstances to realize his aspirations. If only he possessed Zhang Qinghuan's capabilities, would he not find the path much simpler? One desperately yearning, the other obliviously squandering. How could the former not harbor disdain for the latter? While it is true that each individual has their own path, if one does not cherish their gifts, then let them be bestowed upon those who truly need them, for I am in need. Hulai punctuated his fervor by tapping his chest. Such a waste. Wang Guangwei fully empathized with Hulai's sentiments. Although his own path has been relatively smoother compared to Hulai's, he too felt a pang of frustration witnessing Zhang Qinghuan squander his gifts. After all, who amongst those who play professionally lacks a modicum of talent? Yet, talent varies in caliber. It is evident that his own abilities pale in comparison to those of Zhang Qinghuan, and while Hulai is also gifted, it is likely he does not surpass Zhang Qinghuan either. Given their respective levels of effort, if only they were paired with Zhang Qinghuan's talent, would their journey not widen? Today, as I watched him execute that stunning bicycle kick during practice, I couldn't help but reminisce about the time I managed to score a similar goal on the training ground. A feat achieved only through sheer determination and a stroke of luck. Hulai continued to express to Wang Guangwei his distaste for Zhang Qinghuan, but in truth, he was merely pouring out his heart rather than seeking validation. However, Wang Guangwei noticed that as Hulai spoke, his gaze drifted, turning towards something behind him. Unable to quell his curiosity, he followed Hulai's line of sight and beheld a woman approaching. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders, her features exquisite yet marred by an air of melancholy. Clad in a snug tank top and form-fitting jeans, she walked briskly towards him. With each step, her form swayed enticingly, instantly capturing Wang Guangwei's full attention. For reasons unbeknownst to him, a melody resonated in his mind. I see mountains, a range of mountains, a chain of mountains connecting. Wang Guangwei hastily shook his head, attempting to banish the insufferable background music and the grand imagery of peaks from his thoughts, blinking fervently. After several attempts, he found that indeed, the undulating landscape had vanished from his view. The captivating woman veered before his seat, heading towards the entrance of the Spanish restaurant. Until that graceful figure completely disappeared into the dimly lit restaurant, Hulai withdrew his gaze and remarked, No wonder Sunway Road, despite being a commercial street, is also a scenic area. Indeed, the scenery here is exquisite. Is that what you meant? Wang Guangwei furrowed his brow in confusion. Yet, Hu Lai chose not to pursue the topic any further, instead asking, "Old Wang, do you have a girlfriend?" Upon asking, he noticed an unusual expression on Wang Guangwei's face and pressed on, "Do you?" Wang Guangwei shook his head, saying no. Then why the hesitation? I'm just teasing you. We live together every day. If I had a girlfriend, you would have seen her. Wang Guangwei countered. How would I know if you sneak off to meet a lady after the matches? Hu Lai retorted. I don't have a sister. Wang Guangwei exclaimed, momentarily stifled. If I were indeed meeting someone, I wouldn't be sitting here with you today. You're no lady, Hu Lai sighed. Isn't it said that professional athletes find it easy to attract women? Yet, you don't even have a girlfriend. You're completely shattering my romanticized vision of a professional athlete's life. Shattering what? What does it have to do with me? Wang Guangwei argued. But then a thought struck him, and he countered, what about you? Do you have a girlfriend? Hu Lai shook his head resolutely, declaring, a man of stature traversing the world must achieve greatness and earn renown. How could he be bound by romantic entanglements? Wang Guangwei chuckled. Let us not even discuss your stature. Your ability to proclaim the plight of a single man with such grandiloquence is truly impressive. When you claimed to have no friends during the Anon Cup finals, I was skeptical, but now I believe it. No wonder you have no friends. Hu Lai clasped his hands in mock humility. Too kind, too kind. Just as the two were jesting, a commotion suddenly erupted in the restaurant, drawing curious glances from both Hu Lai and Wang Guangwei. The beautiful woman who had entered earlier was now standing at the restaurant's entrance, passionately calling out, Qinghuan, Qinghuan, come out. I know you're here. It was my fault. I shouldn't have quarreled with you. I apologize. Please don't leave me. Hu Lai shivered. Wow. Is this a scene from a soap opera? Wang Guangwei frowned. Wait, did that woman just call for Qinghuan? He locked eyes with Hu Lai. Zhang Qinghuan is also in this restaurant. Hu Lai finally realized. They had sat at an outside table upon arriving and had not ventured inside, completely unaware that one of their teammates was present within the establishment. After calling out several times, the woman ascended the stairs. Not long after, a man dressed in a black t-shirt and black jeans, wearing a cap, hurriedly exited the restaurant, passing by Hu Lai and Wang Guangwei's table. At that moment, Wang Guangwei, due to his vantage point, caught sight of the approaching figure. It was Zhang Qinghuan. He couldn't help but exclaim, Zhang Qing, almost simultaneously. Zhang Qinghuan noticed Wang Guangwei and Hu Lai, his gaze swiftly flickering across Hu Lai's face before finally settling on Wang Guangwei. Seeing that the other party was about to call out his name, he hurriedly pressed down on Wang Guangwei's shoulder and whispered, let us pretend you haven't seen me. After uttering these words, he did not linger, swiftly turning into the garden of the restaurant, preparing to merge with the bustling crowd on the pedestrian street outside. At that moment, the woman from the restaurant burst out, seemingly having caught sight of Zhang Qinghuan. However, upon reaching the garden entrance and gazing at the throngs of people, she appeared bewildered, unsure of which direction to pursue, her face etched with distress. Just then, Hu Lai stood up and shouted, the person you're looking for went that way. Startled by this declaration, Zhang Qinghuan, attempting to blend into the crowd, turned to see the young man across from Wang Guangwei pointing directly at him. Simultaneously, the woman also looked over and, upon recognizing him, her eyes brightened with realization. MMP. Zhang Qinghuan dared not linger any longer and fled in haste, while the woman relentlessly pursued him. Thus commenced a chase between a man and a woman through the renowned commercial pedestrian street, adding a vibrant spectacle to this scenic area. Chapter 30. Upon alighting from the bus, Hu Lai and Wang Guangwei waved goodbye to the bus driver stationed at the wheel. Keep it up. The bus driver responded with a wave. As frequent riders of the number 12 bus during this time slot, the two young men had become familiar with the driver. With Hu Lai's successive goals in the matches, the drivers had also come to recognize the duo who always traveled together. Regardless of whether they were fans of the Flash Stars, the drivers would encourage them with a cheer as they dropped them off at their stop. If the bus was not crowded, the driver would even engage them in light conversation while waiting at red lights, asking about the rigors of training, requesting an autograph from Qin Lin, or inquiring if Hu Lai would score in the next match. After bidding farewell to the bus driver, Hu Lai and Wang Guangwei strolled along the sidewalk toward the south gate of the training base. Suddenly, Hu Lai, engrossed in his phone, burst into laughter. What is so funny? Wang Guangwei inquired, curiosity piqued. Hu Lai held out his phone for him to see. Revealing a post from the Flash Stars forum. The original poster seems to have spotted Zhang Qinghuan on Sunway Road yesterday. He was being chased by a strikingly attractive woman. Merely glancing at the title, Wang Guangwei recalled the scene from the previous night and could not help but chuckle. However, he quickly composed himself and continued reading. The original poster recounted that he had accompanied his girlfriend to browse Sunway Road, lamenting the trials of shopping, when suddenly a commotion erupted ahead, and he vaguely heard someone shouting Qinghuan. As a fan of the Flash Stars, the name resonated deeply with him. Subsequently, he witnessed a figure sprinting past him, his cap flying off, and with keen eyes, he instantly recognized the person as Zhang Qinghuan. Following closely behind was an indescribably beautiful woman, prompting the original poster to exclaim, "Goodness, what a sight!" Wang Guangwei furrowed his brow upon reading this, somewhat perplexed by the discourse at hand, yet he chose not to delve deeper. As it was not the crux of the matter, he continued reading. The original poster immediately recalled the romantic escapades involving Zhang Qinghuan and several women. Astonished that after witnessing a live broadcast, the excitement was so overwhelming that the poster completely forgot to take out his phone for a keepsake. The poster assures that every word is true. He would never fabricate tales merely for attention. Shortly thereafter, someone posted a photograph, clearly capturing Zhang Qinghuan's expression as he turned around, a hint of panic evident on his face. Although he was concealed within the crowd, it was evident that the women pursuing him had already noticed his presence. In the distance, the upscale facade of the Sunway Road shopping mall loomed, bathed in white light that illuminated the vast luxury brand logos. Amidst a sea of black silhouettes, a pale face was glancing back, while slightly further away, under the dim glow of streetlights, a blurred white figure was evidently in pursuit. The women in the crowd appeared mostly as indistinct shapes, their features hard to discern. Yet, Zhang Qinghuan's face was captured with striking clarity, his features well-defined, and his expression vividly portrayed. The distant white wall served as a backdrop, occupying a small portion of the photograph, while the bustling crowd was accentuated by the streetlight, highlighting the two protagonists of this scene, akin to a meticulously crafted oil painting. The piece was aptly titled "The Woman Chasing Qinghuan Under the Lamp." Is this what you were referring to, original poster? By the way, I was also present yesterday and quickly snapped a photo when I saw it. Huawei phones are truly remarkable. They capture such clarity, even at night. Yes, indeed. Haha. Excellent shot, my friend. You captured Zhang Qinghuan's frantic expression perfectly. Seeing that Wang Guangwei had viewed the photograph, Hu Lai grinned and asked, "Old Wang, have you ever seen such a flustered Zhang Qinghuan in the locker room or on the training field?" As Wang Guangwei returned the phone to Hu Lai, he shook his head, replying, "No, he always maintains an aloof demeanor in front of us, rarely speaking a word. So, do you not think this photograph is truly exceptional?" Hu Lai said, as he long pressed the photo to download it onto his device. Observing his actions, Wang Guangwei shook his head. "Don't you think that might be inappropriate?" "What do you mean?" Hu Lai retorted. "Didn't they say to act as if they hadn't seen him? Yet, you turned around and sold him out. We are all teammates, seeing each other daily. How awkward." Hu Lai tucked away his phone and said to Wang Guangwei, "Old Wang, you know I dislike Zhang Qinghuan because he squanders his talent, which bothers me. But do you know there's another reason I find him intolerable? What is it? A scoundrel, a faithless man, callous and unfeeling. Some people can barely find a girlfriend, yet Zhang Qinghuan fails to appreciate what he has. It's sheer waste." "Hey, why are you looking at me? You don't have a girlfriend either." Wang Guangwei retorted, agitated. "I don't have a mirror. So if I'm not looking at you, whom should I gaze upon?" Hu Lai shrugged. "Go take a leak." "How crude." Yes, I'm crude. And you're despicable." "Thank you for the compliment." Zhang Qinghuan entered the changing room with a countenance marked by fury, causing the door to swing open with an unusual force that reverberated throughout the space, drawing the attention of his teammates. Under the collective gaze of those present, his eyes were fixated on Hu Lai. Wang Guangwei observed this scene with trepidation. Although he believed that the majority of their teammates would rally behind Hu Lai should a conflict arise, the thought of discord within the changing room was far from desirable. Meanwhile, Hu Lai, under Zhang Qinghuan's intense glare, maintained an air of indifference, continuing with his activities unabated. Rather than confronting Hu Lai amidst the scrutiny of his peers, Zhang Qinghuan suppressed his anger and moved toward his locker, beginning to gather his belongings. However, The clatter of bottles and containers echoed slightly louder than usual. Qin Lin glanced back and forth between Hu Lai and Zhang Qinghuan, perplexed by the tension, especially since this was merely their first encounter the previous day. With the second match of the week scheduled for Sunday evening, Friday's training consisted of 2 sessions focused primarily on tactical drills and competitive practice. During the offensive routine training, Hu Lai undeniably secured a place in the starting 11, indicating that he was likely to start in the forthcoming match. The demanding schedule of back-to-back matches placed a high physical strain on the players. Given that Hu Lai had joined the team midway and had not participated in the preseason training, his physical conditioning was not on par with that of his teammates. Moreover, his late entry into the sport meant he was already at a disadvantage in terms of physical attributes. Fully aware of his situation, Hu Lai sought to demonstrate his capability to the head coach, Zhao, and to dispel any doubts regarding his fitness for a week of matches. After the match on Wednesday, he returned to his rented accommodation and consumed a bottle of stamina-enhancing potion, effectively restoring his energy expended during the game against Xiao Zhongluan. Consequently, during Thursday's recovery training, his performance astonished Zhao Kongming, Chen Mo, and the other coaching staff. He exhibited an energy level that belied the fact that he had played for 75 minutes just the day before. In the previous match, considering the upcoming weekend game, Zhao Kongming had substituted Hu Lai in the 75th minute, replacing him not with Li Zikai, but with another young forward, Nie Jin, who had also been promoted from the youth team. Following the recovery training, the team's fitness coach, Sun Yi, reported to Zhao Kongming that he could not discern any signs of fatigue in Hu Lai from the previous match. His stamina appeared as if he had not played at all. While this outcome surprised everyone, it was not entirely astonishing, as some individuals possess a remarkable ability to recuperate. And Hu Lai seemed to be one of those rare cases. With Hu Lai's fitness in check, Zhao Kongming confidently retained him in the starting lineup. Upon seeing the final selection, Hu Lai noted that Zhang Qinghuan was not among those chosen. Indeed, as Wang Guangwei had remarked, it seemed that Zhang Qinghuan had lost the will to earn a starting position, even during training. In the afternoon's training match, Zhao Kongming selected 11 players from the remaining squad to engage in a practice confrontation against the starting lineup, and among them was Zhang Qinghuan. During the match, the first team launched an offensive following the tactical patterns rehearsed in the morning, when Hu Lai scored a goal with a splendid volley. A chorus of cheers and applause erupted from teammates both on and off the field. Some even chanted, "Celebrate one." Encouraged by the uproar, Hu Lai leaped to perform his signature celebration, earning even greater applause and laughter. Zhang Qinghuan observed the exuberance surrounding Hu Lai's goal and scoffed slightly. It was merely an unremarkable goal. What was there to be so excited about? It appeared that the lad had quite a good rapport with the team. Yet, Zhang Qinghuan could not fathom how someone so quick to betray his teammates could be so well-liked. The match continued, and soon the practice team launched a swift counterattack that reached the edge of the starting team's penalty area. Zhang Qinghuan advanced with the ball and, facing Ma Wani's challenge, deftly nudged the ball past him on the right, simultaneously maneuvering around him on the left in a seamless display of skill. Upon catching up to the ball, he executed a feint with his upper body, creating an opening before accelerating and breaking into the penalty area. At that moment, goalkeeper Yu Jiming charged out, seeking a one-on-one confrontation with Zhang Qinghuan. However, Zhang Qinghuan denied him the opportunity for a showdown and, from outside the penalty area, swung his right foot. Yu Jiming, anticipating a powerful shot, hurried forward to narrow the angles. Yet, Zhang Qinghuan's right foot rose high and then gently descended, not delivering a forceful long-range shot, but rather a delicate lob. The ball traced an elegant parabola, soaring over Yu Jiming's head and settling into the net behind him. The entire sequence was executed with effortless grace. After scoring, Zhang Qinghuan turned and sprinted back towards his half. As he passed Hu Lai, he spread his arms, shrugged, and grimaced, a clear gesture of mockery. The training ground fell silent. Apart from Hu Lai and Qin Lin, along with Su Wentao, the other players regarded Zhang Qinghuan with expressions of disbelief. It was not that Zhang Qinghuan's goal was particularly remarkable, given his talent. Scoring such a goal was as routine as eating, something everyone had grown accustomed to. What left them all astounded was Zhang Qinghuan's audacity to mock Hu Lai after scoring. In the past, whenever he scored during practice matches, he would remain utterly indifferent, his demeanor perpetually disinterested. Yet now, after netting a goal, he had unmistakably targeted Hu Lai. This unusual behavior naturally left his teammates disconcerted and surprised. Qin Lin, observing Zhang Qinghuan's gesture in front of Hu Lai, furrowed his brow once more. Chapter 31. The Past Like the Wind. What is the nature of your relationship with Zhang Qinghuan? Qin Lin inquired of his roommate Hu Lai in their hotel room on the road. In previous training sessions, he had been observing from the sidelines, and it was evident that Zhang Qinghuan and Hu Lai were at odds with one another. However, he could not fathom why, as the two seemed to have no prior interaction. "Oh, it's really not a significant matter," Hu Lai explained. "To put it simply, I acted heroically to assist a young woman whose heart had been shattered by a scoundrel." Qin Lin, perplexed for a few moments, furrowed his brow and retorted, "Speak plainly." "Understood." Hu Lai then recounted to Qin Lin how he and Wang Guangwei had dined on Thursday evening at Sunway Road, where they encountered Zhang Qinghuan, and how a woman had frightened Wang into a hasty retreat. Upon finishing the tale, Qin Lin frowned and inquired, "But why does it concern you if someone else falters in their romantic pursuits? Why do you feel the need to intervene?" Hu Lai grimaced, "I simply dislike him." "Why?" Qin Lin was even more astonished. "Are you envious of his romantic endeavors?" Hu Lai hastily shook his head. No. He then reiterated the reasoning he had shared with Wang Guangwei in front of Qin Lin. He possesses such talent, navigating his football career with ease and boundless potential ahead. Yet he fails to appreciate it, spending all his thoughts and energy on women. Seeing someone like that makes me want to play a trick on him, to let him experience some hardship. Upon hearing Hu Lai's sentiments, Qin Lin sighed and fell silent. Observing this, Hu Lai felt a pang of anxiety. Did the esteemed Qin Lin disapprove of his actions? Did he view him as meddlesome and petty? In a flurry, he lowered his head and said, "Brother Lin, I was wrong. You are right. Regardless of Zhang Qinghuan's situation, it does not concern me, and I should not have interfered." As he hurriedly attempted to salvage his image before Qin Lin, he was met with a light chuckle. "A piece of advice. Hu Lai, do not rush to apologize in front of your girlfriend like this, or she might think you have committed some wrongdoing, and that would be far more serious." Hu Lai looked up to find Qin Lin smiling at him, and he quickly shook his head. No, Brother Lin. I don't even have a girlfriend. How could I possibly do anything wrong?" Qin Lin burst into laughter, his gaze fixed on Hu Lai, leaving the latter bewildered. "Brother Lin?" As Hu Lai called out, he noticed that Qin Lin's expression had sharpened, regaining its luster. He shook his head. "You are mistaken. No, it is I who am mistaken. If only someone had intervened as you have, perhaps Zhang Qinghuan would not be in this predicament today." Hu Lai was left with a multitude of questions. Seeing the confusion etched on Hu Lai's face, Qin Lin smiled and said, "Do you know that Zhang Qinghuan is referred to as China's Francis?" Hu Lai nodded. "Then do you know that shortly after his debut, the media referred to him as Qin Lin's successor?" Hu Lai shook his head. "It is understandable that you are unaware, for he soon earned the moniker of China's Francis, clearly indicating that Louis Francis enjoys greater renown than I." With that, Qin Lin chuckled and began to share the story of his own connection with Zhang Qinghuan. "Initially, when I heard the media refer to someone as my successor, I felt somewhat displeased, as I was merely 33 years old and far from aging. Why the urgency to find a successor? Not long after, the South China Tiger and Tunglong faced off in a match. At that time, the 18-year-old Zhang Qinghuan, a key player for Tunglong, made his debut as a forward. I played as a defensive midfielder, and we found ourselves pitted against one another. Although my role was not solely defensive, I did find myself marking him closely during that match. To this day, Qin Lin vividly recalls the look in Zhang Qinghuan's eyes on the field, evoking the phrase, "A young calf fears not the tiger." At that moment, Zhang Qinghuan exuded an irresistible charisma, radiating confidence with every movement. In the face of Qin Lin's tight defense, he skillfully maneuvered past him, leaving the seasoned player bewildered, much to the delight of the home fans at the Workers' Stadium, who erupted in cheers. Qin Lin, compelled to leverage his physical advantage, tackled him from the side, earning a yellow card amidst a chorus of boos. Yet, Zhang Qinghuan, having been fouled, appeared unfazed, sitting on the ground, smiling and shrugging his shoulders. That gesture of his, a nonchalant shrug, bore a stark contrast to the one he had directed at Hu Lai during a training session just the day before. Back then, Zhang Qinghuan was confident yet humble. Now, he seems proud but lacks that same self-assurance. Qin Lin remarked to Hu Lai, who pondered these words thoughtfully. "We lost that match, dubbed the Tiger vs. Dragon Clash by the media, and Zhang Qinghuan rightfully earned the title of Man of the Match. His tireless running and relentless pursuit of weaknesses in our defense, coupled with his imaginative passing to assist teammates, showcased his prowess. When our defense held firm, he would take it upon himself to break through, creating chaos and generating openings. Behaviors truly deserving of such an accolade. Under his influence, the workers' stadium buzzed with energy, akin to a pot boiling over. I observed that amidst the roars of Tunglong fans, our teammates visibly struggled to breathe, all due to the impact of Zhang Qinghuan alone. As Qin Lin recounted the match, Hulai envisioned the scene in his mind. Despite his current distaste for Zhang Qinghuan, he could not deny the undeniable charm of the player Qin Lin described. Following that match, the narrative shifted. He was no longer merely referred to as my successor, but rather as the Chinese Francis. Hulai realized that this moniker was indeed derived from the esteemed reputation I held. After that match, I began to entertain the notion of grooming this young talent as my successor, even though I had no immediate plans to retire. However, the thought of nurturing him as my heir began to take root. Yet, we were not in the same club, so our paths rarely crossed. It was only when he was selected for the national team training camp that we found ourselves rooming together, a proposition I made. We shared many conversations, and during that period, our relationship flourished. Though we represented different clubs, our singular aim was to bring glory to our nation. At that moment, I truly contemplated the possibility of his rapid maturation, envisioning a scenario where we partnered in midfield, me orchestrating the tempo from behind while he spearheaded the attack in front. The Chinese national team might have indeed qualified for the World Cup at the end of this year. The 2022 tournament still slated to be hosted in Qatar during the same December timeframe. However, the qualifiers have all concluded. In the absence of Qin Lin, the team stumbled into the final 12, but ultimately failed to secure a place. Hearing Qin Lin's reflections, Hulai mused that the esteemed figure likely never intended to forego participation in this World Cup qualifying campaign. Yet, he did not partake even in the final 40. Having withdrawn from the national team following the Asian Cup in early 2019, had Zhang Qinghuan not transformed into his current self and everything unfolded according to the esteemed figure's vision, might the Chinese team, boasting both him and Zhang Qinghuan, truly have graced the pitch in Qatar's World Cup at year's end? Alas, in reality, there are no what-ifs. Zhang Qinghuan did not develop into the prodigy many had anticipated, and Qin Lin faded into the background post-Asian Cup, resulting in the national team once again missing out on the World Cup finals. As a devoted Chinese fan, Hulai felt a profound sorrow for this reality. However, you are familiar with the subsequent events. Noticing Hulai's apparent despondency, Qin Lin smiled and remarked on Zhang Qinghuan's numerous records established within the national team. For instance, he became the youngest player ever to appear for the men's national team, the youngest goal scorer, and the player with the most appearances before the age of 20. Many players under 20 still find themselves in youth or Olympic teams, yet he has already amassed 8 caps for the senior national squad. Regrettably, since turning 20, he has not been selected once, having been removed from the team due to a DUI. In truth, even without that incident, given his performance and condition, the national team would not have considered him. Now, as Zhang Qinghuan approaches his 23rd birthday in January, his record remains stagnant at 8 appearances. 23 marks the final threshold for an athlete's participation in the Olympics, with players under this age still regarded as young talents. For example, the Chinese Super League enforces a U23 policy, mandating that each team includes 3 players under 23 in an 18-man roster, one of whom must start, and at least one must play for no less than 60 minutes in a match to foster young talent. The classification of players under 23 as young talents is not a peculiarity of Chinese football, but a global standard. Zhao Kongming's lingering attachment to Zhang Qinghuan, bringing him on loan from the capital's Tunglong, stems from Zhang's status as a malleable talent at that age. Yet, as time progresses, if Zhang Qinghuan fails to evolve, his future may become irrevocably defined. Many may no longer view him through the lens of youthful potential, cease to believe in his capacity for improvement, and become intolerant of his past errors. After all, once youth fades, there will be no special privileges granted to him. People no longer attach the label of a rising star genius to Zhang Qinghuan. After their initial encounter in the league, Zhang Qinghuan and Qin Lin faced each other 4 more times. In total, they clashed 5 times, with Qin Lin emerging victorious 3 times, Zhang Qinghuan winning twice, and 1 match ending in a draw. However, in terms of their personal duels, Zhang Qinghuan only triumphed once, while Qin Lin claimed victory in the remaining 4 encounters. As direct rivals on the field, Qin Lin witnessed Zhang Qinghuan gradually transform from a vibrant, effortlessly talented prodigy into a mere shadow of himself. Appearing dazed and lifeless on the court, I once contemplated whether I should offer him advice as someone who has been there before. Yet, I quickly realized that it is not my place to dictate how others should live their lives. Everyone must walk their own path. What right do I have to impose my thoughts on others? If that were the case, why didn't I first guide my teammates at South China Tiger? At this point, Qin Lin shook his head, expressing regret for his past actions. He believed he should not have been concerned about others' opinions. Instead, he should have pulled Zhang Qinghuan from the mire, regardless of how Zhang felt. His path was erroneous, and one cannot tread the wrong road. Seeing Qin Lin's self-reproach, Hu Lai wished to comfort him, but found himself at a loss for words. Should he say that the senior had not erred in the past? In truth, Hu Lai thought that since Qin Lin had a close relationship with Zhang Qinghuan and was a senior, why couldn't he offer counsel? Setting aside the question of whether advice would be effective, how could one know without attempting? At that time, Zhang Qinghuan was not in too deep. Perhaps a few words could have made a difference, much like when the senior, during his youth, was led to revel in nightclubs for 3 days, only to have a sudden epiphany after a stern warning from his brother. Noticing Hu Lai's silence, Qin Lin suddenly said, "Hu Lai, be careful not to stray from the right path. You possess talent and a lively personality, and sometimes I genuinely worry you may succumb to temptation. My insistence on sharing a room with you before matches is to keep you grounded." Hu Lai was somewhat taken aback. "I want to keep an eye on you, to prevent you from going astray. I failed to watch over Zhang Qinghuan, and I do not wish to repeat the same mistake." Hu Lai lifted his gaze to meet the earnest expression of Qin Lin, who was nearly old enough to be his father, and recognized that he was not jesting. "Rest assured, Brother Lin, I have worked hard to seize this opportunity to play football. I would never be foolish enough to follow in Zhang Qinghuan's footsteps. For him, some things came too easily, leading to a lack of appreciation. What he takes for granted is something I have fought hard to attain. I did not come here to squander my efforts." Upon hearing Hu Lai's words, Qin Lin smiled and nodded. "Get some sleep. Tomorrow's match will be challenging." The chapter concludes. Chapter 32, Penalty Kick. Indeed, the match would not be easy. In the 23rd round of the China League, Anong Shining faced off against Hebei North Star as the away team. The journey was long, compounded by a grueling week of double matches, leaving the entire Shining team fatigued. As the game commenced, they struggled to find the rhythm and feel they had exhibited in their previous outings. When discussing the team of Heilongjiang Polar Star, it is noteworthy that they currently rank 8th in the China League 1, positioning themselves as a mid-tier team, yet still outperforming the Shining Stars. In the face-off between the two teams, the North Star, with its home advantage, managed to secure a goal in the first half, leading the match with a score of 1-0. Qin Lin found himself closely marked by two opposing players, effectively nullifying the offensive organization of the Shining Stars. The decision to assign 2 defenders to Qin Lin, rather than to Hu Lai, stemmed from the belief of the Polar Stars head coach that Qin Lin is the true linchpin of the Shining Stars. Although Hu Lai has been in remarkable form recently, scoring consecutively, analyses revealed that he is merely an opportunist whose threats are dependent on the passes from his teammates. If the other players of the Shining Stars are unable to deliver the ball to Hu Lai, he consequently poses no threat to the Polar Stars' goal. The head coach's assessment proved to be accurate. Despite Hu Lai's numerous goals and media attention, any knowledgeable observer would recognize that Qin Lin is the team's nucleus. Although he joined the team mid-season, his exceptional skills and extensive experience allowed him to assume command almost immediately upon his arrival. Nicknamed the Great Commander, Louis Francis, one could justifiably drop the grand title when referring to Qin Lin, who is indeed a competent leader. During the match, Qin Lin faced intense scrutiny from the opposition, compounded by the fatigue from the recent doubleheader, which may have affected his performance, as expressed with concern by the commentator from Anong TV. On the other hand, Hu Lai remained industrious, tirelessly seeking gaps in the Polar Stars' defense. However, even if he found space, there was no one to pass the ball to him, rendering his skills ineffective. Guest commentator Lu Guanlin observed Hu Lai intently, noting that the substitutes on the Shining Stars bench were either industrious midfielders like Shi Juanda or versatile players like Han Xiangfei, capable of doing a bit of everything but mastering none. The Polar Stars' defensive formation remained cohesive, leaving little room for opportunity for the Shining Stars. In fact, there was a player on the Shining Stars who could have been beneficial in this situation. However, Zhao Kongming was not brought to the away match, Lu Guanlin remarked. The commentator quickly caught on. Are you referring to Zhang Qinghuan? Let us not go there. He was seen being chased down Sunway Road just a couple of days ago. Lu Guanlin chuckled, acknowledging the incident as one of the amusing anecdotes circulating in football circles, given the crowd on Sunway Road, if he managed to evade capture. I would say his ability to navigate through dense crowds remains intact. Yet, the commentator wisely refrained from continuing, initially intending to suggest that unless a woman were to stand in the Polar Star's penalty area, he would certainly find a passing lane. Fortunately, he recognized the context of a live broadcast, where certain comments are best left unspoken. Let us not discuss a player who is not present, Lu Guanlin nodded in agreement. In reality, his mention of Zhang Qinghuan was merely an attempt to lighten the atmosphere, as the match proved to be quite challenging, inevitably dampening the spirits of the Shining Star supporters. The Clearwater River originates from the glacial meltwaters of the majestic Big Snow Mountain, situated to the west of Jincheng. Its crystalline waters, transparent to the very bottom, earned it the name Clearwater River, a rather commonplace title, as there are undoubtedly countless rivers across the nation bearing similar names. Flowing eastward with fervor, the river slows its pace as it traverses the flatlands of Jincheng, transforming into a gentle and serene stream. This segment, which winds through the urban area of Jincheng, was once part of the city's southern moat. Since the Western Han Dynasty, Jincheng has been renowned for its prosperous brocade weaving industry, attracting numerous artisans who would wash their finished textiles in the river. The brocade, once rinsed by the river's current, would hang along its banks, showcasing vibrant colors that gave rise to the name Brocade River for this stretch of the Clearwater River. The Brocade River serves as a cultural cradle for the people of Jincheng, lined with countless tea houses and restaurants. On pleasant days, the riverside tea stalls are bustling with patrons, who indulge in fragrant flower tea while engaging in lively conversations or gathering around tables for a game of mahjong, the clattering of tiles often drowning out the sound of the flowing water. As one approaches the stretch of the Brocade River near Anong University, the banks come alive with an array of quaint bars, Western restaurants, and nightclubs, making it one of the most vibrant locales for nightlife in Jincheng. By nightfall, these establishments overflow with guests, with vehicles unable to find parking due to the throngs of patrons, including countless attractive men and women arriving in luxury cars. This area has also given rise to numerous urban legends. In one bar, just a street away from the Brocade River, a television screen broadcasts a match between Anong Shining Stars and Beihun North Polar Stars. However, the music playing simultaneously, coupled with the bar's already boisterous atmosphere, renders the commentary inaudible, leaving patrons only able to glance at the screen without grasping the game's nuances. Many patrons, unable to discern the game's context without the commentary, quickly return to their conversations and revelry. This establishment is not specifically a sports bar, and the live broadcasts on match days are merely a strategy to attract more customers. Naturally, had this bar been filled with ardent football fans, Zhang Qinghuan would not have chosen to accompany a female companion here for leisure. At this moment, he sits in a dimly lit corner of the bar, beside a companion he had just met the previous night at a nightclub, her attire bold and her makeup striking. She glances at the television and playfully remarks, "Oh, isn't your team playing today? Why aren't you there?" Zhang Qinghuan turns to gaze at her affectionately, tucking a strand of her hair behind her ear and playfully entwining his fingers with it. "If I had gone, how could I keep you company here?" His playful demeanor elicits a delightful giggle from her. Encouraged, Zhang Qinghuan's fingers glide down from behind her ear, caressing her warm neck and smooth back, ultimately resting on her soft waist. She playfully wriggles but does not push him away, instead teasing, "You're such a tease." She then shifts her gaze back to the television and inquires, "If you're not there, will your team lose?" Zhang Qinghuan did not respond to her inquiry. Instead, he buried his head into the crook of the woman's neck, gently exhaling towards her ear, causing her to breathe heavily. Suddenly, he took her earlobe into his mouth. "Ah!" She gasped softly, her body trembling. Just as Zhang Qinghuan was poised to continue his advance, a loud bang erupted from a nearby table, startling both him and the woman. A voice boomed like thunder, erupting in dialect. "Damn your mother. It's a penalty." This outburst startled both Zhang Qinghuan and the woman, causing them to shiver. The woman, seemingly anxious about being noticed, hurriedly pushed Zhang Qinghuan away, exclaiming, "Not here." Zhang Qinghuan, momentarily taken aback, glanced at the television screen ahead, and saw Hu Lai tumbling in the penalty area. "This guy is ruining my good fortune." His face was etched with fury. He grasped his companion's hand and rose, stating, "Let us change locations. I'll take you to my place." Without a backward glance, he strode toward the exit, while his companion, her head downcast, followed closely behind, her flushed face hidden in the dim light. Behind them, the other patrons in the bar, roused by the shout, turned their attention to the television screen, oblivious to the departing couple. Hu Lai had fallen in the opponent's penalty area. He had just been contesting the ball with the opposing center back when he fell. Let us see the slow-motion replay. The defender from Polaris clearly pushed him. As Hu Lai was about to leap, he was shoved from behind. "A blatant foul," insisted the commentator from Anton TV. However, the commentator from Black River TV held a contrary view. "That's a theatrical dive. Isn't that a bit exaggerated?" Lu Ming merely placed his hand there. Can such a slight gesture really send Flash Star's number 33 flying 3 or 4 meters? Is Lu Ming some sort of martial arts master with immense inner strength? It may seem minor, but perhaps it has caused internal injuries to the opposing player? Let me tell you, if he doesn't get up and spit blood, then it's a dive. He launched a merciless mockery of Hu Lai. The home fans within the stadium expressed their dissent with a cacophony of boos. Amidst the uproar, the referee dashed into the penalty area, pointing to the penalty spot. He deemed it a penalty. This decision naturally incited the discontent of the home team's fans and players, with jeers mingled with shouts of "Corrupt referee, I'll make you pay." The players swiftly surrounded the referee, demanding an explanation for the call. Particularly, the offending center back from Polaris, Lu Ming, protested vehemently. "This is unjust, referee. I merely placed my hand there. It couldn't be that serious, could it?" The referee gestured for him to calm down, indicating that it was not merely a matter of placing his hand on Hu Lai, but that there was indeed a pushing motion involved. Regardless of the extent of the action, the mere existence of such a motion warranted the foul call without any question. While one might argue that Hu Lai's fall was somewhat exaggerated, it is evident that his slender frame suggests a certain fragility. Thus, being pushed and flying away does seem plausible. Moreover, without a touch of exaggeration, how could one capture the referee's attention? Should one silently endure a disadvantage? Some individuals may possess a profound sense of integrity, akin to a sage, choosing to suffer in silence rather than embellish their plight. Yet, it is clear that Hu Lai does not belong to this category. On the other side, the players of Flash Star surged into the penalty area, with foreign player Murphy seizing the opportunity to be the first to assist Hu Lai in rising from the ground, embracing him with enthusiasm. "Good job," they exclaimed. Other teammates quickly joined, surrounding him and celebrating with hugs and high fives. Amidst a challenging scenario where the team was trailing and struggling to break the deadlock, Hu Lai's penalty kick became pivotal, a crucial turning point. The referee did not linger long before allowing the players of Black North Polaris to accept the harsh reality of their punishment. Since the crackdown on corruption in football, the Chinese Football Association has sternly addressed instances of players confronting referees, safeguarding the authority of the officials. Any player daring to physically confront a referee during a match can expect a minimum suspension of 3 months. Following the implementation of this rule, a few audacious individuals tested their limits, leading to a newfound respect among players for the referee's authority. Both teams withdrew from the penalty area. The penalty kick was to be taken by the team leader, Qin Lin. During his time with the South China Tigers and the national team, he was the primary penalty taker, and his extensive experience and composure made him the ideal candidate. Upon joining Flash Star, following Zhao Kongming's strategy, he naturally became the team's foremost penalty taker. As Qin Lin positioned the ball, he glanced back at Hu Lai, who stood at the edge of the penalty area. Upon meeting his gaze, Hu Lai smiled and gave him a thumbs up. Qin Lin responded with a smile of his own before turning back to face the Polaris goal. At the sound of the referee's whistle, a cacophony of boos erupted from the stands, where home fans waved anything they could to disrupt Qin Lin's focus. Undeterred by the commotion, Qin Lin took a run-up and struck the ball. He kicked it powerfully toward the bottom left corner of the goal. The Polaris goalkeeper, caught off guard by such a well-placed shot, was unable to respond effectively, misjudging even the direction. The ball found the net. In the 70th minute, Qin Lin equalized for Flash Star, marking his first goal since joining the team and his inaugural goal in the China League 1. The assist came from none other than Hu Lai, who had transferred alongside him. Meanwhile, Zhang Qinghuan finally received the taxi he had called for the woman he was with. He opened the door for her to enter before circling around to the other side to get in himself. Just then, he heard an enormous cheer erupt from the bar. He glanced up, but the dimly lit interior obscured his view, leaving him unable to discern what was happening. He withdrew his gaze, opened the car door, and slipped into the back seat of the taxi, settling closely beside the warm body. The cheers outside continued unabated, but with the closing of the door, they were effectively sealed away. The taxi driver caught a glimpse of the couple entangled in each other's embrace through the rearview mirror, curled his lip slightly, and then returned his focus to the road. Accustomed to witnessing such scenes on this thoroughfare, he thought nothing of it, merely another pair of lovers. In a match that concluded half an hour earlier in the 23rd round of the second-tier league, our province's Shining Stars football team managed to secure a 1-1 draw against the Hebei North Star. The team overcame the fatigue of a week filled with back-to-back games and the challenges of playing away to earn a precious point. The esteemed Qin Lin, who had joined the Shining Stars during the season's transfer window, scored his inaugural goal for the team via penalty. As Zhang Qinghuan emerged from the bathroom, freshly bathed and in the nude, he was greeted by the sounds emanating from the television in the bedroom. Upon entering, he beheld the woman he had brought back from the bar, entirely bare, kneeling on the bed with the remote control in hand. Spotting Zhang Qinghuan, she excitedly pointed at the screen, exclaiming, "Qinghuan, look, your team didn't lose." Zhang Qinghuan cast a brief glance at the sports news playing on the television, approached the nightstand, retrieved a pack of cigarettes and a lighter from the pocket of his discarded pants, and turned to exit the bedroom. "What's the matter?" his companion inquired, puzzled by his reaction. "Just a post-game smoke," Zhang Qinghuan replied with a smile. Upon seeing his charming grin, the woman instantly forgot his earlier oddity, her cheeks flushing with warmth. Meanwhile, nearly 200 kilometers away from Zhang Qinghuan's upscale apartment, Li Tielin was in his dimly lit kitchen, smoking a cigarette. Faint sounds of sports news filtered in from the slightly ajar bedroom. His son, Li, had once again delivered a pivotal performance in the match. Although he didn't score this time, he earned a penalty that allowed the Shining Stars to draw 1-1 against Hebei North Star. The match had taken place in the evening. After dinner, he had gone for a stroll, returning only after the game had concluded. Yet he could not escape the onslaught of sports news. He understood why his wife was so insistent. She hoped to shift his perspective on their son's football career. Indeed, from the outside, Li's professional journey appeared to be smooth sailing, devoid of injuries or periods of poor form, and he was beloved from the outset, with teammates seemingly looking out for him, thus avoiding any situations where he might be intentionally harmed during training. However, this was merely the beginning. His career had only just commenced, and a promising start did not guarantee continued success. The lack of challenges thus far was simply a matter of time. Li Tielin harbors doubts regarding the integrity of Chinese football. Otherwise, the national team would have already transcended Asia and graced the global stage. Why, after all, have they yet to qualify for the World Cup finals this year? He perceives his wife's optimism about their son's future as overly naive. Professional football is not an endeavor to be taken lightly. He inhaled deeply, extinguishing his remaining cigarette in one swift motion. With a keen ear, he caught the conclusion of the sports news report on the recent match before dousing the smoldering but under the kitchen faucet, discarding the damp remnant into the kitchen bin, and returning to the bedroom. The day following the match, the team's training was divided into two groups. One group consisted of players who participated in the previous day's game, required only to undergo a brief recovery session, thus allowing them to conclude training early, pack their belongings, and commence a 24-hour break, with the next training session scheduled for Tuesday afternoon. This arrangement was a rare consideration by Zhao Kongming, given the team's demanding schedule of double matches each week, necessitating ample rest for the players. Naturally, such privileges were reserved solely for those who had seen playing time. In contrast, those included in the 18-man roster but who did not take the field, as well as those who failed to make the roster at all, were obliged to adhere to the standard training timetable. For instance, this morning, they belonged to the latter group, engaging in a training regimen distinct from that of the starting players. Despite the differing conclusion times, both groups commenced their training simultaneously. As Zhang Qinghuan yawned and entered the locker room, he cast a glance in the direction of Wang Guangwei, only to find Li absent. This surprised him slightly. Though their interactions were limited, he was aware that Wang Guangwei and Li resided together, always training in unison and departing together post-practice, inseparable companions. Yet today, the space beside Wang Guangwei was conspicuously empty. He snorted inwardly, arriving later than I did. At that moment, he overheard someone in the locker room asking Wang Guangwei, "Guangwei, what time did Hulai wake up today?" Wang Guangwei replied, 6 o'clock. So early? How many hours of sleep did he get? Everyone seemed taken aback. Well, the film crew wanted to capture his morning workout, so he left at 6:30, Wang Guangwei explained, adding, if I hadn't called him, he wouldn't have gotten up at all. The image of Hulai's struggle to rise elicited hearty laughter among the group. Amid the mirth, someone remarked, but it's a good thing. If it were me, I wouldn't mind waking up at 6 either. Exactly, me too. Another chimed in. You can forget it. Hulai has earned this. 4 goals and 1 assist in 5 matches. Such performance undoubtedly merits this treatment. Though this morning workout seems rather contrived. What professional player trains this early? The filming needs a bit of flair. A touch of exaggeration is acceptable. Zhang Qinghuan, eavesdropping, found himself utterly bewildered, momentarily grasping the nature of their discussion. Yet he confirmed one thing. Hulai did not arrive later than himself, but was, in fact, the first to reach the training base. What could be the reason for his early arrival? A film crew? What film crew? A news interview? When Zhang Qinghuan changed into his attire and joined his teammates on the training field, he finally comprehended the situation surrounding Hulai. He observed that, prior to the commencement of training, Hulai was already clad in his training uniform, surrounded by a trio from the film crew, a cameraman shouldering a device, a sound engineer, and a reporter. Hulai was speaking to the camera, his expression relaxed and adorned with a smile. Standing beside the cameraman, the team reporter, Chen Jinyu, was leaning against a wall with arms crossed, listening attentively, occasionally nodding, his face equally relaxed and smiling. As the players arrived for training and began their warm-up, the film crew remained on the sidelines, continuing to film. It was evident that this was not a mere news interview, but rather a specialized video shoot. Zhang Qinghuan speculated inwardly. If that were the case, the implications would differ significantly. It suggested that the club was inclined to allocate more promotional resources towards this player. And on another note, it signified that the player being interviewed was no longer just an ordinary athlete, but had the potential to become a star. He recalled his own experience at Capital Tunglong, where, after he began to emerge, he quickly attracted the attention of Capital Television. Under the club's arrangement, he was featured in a half-hour specialized video, even before he achieved full notoriety. However, once that video aired on television, he rapidly gained fame within the Capital's fan circles, being recognized on the streets, and even encountering enthusiastic taxi drivers who refused to accept his fare. Having had such experiences, Zhang Qinghuan was acutely aware of the influence of traditional media exposure, such as television. Despite the current era being dominated by the internet, the status of traditional media still holds great esteem in the hearts of the majority of the populace. For instance, the experience of a match being broadcasted on television versus being streamed online evokes entirely different sentiments. And now, that despicable, shameless little brat was also being afforded this honor? The filming of the interview with Hulai extended for quite some time. By the time the main roster concluded their restorative training, Hulai was still on the field cooperating with the filming. Subsequently, he led the crew to the empty locker room, as the main roster had already departed, while others were still in training, leaving the locker room deserted, and then to the club's dining area, the dormitory building, and the gym. After completing the filming, he returned to the locker room just as the training for those who had not participated in the match was concluding. Hulai encountered Zhang Qinghuan as he emerged from inside, dressed in casual attire, with hair evidently styled with care, even before approaching. Hulai could already catch the scent of perfume wafting from him. Zhang Qinghuan had not anticipated encountering Hulai as soon as he stepped out. He paused momentarily, then scoffed. You seem rather pleased. Indeed, a smile radiated from Hulai's face. After all, such treatment would elate anyone. However, upon hearing Zhang Qinghuan's remark, his smile blossomed even brighter. Why wouldn't I be? He replied. Observing Hulai's demeanor, Zhang Qinghuan chuckled coldly. Don't celebrate too soon. A few flattery from others, and you forget your own name. Hulai, uninterested in further banter, interrupted. I'm not you, you scoundrel. With that, he rolled his eyes, shrugged, and mimicked the gestures Zhang Qinghuan had once directed at him during practice. He then strode away, heading into the locker room. Zhang Qinghuan turned to glare at Hulai's retreating figure, clenching his fists. How dare this brat call him a scoundrel? Who was it that betrayed his teammates? Am I a scoundrel? I could never be as despicable as you. Yet, he ultimately refrained from pursuing Hu Lai to clarify matters, merely casting a cold smirk at the locker room door before turning to depart. Chapter 34. The ACE program. Why did you choose to play professional football? Hu Lai, facing Qin Linyu's inquiry, smiled briefly before responding, because I love it. I love football. This was a standard answer, yet it failed to satisfy Qin Linyu, who pressed further. If you love football, you could continue playing in school. Universities also have national leagues. Wouldn't that fulfill your passion? Why must you pursue professional football? Moreover, you began training at 16, significantly later than others. Even with exceptional talent, success is not guaranteed. The path to professional football is fraught with high risks. Your aspirations could lead to disillusionment, leaving you with nothing after enduring hardships. At this moment, a series of empty shots transitioned: an expansive training ground, an unoccupied locker room, a deserted gym, culminating in a somewhat worn and dirty football, quietly resting on the floor of the equipment room against a backdrop of a blurred basket filled with footballs. These scenes, though distinct, shared a commonality: a dim, bluish hue. The post-production color grading effectively conveyed the emotional weight of the question to the audience, instilling an instinctive concern for Hu Lai's prospects in professional football. Hu Lai's voice resonated once more. When I decided to leave high school for a professional team, both my coach and my father warned me about the harsh realities of professional football. I realize I entered the field later than most, but what does that matter? Professional football is my dream. Pursuing one's dreams is never too late. As he spoke, the scene transitioned to Hu Lai training alone on the field, illuminated by the rising sun, its fiery rays casting a glow upon him. The camera zoomed in, shifting from a wide shot to a medium shot, ultimately honing in on his face. He stood facing the light, beads of sweat glistening like countless tiny suns under the sun's brilliance. The camera continues to zoom in, nearly penetrating the depths of the eyes, which appear extraordinarily large in the close-up, transforming into two mirrors reflecting the fiery glow of the rising sun. The lens then shifts to his back, gradually pulling away, ultimately capturing a remarkable scene. Hu Lai stands on the training ground, facing the dawn. The radiant sunlight cascades from the sky directly before the camera, outlining his slightly shadowed figure with a golden halo. More light spills from the periphery of his form, delicate golden threads slicing through the thin morning mist, as if bestowing upon the resolute Hu Lai a pair of pale golden wings. In contrast to the previous dim and bluish hues, this sequence of shots is warm, bright, and invigorating. With a decisive good, the lights in the once dark screening room illuminate. A person in the front row turns to Qin Linyu, saying, "Old Qin, this film is of excellent quality with a remarkable theme. Although it tells the story of a rookie professional player, it does not dwell excessively on football itself. Instead, it narrates his journey from an unconventional path, ultimately conveying the message that pursuing one's dreams is never too late." I find that commendable. Receiving such high praise from the production director fills Qin Linyu with a sense of worth for the days spent laboring alongside his colleagues. However, just as a smile begins to form on Qin Linyu's face, he hears the director's tone shift, yet his heart sinks. The director's subsequent words leave him momentarily speechless. Wouldn't it be a bit of a waste to air such an exceptional piece on the sports channel? Qin Linyu stares wide-eyed at the director, who, with a smile, continues, "I believe this video conveys more than just the story of a professional player. Hu Lai's journey can inspire many others. How about we suggest airing it on Personal Chronicles?" Qin Linyu's once widened eyes now bulge even further. Personal Chronicles is a documentary series on Anong TV that profiles individuals from various professions, released bi-weekly, showcasing people from diverse walks of life. It is a relatively serious program, akin to crafting a visual biography for these individuals. In other words, not just anyone can appear on this show, nor is every celebrity deemed worthy of entering Personal Chronicles, established for 20 years. Only one professional footballer has been featured in this series, Qin Lin, who currently plays for the Flash Stars. After leading the Lingnan South China Tigers to an AFC Champions League victory, the Personal Chronicles crew traveled to Lingnan City to film a documentary about him. Regarded by the media as the last great figure in Chinese football, Qin Lin undoubtedly qualifies for this prestigious video anthology. But what of Hu Lai, a newcomer, just beginning to make his mark in the professional football realm, with an uncertain future ahead? How could he possibly be compared to the accomplished Qin Lin? Seemingly perceptive of Chun Jinyu's bewilderment, the director smiled and elucidated. I simply believe that your video possesses a remarkable intent, and the experiences of this child are undeniably compelling. The character chronicle does not stipulate that only those who have achieved fame and success can be included. Rather, any representative figure that aligns with contemporary trends and societal values is a worthy subject for documentation. Chun Jinyu was genuinely taken aback by the director's commendation of Hu Lai. He responded, "However, we initially crafted this piece in accordance with the sports channel's guidelines, and this finished product, both in duration and material, hardly meets the requirements of the character chronicle, does it?" This was now a technical concern, and Chun Jinyu had reconciled himself to the reality that this film would indeed be aired in the character chronicle segment. Thus, further interviews and re-editing would be necessary. After all, the latest episode of the character chronicle would not be broadcast until Wednesday of the following week. The director waved his hand, as if this were a trivial matter. Although reshooting and production would demand considerable time and effort, it was merely a matter of his subordinates working overtime. For him, as a leader, was it truly a grave issue? It was merely a few more strands of hair lost. Chun Jinyu's gaze lingered briefly on the director's polished scalp before he nodded in agreement. Let us promptly reach out to the Shining Star Club. Upon seeing Chun Jinyu and a notably larger production team at the club's training base, Hu Lai was taken aback. Didn't we already finish filming, Brother Chin? Ah, yes. It's like this. Your program is being upgraded to the character chronicle. We have made some last-minute adjustments to our plans and wish to capture additional footage. I wanted to ask if we could go to Dongchuan, to your school and home, to interview your school team coach and your parents. What do you think? Before Chun Jinyu could finish, Hu Lai quickly waved his hands. My parents won't agree to an interview. They do not wish to be in the limelight. Are you joking? I would have to run away from home just to pursue a career in professional football. And now you media reporters want to barge into my home and shove a camera in my father's face? That is utterly out of the question. In previous video interviews, Hu Lai had not disclosed that his father was actually opposed to his football aspirations. However, observing Hu Lai's current attitude, Chun Jinyu did not question his explanation. While many people often fantasize about becoming famous on television, there certainly exist those who prefer to remain in the shadows. After all, fame often brings with it a host of troubles. What about the school? Chun Jinyu, respecting the interviewee's wishes, acknowledged that since Hu Lai was reluctant to have his parents interviewed, they would forego that. Moreover, given that the interviewee had concerns regarding this issue, it would be prudent to consult Hu Lai for permission before proceeding to interview the school team coach. Thinking that Coach Li would likely be amenable, Hu Lai nodded in agreement. You may contact Dongchuan Middle School yourself. Seeing Hu Lai's consent, Chun Jinyu breathed a sigh of relief. The family interview prohibition effectively eliminated that segment. If the school were also to deny permission for interviews and filming, the school-related portion would be lost as well. Before Hu Lai embarked on his journey as a professional footballer, two pivotal life experiences shaped his path toward the realm of professional soccer. What nonsense is this? He mused, feeling the absurdity of the situation. Let us start with you, came the retort. Hu Lai, puzzled, responded, haven't we already filmed everything? Plans have changed. We need to capture some additional footage and interviews, explained Chun Jinyu. Cautiously, Hu Lai inquired, so, does that mean I no longer need to arrive at the training base by 6? Chun Jinyu chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Rest assured, that footage has already been captured, and it turned out splendidly. There's no need for reshoots. Relieved, Hu Lai exhaled and announced. Then I'll head back to the locker room to change. All right, off you go, Chun Jinyu waved him off, while the 7-member film crew behind him began setting up their equipment around the training field. Upon returning to the locker room, Hu Lai was immediately embraced by Han Xiangfei, who playfully draped an arm around his neck. Hey, Hu Lai, what did reporter Chen want? Is he informing you about when the show will air? His teammates, equally curious, turned their attention to Hu Lai. Being selected for a video interview with Anong Satellite TV and featured on a sports channel was a privilege not bestowed upon everyone. And it was impossible not to feel a tinge of envy among the group. In front of everyone, Hu Lai shook his head. No, he was here for reshoots. Reshoots? A wave of puzzled glances exchanged among the group, their curiosity piqued. What are they reshooting? Hu Lai hesitated, then explained. They mentioned needing to gather more material for the program portraits. At this point, he momentarily paused, realizing the significance of the show. As a native of Anong, Even though he was not from the provincial capital of Jincheng, but rather from Dongchuan, he had certainly heard of the illustrious Portraits program, a flagship show of Anong Satellite TV. Every regional television station boasts its signature programs and preferences. For instance, Jinshan Satellite TV and Shaojiang Satellite TV excel in producing entertainment variety shows, while Nanha Satellite TV's standout program is combat sports. Conversely, Haihe Satellite TV is renowned for its high-quality traditional arts programs. Anong Satellite TV, however, shines in the realm of cultural programming. The influence of Portraits extends far beyond the confines of Anong, leveraging the nationwide reach of satellite broadcasting. Their high-quality content has garnered recognition across the country. Many individuals take pride in having appeared on Portraits to highlight their achievements. When Chen Jinyu spoke to Hu Lai earlier, his mind was solely focused on the imperative of preventing the crew from interviewing his family. Consequently, he did not fully grasp the implications of the Portraits program until this moment. Not only did he come to this realization, but his teammates did as well. As Hu Lai paused, a brief silence enveloped the locker room. Suddenly, Han Xiangfei exclaimed, "Whoa, Portraits? You've hit the big time, haven't you? Are you pulling our leg? Is Portraits something you can actually be featured on, Hu Lai?" Another teammate chimed in, "Exactly. Not just our team, but across the entire Chinese football scene. Only Lin Ge has ever been featured on Portraits." Qin Lin also cast a curious glance toward Hu Lai. Hu Lai quickly clarified, "I'm not joking. What would I gain from deceiving you? The truth will come out next Wednesday." As everyone pondered the situation, astonishment washed over them, their eyes widening and breaths quickening, filled with envy as they exclaimed, "No way. Hu Lai, you must treat us. You absolutely must." With a wave of his hand, Hu Lai replied, "All right, let us celebrate. This afternoon, everyone is invited to the base canteen, enjoy the feast, and eat to your heart's content." "Nonsense. We can indulge without your invitation." They laughed and chided, the atmosphere in the changing room buoyant with joy. Only Zhang Qinghuan gazed at Hu Lai in a daze. Even as an outsider, he understood the significance of being featured on the prestigious character chronicle of Anong television. Due to the long-standing issues plaguing Chinese football, the societal perception of professional players is rather dismal. Qin Lin's inclusion in the character chronicle is a testament to the fact that for the past 2 decades, he has been an unavoidable name in Chinese football, embodying its essence. If a position were to be reserved for Chinese football in this program, it could only be for Qin Lin. Yet here was Hu Lai, a mere rookie with only 5 professional matches under his belt, suddenly gracing such a grand platform. Truth be told, Hu Lai was not one to be oblivious to reality. He did not believe that such an honor could only be his. Had it been Wang Guangwei in his place, he would likely feel indifferent as well. But it was Hu Lai who was bestowed with this privilege, the very same person who had publicly compromised himself, leaving him in a state of disarray. Why? By what right? P.S. At the end of this chapter, there exists an Easter egg, a game video I previously created, incorporating all of my original characters into FIFA 17, subsequently enlisting them into the Chinese national team, thus forming the strongest Chinese team in history. Since this video was made some time ago, there is no need to worry that creating this Easter egg will delay the writing of the next chapter. You can enjoy it without concern. To view the Easter egg chapter, simply flip through the reading pages on the Qidian reading app. Chapter 35. The legendary beginnings in the inner chamber of the school's honor exhibition hall. The former principal, Zhai Guangming, addressed the production team of Anong Television, saying, "This room is also an honor chamber, but it differs entirely from the one outside. It exclusively displays the honors that Dongchuan High School has achieved in football." He spoke with immense pride and satisfaction. Indeed, he had every right to feel this way. After delivering his words, he stepped aside, revealing the glass display case at the center of the honor chamber that had been obscured by his presence. A dazzling golden trophy emerged within the glass enclosure. Under the spotlight, it showcased its beauty from every angle to those within the room and the camera lenses. Beneath the trophy lay a metallic plaque inscribed with 2021 National High School Football Championship Champion, Dongchuan High School, Anong Province. The former principal, Zhai Guangming, gazed at the trophy with an expression of profound tenderness. The cameraman, burdened with heavy equipment, endeavored to maintain a balanced perspective as he circled the cabinet, capturing every intricate detail of the national championship trophy before finally lowering his apparatus. Signaling to everyone that he had completed the task, Chen Jinyu promptly remarked, "All right then, we shall not disturb you any further, esteemed principal. We are off to interview the team." Principal Zhai nodded with a smile, You may proceed. I have already communicated with the school and the team, and they will undoubtedly assist you in your endeavors. After gathering their equipment, the group bade farewell to the principal and exited the building. Once outside, they could not help but voice their opinions. While it is understandable to film the national champion's trophy, given that it is the sole national title won under Hu Lai's leadership, why must the principal insist on recounting the history starting from their first Anton Cup victory? What connection do those championships from the late 1980s and early 1990s have with Hu Lai? Qin Jinyu chuckled. The principal regards every honor earned by the Dongchuan Middle School football team as a treasured gem to share with us. To comprehend Hu Lai's past, we must not overlook the high school he attended, as numerous aspects of this institution undoubtedly contributed to shaping his character and mindset. For instance, we now understand that it was the school's emphasis on football that allowed Hu Lai to truly engage in football training during his time there. Had he attended a different school, without such an environment, the professional player Hu Lai might never have emerged. Indeed, another commented, when I was in high school, there were no nationwide competitions for student footballers, and our school did not place much importance on the sport. Observing the array of trophies, certificates, and banners in Dongchuan Middle School's honor room, it is evident that they take immense pride in showcasing these significant accolades. One cannot help but feel envious. It is hardly surprising that such an environment could cultivate a player like Hu Lai, who ventured into the sport later on. The director of the filming crew reflected on this, adding, "That's true. While we may be indulging in motivational rhetoric, it must be grounded in reality. We cannot simply preach without discernment. Without a conducive environment, dreams remain mere fantasies, devoid of substance." Hu Lai's inclusion in portraits of people is certainly not solely due to his aspirations. Rather, it is crucial that he has not only dreamed, but has also realized those dreams. Dreams that cannot materialize, that exist only as words, are all too common and cheap, lacking any value for promotion. As Qin Jinyu and the crew entered the Dongchuan Middle School stadium, they found the school team engaged in training. Although it was still summer and classes had yet to commence, the Dongchuan Middle School football team had already begun their preparations. The crew swiftly set up their equipment to commence their work. The school had indeed informed Li Tielin, who, upon witnessing the scene, did not deter them. Instead, he bellowed at the players glancing towards the sidelines. "What are you doing? Focus. Be careful not to embarrass yourselves on television." Upon hearing his words, the young athletes no longer hesitated, each one channeling tenfold their energy into training, eager to showcase their finest selves. Imagining the day they could proudly point to their televised images to impress relatives and friends. Yet, they were simultaneously intrigued. Despite the Anton Cup yet to commence and the national competition having long concluded, why were reporters present for interviews? Moreover, the insignia on their uniforms revealed they were from the provincial station. What were they there to capture? The answer soon emerged. After training concluded, Xia Xiaoyu was summoned by Li Tielin, who introduced him to Qin Jinyu and the others, saying, "This is Xia Xiaoyu, who will be entering his senior year this fall, and the captain of the team. You may inquire about Hu Lai from him." It turned out they were there for Hu's sake. Qin Jinyu, standing beside the camera, smiled at Xia Xiaoyu and said, "Don't be nervous, Xiaoyu. We are from the Anton Satellite TV's Character Chronicles program, currently filming a segment on Hu Lai. We wish to learn more about his experience as a high school player. You and Hu Lai were once teammates in the Dongchuan Middle School team during the national competition. What kind of person do you think Hu Lai is?" Xia Xiaoyu glanced at the enormous camera lens, which appeared significantly larger than a DSLR. He then replied, "Captain Hu is a fascinating and formidable individual. In fact, my decision to attend Dongchuan Middle School was entirely because of him." Intrigued by Xia Xiaoyu's statement, Qin Jinyu asked, "Oh, why is that?" "Actually, in the third year of middle school, I was slated to attend Jincheng's Jiaxiang High School. However, my cousin took me to watch the Anton Cup finals, where Jiaxiang faced Dongchuan. It was during that match that I first saw Captain Hu. After watching that game, I resolved to enroll at Dongchuan Middle School to join the football team and to play alongside Captain Hu." Xia Xiaoyu recounted the events of that year. Qin Jinyu nodded occasionally, captivated by the tale. The fact that a young football enthusiast would be so inspired by merely witnessing a match to become his teammate made Hu Lai's high school football journey even more compelling than he had previously understood. After the interview, Xia Xiaoyu returned to the locker room, finding all his teammates still present. Upon seeing their captain return, they rushed toward him, exclaiming, "Captain Xia! Captain Xia!" Were the reporters here to interview you? What did they ask you? Facing the eager curiosity of his teammates, Xiaoyu raised his hand and declared loudly, "Yes. They indeed came to interview me, but not for my sake. They are here to film a documentary on Captain Hu." The locker room fell silent as everyone exchanged knowing glances, soon realizing the truth. Ah, that makes sense. I thought it odd that reporters would seek out Xiaoyu. Hey, Chen Rui, what do you mean by that? Xiaoyu playfully tightened his grip around Chen Rui's thick neck. No, what I meant was, it's entirely normal for the media to cover Captain Hu's impressive performance at Flash Star, Chen Rui quickly clarified. Ever since Hu Lai transferred from the Sea God Youth team to Flash Star, he had returned to the public eye. Former teammates, along with those who never had the chance to play alongside Hu Lai, are keenly interested in the most legendary figure in the history of the Dongchuan middle school football team. They have all been watching Hu Lai's performance following his matches with the Shining Stars. After each game, discussions among the players predominantly revolve around Hu Lai's exploits, whether he scored, the elegance of his positioning before a goal, and whether his fall was a simulation. There is no debate on this matter. It is evident that his fall was a result of a foul by the opposing player. This is indisputable. Suddenly, Xin Yulin inquired, "Xiaoyu, do you know when whose program will air?" Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment. "I forgot to ask." A collective sigh echoed in the locker room. "Wait, I know when it will air," Xiaoyu exclaimed. "They are from the Character Chronicles production team. The new episode is set to be released next Wednesday." Character Chronicles? Wow, Hu is incredible. He can be featured on Character Chronicles? Summer is impressive too. He has been featured as well. If you put it that way, then our entire training session must have been captured by them. We are all going to be on Character Chronicles. Haha. I'm going to tell my parents about this when I get home. Before returning to the locker room, the players moved all the training equipment back to the equipment room, leaving the football field empty, save for the Character Chronicles film crew and head coach Li Ziqiang. Chen Jinyu, listening to the laughter emanating from the locker room, smiled at Li Ziqiang and said, "As Hu Lai's mentor, would you prefer we interview you in your office or here?" After a moment of contemplation, Li Ziqiang asked, "Is it permissible to film in another location?" Chen Jinyu was taken aback by the interviewee's request. He glanced at the well-equipped film crew and nodded. "If you wish to conduct the interview elsewhere, that is certainly doable. Then allow me to take you to a special place," Li Ziqiang replied, turning to leave. Chen Jinyu quickly signaled for the entire crew to follow. Standing amidst a patch of overgrown grass, listening to the chirping of insects, Chen Jinyu and the crew looked around in bewilderment. "Where are we? What are we doing here?" In the center of the field, the grass was shortest and least dense beneath Li Ziqiang's feet, as it had been repeatedly trampled by Hu Lai. "I am not his mentor. Hu Lai's true mentor is himself," he stated to the perplexed Chen Jinyu. "The football prodigy you see began by kicking a ball against that wall all alone on this barren land." Following Li Ziqiang's gesture, Chen Jinyu gazed in the indicated direction, where he could faintly discern a white line on the uneven gray stone wall, crooked and winding, vaguely forming the shape of a goal. The other crew members stared in awe at this patch of land, nearly overrun by weeds. The theme of their upcoming episode is the pursuit of dreams, conveying the message that it is never too late to start, and that as long as one harbors a dream, the journey can commence at any time and in any place. Yet, they could not have anticipated that the birthplace of Hu Lai's football dreams would be so unremarkable. Chen Jinyu stood frozen in place, gazing at the scene before him, and for some inexplicable reason, a phrase suddenly surfaced in his mind: "All legends begin in obscurity." The end of Chapter 36. Chapter 37. The city's most beautiful moments on a Saturday evening. The sun hung low above the western snow-capped mountains. After a day and a half of relentless rain and howling winds, today, the skies over Jincheng were remarkably clear, the air visibility exceptionally good, akin to that of a highland. From a vantage point, one could easily behold the majestic mountains to the west, standing in layered rows like a formidable wall on the city's outskirts. For those willing to rise early, on a fine day, by 6 in the morning, one could witness the breathtaking sight of the sun illuminating the golden peaks. The renowned Tang Dynasty poet Du Fu once built a cottage by the banks of the Jin River in this city. Pinning the lines, the window frames the eternal snow of the western peaks, while the door moors ships from the distant east. Over time, many believe this to be a romantic exaggeration, a figment of the poet's imagination. After all, the snow mountains are at least 100 kilometers away from Jincheng. How could they possibly be visible? However, as the environment improved day by day, following storms, the air would clear, and the sky would become crystal clear, allowing the people of Jincheng to truly see the snow mountains from their windows. It was then they realized that Du Fu was indeed a realist. It was already past 7, yet the light of day in Jincheng remained vibrant. Summer days are long, but those in Jincheng are even longer, as it lies further west. The sun's position at 6 or 7 o'clock resembles that of 4 o'clock on the eastern coast. However, this also meant that the accumulated heat of the day had yet to dissipate, and the temperature remained quite high. Nevertheless, the sweltering heat did nothing to dampen the enthusiasm of Jincheng's football fans. Qin Lin stood in the media section of the provincial sports center, scanning his surroundings, keenly noting that the number of fans attending the home game today appeared greater than during the last match. He sensed this was not merely an illusion. With the Shining Stars football team's improving performance, the passion for football among Jincheng citizens seemed to be rekindled. During the first half of the league, the Stars had experienced a downward spiral, and attendance at home games had dwindled to a mere handful of dedicated supporters from various fan organizations. The provincial sports center, with a capacity of 60,000, often felt desolate, the echoes of players' shouts reverberating in the emptiness of the stadium. In this match, the Shining Stars were hosting the Haizhou Fengdao football team from Jiangnan province, currently ranked 15th in the league. Given the opponent's lack of strength, the Stars fans naturally hoped to witness a resounding victory at home. Although Zhao Kongming had made some degree of rotation in the starting lineup, both Qin Lin and Hu Lai were present, suggesting a primarily offensive formation. It was evident that Zhao Kongming was determined to secure all 3 points at home. As Qin Jinyu surveyed the vicinity, his gaze abruptly halted at a particular stand. Amidst a sea of red-clad fans, a solitary figure in yellow caught his attention. He immediately recognized the origin of that group, as they were clad in the yellow and blue jerseys of Dongchuan Middle School. These individuals are former members of the Dongchuan Middle School football team, having already graduated. They are Hu Lai's teammates and seniors from his time at the school, gathered to support him. After a visit to Dongchuan Middle School for filming and interviews, he gained a profound understanding of Hu Lai's time as a student-athlete. This team represents more than just a group Hu Lai once belonged to. It is a significant part of his journey. Although Coach Li Ziqiang does not acknowledge himself as Hu Lai's mentor, Qin Jinyu firmly believes he is indeed Hu Lai's guiding coach, as he was the one who recruited Hu Lai to the team and began teaching him from the very basics. Rather than rushing the process, he painstakingly ensured that Hu Lai built a solid foundation, progressing step by step to reach his current status. As for the reason behind Coach Li's humility in this matter, it may simply stem from modesty. It is by no means an exaggeration to say that the Dongchuan Middle School football team has shaped the Hu Lai we see today. During the interview, Hu Lai expressed pride in having won a national championship alongside his school team. And the film crew's experiences at Dongchuan Middle School revealed that everyone there, from players to teachers, takes great pride in Hu Lai. Observing the former Dongchuan Middle School football players in the stands at the provincial sports center, dressed in their team jerseys to cheer for Hu Lai, it is evident that both the school and Hu Lai instill a sense of pride in them. At that moment, a thunderous cheer erupted from the stands as the players took the field. Qin Jinyu shifted his gaze to the players entering the pitch, his eyes landing on Hu Lai. Ever since visiting that vacant lot, every time he sees Hu Lai, a vivid image springs to mind. The slender figure standing alone in that desolate area, then sprinting forward to shoot a soccer ball toward the goal against the stone wall. The sound of the ball striking the wall reverberates, and the entire scene dissipates. He once again sees Hu Lai emerging alongside his teammates, greeted by the adoration of the crowd. Peng Hao stood in the stands of the provincial sports center, not in the dazzling red jersey of the Xinqing team, but rather in ordinary casual attire, positioned in the area designated for the visiting team's supporters. However, he was not part of the visiting fans who had come with Haizhou Fengdao. He was merely an unfortunate soul who could only procure a ticket for the guest area. At this moment, as he watched Hu Lai step onto the field, he couldn't help but clench his fists in excitement. The announcer was calling out the names of each home team player, and when Hu Lai's name was announced, a thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd, almost prompting Peng Hao to shout as well. Thankfully, he managed to restrain himself at that crucial moment, or he suspected he might not be able to leave the stadium today. After all, he was surrounded by Haizhou Fengdao fans. Though their numbers were few, barely 100 compared to the tens of thousands of home supporters, they felt overwhelmingly more formidable when he considered himself alone amidst them. Evidence. As the fans of the Anong Flash cheered for Hulai, the supporters of Haijiu Fangdao retaliated with boos and jeers. Zhang Qinghuan found himself in a wretched mood. Having failed to make the match roster, he wandered the streets near Jiukong Bridge. His spirits dampened not merely by his exclusion, but by the pervasive broadcasts of the Flash's match even in the clubs he sought to escape to. It seemed impossible to find a place to quietly relish his weekend without encountering Hulai. He traversed the streets, only to find every establishment he entered displaying football matches on large television screens, provoking an immediate sense of discomfort within him. What bad luck! With a disdainful spit directed at a bar's entrance, Zhang could see through the glass window the vivid green images on the screen inside. This particular venue even had a projector, showcasing a grand screen where Hulai's close-up was unmistakably displayed. This infuriating figure simply refused to fade from his life. Zhang looked up at the sky. The last remnants of twilight lingered in the west, and the streets began to shimmer with lights. The city was entering that time of day he cherished most, akin to a voluptuous woman slowly unfastening her garments, extending a fervent invitation. The waters of the Jinjiang River mirrored the vibrant lights and revelry along its banks, as lively tunes poured forth from the open doors of nightclubs and bars, transforming the trees lining the roads into a spectacle of luminous beauty. Sleek sports cars and roaring G-class vehicles zoomed past him, leaving behind a heady scent of extravagance in the air. Yet, Zhang could only observe this scene, barred from partaking in the festivities. Due to his second DUI, his driver's license had been revoked, and the second-hand Ferrari 488 he had splurged over $2 million on languished in the underground garage of his upscale apartment, immobile. He pulled out his phone and summoned a ride through a car service app, directing it to the luxurious apartment he rented in the area. Just as he secured the ride, a message from a beautiful woman appeared on WeChat. "Darling, I'm at X Space with some friends. They want to meet you. Will you come?" Zhang glanced at the profile of the woman he had met during last weekend's match day. After pondering for a moment, he finally replied, "Have fun. I'm not feeling well today and will be resting at home." To his surprise, not long after sending the message, his phone rang. "Darling, you're unwell? Do you want me to come keep you company?" No, it's all right," Zhang responded, standing on the sidewalk as he declined the companion's offer. He wished to be alone today. Just then, a Porsche 718 sped past him, the driver flooring the accelerator before releasing it, the exhaust erupting in a thunderous roar. Boom, boom, bang, bang, bang. The woman on the other end of the line immediately shifted her tone. "Didn't you say you were at home? Why is it so loud?" "Just waiting for my ride to go home," Zhang explained. "But you just said you were lying at home, didn't you?" The woman clearly doubted his words. "Do you think I would believe that?" Zhang Qing, feeling exasperated, retorted, "Believe it or not." After hanging up, he swiftly blocked the number and deleted the contact on WeChat, completing the task in one breath. Once this was done, he cursed in the direction of the passing sports car. Damn it, showing off with a modified Boxster. Su Wentao passed the football into the penalty area, and Qin Lin took a direct shot. The goalkeeper of Haijiu Fangdao managed to deflect it. The ball landed on the other side. Hulai. The cheers from the stands of the provincial sports center surged, intensifying like the climax of a grand crescendo. Amidst the loudest roars of the crowd, Hulai, who had been lying in wait in the penalty area, suddenly surged forth, leaping to head the ball that had been deflected by the Haijiu Fangdao goalkeeper. No one could stop this ball from entering the net. It's a goal. Hulai. In the 31st minute of the match, he opened the scoring for the Shining Stars, putting his team 1-0 ahead of Haijiu Fangdao. Peng Hao, amidst the thunderous cheers that could nearly shatter the roof, clenched his fists tightly and sank into his seat, curling up with his head buried deep in his chest. For the sake of his own peace of mind, he struggled to suppress the shout that threatened to erupt from his throat. The disappointed and pained fans of Haijiu Fangdao beside him noticed his distress and were taken aback that this brother was suffering even more than they were. They could only pat his shoulder in consolation. "Brother, take it easy. We were just unlucky with that goal." In truth, Peng Hao could not hear their words, but he felt the pats on his shoulder. At that moment, how could he dare to raise his head? What if they saw the radiant smile plastered across his face? So he merely nodded vigorously, mumbling incoherently in response, and maintained his posture, his body trembling slightly from excitement and effort. This is the stage for his cousin. P.S. There is a bonus video of the goal at the end. Just flip the pages to see it, provided you are using the latest version of the mobile app. End of chapter 37. A double strike as night completely enveloped the Jindu plain. The temperature difference between day and night caused the air to shift. A cool breeze gradually dissipating the heat that had baked the city all day long. This city welcomed its most beautiful moment. Only at the provincial sports center, located outside the northern Third Ring Road, did the fervor remain unabated, with cheers resounding like thunder. Hu Lai sprinted towards the corner flag, leaping high to execute his signature celebration. The deafening cheers served as the perfect background music for his celebratory act. His teammates rushed from all directions, embracing him and high-fiving to celebrate his goal. Chun Jinyu observed this scene with a sense of reflection. For a young player newly arrived at a team, integrating into the squad can be quite challenging, as he has no established roots here. The football team's locker room is a place where seniority and factions hold significant weight. Everyone is aware of the state of Chinese football in the past, and despite the passage of years, some aspects have seen little change. After all, where there are people, there are rivalries. And in places where rivalries exist, factions naturally emerge. Certainly, players from the same region tend to form stronger bonds. A phenomenon observed not only in football, but across various sectors. Foreign players often gravitate towards fellow foreigners due to language barriers. Non-local players may either create a loose-knit community among themselves or seek to align with local players to gain entry into the core of the team, enhancing their experience both on and off the field. This dynamic exists in every team, not just in China but globally, as it is an intrinsic aspect of human nature. Shanxing is a youthful team, having been established for less than a decade, which results in a relatively harmonious environment, though factions still exist. Qin Lin remains unaffected by such matters, as he is a prominent figure in Chinese football, whether on a national or local level. He commands respect. His presence at Shanxing is akin to that of a dragon crossing the river. As long as he refrains from provoking others, he undoubtedly secures his place within the team. However, Hu Lai, being a newcomer, has swiftly garnered the support and recognition of his teammates, a remarkable feat. Even with Wang Guangwei's introduction, his rapid integration is astounding, comparable to his rise in the professional league. Yet, Chun Jinyu reflects on how Hu Lai, despite being distracted during the welcoming ceremony, managed to salvage his image by feigning admiration for Qin Lin. He concedes that perhaps only Hu Lai could achieve such swift assimilation into a new team. In contrast, Zhang Xinghuan has yet to blend into the team, though he may not need to, as Chun Jinyu believes that by the end of the season, Shanxing will certainly restore Zhang Xinghuan's reputation. Chun Jinyu then shifts his gaze to a small group of former players from Dongchuan Middle School's football team in the stands, who are fervently waving a banner in support. Hu Lai, your teammates from Dongchuan Middle School are cheering for you. This sight brings a smile to his face as he gazes up at the night sky. This is indeed a splendid moment in Jincheng. Hu Lai's header not only gives the team an early lead, but also breaks the deadlock in the match. The trailing Haijiu Fangdao must abandon their pre-match strategy and make adjustments, for conceding defeat after merely half an hour is not an option. Even if they are the weaker side and playing away, they must resist and struggle. How to adjust? Naturally, they must push forward and attack. In the context of the China League, where the level of play is not particularly high and the head coach is not a renowned strategist, even the best cannot predict every outcome. Thus, when trailing, increasing offensive efforts is a natural response, a conventional approach that may not be sophisticated but is not inherently flawed. Strengthening the attack requires more than just urging the forwards. It necessitates the commitment of additional players. On the field, there are only 11 players, excluding the goalkeeper, which leaves 10 individuals to engage in the battle. To bolster the offensive force, one cannot simply draw from the substitutes. Adjustments must be made from these 10 players on the pitch. This is precisely why, when the discussion turns to enhancing the attack, one often witnesses the fullbacks eagerly pushing forward to partake in offensive maneuvers. This approach stands as the most straightforward and effective method to augment the attack. By advancing the fullbacks, the threat along the flanks is intensified, the rhythm of the offense is altered, and the variety of attacking strategies is enriched. However, this tactic inevitably carries its own risks and potential pitfalls. For instance, once the fullbacks join the offensive fray, what becomes of the spaces left behind them? Will these gaps be exploited by the opposition? Undoubtedly. Thus, just before the conclusion of the first half, the space left behind the right fullback of Haijiu Fangdao was seized by the Flash Stars, culminating in a splendid counterattack. The foreign striker, Macaulay Murphy, added another goal for the Flash Stars, altering the score to 2-0. The entire team of Flash Stars displayed commendable form today. After a week of recovery and training, the players' stamina had significantly improved, remarked the commentator from Antong TV with delight. It promises to be a resounding victory, expressed guest commentator Li Tielin with optimism. The commentator quickly interjected, "Hold on, it's only the first half, and we are merely 2 goals ahead." Li Tielin promptly acknowledged, "You are correct. The match is not yet over." Both seemed eager to avoid jinxing the reputation of the Flash Stars. As the second half commenced, there were no adjustments from the Flash Stars, as they enjoyed a 2-goal lead and thus had no pressing need to alter their strategy. In contrast, the trailing Haijiu Fangda launched an all-out assault on the Flash Stars' goal. Previously ranked 15th, Haijiu Fangda found themselves perilously close to the relegation zone, just 1 position above it. A momentary lapse could plunge them into the depths of relegation. This dire situation compelled them to seize every opportunity to accumulate points. They did not genuinely expect to triumph away against the Flash Stars, but what if they could salvage a single point? Even the smallest morsel holds value, especially if that point could ultimately prove to be their salvation. In the 52nd minute, their attack faltered, and the Flash Stars seized the opportunity to initiate a counterattack. In a moment of desperation, a player from Haijiu Fangda committed a foul on the flank, granting the Flash Stars a free kick opportunity. Although the fouling player received a yellow card, this infraction afforded his teammates precious time to regroup defensively, successfully neutralizing the Flash Stars' rapid counterattack, which, in retrospect, proved rather advantageous. Consequently, the Flash Star supporters in the stands voiced their displeasure with boos. Subsequently, nearly all of Haijiu Fangda's players retreated to their defensive line within the penalty area to guard against this set piece. The head coach of Haijiu Fangda rose from his seat, approached the sidelines, and gestured in a manner comprehensible only to his players. This signal indicated that they could leverage the opportunity presented by the set piece to launch a counterattack against the Flash Stars. After all, for a weaker side, set pieces are a potent scoring method. This principle applies not only to offensive set pieces, but also to defensive ones. Scoring from offensive set pieces is easily understood. But how can defending set pieces simultaneously serve as a scoring strategy? This is precisely the intention of the head coach of Haijiu Fangda. Observe the positioning of Flash Stars' set piece on the flanks. It is nearly akin to a corner kick. Consequently, Flash Stars' central defenders, Li Tielin and Wang Guangwei, advanced to contest for headers. This maneuver inevitably left their defensive line considerably vulnerable. If Haijiu Fangda could withstand Flash Stars' onslaught from this set piece and subsequently launch a counterattack, it would be a splendid turn of events. On the field, Qin Lin noted the actions of Haijiu Fangda's coach. Although he could not decipher the meaning of the gestures, his extensive experience allowed him to surmise that the intention was likely to spring a counter against Flash Star. Thus, he signaled for Lin Ge to take the free kick while he positioned himself in the center, simultaneously gesturing to his teammates to refrain from delivering the ball directly to the goal, but rather to execute an indirect free kick and control the ball momentarily. As the on-field commander, Qin Lin was immensely experienced and well-versed, effectively serving as a quasi-coach on the pitch. His directives were naturally heeded by all. Consequently, when the free kick was taken, Lin Ge did not strike the ball directly towards Haijiu Fangda's goal, but instead passed it laterally to his teammate Ma Wenyu, who had come to receive it. Upon receiving the ball, Ma Wenyu feigned a 45-degree pass into the box, but instead continued the lateral pass to Qin Lin. Upon witnessing Flash Star's decision not to deliver a direct cross, the Haijiu Fangda players discerned that their intentions had been uncovered, and thus, there was no necessity to maintain a staunch defense within the penalty area. Their goalkeeper shouted, prompting all players to surge forward in an attempt to create an offside trap. At that moment, Qin Lin executed a through ball. The ball sliced through Haijiu Fangda's defensive line, reaching Flash Star's other foreign midfielder, Waters, who had made a late run onto the ball. Since he arrived from outside the penalty area, he was not offside. The Haijiu Fangda players, realizing the situation, hastily retreated. In the ensuing chaos, many were disoriented, neglecting defensive positioning and man-marking. Some charged towards Waters, while others frantically turned to defend against Flash Star's players. At this juncture, the offside rule was of little consequence, as long as Waters was closer to the baseline than any Flash Star player when he made the pass. All Flash Star players remained onside. The two central defenders of Haijiu Fangda, relatively aware, managed to position themselves in front of the goal. Yet, they merely occupied their positions. Their eyes fixated on Waters, who was receiving the ball at the edge of the penalty area, entirely oblivious to their surroundings. Amidst this turmoil, Waters delivered a cross from the byline. As his foot made contact with the ball, he slightly eased his force and flicked the ball upward with his toes. Rather than striking it with power, this technique resulted in a slower flight of the ball, providing greater stability and enhancing the precision of the pass. However, the downside was the reduced speed, which afforded the opposing defenders ample time to react, facilitating their defensive efforts. In the midst of a hasty defense, the detrimental effects of such circumstances can largely be disregarded. The precision of the pass, however, holds paramount importance. Given the constricted space, a slightly undercooked pass may fall short of the first center back's reach, while an overly ambitious one could sail over to the second center back. Waters aimed to deliver the ball into the gap nestled between the two defenders. That narrow space concealed the most opportune moment for a shot. Waters trusted that the young talent on his team had recognized this, which is why he refrained from passing the ball to Macaulay Murphy at the far post and instead opted for a daring risk. Indeed, as the ball soared over the head of the first center back, Waters spotted a flash of red emerging from the dense throng in the penalty area, darting towards the vacant space behind the center back. "Hulai!" exclaimed the commentator from Anton's satellite, filled with exhilaration. The crowd erupted in thunderous applause. In front of Haizhou Fangdao's goal, Hulai leaped between the two center backs, heading the ball towards the net. Although the goalkeeper of Haizhou Fangdao had turned in a desperate attempt to intervene, he was unable to thwart Hulai's strike. With a conscious flick of his head, Hulai directed the ball towards the far post to avoid the goalkeeper's grasp. The ball found the net. Splendid. Hulai scored his second goal. Anton Shining Stars led Haizhou Fangdao by 3 goals. Chapter 38. Hat trick amidst the resounding cheers and applause. Qin Jinyu clapped his hands vigorously. 2 goals. That lad is remarkable. The documentary on the character chronicles was nearing completion. Although it had yet to be shown to the director, both Qin Jinyu and the producer Wang Hui were brimming with confidence in the project. The broadcast was set for the following Wednesday. Before the airing, Hulai's remarkable feat of scoring twice in a home match served as a perfect complement to the program. The show would fervently promote Hulai's pursuit of his dreams, while in reality, Hulai's performance validated the production team's keen insight, creating a harmonious synergy. Would there still be skeptics questioning the selection process? Would anyone dare to argue that a young player, barely 2 months into his professional career, was unworthy of inspiring others to chase their dreams? Qin Jinyu mused that such individuals must be exceedingly rare. Of course, should any misguided soul dare to challenge Hulai's selection, the young athlete's performance in today's match would serve as a resounding rebuttal. Scoring consecutively in a match just 2 months after joining the first team was a testament to his worthiness. If that did not suffice as evidence, did the critics feel entitled to cast aspersions upon others? For Qin Jinyu, Hulai's 2 goals at this juncture were akin to a timely downpour, clearing the path of potential obstacles and doubts that lay ahead. Had the sports channel merely aired the feature, Qin Jinyu would have felt no pressure. However, as part of Character Chronicles, a nationally renowned flagship program on Anton's satellite, he bore considerable weight as one of the producers. Observing Hulai, who was still celebrating with his teammates after scoring, Qin Jinyu could hardly fathom that this young lad had become his pillar of support. Hulai netted twice, propelling Anong Shining Stars to a commanding 3-goal lead at home. It was evident to all that the match had succumbed to the rhythm of the Shining Stars. For Haizhou, the prospect of victory seemed bleak, with even the hope of equalizing dwindling to near zero. Should luck favor them, scoring a single goal against Shining Stars would render their away trip worthwhile. Conversely, misfortune could lead to conceding yet another goal. After all, it was clear to everyone that Shining Stars were riding a wave of momentum. Their offensive onslaught continued unabated, showing no signs of restraint despite their 3-goal advantage. With the upcoming schedule not demanding back-to-back matches, Zhao Kongming need not worry about his players' stamina. He aimed to harness a resounding home victory to bolster the players' confidence and further solidify his standing in their eyes. Coaching a first team diverges significantly from managing a youth academy. In the youth setup, the players, being mere children, naturally harbor a certain reverence for the authority of their coach or youth director, thus alleviating concerns over team morale. However, coaching a first team entails dealing with professional athletes who are primarily concerned with their own interests, shaped by varying ages and experiences. Younger players, like Hulai and Wang Guangwei, may possess a more naive ambition to excel in football, while older players often prioritize their next contract, mindful that football careers are fleeting. They ponder questions of financial security and contemplate the realities of how many more years they can play, whether they can amass enough funds for retirement. And if their salary demands are unmet, whether a transfer ought to be considered, and if so, to which club. Under such circumstances, the head coach must navigate not only tactical arrangements and training, but also the intricacies of player management. Each substitution can reverberate beyond the match itself, impacting the dynamics within the locker room. Indeed, when Zhao Kongming first arrived at Shining Stars, he made the error of focusing solely on tactical adjustments and training regimens, neglecting the individual sentiments of his players. This oversight led to a volatile team spirit and inconsistent performances. It must be noted that Zhao Kongming is not an authoritarian coach. He lacks the inclination to suppress internal conflicts through sheer force. This is evident in his rapport with Hulai, where he often engages with players as friends. While this approach may resonate with younger talents, it proves less effective with seasoned professionals, particularly those seasoned veterans who have navigated the rigors of the sport for years. This was particularly manifest in the case of Zhang Qinghuan. Zhao Kongming is acutely aware of his own personality traits. He is not the type to command absolute authority within the team, treating every player as a subordinate. It is said that Wang Xiangfei, the champion coach of the Dazhong Jinjiantu, managed his team with a domineering style reminiscent of the old-school coaches from the early days of professional Chinese football. Therefore, if Zhao Kongming wishes to elevate his standing in the eyes of the Shining Star players and solidify his position, he has no choice but to adopt a rather straightforward approach, securing victories for the team. Victory is the ultimate pursuit in competitive sports. Winning a match makes everything else negotiable. A head coach capable of leading a team to triumph will inevitably garner the support of his players. And if he possesses a pleasant demeanor, he will be even more cherished. However, winning is no simple feat. For instance, in the previous away match against Hebei Polaris, it was ultimately a penalty earned by Hulai that salvaged a draw. Not losing an away game is already a commendable outcome. Therefore, if there is an opportunity for victory, it must be seized. If a chance for a resounding win arises, one should not hold back. Zhao Kongming stood at the sidelines, signaling his players to continue their offensive. His hand waved horizontally from the backfield towards the front, with a motion that lacked both grandeur and force. Unlike the expressive and exaggerated gestures of other coaches, his subtle movements were not particularly striking. Yet, they swiftly instilled considerable pressure on Haijiu Fangda's defensive line. Zhang Qinghuan finally returned to his rented upscale apartment, which felt desolate and empty, devoid of any presence. The room was shrouded in darkness, as thick curtains blocked even the dazzling lights of the city outside. In truth, if he were to draw back the curtains, he could indulge in the breathtaking view of the modern cityscape through the floor-to-ceiling windows of his 40th floor abode. However, he chose not to. He didn't even switch on the hallway light, closing the door behind him and shutting out the illumination from the corridor. Stepping into a pitch-black room where visibility was utterly non-existent. Almost immediately, he stumbled over an unseen object. Thud! Damn it! Zhang Qinghuan cursed, clambering up from the floor to turn on the lights. He illuminated every corner of the expansive 5-bedroom, 3-living-room flat. As the lights flooded the space, he reclined on his Armani leather sofa, staring vacantly at the ceiling. The apartment was eerily quiet, the only sound being the low hum of the central air conditioning. The soundproof glass ensured that the clamor of the bustling city below could not penetrate this sanctuary, undisturbed by the outside world. After a spell of contemplation, Zhang Qinghuan rose from the sofa and grabbed the remote control in front of the television, switching on the enormous wall-mounted screen. He tuned into the sports channel of Anong Satellite TV. It had been quite a while since he had watched a match featuring his team. He recalled that during previous Shining Star games, even the spectators in the stands were sparse, and those who did show up seemed utterly disinterested. How had things changed so drastically? Even the bars and nightclubs he frequented had begun airing Shining Star matches. Clarifying the positioning, this is a place for romantic pursuits, not a sports bar. As these thoughts raced through Zhang Qinghuan's mind, the shout of the commentator erupted from the television. Hulai! This exclamation jolted Zhang Qinghuan back to reality, his attention snapping back to the screen. There, Hulai surged into the penalty area of Haijiu Fangda, pursued closely by an opposing defender, while the Haijiu Fangda goalkeeper lunged forward, his body bent and hands outstretched. The target was the football rolling between them. The goalkeeper's advance seemed timely. Zhang Qinghuan couldn't help but think, that kid doesn't stand a chance. Even though he was slightly closer to the ball, it was rolling towards the goalkeeper, leaving little space for him to catch up, adjust, and shoot. But just then, Zhang Qinghuan's eyes widened in astonishment. He witnessed Hu Lai make a bold leap, darting towards the ball, yet instead of stopping to adjust for a shot, he swung his right foot directly at it. His foot arced up and then gently descended, sending the ball soaring just over the sprawled goalkeeper. Gliding over his body and descending towards the net behind him, a deft lob. After executing the shot, Hu Lai leaped in tandem with the ball, soaring over the goalkeeper's fallen form, watching as the football sailed into the goal. Ah! The commentator from Anong Television screamed at the top of his lungs. Hu Lai had scored his third goal of the match. He had completed a hat trick. This was his first hat trick of his professional career. Zhang Qinghuan sat on the sofa before the television, utterly mesmerized. P.S. There is also a video highlight of the goal. Simply turn the page to view it. Additionally, I seek a few monthly votes in celebration of Hu Lai's inaugural hat trick. Thank you all in advance. Furthermore, I update regularly, though I am unsure why it did not appear at 6 o'clock this afternoon. Chapter 39. The rising tide as the football descended into the open net. Zhang Qinghuan felt his heart leap with two powerful beats. Almost instinctively, he raised his hand and pressed the off button on the remote control. The television screen flickered once before plunging into darkness, restoring the room's prior tranquility, save for the low hum of the central air conditioning. He exhaled deeply while seated on the sofa. The provincial sports center was in an uproar. Everyone was losing their minds. The crowd erupted in unrestrained shouts that defied comprehension. Even Zhao Kongming, the coach of the Shining Stars, turned, eyes wide, roaring something at his assistant coach. It was as if a pot of boiling water was bubbling over. This was the singular thought racing through Chen Jinyuan's mind as he stood amidst the chaos. The fans were already known for their passionate outbursts, having come to vent their emotions. Yet, even within the media section, numerous local reporters from Anong were jubilantly shouting, jumping, clapping, and stomping their feet. Chen Jinyu turned to gaze at his fellow journalists, seasoned sports reporters who had covered numerous athletic events, from the Olympics to the World Cup. They had witnessed every kind of spectacle imaginable. Yet today, in their own backyard, at the modest venue of the China League, these battle-hardened veterans found themselves collectively exhilarated. Oh, what on earth? What on earth? What on earth? My goodness. A group of literary figures, typically adept at wielding their pens with flair, now found themselves utterly at a loss for words. It wasn't just the writers who were speechless. Even the commentators and guests tasked with analyzing the match were left bewildered in the face of Hu Lai's hat trick. After erupting with excitement at his goal, they fell into a profound silence, uncertain of what to articulate next. Meanwhile, Hu Lisin sat by the flower bed in his apartment complex, unwrapping a cigarette from the pack he had just purchased from a nearby convenience store. As he prepared to light up, a sudden shriek from above startled him, causing him to drop the cigarette into a puddle at his feet. His expression turned to one of irritation as he looked down at the soggy cigarette, then up towards the source of the commotion. The piercing scream seemed to emanate from his own window. Furrowing his brows, he wondered if Hu Lai had scored again. But what was the fuss? A goal was just a goal. There was no need for such drama. His wife had never reacted this way in the past when their son scored. Had it not been for the sound of clapping mixed in with her scream, he might have thought she was merely startled. Incredible. Unbelievable. Hu Lai, who had just transferred to Shining Stars, had completed a hat trick. This marked his 7th league goal for the team, achieved in merely 6 matches, none of which he played to full time. With this feat, he had surpassed Murphy to become the team's leading scorer this season, a remarkable efficiency. The commentator finally regained his composure, glancing down at his notes to confirm the statistics before announcing Hu Lai's achievements. This was a crucial part of a commentator's preparation, ensuring they were well-versed in the player's information, down to the finest details, and recording key points for easy reference during the match. He had noted Hu Lai's goal tally before the game, realizing that prior to this match, Hu Lai had already scored 4 goals, just one shy of Murphy's 5. He pondered whether Hu Lai might equal Murphy's record in this game. Of course, Murphy also scored in this match, bringing his season total to 6 goals. Unexpectedly, Hu Lai exhibited remarkable prowess, completing a hat trick and surging ahead of Murphy by a single goal. The commentator, Lu Guanlin, shook his head in astonishment, reflecting on the time when he, along with Qin Lin and Su Wentao, transferred to the Star Club, where he was, in fact, the least conspicuous among the trio. Although he was a forward, no one placed their hopes on him to resolve the team's scoring woes. Yet, this underestimated young man has emerged as the team's leading scorer. It is said that the Star Club acquired him from the Neptune youth team for a mere $500,000, an investment that has proven to be exceedingly profitable. Seated at the VIP table, Dongwen smiled graciously as he received congratulations from others. Although the match had not concluded, everyone believed the outcome was beyond doubt. The Star Club was poised to secure yet another victory on home turf. However, this was not the primary reason for Dongwen's elation. What truly brought him joy was Hu Lai's hat trick, further validating his decision to reject Fang Xingjia's transfer. Following Hu Lai's consecutive goals, Dongwen did not outright dismiss Fang Xingjia's agent, but instead conveyed that they must agree to the Star Club's terms. No new contract would be offered to Fang Xingjia. This stance was unwavering, leaving Fang Xingjia's agent utterly bewildered, and he had yet to respond. Dongwen remained unperturbed, with Hu Lai and Murphy in the lineup. Complemented by the imminent return of the seasoned veteran Ai Xiong, the Star Club's offensive capabilities were assured. Whether Fang Xingjia chose to join or not was of little consequence. The transfer window was closing soon, with only a week remaining. If negotiations with Fang Xingjia fell through, it would merely save the club some funds. Dongwen was content with the prospect of securing a place in the China League One this season. Meanwhile, Zhao Kongming's coaching abilities were becoming increasingly evident, maturing as the season progressed. After a year of collaboration, they could plan for the next season, potentially achieving promotion. The funds initially earmarked for Fang Xingjia could be reserved for the next transfer window. Initially, Dongwen intended to acquire Fang Xingjia merely as a stopgap measure. However, with Hu Lai's emergence as a competent substitute, Fang Xingjia's significance had diminished. Unbeknownst to Dongwen, Fang Xingjia's agent was at that moment seated in the stands of the Provincial Sports Center, gazing intently at the field. After a considerable pause, he retrieved his phone to call Fang Xingjia. Xingjia, it's me. I'm currently at the Provincial Sports Center in Jincheng. I just wanted to ask, is it true that you cannot accept the annual salary offered by the Star Club? He held one hand to his ear, straining to hear Fang Xingjia's voice on the other end. I understand. So, you are definitely not considering it? Of course not. Fang Xingjia roared from the other end of the line. The salary they offer is exactly the same as what I receive at Shaojing Green Forest. Why would I make the switch? What was the point of all this if not to secure a pay raise? Ningjia, I personally recommend that you consider waiting for half a season. Once this season concludes, I can assist you in finding a team that truly suits you. The current time frame is exceedingly brief. With the transfer deadline merely a week away, it becomes quite challenging to locate an appropriate destination. Clubs are well aware of your situation and will undoubtedly attempt to drive the price down. Why not approach the coach tomorrow? Humble yourself a bit. Why? Because the Flash Stars no longer require your services. Listen to the sound around you. At this juncture, the agent, filled with fervor, removed his phone from his ear, activated the speaker, and directed it towards the fans in the stands, making a complete circle. He then returned the phone to his ear, continuing to shout, "Did you hear that? This is the roar of the Jincheng Province Sports Center. I stand here, and I swear it felt like another earthquake. You ask me why this is happening? Because that kid has just completed a hat trick. 7 goals in 6 matches. He has been here for merely a month and a half. With someone like him at Flash Stars, why on earth would they continue to pay you a salary of $2.6 million a year?" Far away in the luxurious residence of Fang Xingjia in Yujin City, the capital of Shaojing Province, he listened to the howling sounds emanating from the phone, as if he could hear the tide of Qiantang River surging forth. The relentless waves pushed the preceding ones, with each stronger than the last. This chapter concludes. Chapter 40. The pursuers of light Hu Lai's hat trick utterly dismantled Haizhou Fangda. Before the match concluded, they conceded yet another goal, this time an own goal. Flash Stars ultimately triumphed over Haizhou Fangda with a score of 5-0, and Hu Lai was substituted before the match ended. However, this substitution differed from previous ones where he was taken off due to exhaustion. Although his stamina was indeed dwindling, Zhao Kongming substituted him solely to allow him to bask in the adoration and applause of the home fans. This was a moment exclusively for him. As he left the field, the entire crowd of Flash Stars supporters rose in unison, offering him thunderous applause and cheers. Amidst the resounding ovation, Hu Lai descended the field, raising both hands in gratitude towards the fans in the stands, his face radiating an incandescent smile, reminiscent of a small sun on this night match. Wang Guangwei stood on the field, hands on his hips, observing Hu Lai's retreating figure. It was truly remarkable. Initially, he had despised him, yet now, witnessing this scene, he felt genuine joy for him. This lad, no, he must be invited to dinner. And certainly not in the vicinity of the university town. He must be taken to an upscale restaurant on Sunway Road for an extravagant meal. In the media seating area, Chen Jinyu applauded Hu Lai while visions of a desolate patch of land overgrown with weeds surfaced in his mind. This imaginative journalist couldn't help but ponder, did the young boy, after shooting a football towards the goal in that barren space, ever raise his hands? Dreaming of hearing cheers from all directions, witnessing thousands of hands waving before him? If that were the case, did he ever contemplate that one day he would indeed witness tenfold, 100-fold of those hands waving before him, applauding him? Why do dreams receive countless passionate tributes? Is it not because they are so profoundly beautiful? It instills hope within individuals, guiding them to pursue their aspirations. In this journey, those who chase their dreams inevitably become better themselves. They seek the light, and in doing so, they transform into that very light. Peng Hao turned in astonishment to glance at the High Prefecture Fangda fans beside him, who had also risen to their feet, applauding for the upcoming Hu Lai, just like the distant fans of the Shining Stars. Yet, were they not supporters of High Prefecture Fangda? Shouldn't they harbor resentment against Hu Lai, who had scored 3 goals against them? Why then were they applauding him? Standing motionless, Peng Hao caught the attention of those around him. They turned to glance at the dazed Peng Hao, mistaking him for a companion unable to accept his team's defeat to the Shining Stars, and offered words of encouragement. Oh, young man, don't take it too hard. If they are better, then they simply are. Losing is losing. Keep an open heart. Number 33 truly played well. There's no denying that. When it's time to applaud, don't be too stingy, lest they say we can't take a loss. Upon hearing this, Peng Hao eagerly joined in the applause, exclaiming, "Bravo! Well played." At last, he had found an opportunity to cheer for his cousin openly. "Cousin, you're amazing." From the moment his cousin dared to take on 3 opponents alone in their youth, he had known his cousin was exceptional. The High Prefecture Fangda fans, observing this enthusiastic young man whose hands were turning red from clapping, advised him, "There's really no need to go to such lengths." Oh, the High Prefecture Fangda fans are also applauding Hu Lai. When the broadcast shifted to the visiting team's fan stand, the commentator from Anton Television exclaimed in surprise. The footage revealed fans clad in High Prefecture Fangda jerseys, solemnly applauding Hu Lai. Despite their disappointment in losing, their expressions were grave, yet they stood before their seats, applauding Hu Lai for scoring 3 goals against them. Such a scene is indeed rare, commented guest commentator Lu Guanlin. Hu Lai had captivated the High Prefecture Fangda fans with this remarkable hat trick. What an extraordinary young man. Amidst the continuous cheers and applause, Hu Lai finally exited the field. The process was slightly prolonged, for he intentionally walked slowly, savoring this moment. Neither opposing players nor the referee urged him to hurry, allowing this young man to bask in the glory of his first professional hat trick. He first bowed to his coach, Zhao Kongming, who awaited him with open arms. Before embracing him, Chen Mo, witnessing this scene, clapped joyfully and laughed heartily. Naturally, he also received Hu Lai's embrace and high five. Subsequently, Hu Lai went along the line, high-fiving each member of the coaching staff and his teammates on the bench, before finally settling into his seat. Zhang Xiaolei and Han Xiangfei, flanking him, gave him a thumbs up. Incredible. Hu Lai slumped into his chair. Though his smile was weary, it remained present. Hu Lixin glanced at the time on his phone, 15 minutes past 9. Estimating that the match had commenced at 7:30, he figured that even with injury time, it must have concluded by now. In other words, he could finally return home. In truth, he had already endured the torment of relentless mosquito bites from the swarming insects beneath his residence, compelling him to desperately smoke, using cigarettes in place of incense to repel the pests. Just as he intended to pocket his phone, a notification chimed, revealing a message. Jincheng headlines. In the recently concluded 24th round of the China League 1, the Shining Star Football Club triumphed over Haizhou Fangda with a resounding 5-0 victory on home turf, with young player Hu Lai scoring a remarkable hat trick. The limited text displayed in the notification succinctly conveyed all the essential information. Given Hu Lixin's understanding of football, how could he not know that the term hat trick is inherently linked to the notion of a trick? Thus, Hu Lixin's eyes widened in astonishment. His son had actually achieved a hat trick in a professional match. Suddenly, he comprehended the source of his wife's earlier screams from downstairs. Realizing the reason behind it, Li Tielin promptly dismissed any thoughts of heading home, for he could almost envision that the moment he opened the door, he would be confronted with his wife's exuberant display of pride. He could not allow that woman to bask in triumph. Hence, he turned and walked back to the flower bed. Sitting down at the edge of the concrete platform, crossing his legs, and lighting another cigarette, he took a single puff before resting it at his feet, allowing the wisps of smoke to drift lazily into the air. Simultaneously, he refrained from reopening his phone. He could anticipate that doing so would subject him to a barrage of notifications from several news apps. Instead, he chose to gaze into the distance at the illuminated windows of the residential buildings. The silhouettes of people were visible within. Voices emanating from the apartments, a mother scolding her child while assisting with homework, the sounds of guests enjoying drinks and playing games, the melodrama of a historical television series, and the low murmurs of someone conversing on a balcony. In this aging residential complex, even past 9 o'clock, the atmosphere remained vibrantly lively. It was the city's gentlest hour. If only there were fewer mosquitoes. Li Tielin raised his hand, inhaling deeply from the cigarette, then turned his head to exhale the smoke into the surrounding air. Li Ziqiang awaited the conclusion of the post-match press conference before finally switching off the television and making his way to the bedroom. During the press conference, Li had become the name on everyone's lips among the media. As the coach who had personally brought Li from the Dongchuan Middle School football team to the Haishan youth team, and subsequently from the Haishan youth team to the Shining Star first team, Zhao Kongming was tasked with addressing numerous inquiries from journalists regarding Li. I have been following him since his first national competition, all the way to the second national tournament, where he led Dongchuan Middle School to victory, earning both the titles of top scorer and best player. I recognize his exceptional talent, and his performance today has affirmed that. I am genuinely pleased for him. He has earned every bit of this. He is always the most diligent in training, which is why, upon joining the team, he quickly garnered the trust and support of his teammates. I believe this is intrinsically linked to his own hard work. Destiny, while undeniably influenced by luck, is inextricably linked to personal endeavor. As Li Ziqiang observed Zhao Kongming eloquently expressing his admiration for the young Li before the camera, he recalled his own words during an interview with the Anton Satellite Television's Portraits crew. Initially, I was reluctant to recruit him into the team, harboring doubts about his future. What prompted me to change my mind? I merely wished to offer him a chance. For me, it was not a monumental decision, yet for him, this opportunity was perhaps profoundly significant. I had not anticipated his extraordinary dedication. No, it would be more accurate to say his relentless pursuit. His commitment to training was remarkable, for this chance was a rare gem for him. During an interview with Chun Jinyu, Li Ziqiang refrained from boasting about his role in nurturing Li. Instead, he candidly confessed his initial reluctance towards the young athlete. However, when pressed by Chun Jinyu on why he would recruit someone he disliked, he opted for a more palatable excuse, wishing to keep the media unaware of any connection between Li and his daughter. Upon returning to his bedroom, Li Ziqiang cast a gentle gaze upon the family portrait adorning his desk. At that moment, his phone rang. Unexpectedly, it was a call from his daughter. This coincidence, occurring just after he had been contemplating her image, made him ponder if it was a manifestation of the profound bond between father and daughter. A smile graced Li Ziqiang's face as he answered the call. "Dad, did you watch the recent match of Flashing Stars?" His daughter's eager voice resonated through the receiver. However, the content of her inquiry caused the smile on his face to freeze. "I didn't watch it," he replied calmly. "What? How could you not watch?" His daughter's voice escalated in pitch upon hearing his response. "Why would I watch a China League match?" Li Ziqiang countered. "No, Dad, that was your prized protégé's match. As his coach, shouldn't you always be aware of your athlete's performance? Who told you he is my prized protégé? Isn't he? Ever since he joined the team, you've been particularly attentive to him, devising tailored plans and imposing strict expectations. If you didn't believe in him, why invest so much effort? You could have easily left him to fend for himself. He lacked both foundational skills and ability at that time. What use is raw talent without development?" Li Ziqiang found himself momentarily speechless as he listened to his daughter's words. "If it weren't for your attentive guidance, how could Li have any prospects? Your treatment of him reflects your high hopes. You wouldn't want him to squander his talent, would you? Given the substantial effort you've invested in him, now that he has finally stepped onto the professional stage, how can you not pay attention to him or watch his matches. I read in the news that he scored a hat trick in this game, and that he even called you to inquire about the match details. I'm unable to catch the live broadcast here in Shanghai. However, Father, you are within the signal coverage of Anong Satellite TV's sports channel. To overlook such a splendid opportunity is simply unfathomable. Li Ziqiang finally regained his composure and coughed lightly, interrupting his daughter's critique. Even if what you say is true, Hulai is my prized disciple. What business do you have being so concerned about him? Li Qingqing chuckled on the other end. Dad, Hulai is my classmate. I attended Dongchuan High School for just one semester, and by the time I left, I had only made 2 friends, one of whom is Hulai. As a friend, particularly one who, like me, is embarking on a professional path, I naturally wish to keep an eye on him. Since he is your friend, do you not have his contact information? Li Ziqiang asked nonchalantly. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Qingqing retorted. He won't tell me how he scored his goals. He insists I trade 3 meals for the information. But at that moment, a sudden wave of intuition struck her, transforming her response into, no, I was in a hurry when I left, and if I needed his contact, I would have just asked him directly. Without even his contact information, and you dare call him a friend? Li Ziqiang scoffed. A gentleman's friendship is as light as water, Li Qingqing replied with a hint of flattery, quickly adding, in any case, Dad, you should pay more attention to your esteemed disciple. Don't you wish to see how your nurtured player performs in professional football? Li Ziqiang sighed softly. Fine, fine. I will keep an eye on that little rascal. After hanging up, Li Qingqing switched to WeChat. Glancing at the last message from Hulai in their chat, do you want to know? If you treat me to 3 meals, I'll tell you. She had originally hoped to gather information about the match from her father, thus avoiding the embarrassment of conceding defeat before Hulai. To her dismay, her father displayed no interest in Hulai and hadn't even watched his match. It was infuriating. Li Qingqing stared at her phone screen, frowning for a while, before reluctantly typing, all right, 3 meals it is. You owe me plenty anyway. It's settled. Ultimately, she bore the burden alone. Whether it was the forum on Goal.com regarding the Chinese Jiao League, the campus football forum, or the news pop-ups on Goal.com, all reported that Hulai had completed a hat trick in the recently concluded match. When Chen Xingyi came across these reports, he felt immensely relieved that he had blocked Hulai long ago. Otherwise, he would have been subjected to yet another round of Hulai's boastful tirades. Wasn't he at just that time when Hulai tried to show off after being selected for the roster, only to be put in his place by Chen? How could someone hold a grudge so fiercely? Nonetheless, it mattered little now since he had already blocked him. With that thought, Chen Xingyi relaxed and opened WeChat, only to discover that someone had posted a new moment, and to his astonishment, the individual was Wang Guangwei. From his understanding of Wang Guangwei, he knew that although this person had WeChat, he rarely posted moments. Just viewing others' moments would make one forget they had even added him. However, his name can still be found in the contacts, and I can certainly reach him through WeChat if needed. It seems he merely utilizes WeChat as a communication tool, akin to an advanced version of text messaging. Has the sun risen from the north? A person with an acute case of social media phobia has actually posted on Moments? I am indeed curious to see what his inaugural post contains. With this thought, Chen Xingyi reached out and tapped to enter. Wang Guangwei's Moments appeared first, freshly posted. Wang Guangwei, Chen Xingyi, Hulai asked me to convey a message to you. Accompanying this was a photograph. Hulai stood beside the tactical board in the post-match locker room, the original content on the whiteboard erased, replaced with bold letters. Hat trick. Yes. Damn it. Chen Xingyi felt an urge to gouge his own eyes out. Wang Guangwei put away his phone and said to Hulai, look, I posted on Moments as you instructed. Now you owe me 2 meals. Hulai smirked. Old Wang. You post a moment, and just with a flick of your fingers you've earned a meal? You're truly impressive. This is my first post. Is it not worth a meal? Wang Guangwei retorted angrily. Hulai was taken aback. What the hell? Old Wang, you gave your first to me. Get lost. Chapter 41. Family Feast. Peng Hao stood at the entrance of the Dangyi restaurant, glancing down at the map on his phone to confirm it was indeed the right place. He then stepped inside, where a hostess approached him and inquired, Sir, how many in your party? Peng Hao replied, The Jinjiang private room, please. The hostess, clad in a chi pao, turned and led the way. Upon reaching the entrance of the private room, she knocked on the door before opening it, allowing Peng Hao to enter. As the door swung open, everyone inside noticed Peng Hao standing at the threshold, and someone waved. Hao has arrived. Come in, come in. Once inside, Peng Hao greeted each elder in the room, first approaching a white-haired elder seated at the dining table, respectfully saying, "Grandfather, hello." Then he turned to the other white-haired elder beside him. "Grandmother, hello." After a serious illness, his grandfather appeared somewhat fatigued, remaining seated and merely nodding in acknowledgement, while his grandmother smiled warmly at Peng Hao, waving. How, did you come to Jinqing all alone from home?" Nearby, a middle-aged woman with permed hair complained to his grandmother. "Oh, Mom, don't treat Hao like a child. He is about to become a university student." Peng Hao turned to greet this middle-aged woman and the man standing beside her. "Auntie, hello. Uncle, hello." Good. The aunt's husband nodded and remarked, "What Mom says is correct. No matter how old Hao gets, in her eyes, he will always be a child." He then turned to Peng Hao and asked, "When did you arrive in Jinqing?" "I've been here for several days. I've already completed my school registration." Peng Hao replied politely, "Why didn't you let us know in advance? I would have picked you up from the airport." The aunt's husband playfully chided Peng Hao. "I specifically asked my mom not to inform you. I'm a university student now and should learn to solve problems independently." "Good, ambitious. Much better than your younger brother," Auntie praised, then turned to a child behind her and exclaimed, "Your cousin has arrived. You don't even bother to come up and greet him. Always glued to that phone playing games." Seated on the sofa in the private room, a boy around 15 or 16 reluctantly stood up upon hearing his father's shout, pouting as he waved half-heartedly at Peng Hao, saying, "Hello, cousin." After that, he promptly buried his face back into the screen of his phone, not even waiting for his cousin's reply. Witnessing her son's indifference, Peng Hao's aunt and uncle felt a sense of helplessness. This child. Peng Hao chuckled softly, choosing not to hold it against his younger cousin. It wasn't just this cousin. He had two older brothers as well, with whom he had never quite bonded since childhood, leading to a rather distant relationship. If they suddenly became warm and friendly, he might not even know how to interact with them. Having arrived somewhat early, the large round table in the private room, which could accommodate 20 people, stood empty. He sat beside his grandmother, engaging in conversation with her and his aunt, though it was primarily his grandmother and aunt who posed questions to him, while he merely responded without initiating any topics. After a while, another family arrived, his uncle, aunt, and cousin. Upon seeing Peng Hao, his uncle expressed his surprise at how much he had grown since their last meeting 3 years ago, when he had returned to his hometown after graduating from junior high. At that time, his younger sister had brought him home for a visit, but they had not seen each other since. It was unexpected that Peng Hao had gained admission to the prestigious Anong University in Jinqing, which meant they would be able to see each other more often. After greeting Peng Hao and exchanging a few words, his cousin engaged in conversation, to which Peng Hao responded with a slightly shy smile, far from enthusiastic. He sat there quietly, and if no one spoke to him, he remained still, never initiating conversation. To the elders, Peng Hao still appeared as the quiet, obedient boy he had been when he stayed at his grandparents' house. However, to his peers, he still seemed as uninteresting as he had in his childhood. Consequently, after a few exchanges with Peng Hao, his cousin sought out the younger cousin to discuss video games. Lastly, his uncle, aunt, and cousin arrived, and Peng Hao greeted them in turn. His uncle inquired about the university Peng Hao had attended, and upon learning it was the leading university in the area, Anong University, his expression shifted slightly as he glanced at his son, who had just graduated from college this year. Peng Hao sensed his uncle's unease, knowing it stemmed from the fact that his own cousin had only attended a junior college. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable, his uncle fell silent, until his aunt stepped in to ease the tension. Among the brothers when we were young, Hao was always the best at studying, and now he has truly succeeded. Hearing this, his cousin, who had entered with his parents, couldn't help but roll his eyes and mutter under his breath, "What's so great about that lousy Anong University?" He spoke so softly that it was only audible as he passed by Peng Hao, leaving him unsure whether it was a mere coincidence or intentional. Regardless, Peng Hao showed no reaction, pretending not to have heard. Once everyone had gathered, it was naturally time to take their seats and begin the meal. Today marks a family gathering, presided over by the patriarch, Peng Hao's grandfather, who is also the father of his uncles and aunts. The occasion is ostensibly to welcome Peng Hao, who has come to Jinqiang for university. As the son of the younger sister who married far away, Peng Hao is considered a member of this extensive family, albeit his infrequent visits have not fostered deep connections with these relatives. Nevertheless, during his childhood, due to his parents' work commitments, he spent 2 years attending elementary school in Jinqiang, residing with his grandparents, who tended to his daily needs. Thus, he harbors a profound affection for them. However, those 2 years in Jincheng were far from pleasant for Peng Hao. As a second-grade child, uprooted from his home and separated from his parents, he found himself in a foreign environment, dependent on others. This predicament was pitiable in itself. Moreover, he often faced bullying from his cousins, compounded by the occasional disdain expressed by his uncles and aunts. Perhaps they have all forgotten, but Peng Hao remembers vividly. The elders' praise for his obedient nature was merely a euphemism for his timidity and weakness. With his parents absent, he had no one to defend him against the bullying. Naturally, his cousins' parents favored their own children. Under such circumstances, being obedient seemed the only viable option. What other choice did he have? Should he emulate his cousin Hu Lai and confront them? Yet, after such altercations, Hu Lai had his mother to intervene and take him home. For Peng Hao, however, engaging in a fight brought no solace, as he lacked parental support and would only face harsher bullying. He still vividly recalls an incident when he clashed with his eldest cousin and was reprimanded by his inebriated uncle. The feeling of injustice was overwhelming. That night, he lay alone in bed, his pillow soaked with tears. The following day, he secretly sought out a public telephone to call his mother. By that time, smartphones had begun to gain popularity, and public phones were scarce on the streets. After a lengthy search, he finally found a functioning payphone at the entrance of an old alley. When the call connected, he refrained from sharing his grievances with his mother and instead expressed his longing for her. Through the process of searching for the phone, he had realized that confiding his troubles would serve no purpose. His mother, preoccupied with work, would not be able to rush to Jincheng to fetch him. Otherwise, he would never have been sent to live in such a situation. Since it was impossible for her to come, voicing his complaints would only cause her worry and anxiety. So he chose silence. Thus, he forced a smile, navigating his mother's surprised inquiries, striving to conceal the fact that he was truly unhappy. Subsequently, news of his quest for a payphone to contact his mother spread among the relatives, who teased him about it or commended him for being clever and considerate, remembering his mother's phone number and calling her when he missed her. Yet, no one was privy to the poignant tale behind his apparent wisdom and maturity. In such an environment, he had to be astute and sensible, even though his cousins perceived him as timid and cowardly. When Hu Lai fought with his cousins, he merely observed the entire scene. He understood that it was not Hu Lai who had taken their toys. Rather, Hu Lai wished to play with them. Yet they were unwilling and even insulted Hu Lai's father. However, when the altercation attracted the attention of the adults, his cousins, in front of their grandfather and a room full of adults, maliciously accused Hu Lai of stealing their toys and damaging them. At that moment, hidden within the crowd, Peng Hao was fully aware of the events that had transpired. Had he chosen to speak up, perhaps Hu Lai would not have been subjected to such scorn. Yet, he opted for silence, retreating quietly into a corner, failing to utter a word in defense of Hu Lai. Ultimately, this led to their grandfather, misled by the accusations, punishing Hu Lai severely, which in turn caused Hu Lai's mother, his aunt, to create an unpleasant atmosphere for everyone on the first day of the Lunar New Year. This marked the first spring festival Peng Hao spent after arriving in Jincheng, and it was also the last time he saw his aunt's family. On the third day of the new year, he returned to Jincheng with his mother, where relatives gathered in abundance, feasting, drinking, and conversing. Yet, he did not encounter his cousin Hu Lai or his aunt's family in that setting, although his mother never explained. He gleaned from the snippets of conversation among the adults and cousins that his aunt's family seemed to have had a falling out with his grandfather and uncle, resulting in their prolonged absence and estrangement. At that moment, he found himself somewhat envious of his cousin's family. At least they were not forced to feign camaraderie with those they disliked merely because they shared blood ties. For instance, even now, in the presence of relatives he found unappealing, he could only strive to maintain a facade of quietude and obedience to avoid interaction. His cousin, however, was unencumbered by such constraints, never having to concern himself with their judgment. The waitstaff bustled in and out, presenting the pre-ordered dishes one by one, introducing them to the guests before retreating from the private room, allowing patrons to converse and dine without interruption. Naturally, the conversation gravitated toward Peng Hao, for he was the nominal protagonist of the gathering. They discussed his admission to Anong University, a topic introduced by his uncle. How? Anong University is quite respectable. Yet on a national scale, it falls slightly short. Why didn't you aim for Hucking or Yanda? His tone appeared casual, as if he were merely asking a passing question. Nevertheless, Peng Hao detected a hint of acidity in his uncle's words. It was evident that his son had attended a university inferior to Anong University, so why the disdain for it now? Had his son been fortunate enough to gain admission to Anong, would he not have celebrated extravagantly in this grand establishment? Did he think that Hucking or Yanda were merely institutions one could attend by paying a fee, that they were easily attainable? While pondering these thoughts, Peng Hao nonetheless responded to his uncle with his customary politeness. I plan to attend university in Jincheng, so I can frequently visit my grandparents. His grandmother, upon hearing his answer, beamed with delight, exclaiming, "What a good grandson." His grandfather nodded in approval with a smile. Noticing his parents' supportive demeanor, his uncle refrained from further comments, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Observing this, Peng Hao also felt no inclination to elaborate. In truth, his parents had previously posed similar inquiries. As his academic performance was more than sufficient for admission to Anong University, there was no obligation to attend that institution, and enrolling in a slightly better university would have sufficed. So why choose Anong University? Initially, this institution had not been part of his application strategy. After all, Jincheng, his hometown, did not leave him with many fond memories. Attending university there would likely subject him to frequent encounters with those insufferable relatives. Although his uncle was affluent, he was also miserly and caustic. His other uncle was sycophantic, forever seeking to curry favor in hopes of securing a job for his own son. Only his aunt's side seemed somewhat more agreeable, perhaps due to the bond shared between her and his mother as sisters, which often surpasses that of siblings with their brothers. However, upon discovering that his cousin Hu Lai had joined the Jincheng Stars, he promptly altered his decision, yearning to be closer to his cousin. Thus, he chose Anong University, providing the same answer to his parents' inquiries as he did today, to see his grandparents more often. While he could indeed visit them frequently, he withheld another reason from his family. As the topic of Peng Hao's university admission arose, the conversation at the dining table gradually shifted to another individual. Once again, it was his uncle, who, after finishing a cup of wine, set down his glass and remarked, How truly has potential. He far surpasses that cousin of the third sisters. I recall Hu Lai also took the college entrance examination this summer. I wonder how he fared, and whether he squandered the money I lent to their family. The third sister had not informed them, which surely meant he did poorly. If he had done well, wouldn't he be boasting about it? His other uncle chimed in. I knew from the start that lending that money was akin to throwing meat buns to dogs. Hearing the word dogs, Peng Hao frowned slightly, regardless of the circumstances. His uncle's remarks about his sister's family were somewhat excessive. At that moment, he heard his aunt lament, Elder brother, what are you saying? The bulk of that money came from our father, and he hasn't uttered a word. Peng Hao was somewhat taken aback. He was aware that his uncle had lent a substantial sum to Hu Lai's family, as this had been mentioned multiple times in the family WeChat group. However, he was unaware that the majority of that money had actually come from his grandfather. Wasn't it said that his grandfather had fallen out with his aunt? She had not only refused to join the group, but also declined to return home for the new year. Clearly, the rift from years past had not been easily mended. How could she have borrowed money from their grandfather? His uncle, caught off guard by his sister's revelation, cleared his throat and glanced at Peng Hao, saying, Well, I contributed some funds as well. Aunt chuckled, If it weren't for your father pressuring you, would you even bring it up? The atmosphere at the dining table began to shift ominously. The grandfather, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up, his voice hoarse and lacking strength. In Peng Hao's memory, his grandfather was a man of formidable vocal presence, whose booming voice could be heard clearly from the entrance while chatting with neighbors. The impact of that major illness had truly taken its toll on him. Once the head of the family had spoken, both the elder uncle and aunt fell silent, though it was evident that the elder uncle was displeased. Perhaps his irritation had begun the moment he learned that the second sister's son had outperformed his own in exams. The conversation, however, soon shifted back to the Hu Lai family, but this time the focus was not on college entrance examinations or universities. Instead, they discussed the children's employment issues, especially since the elder uncle's son was graduating from university this year. I intend to bring him into my company, the elder uncle remarked, patting his son who sat beside him. Yet, the son was adamant about starting his own business. I thought entrepreneurship was all the rage now. His desire to avoid being dependent on his parents is commendable, so I supported him, Peng Hao silently critiqued, pondering if he had also contributed a significant sum to this entrepreneurial endeavor. After facing setbacks in discussions about university, the elder uncle sought to redeem himself by mentioning that he had started a small company, earning a modest income through hard work. However, when he spoke of it, it seemed as though he were discussing ventures worth millions. After all, in this day and age, young people should explore various paths. Failure is no cause for despair. I'm here to support him. I told my son, the world is vast. Go out and take your chances. No matter what happens, there will always be food at home and a roof over his head. What is there to fear? Surely he won't end up as a security guard, right? He chuckled. The younger uncle chimed in. Oh, come on. How could your son possibly end up as a security guard? Wouldn't that make all your efforts meaningless? The elder uncle burst into hearty laughter. Peng Hao lowered his head, aware that even though neither uncle had explicitly named names, they were mocking his cousin's family. After all, his cousin's father, who was his aunt's husband, worked as a security guard. So, what future does playing football hold? In the end, it leads to being a security guard. And they even have to borrow money for their child's education, the elder uncle continued, despite the earlier admonition from the grandfather to refrain from such discussions. Peng Hao, feigning surprise, lifted his head and said, Oh, really? Haven't you all heard? The elder uncle, interrupted mid-sentence, shot a glance at his nephew, slightly annoyed. Heard what? Cousin Hu Lai is now a star. At this, all eyes at the table turned towards him. What kind of star? An actor? The aunt inquired, bewildered. A football star. Quite successful. Seeing their astonished expressions, Peng Hao widened his eyes in feigned shock. What? You all didn't know? As a devoted fan of Jincheng, who among us is unaware of the illustrious Hu Lai, the foremost scorer of the Anton Shining Stars? Do you not follow the matches? Observing the room filled with astonished faces, particularly the utterly dumbfounded expression of my uncle, Peng Hao provocatively inquired once more. My uncle, reacting instinctively, retorted, I am not a fan. Why would I watch the game? Ah, that explains it. Hu Lai is indeed quite the sensation now, Peng Hao affirmed. At that moment, my younger uncle's son suddenly recalled something, his eyes widening in astonishment as he exclaimed, I have heard of this. However, I completely failed to connect this name with that Hu Lai. My older cousin scoffed. There are many people with the same name in this world. How can you be so certain it is the Hu Lai we all know? Peng Hao chose not to respond to his question. Instead, he stood up and beckoned the waiter from outside the private room to come in, requesting her to turn on the television mounted on the wall. What is the purpose of turning on the TV? My cousin inquired impatiently. Peng Hao, unperturbed, patiently explained, I initially intended to show you the photos on my phone, but I feared they might not be clear enough as they were taken from the stands at a distance in dim lighting. Just now, I recalled that a recent television program about Hu Lai's cousin is set to air, and the timing coincides perfectly with the trailer's broadcast. He waved his phone, noting that someone in the Hu Lai fan group he belonged to was discussing the matter, reminding everyone to tune in. The television was soon activated, defaulting to the Anton satellite channel. The screen initially displayed a roaring stadium, where a figure leaped high, celebrating. Simultaneously, subtitles appeared, the new hero of the Shining Stars. The vibrant stadium scene gradually faded to black, transitioning into a close-up of Hu Lai's face. In that moment, Hu Lai's own voice resonated, pursuing dreams is never too late. Peng Hao pointed at the close-up of Hu Lai on the screen and asked his cousin, could you check if this person is indeed our cousin? His cousin was rendered speechless, unable to utter a word. My previously smug uncle stared at the television screen as though he had seen a ghost. Everyone present, without exception, fixated on the screen, their expressions a tapestry of astonishment. Just then, my grandmother exclaimed, this is Hu Lai, silencing all dissenters, as Hu Lai's face vanished from the screen. A program preview emerged, narrated by a deep, familiar voice to the people of Anton. Hu Lai, pursuing dreams is never too late. Stay tuned for the new episode of Character Chronicles this Wednesday at 8:30 p.m., exclusively on Anton Satellite. How is this possible? My uncle blurted out in disbelief. The older generation of Jincheng residents surely knew the significance of Character Chronicles. It was precisely because of this understanding that he found it difficult to accept the reality that Hu Lai, whom he had just mocked, was indeed featured in the program. Could it be that something is amiss in this world? Upon hearing his uncle's words, Peng Hao furrowed his brows in confusion and exclaimed, that is precisely what puzzles me. How can uncle and little uncle be unaware that my cousin has appeared on a program like Personality Chronicles? Although I am not currently in Jincheng, I have heard of my cousin's remarkable achievements. Last year, he led Dongchuan Middle School to victory in the National High School Football Championship, where he was awarded both the best scorer and best player. This success propelled him into a professional training team, joining a youth squad of a Super League team. In July of this year, he transferred to Shining Star, thus becoming a bona fide professional player. He has already played 6 matches in the China League 1, scoring 7 goals. Prior to his arrival, Shining Star managed a mere 16 goals as a team over half a season. Now, his individual tally nearly matches half of that total. How could the television possibly label him as the new hero of Shining Star if this were not true? Just in the last match, he achieved a hat trick. Oh, uncle, since you are not a football enthusiast, allow me to explain. A hat trick refers to a player scoring 3 goals in a single match, an impressive feat that not everyone can accomplish. My cousin's extraordinary performance stems from his innate talent. I was present at that match, seated among the opposing team's supporters, and my cousin's prowess garnered the respect of even those fans who witnessed his triumph. When he was substituted, the visiting supporters rose en masse to applaud him. I must tell you, the atmosphere was nothing short of electrifying. It is certain that this upcoming Wednesday's Personality Chronicles will highlight that match. The celebratory footage in the teaser was from his goal celebration during that game. Once you watch it, you will grasp just how extraordinary my cousin truly is. As Peng Hao poured out his thoughts in one breath, he exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of clarity. As a cousin who had silently admired his brother's matches from afar, he had never before had the opportunity to express his feelings so openly. He wished to convey this to those relatives who looked down upon his cousin, to make them aware of his cousin's remarkable stature. Breathing heavily, he surveyed the room, his gaze sweeping across the astonished faces until it landed on his grandfather, who remained composed and calm amidst the astonishment surrounding him. Chapter 42. The extraordinary ordinary man who Li Xin donned his security uniform and approached the front gate of the community, ready to take over from his colleague, Old Fan. He was about to commence another day of work. Upon seeing Hu Lisin, Old Fan poked his head out of the guardhouse and waved. Old Hu, did you know your son is playing professional football? As soon as Hu Lisin stepped inside, Old Fan eagerly inquired. Hearing this, Hu Lisin furrowed his brow, casting a scrutinizing glance at his colleague. Last night, I stumbled upon an intriguing scene. Lao Hu, you certainly know how to keep secrets. Lao Fan, with a playful jab, lightly punched him on the shoulder. Hu Lisin soon realized how Lao Fan had come to know. Last night, Antong's satellite TV aired a teaser for a program titled Portraits of People, during which he discovered, quite unexpectedly, that his son had appeared on this prestigious show. Not only was he taken aback, but so was his wife. They had been engrossed in an anti-Japanese drama when, amidst the commercial break, this teaser suddenly interrupted their viewing. As the footage of Hu Lai scoring a goal flashed across the screen, Hu Lisin found himself too stunned to even rise for a smoke. Compelled instead to remain seated on the sofa as he watched his son declare, "Pursuing dreams is never too late." His wife, initially astonished, erupted into joyous laughter, kicking her legs in delight at the sight of her husband being caught off guard. Her elation stemmed from witnessing Hu Lisin's unexpected predicament. Disheartened, Hu Lisin slumped on the sofa, realizing that Antong's satellite TV had delivered a surprising blow. He then grasped the gravity of the situation. The Portraits of People segment was widely recognized, and soon, everyone acquainted with their family would learn of his son's foray into professional football. Sure enough, upon arriving at work today, he was immediately confronted by Lao Fan. I say, Lao Hu, your son has become quite the football star, and yet you're still here playing security guard for a taste of life? Lao Fan remarked, half-jokingly. The jest was underpinned by Lao Fan's belief that Hu Lai, as a professional athlete, must be earning a handsome sum, thus rendering Hu Lisin's labor as a security guard unnecessary. Hu Lisin shot a disapproving glance at his colleague. What nonsense are you spouting? Is it really so easy for professional players to earn a living? Is it not? Lao Fan replied, widening his eyes. I often hear about professional athletes driving luxury cars and purchasing extravagant items. Surely, they must be earning well to spend so freely. You're merely witnessing the spoils without acknowledging the sacrifices, Hu Lisin countered. In this world, no money comes easily. The earnings of professional athletes are hard-won. Come now, that's an exaggeration. It's just football. How could it be life-threatening? Lao Fan retorted. Listen, Lao Hu, with the performance I've seen from those players, I believe I could manage just as well on the field. The money must be easy to come by. Hu Lisin could no longer tolerate Lao Fan's fanciful musings and interrupted him. Lao Fan, you wouldn't stand a chance. Seeing Hu Lisin's earnest demeanor, Lao Fan couldn't help but chuckle. Oh really? How can you be so certain? Have you ever been a professional player? In truth, Hu Lisin thought to himself. He had never played in a single professional match. Even if he had signed a contract, what did that make him? A professional player in name only. This realization brought forth a wave of sorrow, prompting him to dismiss further discussion on the matter. He waved his hand, preparing to take up his post. Meanwhile, Lao Fan continued to ramble. What is so embarrassing about stepping onto the field? It's not like I wouldn't know how to handle it. If they're going to lose, I might as well earn some money while doing so. Li Tielin had taken his post at the booth, his gaze unwavering as he saluted every resident entering and exiting the community gate, completely ignoring Lao Fan's murmurs. While seated on the sofa, engrossed in his phone and television, Li Tielin was suddenly aware of his wife standing before him, placing a plate of peanuts and sunflower seeds alongside a platter of neatly cut fruits on the coffee table. Though the peanuts and seeds shared the same dish, they were distinctly separated. The dark brown seeds contrasted with the pale yellow peanuts. Artfully arranged by Xie Lan to resemble the yin-yang symbol of Tai Chi, the apples, sliced into wedges, formed a radiant circular pattern at the outer edge of the plate, while within, a neat arrangement of elongated green grapes radiated outward. At the very center lay plump, deep red grapes, creating a striking three-layer display, the innermost layer of crimson, the middle of verdant green, and the outermost of soft yellow, quite visually appealing. Why all this fuss? Li Tielin wondered. It's a holiday. Xie Lan replied with delight as she settled beside him on the sofa, retrieving the remote to switch on the television, tuning into Anong satellite TV. Pursuing dreams is never too late. On the screen appeared Hu Lai's face and voice, a teaser for the program character profile. Instantly, Li Tielin understood his wife's intentions. Today was Wednesday, the airing day for the latest episode of Character Profile. She had gone to such lengths merely to watch their son on television. With a roll of his eyes, he intended to rise and retreat to the kitchen for a smoke. However, he was halted by his wife's firm grip. Smoking is harmful to your health. I won't smoke, Li Tielin said, retrieving his cigarette pack and lighter from his pocket and placing them on the coffee table. He would rather forego smoking than watch television. Xie Lan grew anxious. We must watch. Normally, it's fine if you skip the matches, but today, you cannot miss our son's documentary. Li Tielin, he is your son, not your enemy. You barely know him as it is. Watching this documentary will help you understand him better, won't it? Besides, you always complain about how you forbade him from football since childhood. How did he end up loving it? Perhaps this documentary will reveal the answer. So sit down and watch with me. She wrapped her arms around his, holding him tightly as if fearing he might escape. Li Tielin exerted some effort, but found it difficult to resist on the soft sofa. Halfway through, he lost all strength and plopped back down. Seeing this, he reluctantly agreed. Fine, I'll watch. Just don't keep tugging at me. Not a chance. I won't let go until the program ends. Xie Lan replied, shaking her head with a resolute expression. Li Tielin, exasperated, motioned toward the fruit platter on the coffee table. What about all this that you've so carefully prepared? How can we eat it now? With her hands firmly clutching his left arm, she had no opportunity to partake in the snacks. You feed me, Xie Lan declared as if it were the most natural thing. Li Tielin turned to look at his wife, who wore a serious expression, and he could only let out a long, resigned sigh. Li Qingqing sat cross-legged on the bed, leaning slightly back against the headboard. Above her crossed legs lay a plastic tray, while she cradled a paper bag filled with sunflower seeds in one hand, her other hand continuously extracting seeds to crack and consume. The remnants of the shells were naturally discarded into the tray resting on her lap. Due to the broadcasting regulations of the China League One, she had been unable to watch Hu Lai's matches from Shanghai. However, this time, although it was a character documentary, it promised to showcase a considerable amount of match footage. Poor Li Qingqing found herself relying on this indirect method to witness Hu Lai's games. As the program commenced, following the opening credits, the host made his entrance. Clad in a dark suit, his voice resonated with a deep, magnetic timbre, for he was none other than Ren Junxing, the star host of Anton Television. We often extol dreams, praising them and keeping them at the forefront of our conversations, as if possessing a dream is a source of immense pride. Yet, for many, this seems to be where it ends. They adorn their lives with dreams, making them appear radiant and splendid in the eyes of others. However, such dreams are mere embellishments. Why is this so? Because realizing a dream is far from easy. There are always various obstacles to contend with. Yet, it is precisely because dreams are challenging to achieve that so many passionately pursue them. Thus, those who overcome countless hardships to ultimately fulfill their dreams are truly deserving of our admiration and respect. Li Qingqing was unaware of when she had ceased to reach for the sunflower seeds. Still clutching the bag, her gaze was fixed intently on the television screen. Today, Character Chronicles would introduce a rather unique individual, a young man who had recently garnered significant attention. Indeed, the protagonist of today's episode, Hu Lai. This name, reminiscent of a carefree youth, belied an extraordinary life journey. It is widely acknowledged that to become an outstanding professional player, one must commence rigorous training from a tender age, exerting tremendous effort and sacrifice, while also relying on a measure of good fortune to ultimately succeed. Remarkably, Hu Lai only encountered formal football training at the age of 16. During his first year of high school, Zhang Qinghuan, who had just cracked open a can of beer, was momentarily stunned by the host's words. His hand, reaching towards the can, halted midway. "What a joke!" he exclaimed incredulously. To start playing football at 16 and then become the star striker of the Shooting Stars team, how exaggerated can this be? Has television sunk so low as to disregard common sense for the sake of drama? He felt a pang of regret for impulsively deciding to stay in his apartment to watch this ridiculous program. What was there to enjoy? Yet, as he prepared to grasp the remote control to turn off the television, he hesitated, his hand hovering above it before ultimately retreating to retrieve the beer can. Taking a hearty swig. In merely 6 matches, the leading scorer of the Flash Stars has netted 7 goals. A remarkable feat for someone who nearly failed to make the Dongchuan middle school football team. Coach Li Ziqiang recounted the story of his initial selection process for the school team. Gazing at his own image on the television screen, he spoke not only to the camera but also to his past self. "Initially, I had no intention of recruiting him. I harbored doubts about his potential. Hu Lai is an exceptionally unique player, the most distinctive in that team. I believed he would struggle to endure hardships, as his foundational skills were woefully inadequate. Consequently, I allocated him extensive fundamental training, without any intention of allowing him to participate in matches. Yet, he astonishingly persevered, which took me by surprise. At that moment, I realized perhaps he truly yearned to play, releasing a decade and a half of unfulfilled passion for the game. He understood that he had missed out on more lessons than others, and if he did not train harder than his peers now, he would never catch up." Li Ziqiang found himself feeling somewhat awkward as he watched his televised self. After a brief internal struggle, he refrained from turning off the television, choosing instead to continue watching. After all, as his daughter pointed out, this was his protege, deserving of his attention. To ensure Hu Lai could focus on his fundamental training, Coach Li even assumed the role of the villain, imposing an arduous training regimen that seemed nearly impossible given Hu Lai's then current skill level. However, no one anticipated that Hu Lai would execute a stunning bicycle kick during practice, defying all expectations. The television displayed scenes from the Dongchuan middle school football team's training. Though not depicting Hu Lai's original training regimen, Mao Xiao turned to his family, exclaiming, "I was there. I was the one defending against Hu Lai." Despite the defense from both me and team leader Yan, he still managed to execute a magnificent bicycle kick. It was truly breathtaking. We were all left in shock. In the dining area, Yan pointed at the television screen, boasting to his dining companions, "Let me tell you, Hu Lai scored that goal right over my head. It was absolutely incredible. He was just a beginner, yet he scored a world-class goal. Who could have imagined?" Our coach was utterly stunned. It was the first time I had seen him lose his composure. As the television screen gradually dimmed, it illuminated once more, revealing various street scenes. A bustling intersection teeming with pedestrians, a crowded bus station, and a subway platform filled with commuters. Meanwhile, music played softly in the background, commencing with a piano prelude followed by a male voice intoning. It is quite shameful to admit, I remain unremarkable. Each day I wait for buses, switch to subways, and vie for seats. In the cramped subway car, a beautiful young professional, impeccably attired and meticulously made up, clutched the overhead handrail, her head bowed against her arm. As the train swayed, she gently rocked, reminiscent of a leaf hanging from a branch, swaying in the breeze. Once, I believed I would excel. I exerted my utmost effort to prove that I could. In this world, few truly care about your efforts. They only value your achievements. A delivery man, bearing a bag of meals, swiftly strides into an office building, ultimately opting to ascend the staircase beside the congested elevator, where a throng of people jostles at the doors. Meanwhile, another courier struggles in the pouring rain to upright his toppled delivery scooter, his entire being drenched. It appears that exhausting one's youth merely to prove one's mediocrity is a poignant endeavor. On the nearly empty last bus, a young man clad in a dark suit sits with a backpack at his feet, a small cake adorned with a candle resting on his lap. The flickering candlelight casts a warm glow upon the bus window and the young man's face. He wipes his eyes with the back of his hand and forcefully extinguishes the birthday candle. It is rather sorrowful, for time is a luxury he can no longer afford. He begins to bow to fate. No longer does he compare himself with those who are more accomplished and industrious, for such thoughts only deepen his melancholy. It dawns on him that a lifetime spent in this pursuit is merely to affirm his own mediocrity. Li Tielin gazes at the television, her mind drifting back to a scene she witnessed on the podium of Dongchuan Middle School's sports field. It was her first physical education class at this school, where the boys divided into teams for a game of soccer. Li yearned to join, yet found himself ostracized. They deemed his skills inadequate and refused to include him. No matter how he pleaded, his slight figure went unnoticed. Ultimately, while the others chased the ball, he stood alone at the sideline, gazing blankly at the field. That solitary, stubborn silhouette lingered in Li Tielin memory, compelling her to seek Li at the clandestine training base, driven by an insatiable curiosity about its owner. At that moment, the image of the secret training base materialized before her eyes, a small, overgrown patch of land. Initially, Li Tielin thought it a mirage, but soon realized it was a genuine scene unfolding on the screen. This was the very place where she and Li had once practiced soccer, now overrun with weeds. A youth appeared in this desolate space, facing away from the camera, poised before a filthy soccer ball. He took a running start and kicked the ball forcefully against the stone wall ahead. Although a caption in the upper left corner indicated the scene's restoration, Li Tielin felt as if she were witnessing an actual moment from the past. Simultaneously, the sharp, urgent sounds of an electric guitar surged forth, and the previously somber voice of the male singer rose in pitch, as if declaring war against the banality of life. I am not a mediocre person. I refuse to be mediocre. I believe there are still opportunities. I am not. I am not. This refrain echoed repeatedly, a fervent scream against the mundane. As the youth propelled the soccer ball towards the stone wall, the scene abruptly shifted. The once desolate patch of grass dispersed like ripples. The cheers in the background crescendoed, resembling a tide that swept over everyone before the television. During the match, Li, clad in a starry jersey, launched the ball towards the opposing goal. He sprinted towards the stands, where the jubilant fans of the team leaped up, raising their arms in exuberant celebration. They waved their flags, surging from the stands to the first tier, reaching out their hands towards Li, cheering loudly. Amidst the song and the uproar, Li leapt high, executing his signature celebration, proudly displaying his name and number to the broadcasting cameras. I am not an ordinary person. I do not engage in mediocrity. I believe there are still opportunities. I am not. I am not. On the sofa, Xiaolin had long ceased to tug at her husband's hand, yet Hulixin remained seated, oblivious to her furtive glance. She stole a look and found her husband staring blankly at the television screen, entirely unaware of her scrutiny. As the song approached its conclusion, the screen gradually dimmed, and the singer's voice transitioned from a crescendo to a tranquil tone. I have forsaken love and betrayed faith. Perhaps this is the truth of life. How utterly despairing. In the darkness, the program host, Ren Junsheng, with his magnetic voice, reverberated once more, before Li decided to pursue a career in professional football. Both his father and his school team coach had recounted the risks and harsh realities of professional football to him. This served as a caution and a concern. Yet, Li ultimately chose to embark on this uncertain path in pursuit of his dreams. The scene brightened, revealing Li alone, drenched in sweat, standing on the training ground at dawn. Golden sunlight cascading over him, the beads of perspiration on his face illuminated by the morning sun. Romain Rolland once wrote in the life of Michelangelo, "There is only one true heroism in this world, and that is to love life after recognizing its truth." The camera zoomed in, penetrating the depths of Li's eyes, where a pair of pupils reflected the light of the rising sun, as if they were ablaze. For each of us, we may be ordinary souls in the tapestry of life, yet we can all strive for the extraordinary. The scene ultimately froze on Li's silhouette, facing the sun, radiant light pouring forth, outlining his slightly shadowed form with a golden edge. More brilliance flowed from his being, slicing through the thin morning mist, as if bestowing upon Li a pair of pale golden wings. Subtitles emerged on the screen. Pursuing dreams, it is never too late to begin. To those who refuse to settle for the ordinary. Zhang Qinghuan watched this scene, a question springing to her mind. How can one person shine so brilliantly? P.S. The song featured in this chapter is mediocre by the Unta band. There will be a separate chapter discussing the concept of an eruption later. The peak. Regarding the matter of eruption, including the previous chapter, the total word count for today's updates has reached 13,000. If it were 2,000 words per chapter, that would equate to 6 updates in a single day. Is this not a form of eruption? I understand that everyone enjoys a surge of updates. And I too relish in it. If I could achieve such a burst, who wouldn't delight in it? You find it enjoyable, and as the author, I benefit as well. Yet, I find it truly challenging to produce such a surge. The 2 updates today took me 2 days to compose, meticulously choosing each word, deliberating repeatedly on what to write and how to write it. For instance, in this chapter, I intend to convey the audience's reactions to the program hurriedly, while also encapsulating the essence of the show itself. Yet, I ponder how to conclude this narrative effectively. If there are no lofty aspirations, it would suffice to simply document each individual's response to the show, akin to chronicling a competition, merely substituting the content of the contest with that of the program. However, a conclusion is imperative, a point of emotional resolution for all. What form should this resolution take? After much contemplation, I ultimately decided to anchor this chapter's theme with a music video concept that resonated with me, selecting a song I hold dear. The latter half of this chapter was crafted amidst the repeated melodies of mediocre beings. This, however, represents merely one chapter of my book thus far. Similar situations have arisen multiple times previously, as exemplified in the final chapters of the first volume. This has rendered my writing process protracted, as I constantly ponder whether a more eloquent expression of my thoughts might emerge. Such concerns impede my ability to immerse myself fully in writing. I aspire to pen something exceptional, not to disappoint you. I have invested an extraordinary amount of effort into this book, and although its performance may not stand out among my past works, I take satisfaction in every character, every plot twist, and indeed every chapter crafted thus far. In the context of subscriptions, this serves as a form of self-satisfaction and motivation that encourages my continued diligence, providing an explanation for my unwavering commitment to 2 updates daily. In truth, maintaining this pace requires immense effort on my part. Currently, I have only 3 chapters in reserve. I recall my sentiments while writing Heart of a Champion, when I mentioned that having fewer than 10 chapters in reserve crossed a critical threshold, necessitating a daily update to replenish my stock. Since the inception of this book, I have never exceeded 10 chapters in reserve. This narrative is one I genuinely yearn to tell. Writing it brings me joy. Yet this very passion also renders the process slow and arduous. I hope that the story I produce lives up to the high expectations I have set for it. Because it is a tale I desire to share, I derive happiness from writing it. Yet, due to my expectations, the process can be painful. I kindly ask for your understanding regarding the infrequency of updates. In terms of word count, it nearly amounts to 3 updates a day. Lastly, I would like to share the progress of this book. Both the general and premium subscriptions are steadily increasing, and I am grateful for your kindness and patience, which allow me the freedom to write the story I wish to tell. I am sincerely thankful for your support and understanding, as it bolsters my confidence in bringing this somewhat niche narrative to completion, providing closure for both myself and you. Chapter 43. The one pierced by light. The day following the broadcast of Character Chronicles on Anton Television, Hurriedly discovered he had garnered a multitude of new fans. Remarkably, he had not applied any charm-enhancing serum to his visage. These fans, though not influenced by external enhancements, had been invigorated by the program itself. On the bus, he and Wang Guangwei encountered a crowd of passengers that was double the usual number, many of whom seemed to have come specifically to ride alongside them. Upon seeing Hurriedly, the driver repeatedly gave him a thumbs up. Although they were already familiar and had exchanged pleasantries, the driver remained unaware of the young professional player's backstory. Once aboard, Hurriedly and Wang Guangwei busily signed autographs for the passengers throughout the 8 stops, moving from the front to the back of the bus. Due to the continuous influx of new passengers at each stop, they were unable to finish signing for everyone by the time they reached their destination. This scene bewildered unsuspecting bystanders, who wondered how the usually sparse number 12 bus had become so overcrowded at this hour. Upon arriving at the training facility's entrance, Hurriedly and Wang Guangwei were met by a throng of fans eagerly awaiting their arrival. As the two approached, The crowd erupted in cheers, rushing forward to request autographs. Primarily from Hu Lai. Despite the overwhelming number of fans, Hu Lai patiently signed for each one, even encouraging Wang Guangwei, who had been pushed aside, to head to the locker room without waiting for him. Wang Guangwei glanced at Hu Lai, who seemed to revel in the attention, and shook his head with a smile before departing. He did not feel envious of the scene, nor did he perceive the fans' preference for Hu Lai as an affront. Rather, he felt genuine happiness for Hu Lai's achievements. Of course, the meal he had treated himself to was quite delightful as well. As Zhang Qinghuan's taxi approached the southern gate of the Shining Star Luqing training base, he was startled by the large gathering of people at the entrance, nearly prompting the driver to proceed to the front gate. However, he quickly realized these fans were not there to see him. Notably, the majority of the fans were male, with very few female admirers present. If they had come to seek him out, they would surely have been predominantly women. Thus, he confidently alighted from the taxi. Indeed, even as he emerged onto the roadside, no one cast a glance in his direction. This realization brought him relief, yet simultaneously irked him. How could someone else attract attention right in front of him? He was curious to see who wielded such influence. Peering into the crowd, he hadn't yet spotted his target when he heard enthusiastic shouts. "Go Hu Lai! I may not be a football fan, but I am your admirer. Your journey is so inspiring. Keep it up. Yes, yes. It's never too late to pursue your dreams. You're so impressive. Hu Lai, I've been a fan since you played in the Anton Cup. I've watched you transform from a student into a professional player. Please continue your journey. Hu Lai is amazing." The chorus of adoration made it clear who the true star was in this scene. Reflecting on the radiant figure he had seen on television the previous night, Zhang Qinghuan could not help but feel a sense of admiration. The light pierced his eyes slightly as he lowered his head and swiftly navigated through the boisterous crowd, entering the shimmering gates of the Luqing training base, leaving the ruckus behind. After accommodating nearly all the autograph and photo requests from fervent fans, Hu Lai became the last player to arrive at the training ground, just 2 minutes shy of being late. Such a scenario would have been utterly inconceivable for him in the past. Coach Zhao Kongming expressed mild surprise, inquiring, "Why are you so late? Weren't you with Wang Guangwei?" He turned his gaze toward Wang Guangwei, who hastily offered an explanation for Hu Lai. He was besieged by a multitude of fans at the gate. His sentence trailed off. Yet everyone understood. Many within the team had indeed watched yesterday's program, and to be candid, each one felt a profound impact. Had they not been well acquainted with Hu Lai, numerous individuals would likely have become his ardent admirers. After all, Hu Lai's journey was nothing short of extraordinary. All members of this team had undergone professional football training from a young age, enabling them to stand out among countless peers and ultimately attain professional player status. Even students like Wang Guangwei had trained under professional coaches since elementary school, persisting until high school, and coupled with exceptional talent. That was how they attained their current professional identities. And what of Hu Lai? He embarked on this path halfway through his first year of high school, and, having trained for merely 3 years, found himself standing shoulder to shoulder with these seasoned players on a professional training ground. His talent was simply explosive. Although Wang Guangwei initially introduced Hu Lai's unique background to the team, his casual remarks paled in comparison to the meticulously produced special feature by the renowned program. Character Chronicles aired yesterday. With interviews of relevant figures, on-site visits, dramatizations with actors, a well-crafted script by Chun Jinyu, and carefully selected music and voiceovers. It was an all-encompassing and multidimensional portrayal that rendered Hu Lai's legendary experiences even more extraordinary. Naturally, Zhao Kongming quickly grasped the reason behind Hu Lai's near tardiness and chuckled. "Today we shall overlook it, but you cannot afford to squander so much time at the gate every day, arriving just in the nick of time for training." Hu Lai promptly reassured him, "Rest assured, Coach Zhao, I merely wanted to savor this first experience. It is only natural to want it to last a little longer." Han Xiangfei interjected, "Hu Lai, you're still in the early stages. What do you mean by wanting it to last? What are you talking about? Such indecent thoughts." Hu Lai retorted, "Hey, you were the one who initiated that, all right?" Laughter erupted among the group. Assistant coach Chen Mo, noticing the conversation veering into peculiar territory, stepped in to remind the players, all right, let us hurry and warm up. It's time for training." After Hu Lisin parked his electric bike, he entered the locker room to change into his uniform. Upon entering, Old Fan and several colleagues promptly surrounded him. Old Fan gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Old Hu, impressive. Your son is doing great." Other colleagues joined in to congratulate him. leaving Hu Lisin feeling somewhat awkward. He could only muster a strained smile to respond to their well-wishing. He had also watched this episode, which allowed him to comprehend his colleagues' reactions. However, this only deepened his inner turmoil and melancholy. Should I have refrained from preventing him from playing football since childhood? He genuinely possesses a talent for the sport, perhaps more suited for this path than I, his father. The coach of the school team mentioned in yesterday's program that in order to compensate for a 10-year gap with others, Hu Lai trains with exceptional diligence and fervor. If I had allowed him to receive professional football training from a young age, would he have found this journey easier? Have I, in essence, been in the wrong all along? This barrage of rhetorical questions inflicted profound anguish upon Hu Lisin. As a father who firmly believes he has acted in his child's best interest, dedicating himself wholeheartedly, he found his worldview shattering in the face of such reality. Were it not for witnessing his son score goals on the field of the China League 1, he would never have believed that this child he had watched grow up could transform from an amateur with merely 3 years of training into a competent professional player. Hu Lai's meteoric rise and early fame left him with a sense of unreality, constantly questioning whether something had gone awry or if any crucial details had been overlooked. Logically, such occurrences should not transpire. Given Hu Lisin's life experience and wisdom, he struggled to grasp the astonishing velocity of his son's ascent. For an adult with fixed convictions, altering one's mindset is indeed no easy feat. Thus, during this day at work, Hu Lisin felt somewhat disoriented, his thoughts seemingly absent from his duties. To his colleagues, led by the senior fan, his demeanor appeared entirely normal. Old Hu must be contemplating resigning, one remarked. With a son so accomplished, why remain a security guard? Another chimed in. Indeed, do professional players earn significantly more than us security personnel? If I were Old Hu, I would have simply quit today, sighed a colleague. Old Hu has certainly endured. Hey, do you think it's still possible for me to encourage my son to pursue football? Someone mused. Is it even feasible? The television declared that Old Hu's son is a super genius. There has never been a precedent for this. Is your son a super genius? Hu Lisin was entirely oblivious to the chatter among his colleagues, who spoke with an air of envy, fantasizing about how they would spend their wealth if their children were to become professional players like Hu Lai. As the workday drew to a close, he pulled out his phone and, after a moment of hesitation, searched for the schedule of the current season's China League 1 matches. His gaze lingered on the upcoming fixture for the Indong Shining Stars. On August 21st, in the 25th round of the league, they would host the Qin Lin Football Club from Xinzhou. Perhaps, as his wife suggested, he should earnestly watch a complete match of his son's. Chapter 44. Concern breeds chaos. On August 21st, in the 25th round of the China League 1, the Indong Shining Stars would face the Qin Lin team from Xinzhou at home. The match is set to commence at 7:35 in the evening, a prime time just after dinner. The sports channel of Anton Television will broadcast it live. As the match began, Xiaolon noticed that her husband was unusually seated on the sofa, not moving at all. However, she refrained from making any biting remarks, fearing she might drive him away. Though he did not verbally express it, his body language indicated his intent to watch the game. This was a noteworthy advancement for her husband. In light of this, Xiaolon opted to avoid provoking him. She would not jeopardize the hard-won progress for the sake of a fleeting verbal triumph. Thus, she settled beside him to watch the match together. Once the game commenced, her anxiety surpassed that of their son. She hoped her son would impress her husband with his performance on the field, leading him to wholeheartedly accept their son's aspiration to become a professional player. Her greatest concern was that Hu Lai would underperform, providing her husband with a reason to oppose their son's pursuit of football. However, it seemed that the more she worried, the more her fears materialized. By the end of the match, Hu Lai had failed to score. Despite the fact that the Flash Stars triumphed over the Xinzhou Qin Lin with a score of 2-0 on their home turf, Xiaolon felt dissatisfied with Hu Lai's performance due to his lack of goals. After the match, she cautiously scrutinized her husband, hesitating to voice her thoughts several times. Seeing her demeanor, Hu Lisin scoffed. So, do you now understand how difficult it is to score in a match? Faced with this reality and her husband's taunt, Xiaolon found herself at a loss for words. He barely attempted any shots during the game, spending most of his time running aimlessly. Do you really think scoring is that easy? Hu Lisin pressed on. Having watched several matches, Xiaolon was well aware that scoring was indeed no simple task. Yet, fearing her husband would seize the opportunity to criticize, she retorted, although our son didn't score, the commentators praised him, didn't they? As she spoke, her voice dwindled, revealing a hint of uncertainty. After all, in her eyes, as a forward, her son's performance was lacking without a goal. Unexpectedly, her husband nodded in agreement, remarking, "True. While he didn't score, his performance wasn't entirely poor." Xiaolin widened her eyes, uncertainly questioning, "Are you being sarcastic?" Hu Lisin bristled. "Am I the kind of person to speak in riddles?" Xiaolin chuckled. "You genuinely believe our son performed quite well?" "I merely stated that his performance wasn't poor. Not that it was good." Hu Lisin corrected her with a serious expression. As a forward, his role in the match encompassed more than merely scoring goals. He needed to leverage his positioning and threat to create opportunities for his teammates, diverting the attention of the opposing defense. The defenders of the Qin Lin team were evidently more focused on him, especially since he had completed a hat trick in the previous match. With the defensive focus shifting towards him, his teammates faced considerably less defensive pressure, allowing the foreign forward and Qin Lin opportunities to shoot and score. Hu Lai spoke to his wife, demonstrating an uncommon patience as he explained the intricacies of football. In this regard, his performance was commendable. However, to truly excel, scoring goals is essential. Otherwise, one could predict from the post-match ratings that his score would pale in comparison to that of Qin Lin and the foreign players who had found the net. For a forward, the importance of goals in the scoring system cannot be overstated. Xiaolin turned to her husband, listening intently like a diligent student, without uttering a word. "Thus, I previously cautioned you not to celebrate too soon. Just because Hu Lai netted a few goals does not guarantee a bright future for him. His previous successes stemmed from opponents who were unfamiliar with him, underestimating his capabilities and failing to regard him as a primary target during defense, which granted him ample opportunities to shoot. This match clearly illustrated that if his adversaries were to approach him with seriousness and thorough analysis, his performance would likely diminish. He is a poacher-type forward, exhibiting a slightly higher efficiency than the average player of his kind, yet still reliant on the support of teammates. Without this support, his potential remains untapped. In this match, the defensive line of Xinzhou Kunlun effectively countered Hu Lai by employing a singular strategy when he ventured into dangerous areas. They ensured he could not receive passes easily, especially within the penalty box, often positioning him with his back to the goal, thereby nullifying his threat to score. Thus, his constant movement across the pitch, running left, then right, should not be misconstrued as aimless wandering. He was merely seeking opportunities to receive the ball. Unfortunately, up until the final whistle, he was unable to find such an opportunity, resulting in no goals. After listening to her husband's lengthy discourse, Xiaolin voiced her concerns. "What should we do then? Perhaps you could call Hu Lai and relay this information to him." Hu Lixian quickly interjected. "Do you think the coach of the Shining Stars is unaware of these strategies? Furthermore, he is the coach of an entire team, not merely Hu Lai's personal mentor. Whether Hu Lai scores or not is of little consequence, as long as others find the net and the team secures victory." The team triumphed at home with a 2-0 defeat of Xinzhou Kunlun, with both Qin Lin and Murphy scoring. However, the following day, Zhao Kongming, accompanied by the entire coaching staff, revisited the match, focusing primarily on areas for improvement. "Though we scored twice, this does not imply that our offense is without issues. On the contrary, we must address the challenges we faced in our attacking play," Zhao Kongming stated candidly at the outset of the meeting, directing his gaze towards assistant coach Chen Mo. Subsequently, Chen Mo provided a detailed analysis of the offensive problems. Due to Hu Lai's hat trick in the previous match, he faced exceptionally tight marking from the opposing team in this game, with one defender shadowing him closely throughout. In addition, they made concerted efforts to sever the connections between him and his teammates. This led to our lackluster offensive performance in the first half. Through the projector, Chen Mo presented several clips of the defensive challenges Hu Lai faced during yesterday's match. This compilation was edited overnight after the game. The video analysis provided clarity for everyone. In the first half of the match, as Hu Lai was effectively contained by the opponents, the Shining Stars struggled offensively, failing to perform well. However, in the second half, Zhao Kongming adjusted the tactics, shifting away from relying on Hu Lai as the primary attacker. Instead, he leveraged Hu Lai's positioning to disrupt the opposing defense, creating opportunities for his teammates. This strategy revitalized the game. Consequently, Qin Lin and Murphy each scored a goal, leading the team to victory. Logically, with the team winning and the adjusted tactics proving effective, there should be no issues. Yet, Zhao Kongming perceives the situation differently. It is evident that as the matches accumulate, our offensive operations, particularly the collaboration between Qin Lin and Hu Lai, have begun to be scrutinized by the opponents. He remarked that many believe the primary reason for Shining Stars breaking their scoring drought is Hu Lai's addition. However, the coaching staff is acutely aware that while Hu Lai is indeed a significant factor, another crucial element cannot be overlooked: the arrival of Qin Lin. This seemingly discarded 38-year-old veteran, once overlooked by Super League clubs, remains vibrant in the China League One, demonstrating his capability at this level. As the core midfielder for the Chinese national team for over a decade, Qin Lin is akin to a dragon-slaying sword for Shining Stars midfield. The rapid establishment of synergy between him and Hu Lai is pivotal for the team's continuous scoring. After all, Hu Lai, as a forward of his caliber, relies heavily on his teammates to deliver passes. If he makes a brilliant run but his teammates fail to notice him or deliver the ball, his exceptional movement becomes futile. After more than a month of training and observation, it can be stated without exaggeration that Qin Lin is the only midfielder within the Shining Stars capable of seamlessly coordinating with Hu Lai. Even Waters can only occasionally achieve this synergy. However, issues arise concerning Qin Lin as well, due to his exceptional abilities. Shining Stars have become overly reliant on him for offensive organization, particularly the connection between Qin Lin and Hu Lai. While Hu Lai is an outstanding receiver, Qin Lin is not exceptionally renowned for delivering decisive passes. He is indeed a midfield commander, adept at controlling rhythm and orchestrating transitions. But he is not particularly adept at delivering incisive passes on the edge of the opponent's penalty area. While he can execute such plays, they do not reach an elite level compared to his strengths in orchestrating play, whether with the national team or the Lingnan South China Tigers. His most effective and frequently played position has been in a deeper, more defensive role. Shining Stars have no suitable alternatives and thus must rely on Qin Lin to fill this role. Chen Mo suddenly recalled something, glancing at Zhao Kongming. Yet he refrained from speaking. Zhao Kongming continued. Of course, this issue is not something we can resolve at present. Hu Lai himself has his own challenges. His playing style is rather singular, making him susceptible to being constrained by the opposition. Xinzhou Kunlun effectively distanced Hu Lai from the penalty area and prevented him from turning, which successfully curtailed his goal-scoring opportunities. We need to enhance Hu Lai's ability to receive the ball with his back to the goal during training. The fitness coach, Sun Yi, remarked, Hu Lai must continue to bolster his physical confrontational skills. By professional standards, his ability in this regard still falls short. Without improving his physicality, he cannot enhance his capacity to receive the ball with his back to the goal. Zhao Kongming nodded in agreement. However, the enhancement of strength is not a straightforward or rapid process. Chen Mo raised a concern. This cannot be resolved in the short term. Zhao Kongming shook his head. There is no alternative. We cannot cease his strength training because of this. Moreover, the situation with Xinzhou Kunlun is exceptional. After all, Hu Lai just scored a hat trick in the last match and has become the target of scrutiny. Furthermore, that flagship program on Anton TV has exacerbated the situation. Suddenly, the fitness coach, Sun Yi, recalled something. Indeed, that program has elevated expectations for Hu Lai. Will his failure to score in this match impose undue pressure on him? Upon hearing this, Zhao Kongming and Chen Mo exchanged glances, after which Chen Mo shook his head. Not at all. That kid has a thick skin. Others' expectations or opinions do not affect him in the slightest. Both men were Hu Lai's direct superiors during his time with the Haishan youth team, and among those present, they had spent the most time with him, thus understanding him best. Particularly Chen Mo, who was Hu Lai's coach during his tenure with the youth team. Seeing Chen Mo's confidence, Sun Yi had no further doubts. Zhao Kongming began to delegate tasks. Sun Yi, please conduct a comprehensive physical examination and assessment for Hu Lai. Based on his current physical condition, devise a detailed training regimen for him, initially for 3 months, and we will reassess the situation then. With September approaching, only 3 months remained until the end of the league season. By limiting the training plan to a 3-month period, it indicated that Zhao Kongming did not expect to resolve Hu Lai's confrontational issues within this season, but rather was looking toward the next. Sun Yi had no objections and nodded in agreement. As for our offensive tactics, we must further diversify our strategies for wing play. Hu Lai possesses commendable positioning skills, but he needs to face the goal. Crosses from the wings can help him evade defenses when he is with his back to the goal. We must leverage the assistive capabilities of our fullbacks. After the meeting concluded, the other coaches departed from the head coach's office, leaving only Chen Mo behind. Once everyone had exited, he approached the door, not to leave, but to close it. He then turned and quickly walked up to Zhao Kongming, exclaiming, "I have a suggestion regarding who can pass the ball to Hu Lai. Would you care to hear it?" Zhao Kongming glanced at him. "Is this the reason you hesitated earlier?" "Yes, there were too many people around, making it difficult to discuss. Now that it is just the two of us in this room, I will share my thoughts. You can decide whether it is viable. If not, simply disregard what I have said." Zhao Kongming chuckled upon noticing Chun Mo's sudden seriousness, which bordered on excessive caution. "Speak your mind, old Chun. Given our camaraderie, there's no need for such formalities. Well, I wish to convey that although Qin Lin's arrival was unexpected and initially unaccounted for in our strategy, his contributions have far exceeded our predictions, affirming the wisdom of his inclusion. Dongwen has proven quite adept in this regard. However, you are aware that our team's original orchestrator was Zhang Qinghuan, correct?" As Chun Mo uttered these words, he fixed his gaze intently on Zhao Kongming, eager to gauge his reaction. Zhao Kongming understood why Chun Mo waited until they were alone to broach this delicate topic. Zhang Qinghuan was indeed a sensitive subject. "Do you believe Zhang Qinghuan is capable?" he inquired. "I am uncertain. However, over the past few days, I have been observing the team's training, and I noticed that Zhang Qinghuan's attitude has markedly improved compared to before. I am unsure of the reason. Perhaps he has been spurred on by Hu Lai, as he often seems to target him during practice. Regardless of the cause, his dedication has noticeably intensified. Should we consider giving him a chance on the field?" Since his detention, Zhang Qinghuan had effectively been cast aside by Zhao Kongming. Following his release, he was relegated to the reserve team for a month. Although he returned to the first team afterward, he had yet to earn a single opportunity to play, not even a spot on the 18-man roster. It appeared that Zhao Kongming was resolutely intent on forsaking Zhang Qinghuan. Yet, it must be acknowledged that Zhang Qinghuan had not trained earnestly for an extended period. Even those who were less fond of him conceded that, if he were to perform with seriousness, his talent warranted a place in the Chinese Super League, if not at the AFC Champions League level. If Zhang Qinghuan could perform at his best, he could resolve the critical issue of the final pass. Moreover, he would free Qin Lin to retreat to his familiar defensive midfield position, allowing him to orchestrate the rhythm of the game as a competent metronome while also contributing defensively. I believe such a midfield configuration would be the most optimal solution. Noticing Zhao Kongming's hesitance, Chun Mo pressed on, laying bare his thoughts. Zhao Kongming shook his head. "You are repeating our past mistakes, old Chun." "What mistakes?" Chun Mo asked, bewildered. Approaching problems solely from a tactical perspective without considering human emotions, Zhao Kongming replied earnestly. "Do you not know Zhang Qinghuan well enough, old Chin? He has only trained diligently for a few days. Do you genuinely believe he can turn over a new leaf?" "I, for one, do not. We should observe him further before making any hasty decisions." Having discussed Zhang Qinghuan, Zhao Kongming pivoted the conversation to Hu Lai. In truth, even if opponents begin to analyze the connection between Qin Lin and Hu Lai, it doesn't necessarily mean they will quickly devise a countermeasure. Not every team can invest as much effort into defending against Hu Lai as Xinzhou Kunlun does. Furthermore, while Hu Lai's scoring might be affected, he can still create opportunities for others to score. If a team were to act in such a manner, solely to prevent Hu Lai from scoring while allowing our other players to find the net, what purpose would that serve? After listening to Zhao Kongming's analysis, Chun Mo found merit in old Zhao's words. "You are correct, old Zhao. I have indeed become somewhat flustered," he admitted. Zhao Kongming chuckled. "You have yet to fully detach from your role as Hu Lai's youth training coach. We are now coaching the first team of Shining Stars, not the Neptune youth team. While it is essential to nurture talented young players like Hu Lai, we must also consider the team's overall dynamics. Moreover, for Hu Lai, facing formidable opponents like Xinzhou Kunlun provides invaluable experience. If we clear every obstacle from his path, he may find himself stagnating. Besides, Hu Lai merely went one match without scoring. Is that not quite normal? Who can guarantee that he should score in every game? I believe such expectations place unnecessary pressure and burdens upon him. Given his previous outstanding form, I was rather concerned. Now that he has not scored, I feel considerably more at ease. In any case, let us not dwell too much on it." Chun Mo nodded, preparing to take his leave. Yet he could not resist inquiring, "What about Zhang Qinghuan?" "No rush. After all, there are still 3 months until the season concludes." Zhao Kongming gestured dismissively from behind his desk. "That lad has always had his ups and downs, and when he is performing well, it seldom lasts. This time, I am curious to see whether he is merely experiencing a fleeting whim or if he has genuinely recognized his errors and is seeking to amend his ways. Chapter 45. Family. After a lengthy recovery training session, Qin Lin drove to the airport. He did not return home directly, as he was there to pick up his wife and son. Nearly 2 months after transferring to Shining Stars, and with the new semester approaching, he had finally managed to arrange his child's transfer with the club's assistance. Today marked the day his wife and child would fly from Lingnan to Jin City to reunite with him. Previously, as Li had analyzed, Qin Lin had hesitated to decide whether to bring his child along, as he was not particularly optimistic about his future with the team. His initial plan was to leave the child with his in-laws while his wife joined him. However, on one hand, his wife was reluctant to part with their son, and on the other, she was concerned that her parents would not care for him properly. After all, older generations tend to indulge children, and she worried that long-term care by them would instill undesirable habits. In Lingnan, Qin Lin's wife had always insisted on raising their child herself. Torn between his wife's unwillingness to leave their son in Jin City and his own concerns about the team's performance declining, leading to potential relegation and the need to find a new club, he found himself in a quandary. If it were just himself, it would be a simple matter: pack a bag, pull a suitcase, and go wherever he pleased. But with a family in tow, the situation grew complex. It was only about half a month ago that he finally resolved to have his wife and child come to Jin City to reunite with him. From this day forth, upon concluding his training and returning home, he would no longer inhabit a house devoid of life. Instead, it would be filled with the presence of his wife and child eagerly awaiting him. Although it was a rented abode, Qin Lin found a sense of belonging within its walls. Upon learning of Qin Lin's decision, the Shining Star Club exhaled in relief while also proactively assisting him in locating a suitable school for his child in Jincheng. They understood well that Qin Lin's choice to have his wife and child join him indicated a significant increase in his confidence in the club, a promising development indeed. Upon joining the team, Qin Lin swiftly established himself as the undeniable linchpin of the squad, showcasing that his prowess remained undiminished. Such an invaluable player, brimming with optimism for the team's future, would undoubtedly facilitate the preparation and recruitment efforts for the upcoming season. After donning some simple yet necessary disguises, Qin Lin positioned himself at the fourth exit of the terminal, waiting for a little over 10 minutes until he spotted his wife pushing a luggage cart. With their son in tow, he eagerly raised his arm in greeting. His wife noticed him, while their son, unable to contain his excitement, dashed past his mother and leapt into his father's embrace, exclaiming, "Daddy! Ah, my dear son." Qin Lin bent down to lift his 5th-grade son into his arms, then stepped forward to embrace his wife. The family of 3 was finally reunited. After setting his son down, Qin Lin took hold of the heavy luggage cart, guiding his wife and child towards the parking lot. Once they had stowed all their belongings in the trunk of his Mercedes-Benz G-Class, bearing the Lingnan license plate, he climbed into the vehicle and set off for home. I recall having reservations about my prospects here. What prompted this sudden determination to bring us over? His wife, seated in the passenger seat, first turned to assist their son in fastening his seatbelt in the back, then inquired, "I've encountered an intriguing young talent, and I wish to remain here to observe him further." Qin Lin replied with a smile. "Is he the one you mentioned during the welcoming ceremony? The one who grew up playing football?" Qin Lin nodded. "Indeed. He is quite a fascinating child. Can a single young individual truly instill such confidence in the future of Shining Star?" His wife still found it difficult to comprehend. "Of course not. But I wish to look after him as much as possible. He possesses talent, yet his temperament is somewhat unconventional. I do not wish for him to follow in Zhang Qinghuan's footsteps," Qin Lin articulated as he drove. Upon hearing the name Zhang Qinghuan, his wife recognized it instantly. Evidently, Qin Lin had spoken of this individual frequently. She expressed her surprise. Can he really be compared to Zhang Qinghuan? Their playing styles are different. And if we consider future accomplishments, if Zhang Qinghuan continues on this path, Li will undoubtedly surpass him. I will achieve great success in the future as well." Their son, who had been silent in the back seat, suddenly declared, "Absolutely. Our Chi-Chi is remarkable." His mother quickly turned to give their son a thumbs up. "That requires a great deal of effort," Qin Lin interjected, choosing to instill some pressure on his son. "Do you know when Li began playing football?" "When?" "At the age of 16. He only started training in football then, and after just 3 years, he became a key forward for a professional team." Qin Lin's son, Qin Shi, widened his eyes as he gazed at his father's back while driving. His father paid him no mind, prompting him to turn his attention to his mother, who nodded reassuringly. "It's true. Chi. Then he is much more formidable than I am, Qin lamented. Observing his son's dismay, his mother hurried to console him. It's all right. Our Chi has been receiving football training since kindergarten. With diligent practice and hard work, you will surely excel in the future. As Qin Lin drove, he couldn't help but smile at his wife's comforting words to their son. This was the warmth of having family around. Although his husband insisted there was no need to share his words with their son, Xiaolan still took advantage of her lunch break to call Hu Lai. She had two pieces of news to convey to her son. The first was to inform him that his father had finally watched his match, a commendable progress. The second was to relay Hu Li's remarks to him. Hu Lai reacted calmly to the fact that his father had finally seen his game. He was indifferent to whether his father watched his matches, as it would not affect his performance regardless. However, his father specifically pointed out the challenges he was currently facing, which took him by surprise, as it aligned with what his coach had told him. He had not anticipated that after years of his father's obstinate dismissal of football, his understanding would still be sharp enough to discern his issues after watching just one match. Don't worry, Mom. Dad is right. Our coaches wouldn't overlook such problems. In fact, starting this week, my coach has intensified my targeted strength training to enhance my competitiveness in the penalty area, Hu Lai reassured his anxious mother. However, he noted that physical conditioning is a long-term endeavor, and results are not immediate. So, Mom, don't dwell on it too much. Missing a goal in 1 or 2 matches is not a disaster. Even if I didn't T-score in the last match, I still maintain an average of 1 goal per game. Do you realize how impressive that is? Many players struggle to score even once in 2 matches. I can manage 1 goal per game. So relax. Our son is doing great. In light of such accomplishments, Hu Lai felt no need for modesty. He even sought to craft a grand image of himself before his mother. This was partly to reassure her, and partly to validate his choice of pursuing this path. Every child desires to showcase their achievements before their parents. Xiaolan had limited knowledge of football, but given her son's confidence, she believed there must be no issue, especially since he truly excelled at the moment. Noticing her son's good spirits, she seized the opportunity to say, "Alas, I had initially thought about going to Jincheng. But ever since you started playing matches, our schedules never align. When I have free time, I'm at work, and when I have time off, you're playing. Will you be able to come home for the Spring Festival next year?" Hu Lai was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating such a request from his mother. He understood her roundabout way of expressing her true intentions. It was undoubtedly due to his estrangement from home and the strained relationship with his father. She likely hoped that by mentioning his father watching his matches, it would ease the tension between them, and then, with the excuse of returning home for the new year, bring them together. Unfortunately, she was bound to be disappointed. With great difficulty, Hu Lai responded, "But Mom, barring any unforeseen circumstances, we should be convening for winter training right after the new year, preparing for the new season. No one will be returning home for the holidays." Xiaolan, upon hearing her son's words, expressed her evident disappointment and confusion. "Is that so? But it's only August. How can you know the arrangements for then?" "It's like this every year, Mom. Even if the dates vary slightly, they won't be off by much." Suddenly, Xiaolan grasped the troubling reality and exclaimed, "Does that mean you'll have to train every spring festival?" It seems so," Hu Lai acknowledged, realizing that since embarking on a professional football career, he had forfeited the opportunity to reunite with his family during the Spring Festival. Unless he retired, the Spring Festival during his 2nd year of high school was, in fact, the last time he celebrated with his parents. What would his parents' ages be when he eventually retired? And what of his own age? Reflecting on the 38-year-old Qin Lin, who was still playing, Hu Lai felt that, given his playing style and the advantages he had, he might very well be playing for quite some time. By then, he would probably have a wife and children, while his parents would likely be graying, and he wondered if his father, with that leg that ached in damp weather, would still be able to move freely. In his school days, as the Spring Festival approached, his mother would begin her preparations in the kitchen days in advance, while his father scoured various markets for New Year's goods. Those lively scenes would no longer be witnessed. Looking back, he realized that his abrupt departure in pursuit of his dreams, though bold, had distanced him from the familiar warmth of home. He had believed that ahead lay flowers, accolades, cheers, and a bright future, oblivious to what he would ultimately lose. A silence enveloped both ends of the call, as it became evident that Xiaolan also recognized that on that tearful night, something had irrevocably changed. After some contemplation, Hu Lai mustered the courage to speak. "Mom, although we cannot celebrate the new year together, We do have a month-long break after the season ends, and I will return then. On the other end of the line, Xiaolon forced a smile. That's good. We can celebrate the new year in advance then. As they neared home, Qin Lin reflected on how this rented villa, once merely a place to stay, had transformed into a true home with the addition of his wife and child. He discussed with his wife. Once we've tidied up the house, I'd like to invite my teammates over for a visit. Everyone? She asked, a frown crossing her face. Of course not. Our first team has over 30 members. I'll only invite a few close friends, Qin Lin replied. There's a garden at the back of the house. Perfect for hosting a barbecue party. That's perfectly fine. It settled then. The wife gently reclined against the back of her seat, tilting her head to gaze lovingly at her husband. Their child, meanwhile, had already sprawled out in the back seat, fast asleep. Chapter 46. The dinner invitation on the eve of the 26th round of the league. Li and Qin Lin remained dutifully in their hotel room, going nowhere. It must be said that having a prominent figure as a roommate rendered Li, despite any mischievous inclinations, entirely devoid of the audacity to act on them. Behaving with utmost propriety. Li, come to my house for dinner with Wang Guangwei the night after tomorrow, Qin Lin said, seizing the opportunity after spending nearly a week tidying up their home with his wife. Li was taken aback. Haven't you ever been to a teammate's home? Qin Lin inquired, noticing Li's reaction. No, brother Lin, you're the first to invite me over. Not even Wang Guangwei. Qin Lin was curious. No. Li shook his head. I'm not a girl. What is the point of going to his house? To meet his parents? Qin Lin chuckled. Wang Guangwei still lives with his parents, so inviting teammates over does feel a bit odd. All right then. This is merely a private gathering, Qin Lin explained. I've actually moved into my new home for some time now, but it's just been me there, and I've been too lazy to tidy up. It was too messy to host guests. He smiled. But now that my wife and child have moved in, it finally feels like a home, and I can welcome guests. Upon hearing this, Li thought that brother Lin seemed to have dispelled his previous doubts and genuinely wished to settle down in Shanxing. After his 3-year contract expired, at the age of 41, he would likely retire. To retire with his hometown team and return to his roots would indeed be a splendid conclusion. I will definitely come. Brother Lin, Li readily agreed. Just let Wang Guangwei know, and please don't mention it to anyone else. This is a private invitation, and I don't intend to invite too many people, Qin Lin particularly cautioned. Rest assured, brother Lin, I can keep a secret, Li replied, making a gesture of zipping his lips, which brought a smile to Qin Lin's face. Then Li asked, but brother Lin, if I may ask, what if we lose the match tomorrow? If news of the gathering gets out, that could be quite troublesome, right? Indeed, so if we lose, we'll postpone it. Qin Lin replied. As long as we don't lose, a draw will suffice for the gathering. Of course, I must declare in advance that no photos or videos are to be taken and no posts on social media, such as WeChat or Weibo. This is, after all, a private dinner. All right, you can count on me, brother Lin. Wang Guangwei and I hardly post on social media, Li said as he picked up his phone. I'll inform Wang Guangwei directly through WeChat. Qin Lin also took up his phone, intending to notify others. He already had a clear idea in his mind about whom to inform. Having been with the team for nearly 2 months, he had formed a good rapport with everyone during their time together. They treated him quite well, showing him respect, given his unparalleled status in Chinese football. Though there was still a sense of familiarity and distance, some maintained merely polite interactions, while others could be regarded as friends. The latter, of course, was the person he wished to invite. However, within this list of invitees, there existed one individual who stood out. Zhang Qinghuan gazed at his phone screen in mild surprise. Not anticipating that Qin Lin would extend an invitation for him to attend a barbecue party at his residence the night after tomorrow, he contemplated refusing, yet could not conjure a reasonable justification. To decline Qin Lin's invitation without a valid excuse would be tantamount to slapping his face. And there existed no discord between them that warranted such a snub. Moreover, their relationship had been quite amicable in the past. Though that was a considerable time ago, merely 3 years, yet it felt like a distant memory. After much deliberation, Zhang Qinghuan recognized that he had no substantial reason to decline the invitation and thus replied, "All right, brother Lin, I shall definitely attend." Upon receiving Zhang Qinghuan's response, Qin Lin exhaled in relief. Although Zhang Qinghuan had undergone significant changes, Qin Lin still yearned for a meaningful conversation. at the very least to discern what had transpired over the years to transform him from a gifted prodigy with a brilliant future into a negative emblem of Chinese football. Even if one were to argue that he had indulged recklessly, there must have been a catalyst. It was implausible for someone to suddenly descend into self-degradation without cause. Having spent time with Li, Qin Lin increasingly lamented Zhang Qinghuan's decline. Every time he saw the spirited Li, he couldn't help but ponder if, had he intervened earlier, Zhang Qinghuan might not have fallen into his current state. From a self-serving perspective, he hoped for Zhang Qinghuan's situation to improve. Recently, as opponents had begun to notice the connection between him and Li, the pressure he faced on the field had intensified. He often mused that if Zhang Qinghuan could return to his former self, it would serve as a significant boon for him. After all, he was ill-suited for the attacking midfielder role. He preferred to play deeper, excelling as a defensive midfielder. Given his current age and physical condition, confronting opposing defenders head-on would prove too taxing. The match where Han Xiangfei faced Lin Ge was scheduled to commence at 3:30 in the afternoon. Zhang Qinghuan settled in front of the television, preparing to watch the game. When Qin Lin had invited him the day prior, there were stipulations. The gathering would proceed as planned if they did not lose, meaning a draw or victory, but if they were to lose, the gathering would be postponed. Thus, the outcome of this match directly influenced whether he would meet Brother Lin. Personally, he was somewhat reluctant to see him, fearing another encounter with the brother who had once shown him considerable kindness. This apprehension was precisely why he had refrained from greeting Qin Lin upon their earlier meeting in the locker room. He admitted that after agreeing yesterday, a fleeting thought crossed his mind about the possibility of losing the match, but he promptly dismissed it. His connection with the Shining Stars team was not particularly profound, yet it had not reached the point of wishing for their defeat. Moreover, with Brother Lin orchestrating from midfield, if that lad could perform even slightly better, victory was not out of reach. This week, the coaching staff had implemented tactical adjustments specifically in response to the previous match's circumstances, emphasizing wing play to allow Li to confront the goal directly and draw closer, thereby amplifying his threat. Through careful observation over this period, Zhang Qinghuan had come to understand both the advantages and shortcomings of this so-called super talent. His strengths lay in his exceptional off-the-ball movement and a keen ability to seize opportunities, coupled with a decent shooting technique that enabled him to capitalize on chances effectively. Unlike other forwards who tended to squander the passes from their teammates, a critique Zhang Qinghuan could not levy against Li. However, the shortcomings were numerous. His physicality was lacking, his speed mediocre, and his technical skills were rather crude, with little to no dribbling ability. Apart from shooting, his other capabilities were decidedly average, making him a forward who heavily relied on his teammates. In the current landscape of football tactics, such a forward found it increasingly difficult to thrive. Zhang Qinghuan firmly believed that if the Shining Stars were not under the guidance of the ever-appreciative Zhao Kongming, he would not even make the first team. In contrast, he was capable of orchestrating offensive plays, delivering the decisive final pass as an attacking midfielder, and utilizing his speed and skills on the flanks to create breakthroughs, a true embodiment of a versatile midfielder. After all, how else could the media have proclaimed him as Brother Lin's successor? He shook his head, casting away those thoughts of the past that could never return, and turned his attention back to the match. As the game progressed, his expression gradually shifted. When Lin Ge scored the second goal, he exclaimed in frustration, "What the hell? I didn't curse this." The Shining Stars had conceded again. To be honest, it had been a long time since they had allowed 2 goals in a single match. The last instance was on July 3rd, during the 17th round, when they lost 0-2 at home to Qin. The commentator from Anong was somewhat disheartened. Trailing by 2 goals and playing away, the match was becoming increasingly challenging. Before this match, Lin Ge's team was ranked 6th in the league, demonstrating commendable strength, especially on home turf. However, the Anong Shining Stars had also been in fine form lately, remaining unbeaten in their last 4 league matches since their 0-1 defeat against the Capital Athletics in the 21st round. They were only 3 places below Lin Ge's team in the league standings, suggesting they still had a fighting chance. However, unexpectedly, after more than 50 minutes of play, the Shining Stars found themselves 2 goals down. In the recent match, the Linshan Red Flag team strategically focused on countering Qin Lin, implementing a remarkably stringent defense with an aggressive approach. Frankly, I sensed an inclination from the referee towards favoring the home team, a sentiment subtly echoed by commentator Lu Guanlin. Not only Qin Lin, But other players from the Shining Stars frequently faced collisions from their opponents during the game. When Shining Stars players fell during physical confrontations, the main referee tended to overlook fouls committed by the home team, resulting in Shining Stars being at a distinct disadvantage. Relying solely on Qin Lin proved to be a formidable challenge. Assistant coach Qin Lin, observing the scene from the sidelines, expressed his anxiety to Zhao Kongming. The strategy indeed feels somewhat predictable, he remarked. Nevertheless, there's no alternative. Zhao Kongming, arms crossed and leaning against the sunshade of the coaching bench, shook his head. Let Han Xiang take to the warm-up. We need to implement some changes. Upon hearing this, assistant coach Qin Lin rose and called out to the substitutes bench, Han Xiang, go warm up. Han Xiang hurriedly donned a training vest and dashed towards the warm-up area. Just then, the uproar from the stands intensified dramatically, startling him into stopping and turning to look at the crowd. Behind him, assistant coach Qin Lin and head coach Zhao Kongming focused their attention on the field. In the direction of their gaze, the midfield linchpin, veteran Qin Lin, lay on the ground, clutching his right foot. Meanwhile, Qin Lin's wife was at home with their son, watching the live broadcast on television. When Qin Lin fell, their son, Qin Shi, exclaimed in alarm, "Mom, Dad is hurt." His mother, with a grave expression, stared at the television screen, offering no response to her son's cries. Zhang Qinghuan sat at the coffee table, nearly convinced that he would not need to keep his appointment, yet he couldn't help but curse. Damn it. Chapter 47. How is Zhang Qinghuan? In the recently concluded 28th round of the Chinese Jia League, the Shining Stars finally scored once again, with Hurriedly netting their solitary goal for the match. However, this did little to halt the team's downward spiral. Following a 0-2 defeat against the Linshan Red Flag in the 26th round, the Shining Stars faced 3 consecutive losses in the league. Their ranking plummeted from 9th to 14th, perilously close to the relegation zone, trailing by merely 2 points. The team's recent dismal performance is directly linked to the injury of their midfield linchpin, the indispensable Qin Lin. He sustained an injury during the match against Linshan Red Flag, rendering him unable to continue and necessitating his substitution. Post-match examinations revealed 2 fractures in the 5th metatarsal of his right foot, with an initial prognosis indicating a 3-month recovery period before he could return to training. By that time, the current season of the Jia League would have concluded. In other words, Qin Lin's season is effectively over. The absence of Qin Lin has a profound impact on the Shining Stars. Their offensive threat has diminished significantly over 3 matches. Only in this round did Hurriedly seize a rare opportunity to score, which barely salvaged their dignity but bore no weight on the match's outcome. With only 6 rounds remaining in the league, if the Shining Stars are unable to resolve this issue, they may find all their energies consumed in the battle for survival. Cursed be this fate. Despite the article's mention of Hurriedly, which did not cast any blame but rather offered a positive assessment, Hurriedly could not suppress an expletive. Indeed, his goal in the away match did afford the Shining Stars a modicum of pride, yet what significance does that hold? They still faced defeat, having garnered not a single point from their opponents. Following 3 consecutive losses, the team's ranking plummeted to 14th, now 8 points adrift of the 16th-placed Yinshan Kaiyun. Were it not for this 8-point chasm, Hurriedly might have thought he had traversed time, returning to 2 months prior when he first joined the Shining Stars. At that time, the Stars also occupied the 14th position, with Yinshan Kaiyun lingering in 16th, albeit 6 points behind. Thus, after more than 2 months of circuitous events and 11 rounds of matches, everything has reverted to its original state. The Shining Stars' lead over the relegation zone has increased from 6 points to 8, which is quite the irony. His expletives were not directed at the article, but rather at the wretched game of football itself. Qin Lin's severe injury epitomized the adage that football is indeed round. Prior to this, Qin Lin had played the entirety of every match, sprinting back to defend even in the dying moments, displaying superior stamina compared to some younger players. His remarkable physical prowess often belied the fact that he was, in reality, an old veteran approaching his 39th birthday. As age crept in, muscle strength waned, and injuries naturally became more frequent. How did he lose his position at the South China Tigers? Was it not due to injuries? One injury, coupled with the recovery period, spanned nearly 3 months, and upon his return, he discovered that his place on the team had vanished. Reluctant to retire, he graciously declined the management contract offered by the South China Tigers, opting instead to take a risk with his hometown team, the Shining Stars, in the China League. However, After recovering, he had not played systematically with the South China Tigers, as he had been relegated to a substitute role, resulting in dwindling opportunities. Upon joining the Shining Stars, he faced a grueling schedule, having played every match in full prior to his injury. Ultimately, his body could not withstand the strain and succumbed. The team's recent performances indicate that without the stalwart Qin Lin, they have lost their cornerstone. The leadership qualities of Qin Lin, the last great figure in Chinese football, were not merely media fabrications. Although he was not the captain, his influence within the team surpassed that of the captain. Li is now profoundly concerned about the team's prospects for relegation. Should the team indeed drop down a division, his tenure there would likely become untenable. With Coach Zhao's departure, his support has vanished. If a coach of questionable character, akin to that Sun He, were to take charge and deem Li incompatible with his tactics, would he not find his burgeoning career swiftly cornered into a dead end? Thus, his agitation and choice of words are understandable. Hearing Li's expletives, Wang Guangwei emerged from his room. Standing at the threshold of Li's chamber to offer words of comfort, there's no need to be overly anxious, Li. After all, we still maintain an 8-point buffer from the relegation zone. Haha, Li's smile is one of feigned amusement. With 6 rounds remaining in the league, who can predict what lies ahead? Moreover, when the team ascended to 9th place initially, none anticipated we would tumble back down. In response to Li's remarks, Wang Guangwei found himself speechless, as it was indeed the truth. The league is starkly polarized, with a significant points disparity between the top teams and those trailing behind. Meanwhile, the teams in the lower half are embroiled in fierce competition, entangled in a struggle that seems never-ending. Winning a single match is a commendable achievement, yet losing one can result in a swift drop of several ranks. In my perspective, the team's issues do not lie in our offensive play, but rather in our defensive capabilities. Even if it becomes challenging to score against Murphy and his cohorts, as long as we can thwart the opponent's advances, securing a draw would be a favorable outcome. With an 8-point lead, we must reinforce our defense and, at the very least, aim to halt further losses. Wang Guangwei articulated his insights from the standpoint of a central defender. However, Li vehemently disagreed, asserting, defense is inherently a passive endeavor to bolster the team's confidence. We must rely on our offense. If we fail to score, maintaining a defensive stance will only erode our belief further. Wang Guangwei countered his viewpoint. Defense is the wellspring of offense. If we cannot fortify our defense and continue conceding goals, how can we expect to score? Offense is the best form of defense. As long as we find the back of the net, confidence will flourish, making defense a more effective undertaking. The two, a central defender and a forward, stood firm in their respective positions, each hoping for the team's improvement. Wang Guangwei spread his hands, but now, without a midfield orchestrator, we have lost our organizational core. How can we mount an effective offense? In the past 2 matches, you've made runs into position. Yet who can consistently deliver the ball to your feet? Compared to Waters, Lin Ge still falls short. The others, whether it be Lung Jinyu or Han Xiangfei, lack the passing prowess. Li acknowledged Wang Guangwei's assessment of the midfielder's abilities, conceding there was some merit to his analysis. Yet he couldn't shake the feeling that someone might have been overlooked. With so many midfielders in Shining Star, is there truly no one capable of assuming the role of a playmaker? Suddenly, he thought of someone. What about Zhang Qinghwan? What about Zhang Qinghwan? At the training base of Shining Star in Lucheng, the day's recovery training had long concluded, yet Zhao Kongming remained. Engrossed in discussion with assistant coach Qin Mo about how to navigate the team's current predicament, with Qin Lin sidelined for the season. The team required someone to assume all of Qin Lin's responsibilities and orchestrate the offense. Qin Mo proposed his candidate. In response to his suggestion, Zhao Kongming remained silent, lost in contemplation. I understand your reservations, old Zhao. However, the reality is that apart from him, we have no one else available. Why not let him give it a try? Even if it doesn't yield success, it cannot be worse than our current situation. Besides, I have been observing Zhang Qinghwan closely. Perhaps Li's presence has spurred him on, for in the past month, he has exhibited a more diligent attitude during training. It has been a while since there were any rumors of him reveling in nightclubs. Chun Mo continued to persuade, providing his rationale. Zhao Kongming gently tapped his fingers on the table, pondering. Let's wait and see, Lao Chun. After all, there's still a week until the next round of the league. We can observe a bit longer. I truly am intimidated by that lad. Indeed, one can never be too cautious around him. Qin Mo acknowledged that Lao Zhao's concerns were valid. After all, how much effort had Lao Zhao invested in Zhang Qinghuan? How many expectations had he harbored? And how much leniency had he granted? Who could have foreseen that Zhang Qinghuan's reciprocation would lead him to a detention center? Following such a shocking betrayal, even Lao Zhao had to entertain the most unfavorable interpretations of this wayward youth. It appeared that he had recently experienced a moment of clarity. But who could ascertain how long this newfound enlightenment would endure? What about Zhang Qinghuan? Wang Guangwei echoed Hu Lai's question and then chuckled. Well, Hu Lai, your acquaintance with him hasn't been long, so you might not be very familiar with him. Let me tell you, when he first joined our team, he did occasionally display remarkable talent, and Coach Zhao was willing to give him opportunities. However, those chances have dwindled. Let me think. How long has it been since he was last included in a match roster? 15 matches. 15 matches without a single appearance on the roster. What does that signify? It indicates that Coach Zhao has completely given up on him. Ever since his detention, he has utterly indulged himself, becoming even more reckless, as if he were indifferent to whether he could even take the field. Hu Lai frowned, but I noticed that his training attitude seems quite normal lately. And how do you know how long this normalcy will last? He has had moments like this before, but after playing just 2 matches, he couldn't maintain it. I genuinely advise you not to place your hopes on Zhang Qinghuan. He is beyond redemption, Wang Guangwei sighed. Just as Wang Guangwei finished speaking, Hu Lai suddenly heard a long-forgotten mechanical voice echoing in his mind. Mission: the prodigal son returns, for the sake of relegation and to repay Coach Zhao. It is imperative to activate Zhang Qinghuan. Mission rewards: 20,000 points. Lingxi card, 1. Stamina potion, 10. What the hell? The system has issued a mission? Hu Lai's consciousness swiftly entered the system space, flipping through the mission log until he found the specifics of this task. The mission itself was quite straightforward, but it was the rewards that piqued Hu Lai's interest, particularly the Lingxi card. This was a blue card showcasing the silhouette of a player clad in a number 23 jersey, his face obscured, with a football at his feet and one hand gesturing toward the diagonal front, seemingly instructing a teammate on positioning. Simultaneously, all detailed information about this card flooded into Hu Lai's mind, allowing him to immediately comprehend its purpose. Lingxi card, a meeting of minds. This card can be used on any teammate, enhancing the on-field synergy between the card user and the selected teammate, effective for 3 consecutive matches only. Wow, such a thing exists? If Hu Lai's memory serves him correctly, he recalls that this is the second card bestowed upon him by the system thus far. The first card was the World Wave Experience card, an extraordinary orange card whose prowess he has personally witnessed. It is evident that the system seldom grants such rewards, as excessive distribution may raise suspicions of unfair advantage. However, it generously offers training scrolls at a modest price, allowing one to procure them with points in the marketplace, far surpassing the 1,000,000 points required for the World Wave Experience card. It appears that the system encourages Hu Lai to enhance his abilities through diligent practice rather than seeking shortcuts. If he were to utilize 3 World Wave Experience cards in every match, averaging 3 world-class goals per game, he would undoubtedly have ascended to the ranks of a global superstar by now. Conversely, the rarity of such cards implies their immense power and value. The blue card may lack the grandeur of the orange card, yet it proves to be more practical, especially since it remains effective for 3 matches. For a forward like him, who relies on the support of teammates, this card is far more advantageous than the World Wave Experience card. He can elevate his skills through hard work, yet he cannot guarantee that his teammates will willingly pass him the ball. Of course, should he reach the esteemed status of Qin Lin, it is unlikely that anyone would dare withhold the ball from him. However, by the time he attains such heights, how much time will have elapsed? It is precisely in the early stages of growth that such support is most crucial. When one has yet to establish their standing in the realm, having teammates willing to trust and collaborate with him is akin to a long-awaited blessing. For instance, during his inaugural match with the Dongchuan school team, he had yet to prove his capabilities and, coupled with his poor rapport with peers, none were inclined to pass him the ball. Ultimately, he managed to score through sheer luck. Had he possessed this card at that time, integrating into the team would have been far more seamless. Now, at Shining Star, with the head coach's favor and the camaraderie of his teammates, he need not overly worry about receiving passes. Yet, he cannot remain at Shining Star for eternity. In the future, when he transitions to a new environment, facing unfamiliar teammates, coaches, and tactical arrangements, This card will undoubtedly come into play. Reflecting on this, Hu Lai felt a surge of excitement. Wang Guangwei, noticing Hu Lai's silence after his remarks, assumed he had discouraged him and offered consolation. Do not dwell on Zhang Qinghuan. He will return after this season. Even if the team faces relegation, it will not affect him. I believe you are envisioning the worst-case scenario, but the reality may not be so dire. As long as we perform normally and maintain our composure, relegation should pose no issue. No, Hu Lai suddenly interjected, raising his head. We cannot condemn him based solely on his past actions, as if he were irredeemable. With righteous fervor, he continued, as his teammate. We cannot stand idly by while he descends into darkness. Are we not a team, a collective? We shall not abandon nor forsake him. Advancing together with the laggards and refusing to abandon any of them is the cornerstone upon which the shining stars can firmly remain in the top tier. Chapter 48. One-on-one Wang Yuan sent the child off to school and returned home, only to be astonished to find her husband, Qin Lin, already dressed and waiting for her in the living room. What's with the attire? Are you heading out? Wang Yuan teased. Indeed, I am, Qin Lin replied, dear. Could you drive me to the training base? Wang Yuan was taken aback. What on earth do you need to do at the training base? With that foot of yours. Do you still wish to train? She glanced at Qin Lin's foot, encased in a cast. Qin Lin shook his head. I'm not going to train. I'm just going to see them and offer some encouragement. The team's morale has been rather low lately, and I fear they might falter. Wang Yuan complained. But you aren't the team captain. She was reluctant for her husband to venture out, concerned that he might injure his healing foot further. Didn't the doctor advise you to rest? Running around like this hardly qualifies as resting. Even if I'm not the captain, I can still do something for the team. Besides, I've caused them some trouble, and I ought to lend a hand, Qin Lin insisted. Wang Yuan interrupted. What do you mean you've caused trouble? Being injured doesn't equate to causing trouble. Didn't you help them by playing in the last match? Qin Lin chuckled. All right, I misspoke. But I still need to go to the team. If you want to drive me, I'll have to take a taxi. Wang Yuan understood her husband's stubborn nature. Once he made up his mind, no one could change it, not even her. With a resigned sigh, she said, fine. I'll drive you. Let me help you get out. No need, I can manage on my own. I've become quite adept at using crutches, Qin Lin said, gesturing towards the two crutches leaning against the sofa. What is there to boast about? His wife rolled her eyes, grabbed the car keys from the cabinet, and turned to leave. Upon entering the training base through the southern gate, Wang Guangwei noticed that Hu Lai had no intention of proceeding further inside. Puzzled, he asked, what is going on? Lao Wang, you head to the locker room. I'll wait for someone. Hu Lai waved him off. Who else could you possibly be waiting for? Wang Guangwei queried, increasingly baffled. Hey, don't be so confident. Hu Lai replied. I'm waiting for Zhang Qinghuan. Wang Guangwei looked at him in disbelief. No way. Hu Lai, are you serious? Never abandon, never give up. Do you think I'm just joking? Hu Lai retorted. Did I fail to clarify things for you yesterday? Hu Lai, do you think that merely having a conversation with him will change his mind? Others have tried that before, Manager Dong and Coach Yang. Haven't they all spoken to Zhang Qinghuan individually? Did it work? Perhaps it had a momentary effect, but it won't last long before he collapses again. Even if you're a smooth talker, it won't make a difference. If mere words could change a person, we would have world peace by now. Seeing that Hu Lai was genuinely serious, Wang Guangwei became anxious. We have to try? Who knows, my charisma might just persuade that kid. Persuade? I think bending that kid's will might be a simpler feat, Wang Guangwei replied. Come on, Lao Wang, what on earth do you think about all day? Hasten back to the locker room. Do not disturb my aura of dominance here. I refuse to leave. I wish to witness how you will confront the wall of reality. Go on, go. With an outsider present, that fellow may lose face and inadvertently complicate matters. Hu Lai's words instilled a sense of caution in Wang Guangwei. Should he remain here and Hu Lai falter, he might find himself bearing the blame. Thus, he shook his head and turned toward the first-team locker room. Meanwhile, Hu Lai awaited at the south gate, and soon enough, he was joined by Zhang Qinghuan. He had been encircled by several female fans outside the facility, and after fulfilling their requests for autographs and photographs, he finally entered. Upon stepping inside, he spotted Hu Lai standing in his path, wearing a knowing smile. He attempted to circumvent Hu Lai from a distance, only to realize that no matter how he maneuvered, Hu Lai effortlessly positioned himself in front of him again. Ultimately, he conceded and called out from afar, "What do you want?" "Ah, this tree was planted by me, this road was opened by me, if you wish to pass. Let us converse," Hu Lai replied. Confounded lunatic. Zhang Qinghuan thought to himself, finding Hu Lai's demeanor aptly reflective of his name. Well, I have some wisdom to share. I genuinely wish to speak with you, Hu Lai said earnestly, slowly approaching Zhang Qinghuan. Look, you possess unparalleled talent, yet you cannot even make it onto the matchday roster. My friend, do you not desire to alter this situation? Initially intrigued by Hu Lai's insistence, Zhang Qinghuan pondered the purpose of this conversation. Was Hu Lai perhaps seeking to apologize for having sold him out? Thus, he patiently awaited Hu Lai's intentions. To his astonishment, Hu Lai broached this topic. You must be out of your mind, Zhang Qinghuan exclaimed, unable to contain himself. With that, he disregarded Hu Lai and attempted to pass by. However, as he veered left, Hu Lai followed suit. When he shifted right, Hu Lai mirrored his movements. Meanwhile, Hu Lai continued his verbal assault. You are undoubtedly aware of how the outside world perceives you. Are you truly content to let things remain as they are? Struggling to find playing time, even in the second tier, do you think returning to the Super League will change anything? As the distance between them dwindled and their movements accelerated, Zhang Qinghuan lowered his left shoulder, feigning an attempt to break through Hu Lai's right side. Yet, as Hu Lai shifted to the right, Zhang Qinghuan abruptly changed direction and surged past him on the left. Hu Lai, caught off guard by Zhang Qinghuan's feint, could only watch helplessly as Zhang Qinghuan broke free and strode away. He turned back, gazing at Zhang Qinghuan's retreating figure, mouth agape, yet ultimately finding no words to express. Wang Guangwei observed Zhang Qinghuan entering the locker room, scrutinizing him closely in search of any telltale signs. However, nothing revealed itself. After a moment, Hu Lai entered as well, prompting Wang Guangwei to pull him aside and, in a hushed voice, inquire, how did it go? Frightened into retreat by my righteous presence, Hu Lai replied. I knew you would end up making a fool of yourself. I wish you had been present at that moment, Wang Guangwei remarked to Hu Lai, who looked back at him, puzzled. At that moment, he attempted to break through on my right side, but once I discerned his intentions, he unexpectedly changed direction and accelerated, evading me on the left. You know I am a forward, not particularly skilled in defense. Had you been present, you could have helped me keep him at bay. Hu Lai sighed. Wang Guangwei, puzzled, inquired further, what exactly are you two up to? As all the players gradually appeared on the training ground, they were astonished to see Qin Lin standing there, conversing with head coach Zhao Kongming and assistant coach Chen Imo. He was leaning on crutches, clearly not there to participate in training. Once all the players had gathered, Zhao Kongming unveiled the mystery. Qin Lin was there to uplift everyone's spirits. I sincerely apologize for not being able to fight alongside you in this crucial moment, Qin Lin addressed his teammates, supported by his crutches. His wife stood at a distance outside the training field, watching her husband. Although he had only been with the team for a little over 2 months, he carried himself like a seasoned veteran, as if he had been part of the team for years. It's quite amusing how he maintains that demeanor wherever he goes. In truth, if everyone took a moment to reflect calmly, the situation was not as dire as we had imagined. We are currently 8 points clear of the relegation zone, and often, we are merely scaring ourselves. If we remain composed and perform at our usual level, relegation is certainly not in our future. As he spoke, his gaze shifted from Hu Lai to Zhang Qinghuan on the other side. I may not have the standing to share these thoughts, yet I hope we can unite and strive with all our might in the upcoming 6 matches. I eagerly anticipate returning next season to battle alongside all of you once I recover from my injury. Qin Lin's speech was brief, and after concluding, he stepped back. All right, let us begin our warm-up. Assistant coach Chen Imo shouted, stepping forward to lead the players. Meanwhile, head coach Zhao Kongming walked alongside Qin Lin, slowly making their way off the training field. You mentioned that you would still be with the team next season. I recall there is a clause in your contract that grants you freedom should relegation occur, Zhao Kongming inquired as they walked. Are you truly considering staying with the team for the 2nd division? Qin Lin chuckled. Of course not. I simply believe we will not be relegated. Old Zhao, have you found someone to replace me? I would like to give Zhang Qinghuan a chance, Zhao Kongming replied. We'll give him one last opportunity. If it doesn't work out, our time together is limited. Qin Lin nodded in response, choosing not to elaborate further. At this point, he had reached the edge of the training field, where his wife Wang Yuan approached, nodding at Zhao Kongming in greeting. Qin Lin and Zhao Kongming were already acquainted, having known each other for years from their time in Lingnan City, so formalities were not necessary. Zhao Kongming reciprocated the nod and said to them, I'm off to train. You both should head back and rest. He emphasized to Qin Lin, The sudden visit from Qin Lin startled him, as he worried for Qin Lin's recovery. Rest assured, I won't be returning. There's no point in lingering. Qin Lin laughed heartily. Zhao Kongming turned and returned to the training field. With the assistance of his crutches, Qin Lin turned to face the training ground, directing his gaze towards his teammates immersed in their practice. Wang Yuan patiently waited nearby for a while before softly inquiring, "Shall we go?" "All right, let us," Qin Lin replied, pivoting once more and departing the training field in the company of his wife. Behind them echoed the crisp sound of a whistle and the rustling of sneakers against the grass. Chapter 49. A confrontation as training concluded. Zhang Qinghuan encountered Hu Lai and Wang Guangwei at the southern gate. Upon seeing him, Hu Lai promptly stated, "Wang Guangwei would like to treat you to a meal." Wang Guangwei cast a surprised glance at Hu Lai. Zhang Qinghuan, not allowing him to elaborate, huffed, "I'm not interested," and strode past the two of them. Once Zhang Qinghuan had distanced himself, Hu Lai complained, "Old Wang, why didn't you help me keep him? Aren't you supposed to be excellent at man-to-man defense?" Wang Guangwei, his expression darkened, retorted, "Keep him? Is this a basketball court? It's not about dribbling past or not. Moreover, what is this about me treating him to a meal? Oh, come on. You know I'm still in debt for 400,000, Hu Lai hastily explained. Besides, he didn't refuse, so you've lost nothing. Hey, you're not actually thinking of changing Zhang Qinghuan, are you? Let me tell you, even if you sent him off to participate in transformations, it wouldn't work." Hu Lai glanced at Wang Guangwei, pondering that he could hardly confess to this man that his concern for Zhang Qinghuan stemmed from a desire for the system's task rewards. He could only fixate on the direction Zhang Qinghuan had vanished, gritting his teeth. "I've set my sights on him." Seated in a taxi, Zhang Qinghuan received a phone call from Qin Lin, the conversation inducing a sense of panic within him. "Qinghuan, do you have some time? Come over for dinner." "Don't worry, it'll just be you." A pained expression crossed Zhang Qinghuan's face as he struggled to respond. "Brother Lin, I've already arrived home." The taxi driver, having overheard this, glanced up at Zhang Qinghuan through the rearview mirror. "Also, Brother Lin, you need to rest now. Take care of yourself. I'll come visit you next time." After a moment of silence, the voice on the other end replied, "All right, make sure you rest well and avoid those places." "I know, Brother Lin. I'll hang up now." Zhang Qinghuan ended the call, leaning back against the seat, exhaling silently. He understood the purpose behind Qin Lin's invitation, but felt reluctant to go. He was uncertain how to face Qin Lin and how to react when those words were uttered. Thus, he chose not to attend. Qin Lin looked down at his phone, shook his head, and said to his wife, "No need to prepare, he won't be coming." Wang Yuan responded with an "oh" and then frowned. "Old Qin, just let it be. I regret not intervening more back then," Qin Lin replied, shaking his head. Seeing this, his wife chose to remain silent. The following day, before training, Hu Lai once again awaited Zhang Qinghuan at the southern gate. Consequently, as soon as Zhang Qinghuan entered, he turned around and attempted to flee. He ran a full circle around the Luqing training base, only halfway through realizing, "Why am I running?" The situation had instilled a sense of trepidation in Zhang Qinghuan. Yet now the individual had emerged, halfway down the path, with two options before him, either to retrace his steps or to proceed directly to the northern gate, with distances remaining relatively equal. However, should he choose to turn back, what if that young man awaited him in the same spot? Contemplating this, Zhang Qinghuan resolved to forge ahead and entered the training base through the main entrance from the north. Upon his entrance, panting and disheveled, the members in the locker room gazed at him with curiosity. Yet, given their rapport with Zhang Qinghuan, none dared to inquire about his disheveled appearance. It was Wang Guangwei who later gleaned the answer from Hu Lai. "Do you realize why Zhang Qinghuan typically enters through the southern gate rather than the northern?" Wang Guangwei remarked. "The northern gate features a parking lot, serving as the primary entrance for most players, attracting a larger gathering of fans, whereas the southern gate sees far fewer visitors. Consequently, to evade you, Zhang Qinghuan sprinted from the southern gate all the way to the northern one. Surely, this cannot be blamed on me. I merely wish to have a sincere conversation with him," Hu Lai replied, gesturing dismissively. "Stop discussing it. There will be no fruitful outcome. Just a waste of time. Even if there is no resolution, witnessing his predicament is rather amusing," Hu Lai mused, unable to divulge his true motives to Wang Guangwei and resorting instead to a more cryptic response. Upon hearing Hu Lai's words, Wang Guangwei felt no sense of dissonance. Rather, he perceived this as Hu Lai's genuine intent to mock Zhang Qinghuan for squandering his talent. What a despicable character, he thought. On the third day before training, Hu Lai again stationed himself at the southern gate, awaiting Zhang Qinhuan. Yet, this time, he was left waiting in vain. Ultimately, it was Wang Guangwei's phone call that enlightened him. Zhang Qinhuan had already reached the locker room, whether via the northern gate or having arrived earlier than they did. As soon as Wang Guangwei entered the locker room, he spotted Zhang Qinhuan and promptly called Hu Lai. When Zhang Qinhuan observed Hu Lai's frustrated demeanor upon entering the locker room, he surmised that Hu Lai had indeed been waiting for him at the southern gate. He suppressed the urge to roll his eyes, pondering how one could stoop to such depths. He further imagined the fans outside the training base, eagerly awaiting Hu Lai's autograph and a photo, blissfully unaware that their idol was, in truth, rather despicable. Would their admiration persist if they were to uncover this truth? On the fourth day, Hu Lai positioned himself at the northern gate to await Zhang Qinhuan. After a strenuous effort to extricate himself from the throngs of female fans, Zhang Qinhuan finally entered the training base, only to be greeted by the sight of Hu Lai. What ensued was a one-on-one battle, devoid of a football, played out under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Zhang Qinhuan suddenly dashed left, prompting Hu Lai to pursue him closely. As Zhang Qinhuan changed direction to the right, Hu Lai mirrored his movements. In an attempt to grasp Zhang Qinhuan, Hu Lai reached out, only to be deftly evaded. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Qinhuan accelerated away from Hu Lai, making a beeline for the building housing the first team's locker room. This spectacle caught the attention of head coach Zhao Kongming and assistant coach Qin Mo, who observed the unfolding drama from a distance. What on earth are they doing? Zhao Kongming furrowed his brow. Just as Hu Lai prepared to give chase, he heard the commanding voice of head coach Qin Mo calling out, "Hu Lai." He could only look towards the team's assistant coach, who was beckoning him over with a gesture. "Come here." He hurried to stand before Qin Mo and Zhao Kongming. Hu asked, "What are you doing with Zhang Qinhuan?" "I wish to speak with Zhang Qinhuan," Hu Lai replied earnestly. "What do you want to discuss? What do you two have to talk about? Is there a conflict?" Qin Mo furrowed his brow, firing off a trio of questions. No. Hu Lai quickly shook his head. "I just want to give him some advice. Can't you see our team is lacking an offensive organizer? If Zhang Qinhuan can perform as expected, wouldn't that resolve the issue?" Upon hearing Hu Lai's words, Zhao Kongming and Qin Mo exchanged a glance. Then Qin Mo, with a stern expression, admonished him, "Why do you need to concern yourself with such matters? Are you the coach, or are we? Hurry back to the locker room and prepare for practice. Stop meddling in these trivialities." All right, Hu Lai responded hastily as he turned and dashed away. Watching his retreating figure, Qin Mo shook his head. This kid, what is he thinking? Does he really believe he can accomplish what others cannot? Zhao Kongming smiled and remarked, "His intentions are good, but he is simply meddling." Qin Mo shot a glare at his former superior. "You shouldn't indulge him so much. Sometimes I wonder, Lao Chun, if giving this kid a bit more expectation might lead to some surprises, or perhaps shocks." "Huh." Zhao Kongming chuckled. "You're right. Zhang Qinhuan's situation is beyond his jurisdiction." After the day's training concluded, there remained 2 days until the match. As per tradition, the head coach would announce the 18-player roster at this time. Why announce it 2 days prior to the match? Because the players selected for the match would not be allowed to return home the day before, for home matches. They would stay at the training base dormitory, and for away games, they would lodge at the hotel. If the roster were announced at the last moment, those chosen would have no time to return home and prepare. Would they really be expected to go to the away game with their hands empty? Therefore, announcing the roster 2 days in advance allows the selected players to return home, gather their belongings, and bring them to training the following day. After training, they would head directly to the airport or settle into the dormitory at the training base, facilitating management. Once everyone finished stretching on the training field, they gathered to await the head coach's announcement of the roster. In the past, this moment was highly anticipated. With the team performing well, everyone hoped to be included in the 18-player list. After all, only those on this list had the opportunity to play. The number of appearances is linked to bonuses and contracts. Some players' contracts stipulate that a certain number of appearances must be met to secure a new contract at a specific salary level. However, recently, enthusiasm for making the 18-player roster had waned. The team's performance had deteriorated, suffering 3 consecutive losses, and the pressure was palpable for anyone stepping onto the field. Especially in home matches, if they played poorly and were booed by their own fans, how humiliating would that be? The upcoming match would see the team, Flashing Stars, playing at home. Each individual harbors their own thoughts, while Zhang Qinghuan finds himself enveloped in a sense of detachment. Despite the team's evident lack of a midfield orchestrator, he does not entertain the notion of seizing an opportunity. If such an opportunity existed, he would not have remained unselected for the matchday squad even after 2 games following Qin Lin's injury. He suspects that Coach Zhao has completely relinquished any expectations of him. Thus, he awaits the conclusion of his loan period to return to Tunglong. At that moment, he hears his name being called, Zhang Qinghuan. He raises his head, only to find his teammates looking back at him, their eyes brimming with astonishment. He responds with a bewildered gaze, unable to comprehend why his name was summoned. Here are the 18 players selected for the upcoming match. Please bring your personal belongings to training tomorrow, as we will be staying at the training base tonight. Zhao Kongming announces amidst the players' astonished expressions and hushed whispers. Almost every player glances back at Zhang Qinghuan as they leave the training ground. Unbeknownst to him, he stands oblivious to the attention, remaining in a daze until he finds himself alone on the field. Chapter 50, where one belongs upon returning to his luxurious rented apartment. Zhang Qinghuan receives a congratulatory call from his agent, Su Tianing. Qinghuan, I saw the news that you've made it into the matchday squad. Yes, brother Su. I was somewhat surprised, Zhang Qinghuan replies. Surprised? I told you long ago, you are a prodigious talent. With your abilities, playing in the China League is a mere trifle. You can play effortlessly. Didn't I say it would happen when Qin Lin got injured? Zhao Kongming actually thought he could keep you on the sidelines. What was he thinking? Now he can't hide you any longer. Huh. Rest assured, with your talent, you will undoubtedly find your place in the domestic football scene. The agent lavishes praises on Zhang Qinghuan. It's just the matchday squad, not a certainty to play, brother Su. Are you foolish? Being selected for the squad must mean something. With the current midfield at Shining Star in disarray, can they manage without you? I predict you will definitely be on the field in the next match. Furthermore, I am already seeking a new club for you. Perform well, and I am confident you will return to the Super League next season. We certainly won't remain at a third-rate team like Shining Star. Tunglong is not an option. What would be the point of going back? We will find a club that truly values and respects you. As Zhang Qinghuan hangs up, the agent's grandiose declarations echo in his ears. He is uncertain whether Su Tianing's words hold any truth, as he has noticed that his agent has a penchant for exaggeration, often making promises that seem implausible. This is not the first time such instances have occurred. Nevertheless, he hopes that this time Su is speaking truthfully. He yearns to perform well in a match and subsequently join a Super League team. He has no desire to languish in a second-tier club, a situation he vehemently opposed when Tunglong agreed to the rental and eventual purchase terms with Shining Star. However, the club warned him that if he did not join the Flash Stars, he would not have any opportunities to play until his contract expired. At that time, he had 3 years remaining on his contract with the Tunglong club. 3 years without playing was tantamount to being rendered obsolete. It was only after the persuasion of his agent, brother Su, that he agreed to the terms of joining the Flash Stars. Yet, he never envisioned a prolonged stay here. To him, a second-tier team was akin to a quagmire. Once ensnared, returning to the top league would be nearly impossible. The ringtone of his phone abruptly pulled Zhang Qinghuan from his reverie. Upon seeing the caller's name, he hesitated for a moment before answering. Mom? Are you going to play in the match, Huan? A voice filled with joy and anticipation resonated from the other end. I don't know yet, Mom. Being on the 18-man roster doesn't guarantee I will play. Zhang Qinghuan reiterated what he had told his agent, Su Tianing. Oh, then you should be able to play, right? His mother, insistent on whether her son would take the field, continued to inquire. Perhaps, Zhang Qinghuan replied somewhat ambiguously. That's wonderful. I'll watch the live broadcast. His mother exclaimed with delight. Mom, the second division doesn't broadcast nationally, so the game won't be available to watch at home tomorrow. Is there such a rule? His mother was taken aback. Yes, this is the second division, not the top league, Mom. Oh, it's the second division, not the top league, his mother murmured. Repeating the words. It is the second division, not the top league. Zhang Qinghuan felt a surge of irritation and abruptly ended the call. Mom, I can't talk anymore. I need to pack my things. I'll be staying at the training base tomorrow. After hanging up, Zhang Qinghuan genuinely set about gathering his belongings. However, as he retrieved clothes from the wardrobe, he found himself momentarily at a loss. Having been away from the team for so long, he had forgotten where he had placed his suitcase. Everything that was once familiar now felt strangely alien. Yet, I shall return to where I truly belong. Zhang Qinghuan recalled his agent brother Su's words, whispering to himself, "I shall indeed return to where I truly belong." Standing by the edge of the football field, he repeated this mantra in his mind, as if to bolster his spirits. At that moment, in the stands of the Provincial Sports Center, the Flash Stars supporters were ardently chanting slogans, rallying behind their team. The large screen in the stadium displayed the current score, 0-0. In the first half, neither the home team, the Anong Flash Stars, nor the visiting Wuzhou Dongshan managed to break the deadlock. Wuzhou Dongshan, currently ranked 17th, second to last, reflected their struggling prowess. However, fighting for relegation, they played with remarkable tenacity, even away from home. Without Qin Lin, the Flash Stars midfield lacked creativity, making it difficult to create opportunities for the forwards. Even when Hu Lai and Murphy found space in the attacking front, they could not receive passes from their teammates, rendering their efforts futile. Thus, the Flash Stars, facing a team of inferior strength that was also playing away, found it exceedingly challenging to gain the upper hand. In light of this situation, Zhao Kongming finally resolved to send Zhang Qinghuan onto the field. During the halftime break, he made a substitution adjustment and specifically summoned Zhang Qinghuan from the bench to the locker room to assign him tasks. Now, as the second half has just commenced, he is set to take the field, granted a full 45 minutes. Zhao Kongming's decision to replace a player with Zhang Qinghuan is indeed a long-awaited one for all of us. It has indeed been a while. I recall the last time Zhang Qinghuan played for the Shining Stars was during the 14th round of the league, when they faced the Miling Rangers as visitors. Yes, in that match, Zhang Qinghuan was a starter, but his performance was subpar, and he was substituted after just 60 minutes. Now, as he steps onto the pitch again, one wonders what Guanlin's thoughts on this development might be. Purely from a theoretical standpoint, this substitution appears to be sound. However, considering the player's current condition complicates the assessment, as analyzed by the commentator Lu Guanlin. After all, we are all quite familiar with Zhang Qinghuan, are we not? It is evident that Zhao Kongming's decision to substitute was born out of necessity, for aside from Zhang Qinghuan, he could not think of a better alternative. Following Qin Lin's injury, the Shining Stars midfield has lost its organizational prowess, a skill in which Zhang Qinghuan indeed excels. Yet, given his prolonged absence from competitive play, no one can predict how effectively he will perform upon his return. Understood, we cannot analyze or judge Zhang Qinghuan's capabilities from a footballing perspective at this moment. The commentator inquired. Indeed, that is the case, came the response. As it is a midfield substitution, Zhang Qinghuan need not wait for his teammates to come off the field to hand over responsibilities. He can directly enter the game as soon as the fourth official raises the substitution board. Shi Juanda, who has been replaced, now sits on the bench, observing Zhang Qinghuan's ascent to the field with disdain. Zhao's just trying to save a dying horse by treating it as if it were alive. Even Zhang Qinghuan is allowed to play, he scoffed. His annoyance stemmed from being substituted early and his general discontent towards Zhang Qinghuan. Known for his loose tongue, he was the only one bold enough to chatter away in the locker room when brother Lin transferred to the team. Thus, the other substitutes were accustomed to his complaints. A teammate leaned in to whisper, "I've heard this is Zhao's last chance for Zhang Qinghuan. If he fails to deliver a good performance, it's unlikely he'll see the pitch again this season. The club certainly won't consider extending his contract. They should have never signed that kid in the first place." Shi Juanda's voice rose slightly, prompting the assistant coach Chun Mo to cast a disapproving glance in his direction, prompting him to promptly silence himself. The teammate beside him straightened up, adopting a more serious demeanor, focusing intently on the match unfolding before them. Zhang Qinghuan took his position as an attacking midfielder, standing next to Yuan Yu, the defensive midfielder from Wuzhou Dongshan, who donned the number 8 jersey. Upon noticing Zhang Qinghuan beside him, Yuan Yu spat disdainfully, the expectoration landing squarely at Zhang Qinghuan's feet. Aware of the act, Zhang Qinghuan lifted his gaze toward Yuan Yu. "What are you looking at?" Yuan Yu challenged, his eyes bulging. "You belong in a detention center." Despite Zhang Qinghuan's awareness that his opponent was engaging in psychological warfare to unsettle him, the fire of frustration within him nearly surged beyond control. Had it not been for the referee's whistle signaling the continuation of the match, he might have retaliated. He cast a deep glance at his adversary before turning and sprinting away. Behind him, the defensive midfielder from Wuzhou Dongshan spat. What a show. Chapter 51. No longer that youth Zhang Qinghuan's position was not fixed in the front. He was required to frequently retreat to support his teammates' passes. In the absence of Qin Lin, Zhao Kongming assigned him a role that transcended that of a mere attacking midfielder. He was tasked with linking the team's midfield and defense. Consequently, there were moments when he had to drop back considerably. This was an unavoidable necessity. In truth, had Qin Lin not been injured and Zhang Qinghuan had been afforded the opportunity to play effectively, it would have been Qin Lin's responsibility to connect the midfield and defense, while Zhang Qinghuan would focus on linking the attack. Seated on the sofa in the living room, accompanied by his wife and son, Qin Lin watched the live broadcast of the match. With all this running up and down, I worry about Zhang Qinghuan's stamina, he remarked to his wife. His training regimen had never been particularly rigorous, and although his recent month of aimless wandering had shown slight improvement, it was still insufficient. He only needs to play for half the match, his wife replied. As the spouse of a captain of the Chinese national team, her understanding of football had evolved over the years, granting her a basic knowledge of the game. Qin Lin nodded in agreement with his wife's assessment. I believe old Zhao is well aware of this, which is likely why he didn't start him. Just then, the ball was passed to Zhang Qinghuan, who had retreated to receive it. The number 8 player from Wuzhou Dongshan immediately challenged him, preventing him from turning. Without pausing the ball, Zhang Qinghuan deftly flicked it between his opponent's legs with the inside of his left foot, using the opponent's body as an axis to pivot and pursue the ball. Wow! What a beauty! Exclaimed the commentator from Anong TV. Truly, Zhang Qinghuan's talent shines through. In front of the television, his son Qin Shi leaped up in excitement, shouting, "So cool!" On the substitute bench, Zhao Kongming instantly glanced at Chun Mo, who returned his gaze. The two old partners shared a moment of mutual delight, recognizing the Zhang Qinghuan they had longed to see. As Zhang Qinghuan raced after the ball, he aimed to maintain the offensive momentum. Another player from Wuzhou Dongshan approached him from the side, pushing closely against him to thwart his escape. Confronted with such defense, Zhang Qinghuan opted to thrust the ball forward forcefully, then accelerated, relying on his speed to outpace his opponent. His explosive power enabled him to momentarily shake off his challenger, leaving them behind. However, this time, he was not successful. Although he managed to push the ball ahead, he could not break free. As he chased after the ball, his opponent remained steadfast, their arms colliding, bodies pressed together. The football, which could originally be caught up with in just 2 or 3 strides, now seemed tantalizingly out of reach. Ultimately, the ball he had pushed forward was intercepted by the third player, Wu Zhou, from the East Mountain team, bringing the Shining Stars' attack to a halt. Alas, that ball was over-dribbled, sighed the commentator from Anton Satellite TV. The glimmer of joy in Zhao Kongming and Chun Mo's eyes flickered briefly before vanishing, leaving them regretful for the failed offensive attempt. Qin Shi, equally disheartened, sat with his hands clasped atop his head against the sofa backrest. Upon witnessing Zhang Qinghuan execute a beautiful turn to evade his opponent, Hu Lai immediately surged forward, ready to support. However, halfway through his run, he turned back to find Zhang Qinghuan had inadvertently let the ball slip to the opposing player, resulting in a swift reversal of offense and defense. All his earlier efforts had been in vain, leaving him feeling exasperated. He could only spit out a curse directed at Zhang Qinghuan's retreating figure. Damn, you were so impressive during training. Yuan Yu, also venting frustration at Zhang Qinghuan, had been left utterly unprepared for the latter's deft maneuvering. Had it not been for his teammates' timely assistance, the Shining Stars might have capitalized on that opportunity. It was evident that Zhang Qinghuan's actions were a retort to the earlier taunts. What the hell are you so proud of? Yuan Yu was determined to confront Zhang Qinghuan. But when the Shining Stars launched another offensive, he noticed that Zhang Qinghuan had drifted to the flanks, as a barrier in front of the defensive line. He could not allow himself to be casually drawn to the side. Doing so would leave the central defense vulnerable. Though he yearned to reprimand Zhang Qinghuan, he could only hurl a disdainful remark in that direction. Humph, cowardly sissy. If you have the guts, don't run away. Zhang Qinghuan's movement to the wing was not an act of evasion, but rather a demonstration of his inherent flexibility. He went where he was needed. As the team's midfield orchestrator, regardless of his teammates' distaste for him, they would still pass him the ball, as it was a directive from their coach, Zhao Kongming. After receiving a pass from his teammate on the wing, Zhang Qinghuan feigned an inward cut, executing a deceptive maneuver before using the outside of his right foot to nudge the ball outward, driving it forward. Nevertheless, his attempt to deceive the defending player failed. Seeing the ball escape his control, the opponent lunged forward with a fierce challenge. Zhang Qinghuan, noticing the ferocity of the tackle, quickly leapt to avoid it, resulting in the ball being kicked out of bounds. In front of the television, Qin Lin shook his head. From the moment Zhang Qinghuan first touched the ball, he had sensed something awry. Now, he finally discerned the issue. Zhang Qinghuan's explosive power was absent. In previous matches where they competed together, Zhang Qinghuan had demonstrated commendable breaking ability. Beyond his technical advantages, his explosiveness had been a primary factor in his successful breakthroughs. The style of pushing the ball ahead and then relying on sudden acceleration to outpace opponents had once been a hallmark of Zhang Qinghuan's play. However, in today's match, he faltered. Reflecting on the cause, Qin Lin speculated that it was likely related to his years of self-indulgence. Football is a sport fundamentally rooted in physicality, and maintaining one's physical condition requires relentless training day after day. Professional athletes can balloon in size after just a month of vacation. It is no wonder that Zhang Qinghuan's days of rigorous training over the past 3 years are few and far between. The training regimen of an athlete is grueling, demanding immense willpower to persevere, with stringent dietary restrictions that ordinary individuals would find unbearable in the long term. This is why one often witnesses athletes rapidly gaining weight upon retirement. Free from the need to train and the burdens of dietary discipline, they indulge freely. Akin to a spree of retaliatory consumption, this is a form of retaliatory eating, and can one expect their physique to remain unchanged? For the vast majority of professional footballers, even with daily dedication to training, physical capabilities inevitably decline with age. This is a natural progression. In the realm of Chinese football, the lack of deep-rooted professional ideologies compared to European football exacerbates this phenomenon. Evident in the transition from playing forward in youth to gradually relegating oneself to a defensive position with age. A poignant testament to the decline of physical attributes and the loss of explosive power. Playing as a forward demands superior physical qualities, particularly speed and explosiveness, whereas defending relies more heavily on experience. Older players, despite diminished physical prowess, can still carve out their niche on the defensive line, allowing them to sustain a career in professional football. Of course, these examples illustrate long-term, gradual physical changes, which are not particularly alarming. However, Zhang Qinghuan's situation diverges from this norm. Prolonged complacency has precipitated a premature decline in his physical capabilities. Yet, as he has not yet retired and has continued training with the team, albeit half-heartedly, this decline has not been starkly abrupt. In the past 6 months, he has scarcely played matches. And now, suddenly granted an opportunity to step onto the field, the deterioration of his physical condition has become glaringly apparent. Qin Lin sighed inwardly. The once youthful figure, with his flowing black hair dancing in the wind on the pitch, has seemingly vanished forever. Zhao Kongming and Chun Mo exchanged glances, having discerned Zhang Qinghuan's unusual demeanor. They too shared similar conjectures with Qin Lin. Having made replacements, they could only watch to see how he would perform. It was not as if he lacked the ability to break through. Chun Mo reassured Zhao Kongming, perhaps also seeking solace for himself. Zhang Qinghuan's role was not primarily that of a ball-carrying winger. He was an attacking midfielder, possessing breakthrough capabilities that would enhance his game. Yet their absence would not spell disaster. The critical question remained: was Zhang Qinghuan aware of the changes in his physical state? The head coach and assistant coach of the Flash Stars both turned their attention to the team's number 10 on the field. Zhang Qinghuan recognized the issue. After 2 failed attempts to accelerate and break through, he understood that this was surely more than mere coincidence. Perhaps to outsiders, it may be explicable through mere coincidence. Yet how could he possibly remain oblivious to the changes occurring within his own body? As he exerted himself in an attempt to push off with force, he sensed his body rebelling against him. Despite his vigorous effort to propel himself forward, his speed remained stagnant. It was akin to driving a car with the accelerator pressed fully down, the engine roaring with a desperate growl, creating an illusion of power, yet outside the window. The vehicle barely moved. The engine's RPM soared to 5 or 6,000, while the speed crept up at a sluggish pace of a kilometer at a time. What was amiss? In truth, Zhang Qinghuan understood the answer all too well. He simply found it difficult to accept. 3 years of revelry and indulgence had drained his vitality. While he casually attended training sessions and immersed himself in the nightlife, seeking solace in the company of women to exhaust his energy, he never once considered that his body might one day falter during a high-intensity official match. He had always believed that with his innate talent and skill, a modicum of seriousness and a few days of practice would suffice to sweep his opponents aside, earning him cheers and accolades time and again. Wasn't football all about winning? To the victor goes the spoils. As long as he performed well, past troubles would fade into insignificance. But what if he faltered? The mere thought of failing to deliver a commendable performance sent a twinge of panic through him. Su Gu still expected him to shine, to secure a position with a Super League team for the next season. No, he could not concede defeat so easily. Calm down, Zhang Qinghuan, calm down. I am not merely a player relying on speed. I am a playmaker, a damn offensive orchestrator. Pass the ball. Use passes to tear through the opponent's defense and create opportunities for my teammates. Yes, that is my style of play. So what if my explosive power has waned? I am still Zhang Qinghuan, the Chinese Francis. When this title resurfaced in his mind, he was momentarily taken aback. It felt like a name from a distant past. Chapter 52. The ups and downs. Hu Lai was utterly frustrated. Wasn't it said that as long as Zhang Qinghuan played seriously, he would be formidable? Was this truly his performance? Nearly 20 minutes on the field, and not a single highlight to speak of. Not to mention his failed attempts to break through. He hadn't even managed a single threatening pass. He now had ample reason to suspect that Wang Guangwei had been boasting. Where was the super talent who could effortlessly dominate if he simply focused? If Wang Guangwei denied his exaggeration, then their opponents must be alarmingly weak. Hey, can you step up or not? During a dead ball opportunity, Hu Lai ran over to Zhang Qinghuan, voicing his complaints. If you can't, perhaps it's best to sit out? You're the playmaker. Since you came on, our attack has shown no change from the first half. What are you even doing on the field? To Zhang Qinghuan's dismay, he found himself looked down upon by Hu Lai. With a huff, he retorted, "Less talk, just wait for the pass." With that, he dashed away, leaving Hu Lai to contemplate his retreating figure. Is this what they call a so-called super genius? Always turning their back on others? Hu Lai grumbled as he observed Zhang's silhouette. Throughout the week, in pursuit of his objectives, he had been compelled to witness Zhang Qinghuan's back on several occasions. In front of the television, Qin Lin adjusted his posture, sitting more upright on the sofa. He noted that Zhang Qinghuan seemed to have modified his playing style, opting more for passing rather than attempting to break through defenses solo. While he was certainly capable of dribbling, it seemed to serve merely as a means to evade defenders temporarily or create space, rather than an all-out assault on the goal as he had previously attempted. It dawned on Qin Lin that Zhang might have recognized his physical limitations, prompting such strategic adjustments. A smirk curled at the corners of Qin Lin's mouth. It was a good sign that Zhang was aware of the need for change, indicating that his mind was still sharp. Seizing an opportunity as the broadcast shifted to a wide-angle shot, he focused on the forward line, honing in on the diminutive figure of Hu Lai. He was curious to see whether a rapport could be established between Hu Lai and Zhang Qinghuan. Logically, it seemed improbable. The two had never played together and had limited opportunities for joint training. Zhang Qinghuan may have watched a few of Hu Lai's matches, or perhaps not a single one, while Hu Lai was likely completely unaware of Zhang's playing style. With such a lack of synergy, how could they possibly coordinate? It seemed there would be no chemistry at all. Yet, both individuals were prodigies. Surely, when two geniuses converged, some sparks would ignite. Zhang Qinghuan seized the ball and spotted an opening, but at that moment, the opposing team's number 8 midfielder lunged towards him. He prepared to shield the ball before passing, but the opponent crashed into him forcefully, pushing and pulling with abandon. In the fierce physical confrontation, Zhang Qinghuan could not withstand the onslaught. His knee buckled, and he fell to the ground, relinquishing control of the ball. Meanwhile, Hu Lai had also run into the open space, but found himself waiting in vain for the ball. Turning back, he saw possession lost and the opposing team launching a counterattack. Are they playing with monkeys? Hu Lai fumed as he turned to sprint back for defense. Such back-and-forth exchanges were exhausting, all anaerobic sprints. No one relished running aimlessly like this. I told you, the detention center is where you belong. Yuan Yu scoffed at his defeated rival, Zhang Qinghuan. Taking a deep breath, Zhang forced himself to calm his rising emotions. Hu Lai happened to be running past and overheard the remark, shouting back, "Then call the police. Dial 110. If you don't, you're his grandson. Hurry and have the officers take him away." Squatting in the latrine without doing anything, Zhang Qinghuan. Yuan Yu. Following the attack from Dongshan of Wuzhou, they failed to pose a threat to the goal of Annong's Shining Stars, as their through ball was intercepted by Wang Guangwei, who had anticipated their intentions and cut off their path. The Shining Stars then initiated their own offensive. This time, Zhang Qinghuan did not linger on the flanks, but rather ventured towards the sidelines again. Certainly, His actions were once again perceived by Yuan Yu as an attempt to flee. However, it was soon after that Zhang Qinghuan received a pass from a teammate at the flank, and to everyone's surprise, he cut inward, dribbling laterally, and actively sought out Yuan Yu. Yuan Yu was momentarily taken aback, only to be filled with joy at this unexpected opportunity. Yet, as he rushed forward to obstruct Zhang Qinghuan's path, the latter executed a deft maneuver, evading him with an agile flick reminiscent of a fried meatball. Yuan Yu's ease of being bypassed compelled the nearby center back from Wuzhou Dongshan to rush in to defend. Just as he advanced to block, Zhang Qinghuan suddenly pushed the ball laterally. He threaded the ball directly into the penalty area, targeting the space left behind by the advancing center back of Wuzhou Dongshan. There, a scintillating forward was making a diagonal run. Hulai, the commentator from Antong TV, exclaimed with fervor. The roar from the stands eclipsed his voice, and had it not been for the specialized directional microphones, viewers at home would have only heard the explosive cheer that erupted. Hulai darted into the penalty area from the outside, surging towards the vacant spot behind the opposing center back, catching up to the ball passed by Zhang Qinghuan. Without pausing to control the ball, he swiftly turned and unleashed a shot. Bang! The natural turf scattered with blades of grass and soil particles. The ball skimmed just above the grass, hurtling towards the near lower corner of the goal. The lack of friction from the turf enhanced its speed, and with its low trajectory, it objectively increased the difficulty for the goalkeeper to dive and save. The Wuzhou Dongshan goalkeeper lunged to the side, barely managing to graze the ball with his fingertips, yet this slight touch could not prevent it from entering the net. After being deflected by his fingertips, the ball slightly altered its course and ricocheted into the goal, striking the side netting. Following his turning shot, Hulai lost his balance and fell to the ground due to the momentum, yet he stretched his neck to monitor the outcome of his shot. Upon witnessing the ball roll into the net, he immediately struggled to rise, arms wide open as he sprinted towards the corner flag. He then leaped high, executing his signature celebration. Hulai scores. The goal is in. The scintillating stars break the deadlock, leading Wuzhou Dongshan 1-0 at home. A splendid goal. Zhang Qinghuan's pass was exquisite, Hulai's timing impeccable, and his shot decisive. Commentary guest Lu Guanlin chuckled heartily. It seems I've been proven wrong. But this is the prowess of Zhang Qinghuan. His imaginative passing is utterly uncontainable. A fully functional Zhang Qinghuan is a force in the Super League. Hulai celebrated once more, marking his second consecutive match with a goal. At home, Qin Shi leaped off the sofa in excitement upon seeing the goal, raising his arms in exultation. Well done. After the goal was scored, Wang Yuan's immediate reaction was to turn and look at her husband, anxious that he might leap up in exuberance, rendering the plaster on his foot pointless. Fortunately, her husband appeared remarkably composed and calm, merely meeting her gaze with a broad smile, exclaiming, "That pass reminded me of my younger days." She shot him a sideways glance, retorting, "Do you really think he's your successor?" On the coaching bench, Zhao Kongming and Chen Imo simultaneously leaped up to embrace one another. This was the moment they had longed to witness, an image they had mentally rehearsed countless times. Chen Imo, in particular, was especially elated, as he had advocated for giving Zhang Qinghuan another chance. Zhang Qinghuan's assist served as proof that he was not devoid of skill. On the substitutes bench, many teammates, including Shi Juanda, were taken aback. They had not anticipated that Zhang Qinghuan would assist Hulai in scoring. How long had it been since Zhang Qinghuan had played such remarkable football? Some looked up to the sky, wondering if the sun had risen from behind the western peaks of the snowy mountains today. After the celebration, Hulai returned to his half, surrounded by teammates, where he encountered Zhang Qinghuan. The latter smirked at him, asking, "Am I capable?" He wished to relish the sight of Hulai blushing from embarrassment. However, Hulai beamed with joy, nodding vigorously, "Absolutely. You are more capable than China Mobile." This obsequious demeanor extinguished Zhang Qinghuan's earlier excitement, akin to preparing to deliver a resounding slap only to find the recipient lying down, imploring, "Come on, boss, don't spare me just because I'm delicate. Feel free to trample upon me." One might wonder if that slap would still be delivered. In Zhang Qinghuan's case, it was not to be. He shot Hulai a fierce glare before turning away to his position, leaving Hulai with just his back. Yet, at that moment, Hulai was indifferent to being disregarded. He continued to smile, thoroughly delighted. Having an exceptional playmaker made all the difference in the match. He saw the opening and trusted that Zhang Qinghuan had too, so he dashed forward without hesitation. Indeed, As he arrived, the ball reached him. The timing felt impeccable, akin to a surgeon extending his hand only to have the desired instrument gently placed in his palm. The pass was neither too strong nor too weak. The ball's speed neither too fast nor too slow, the distance just right. He didn't need to stop the ball and adjust before taking a shot. The defenders were already closing in, leaving him either without a shooting opportunity or forced into a hasty attempt. Faced with such a pass, he didn't even slow down. He ran straight up and swung his right foot to unleash a shot, wasting no time at all. What does it mean to flow like water? What does it mean for things to fall into place effortlessly? What does it mean to thrive in one's element? What does it mean for two forces to merge seamlessly? This is what it means. Since the esteemed Qin Lin suffered an injury, Li has not experienced such unbridled joy in playing football for quite some time. Now, even without the system's task, he yearns to rescue Zhang Qinghuan. The rewards are of little consequence. It is the sheer exhilaration of playing that he cherishes. After Li assisted the team in breaking the deadlock, the match continued. The Wuzhou Dongshan team, trailing by 1 goal, launched a fierce counterattack. They are a team genuinely fighting for relegation survival, if they were to lose. This solitary defeat could cost them their place in the league by the season's end. This is a matter of life and death for them. In recent years, the environment of professional football in China has indeed improved, yet it is far from ideal. Should a team be relegated from the China League 1 to League 2, sponsors and financial backers may very well abandon ship, leading to a dramatic decline in fan numbers, and they might even lose their home ground. Thus, relegation would render the club nearly dead. Even if it does not dissolve, the income of all players would plummet. For the sake of their livelihoods and their families' futures, Wuzhou Dongshan must fight tooth and nail against the Shining Stars. In the ensuing match, their movements became markedly more aggressive, their tackles more fervent than before, hoping to harness this desperate momentum to overpower the freshly scoring Shining Stars. After all, the Shining Stars led by merely 1 goal. If they could equalize in a short span, the outcome of the match remained uncertain. In such circumstances, Yuan Yu's defense against Zhang Qinghuan was particularly brutal. Beyond mere rivalry, there were personal grievances at play. Li's recent goal was facilitated by Zhang Qinghuan effortlessly outmaneuvering him, drawing out Dongshan's center back and creating the opportunity. Without such a gap, how could the subsequent goal have occurred? In Yuan Yu's eyes, Zhang Qinghuan had purposefully toyed with him, an affront he could not tolerate. Waters, noticing Zhang Qinghuan drifting from the center to the flank, promptly delivered a lofted pass, the ball soaring over the heads of the Dongshan defenders. Zhang Qinghuan, now positioned on the wing, cushioned the ball with his chest and gently nudged it forward with his foot, poised to accelerate. However, at that moment, Dongshan's defensive midfielder, number 8 Yuan Yu, came flying in with a reckless tackle. He failed to intercept the ball Zhang Qinghuan had nudged away, instead colliding with his supporting foot, toppling him like a lumberjack felling a tree. Zhang Qinghuan cradled his left ankle, curled up on the ground, resembling a shrimp. P.S. The chapter's postscript reveals the entire process of Zhang Qinghuan assisting Li in that goal. Do take a look. Additionally, I have updated the list of named characters featured in this work thus far, complete with non-spoiler introductions, which will be periodically refreshed to include new characters. Friends wishing to be included in the character list may also find their names in the comments section. Chapter 53. So this is who I am? When Li witnessed Dongshan's number 8 player bring Zhang Qinghuan crashing to the ground, his eyes widened, and a singular thought consumed his mind. My task. My Lingxi card. My 20,000 points. Moreover, I possess 10 bottles of stamina potions. If Zhang Qinghuan were to suffer an injury, just like Qin Lin, resulting in a season-long absence, who would I turn to for these items? In that fleeting moment, a surge of fervor coursed through Li's mind. By the time he comprehended the situation, he had already dashed towards Yuan Yu and, with both hands, forcefully pushed him down to the ground once more. However, immediately after the act, he regretted it. What if the referee issued him a red card? Fortunately, a player from Dongshan soon charged towards him with great intensity. It was the very center back who had previously attempted to tackle Zhang Qinghuan, thereby leaving an opportunity for Li to exploit. He pressed down on Li's neck from behind, attempting to force him down. Li rolled with the momentum, cradling his head in his arms as he fell to the ground, not forgetting to emit a dramatic cry. Subsequently, players from both sides rushed in, colliding like two waves crashing together. Waters forcefully shoved aside the Dongshan center back, who had attacked Li. Another Dongshan player slapped Waters across the chest. Han Xiangfei surged forward, using his head to confront the adversary, bellowing, "What do you want? Looking for a fight? Come on, take your best shot." The scene descended into chaos. Yet, amidst this turmoil, Hu Lai could not focus on the commotion. He clutched his head, shifting slightly on the ground, akin to the fish he portrayed during the national competition, evading the indiscriminate feet that stomped around him. Simultaneously, he discreetly cast a glance at Zhang Qinghuan, discovering him lying on the ground, clutching his ankle. However, observing the slight tremors of his body and the agony etched on his face, Hu Lai's heart sank. Could it be? Could my luck be this wretched? Just as Zhang Qinghuan seemed to be improving, he was struck down by injury. It was evident that Zhang Qinghuan was severely hurt. Otherwise, he wouldn't exhibit such distress. Zhang Qinghuan. Hu Lai attempted to call out softly, but Zhang Qinghuan did not respond, resembling a lifeless figure. Witnessing this, Hu Lai's heart plunged into despair. In the recently concluded 29th round of the China League, the Antong Shining Stars triumphed over the relegation-threatened Wuzhou Dongshan with a score of 10-0, marking their first victory in the last 4 matches. However, during this encounter, a confrontation erupted between the players. In this altercation, one player received a red card, while 3 others were issued yellow cards. In the 74th minute, Dongshan's number 8 player, Yuan Yu, executed a reckless tackle on Shining Stars player Zhang Qinghuan, leading to the latter's injury and exit from the match. At that moment, Hu Lai, being the closest player to the incident, angrily charged towards the foul player Yuan Yu, pushing him down to the ground. This act ignited the fury between the two teams, resulting in a chaotic entanglement of players pushing and shoving one another. Naturally, Hu Lai also bore the consequences of his impulsiveness, receiving a yellow card from the referee shortly thereafter. On the television screen, Hu Lai sprinted towards Yuan Yu with the speed of a player dashing to receive a pass for a shot on goal. With a fierce expression, he extended his hands and forcefully shoved Yuan Yu, who had just regained his footing. In this scene, Zhang Qinghuan, sitting in front of the television, found himself momentarily bewildered by the terrifying expression on Hu Lai's face. The usually mischievous boy, who often sported a cheeky grin, would merely roll his eyes or pout in a childlike manner when angry, punctuating his displeasure with a huffy snort. He never anticipated that, following his own violation, the first to stand up for him would be none other than Hu Lai. As a professional athlete, he was acutely aware of the significance of such support. He recalled his inaugural match with the national team against Japan during the East Asian Cup. Perhaps due to his youthful appearance, the opponents deemed him an easy target. They collided forcefully with him as he possessed the ball. Such incidents were commonplace on the football pitch, often employed as a tactic to undermine the confidence of younger players. Naturally, this provoked a confrontation between the players, with Qin Lin, donning the captain's armband for the Chinese team, being the first to charge in, seizing the neck of the offending Japanese player. This action earned him a yellow card. Yet it served as a stern warning to all Japanese players that this young lad was under his protection, and they should refrain from any foul play against him. The media captured this moment, publishing it as yet another piece of evidence portraying Qin Lin as a bully on the field. However, that was a matter for another time. Regardless, Zhang Qinghuan recognized that Lin Ge was standing up for him. Today, the one he held in disdain, who he believed also harbored no affection for him, was the very person who rushed to his defense. This truly took him by surprise, as he had thought their relationship was rather poor. Zhao Kongming, peering through the glass window of the hospital room, observed Zhang Qinghuan lying on the bed, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the television screen on the wall, his posture unchanged. The situation appeared dire. He withdrew his gaze and shook his head at assistant coach Chun Imo, startled, inquired, "What's wrong?" Zhang Qinghuan has been staring at the television without moving. "I fear this injury has deeply affected him. I worry he might spiral into a dark place." Zhao Kongming conveyed his observations to Chun Imo. After hearing this, Chun Imo approached the door to peer inside, arriving at the same conclusion as Zhao Kongming. He sighed heavily. This match had once instilled a sense of hope in him. Zhang Qinghuan's performance had notably improved, leading him to believe that, at least until the season's end, there would be no need for concern regarding the role of the team's offensive orchestrator. Little did he expect that just after Zhang Qinghuan delivered a splendid assist, he would sustain an injury. The lad's luck was indeed lacking. While the two coaches remained in silence in the hospital corridor, footsteps echoed from the opposite end. Almost simultaneously, they looked up, and upon recognizing the newcomer, they hurried forward. Dr. Yang, how is the situation? The visitor was Dr. Yang Hua, the chief physician at the affiliated hospital of Jincheng Sports Academy and also a member of the external medical team for the Shining Star Club. He is a seasoned expert in sports medicine, and over the past few years, he has enjoyed a harmonious collaboration with the Shining Stars, who hold immense trust in his diagnostic and therapeutic strategies. Just as Yang Hua was about to speak, hurried footsteps echoed from the corridor behind the two coaches. They turned their gazes towards him and discovered it was the club's general manager, Dong Wan, who was bustling down the hallway, his corpulent figure swaying as he moved, the flesh on his body jiggling beneath his shirt. I apologize for my tardiness, Dongwen said, offering a sheepish smile upon noticing their stares. The traffic in Jincheng is unbearable at this hour. You really didn't have to come, old Dong. Your schedule is so demanding, Zhao Kongming interjected, shaking his head. Don't say that, old Zhao. Regardless of circumstances, Zhang Qinghuan is still our player. Even if he returns to the Tunglong Club after the season, he is still part of our Shining Stars for now, Dongwen replied. Chen Mo, taken aback by Dongwen's remarks, inquired. Has the club already decided against buying him out? Old Chen, just look at Zhang Qinghuan's performance since joining our team. Is there any chance the club would consider a buyout at 5 million? Dongwen spread his hands in exasperation, his breath coming in labored gasps, his appearance making his plea all the more pitiable and persuasive. As the general manager of the club, he serves as the steward of its affairs, managing every aspect, with financial oversight being paramount. For a club like the Shining Stars, which lacks a lavish benefactor, every penny is invaluable and must be handled with utmost caution to avert a financial crisis. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo fell silent, understanding the burdens Dongwen bore as the club's custodian. When the contract was signed, there was hope that if Zhang Qinghuan could redeem himself and return to his former glory, 5 million would be a sound investment given his potential. However, the reality was that his performance at the Shining Stars had been inconsistent, culminating in a downward spiral that led to his incarceration. Judging his value based on such performance, the Shining Stars would undoubtedly hesitate to part with 5 million. In truth, Tunglong was also acutely aware of the delicate nature of this price. It was akin to a gamble, with both sides taking risks. The Shining Stars were betting on Zhao Kongming's ability to rehabilitate Zhang Qinghuan, hoping for a redemption arc at 5 million. In contrast, Tunglong was wagering that Zhang Qinghuan would struggle to regain his former prowess, thus eager to offload him at 5 million while the opportunity remained. Noticing Chen Mo's silence, Dongwen turned to Yang Hua. So, old Yang, what is the status of the player? Yang Hua surveyed the three men, suppressing the urge to sigh. He truly wished to express his concern, but he feared it would be misconstrued as an indication that Zhang Qinghuan's condition was dire. In reality, the true state of Zhang Qinghuan's situation remained uncertain. His desire to sigh stemmed from a month prior when he found himself in this very corridor, confronted by these same anxious faces, eager to learn the results of Qin Lin's examination. Within a month, 2 central midfield orchestrators had succumbed to injuries. Was this position cursed for the Shining Stars? Such misfortune is truly remarkable. Facing the eager gazes of 3 individuals, Yang Hua stated, the swelling has yet to subside. We shall conduct a detailed examination tomorrow. For tonight, we will simply observe. From the slow-motion footage of the match, it was evident that Zhang Qinghuan's ankle was bent at nearly a 100-degree angle, though the duration of this bending was brief. Ultimately, his foot was extricated. However, if it had been trapped by the opposing player's legs, the situation would be dire. As long as the ligaments remain uninjured, all should be well. Upon hearing this, the 3 exchanged glances, and then Zhao Kongming remarked, let us hope there are no serious issues. Dongwen concurred, adding, indeed, we hope for a smooth resolution. Once the results are available tomorrow, be sure to inform the club at once, old Yang. Chen Mo remained silent, merely nodding in agreement. Rest assured, I will notify you promptly tomorrow. During dinner, Hu Lai noticed that Wang Guangwei was casting peculiar glances in his direction, which made him quite anxious. Old Wang, if you have something to say, please do so directly. Your stare is unnerving, Hu Lai declared, setting down his chopsticks, his appetite evaporating. Hearing Hu Lai's words, Wang Guangwei scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. It's nothing much. Really, I just feel that in the past, I was quite petty. Huh. I previously thought you were intentionally trying to tease Zhang Qinghuan by staging a reform the wayward act, Wang Guangwei confessed. Upon witnessing Hu Lai's surprised expression, he felt even more ashamed. I never anticipated that you genuinely wished to support your teammate and would not abandon him. In your presence, I feel rather small. That's not it, old Wang. Why would you think such a thing? Faced with Wang Guangwei's sincere demeanor, Hu Lai felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment and attempted to clarify, but Wang Guangwei shook his head, dismissing it. No need to explain, Hu Lai. When Zhang Qinghuan was tackled to the ground and you rushed to his defense, I was left in awe. Do you realize that? At that moment, I truly understood your unwavering commitment to rescuing him. I know this is nearly impossible, and you must be aware of that too, yet you remain steadfast. I genuinely admire you. Hu Lai stared blankly at the earnest Wang Guangwei, instinctively recoiling. He feared that Wang Guangwei might suddenly seize his collar and shout nonsensical accusations. Perhaps you are correct. Knowing it is futile, yet persisting, is indeed quite characteristic of you. Yet, Wang Guangwei did not react in such a manner. He merely lowered his head, contemplatively. It reminds me of our first encounter during the Anton Cup finals. Back then, you were still a novice. Attempting to score while under my close marking, an endeavor that was nearly impossible. No, absolutely impossible. Yet you never gave up, and remarkably, you did score. This very goal exemplifies your character, does it not? Regardless of how others perceive it or what is deemed reasonable, as long as you believe in your conviction, you pursue it. That untainted purity, devoid of any distraction, is what has led you to stand on the professional football stage in just 3 years. At this juncture, Wang Guangwei lifted his gaze to meet Hu Lai's. Even though Hu Lai typically possesses an extraordinarily thick skin, he now found himself blushing under Wang Guangwei's gaze. He repeatedly waved his hands, insisting, "That's not the case, Lao Wang, allow me to explain." Wang Guangwei, however, seemed indifferent to his words, shaking his head instead. With Zhang Qinghuan, everyone believes he is utterly washed up, ensnared in a quagmire from which he cannot extricate himself. Such individuals should be abandoned. Who truly cares about their fate? There are countless players like him in Chinese football. After all, has there ever been a shortage of tragic tales in history? Yet, you do not share this sentiment. You believe that as teammates, one should neither abandon nor forsake one another. To be candid, in your presence, I feel a sense of shame, even believing that the senior members of our team pale in comparison to you. Now I understand why you were the one to lift the trophy as captain when Dongchuan High School triumphed in the national tournament. You truly deserve that title. You possess a leader's charisma. Upon hearing Wang Guangwei's words, Hu Lai was overcome with goosebumps. While he relished compliments, the earnestness with which his longtime companion expressed such melodramatic praise made him feel uncomfortable. It was as if his embarrassed toes could dig a trench in the ground. Taking a deep breath, he quickly blurted out, "Lao Wang, the truth is, I received a mission from a cheat that requires me to save Zhang Qinghuan and lead him back to the right path. In doing so, I could earn a substantial reward, which is why I am so invested in his situation. Do you understand?" Wang Guangwei was initially taken aback by Hu Lai's proclamation, but soon erupted into laughter. "Hu Lai, you are truly amusing. Yet, this does align with your character. Even your humility is delivered with such flair." Hu Lai sighed dramatically and slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming with fervor, "You are absolutely right, Lao Wang. I genuinely believe that as long as I deem something to be right, it matters not what others say. I shall act accordingly. Even if 1,000 others oppose me, I shall forge ahead. The best way to dispel fear is to confront it head on. The only way to overcome difficulties is to face them resolutely. Let's just do it. All in." "Well said, Hu Lai," Wang Guangwei echoed, equally stirred as he pounded the table. "How do you intend to assist Zhang Qinghuan?" "I am willing to help you guide him back." However, Hu Lai suddenly sighed, his tone considerably more somber. "What good is it to discuss this now? Zhang Qinghuan is injured. He might end up like Lin Ge, sidelined for the entire season. He certainly won't remain with Shining Star next season. What significance is there in talking about redemption at this point? Indeed, what significance is there?" Hu Lai lamented, "My reward feels as fleeting as a youthful bird, flown away." Seeing Hu Lai with his head bowed, Wang Guangwei couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. He furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before exclaiming, "We cannot conclude the severity of his injury just yet. I read in the news that they will observe him overnight and conduct a thorough examination tomorrow. Aren't you close with Coach Zhao? Perhaps you could inquire about Zhang Qinghuan's condition tomorrow, and we can discuss it further then." Hu Lai nodded slowly. "It seems we have no other choice." The chapter concludes here.